heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is your place. The perfect occasion for all occasions. Great food, ambiance, service. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NHL.
A little more touch. Sissons might have been in the clear down the slot. Hurdle from the right side. Give and go. He shoots. He scores! Tomas Hurdle. 5-4 Knights. 3:24 to go in the third period. It goes to the corner, and another try blocked. The game is over. Vegas takes game one. 5-4. Their seventh come-from-behind victory this postseason.
Game one Stanley Cup final goes to Vegas. PK, how close were the Mammoth to going to the Stanley Cup final? All this comparative score stuff. It's all fool's gold, right? It wouldn't have happened?
I thought they lost in the first round.
They did to the team that now leads in the Stanley Cup final.
3 rounds away.
Yeah. And
but I'm giving you fact. You're just giving me supposition.
Yep.
That's the difference between TV and print.
Uh-huh.
I'm giving you fact.
Right.
You're
and when I give you fact,
if,
you go, well, that's fact. What can I do with that? Have an opinion.
But you asked me a question that required fact. So when I don't ask you a question that requires fact.
It could enable an opinion.
You said how close, and I gave you a literal fact. I don't ever ask you, David Jones, what direction does the sun rise? See, I don't ask, you asked me, so I responded in kind. It's 7:02, and I already kicked the crap out of you.
Yesterday, Scotty G came in with, or was it Lloyd? I think it was Scotty G. Came in with the mail.
Lloyd.
It was Lloyd, yeah, okay. Came in with the mail.
Lloyd's the mailman. He always delivers.
Stuff was addressed to me. David Jones.
So, if you ask me a question that requires a factual answer, Jonesy, that's what I'll give you.
Jonesy. Well, I feel like looking back in the Henson Center in the mid-'90s. Hey, Jonesy. What's going on, Jonesy? I will talk about this with Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN.
Who's from New Jersey?
What does Vegas have that has enabled them to pull this off? A month before the season ended, they weren't a sure thing for the playoffs, and yet here they are looking great. Carolina's got a 2-goal lead. No big deal. No big deal. Just fight right back and get the W. Talk with him about this coming up at 8 o'clock. NHL All-Star Weekend will have an international hockey flavor after the success of the Four Nations face-off in the Winter Olympics. The 2027 Midseason Classic, scheduled for UBS Arena in Elmont, New York, will feature teams representing Canada, Finland, Sweden, the U.S., and a world team comprised of international players. So there you go. That's not the same thing.
I think they should do a five-nation.
And how would that work?
We get a bye. We're the U.S. What do you mean, how would that work?
We get a bye to the final.
Dumb question.
No, that was a good question.
You people, you just don't love America the way we do.
Which you people am I right now? I'm so many you people.
Jeez, that's a fact.
You missed it 2 days ago. It was a huge Zoom. Yuck.
Criticism.
The Dallas Stars announced they have a letter of intent for a potential new arena in the suburb of Plano. They proposed building a new arena at the Shops of Willow Bend.
That's Plano.
As part of a potential new mixed-use development that would make it a sports and entertainment district. It's Plano, huh?
No, it's Plano.
I thought it was Plano.
No, for me it's Plano.
Why would that be?
Because I have a friend there. He called it that.
Ah.
Maybe he was wrong. It was called a Plano. I'd meet him in Plano.
Well, the day after the Mavs announced their arena, the Stars announced theirs. So everybody build a new arena. Nashville Predators hire Colorado Avalanche GM Chris McFarland as new president of hockey operations and GM. He replaces Barry Trotz, who stepped down in February. So there you go. Change is the only constant. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
I double down on this. Just like Becky Hammond said, prove me wrong. Absolutely double down. Getting out of the East has never been a surefire to winning a championship. What y'all talking about? You get out of the East, you're supposed to get out of the East. It's the East. Of course you're supposed to get out of the East. That don't just mean you win a championship because you get out of the East. It's the East. Great. It's the East. We beat up Boston. You should get out the East. Happy for Mike Brown, by the way, but you should get out of the East.
That's Draymond Green, Warrior, played his whole life in the West.
So do I have this straight? He thinks you should get out of the East?
That, I think, would be, to summarize.
Okay.
Yeah, to summarize, that would be it. Teams have come out of the East and won. The Celtics and Bucks have both done it. East has won 2 of the last 5, 3 of the last 7, if you go back to the Warriors.
Well, the Knicks have done it too.
Back in the 70s.
Well, it came out of the East.
Yeah.
The East is the East.
The East is the East. Can't argue that. More facts. It has been the lesser conference, but it has not been impossible for the Eastern team to win. Game 1 tonight, 6:30 on ABC. Knicks center Mitchell Robinson, underwent surgery on his broken right pinky finger, is officially questionable tonight. There's a belief that he could play with the finger in a brace. So, the team of your youth, PK, you will have memories flashing back tonight as you watch it'll be San Antonio tonight when they get to the Garden.
Memories.
Thank you, Babs. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
How many losers are there in pro sports, PK?
Those that don't win.
Atlanta Falcons give star wide receiver Drake London a 4-year contract extension, $141 million extension, $100 million of that guaranteed. Incentives can push the deal up around $150 million.
Yeah, I seen that yesterday.
Big cash.
I like the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, we keep everything one syllable. I don't know why he did that, but it sounded okay to me, so I didn't say anything.
Steelers signed linebacker Nick Herbig to a 4-year, $100 million extension, $42 million guaranteed. He'd sat out the first day of their mandatory minicamp while awaiting the deal to be done. Now he's got his deal.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
It's not mandatory if he sat it out, right? It's mandatory for all of you suckers. I'm about to get a new contract. A slightly different definition of mandatory.
Did he clear the insurmountable hurdle?
He did. He did the impossible. Rams coach Sean McVay said there is a chance the former All-Pro defensive tackle Aaron Donald could unretire and rejoin the team. They added defensive end Myles Garrett. Donald, 35 years old. He retired in 2024. Pretty unusual story, PK. A defensive lineman coming back at 35.
Yeah, there was some picture of him on the couch, and he still looked buff and all that stuff. And so they thought maybe later in the season, not in August.
So forget mandatory mini camps. The first month or two isn't mandatory.
There's still videos of him working out, and he's still getting after it.
Right.
And he was really good when he quit.
And so the idea is maybe that if they need him come November, I mean, we've seen that. That's not. Didn't Flacco do it here recently? Not that he had the impact that Aaron Donald
would be expected to have.
Eric Weddle did it.
Yeah, Weddle's a good
example.
example.
Somebody.
Weddle.
I knew that's who it was.
Yeah.
Made their own with the Ravens, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think that it's that impressive. When I saw that yesterday, I thought
you didn't rule it out.
That's feasible. I also saw that Garrett, he's going to pay just a bleep load more in taxes going to California.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you people with all the taxes?
Another you people.
Jeez.
Wait, for years you've been telling me the taxes don't matter.
I didn't say they mattered. I just said that's what he's going to have to pay.
Bleep load more.
So whether it matters or not is up to him. I mean, clearly it didn't matter with Durant. Steph Curry resigned. LeBron resigned or signed and then re-signed. Shohei Ohtani. Do we have in the next 5 hours?
Sure, go ahead. Read the rosters for every team in California. And then read all the New York rosters.
Those who signed in California when they didn't have to.
Paying big
when you're
money.
making that amount of money. Now, I told you, though, that Merle Kelly decided to re-sign with Arizona versus San Diego, even though San Diego was offering more, because his tax guy said, if you do this and this and this, you're going to end up paying this and this more. Plus, Phoenix was home, so I'm not sure that's it. I mean, he literally went to high school there and college there.
Nonetheless, there are markets like New York and California, probably Illinois too, where the tax bill is much higher. And then you got the Florida and Texas where there's nothing. And you got places like Utah that are in between. I think it's 5% here.
Is it?
So 5%
I always thought it was 10%. What do I know?
Yeah. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
SEC and Big Ten released a joint statement yesterday saying they do not support the current version of a bipartisan Protect College Sports Act designed to regulate an industry struggling for answers in a quickly changing era. Statement says the bill leaves critical issues unresolved, including not meaningfully preempting state laws with a federal one, which has long been considered a key element for the measure to get support from the NCAA and the various conferences. So they're going to push back on this.
On what?
Having a federal law that regulates college sports in multiple ways, from broadcasting to the ability of athletes to transfer, to capping pay.
Do they have power to push back?
I think they can rally some state reps, the various, senators or whatever. I mean, if senators from Indiana, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina begin to oppose this, can they get some real numbers to help defeat this? That's a deeper dive than I want to take, but I did wonder it.
Well, I'm just going to do whatever Tommy Tuberville says to do.
Okay. Pac-12 Commissioner Teresa Gold said in a statement she believes the industry should engage in honest conversations about student-athlete employment and collective bargaining.
I think they should engage in
dishonest conversations. How about one-sided conversations? I'm struggling to see what the athlete's motivation is for, let's collectively bargain. It's a little bit like the baseball players. They're getting a lot of what they want now. Why would they give in? Well, in baseball, maybe because they get locked out and they don't get to make money. That would be why the baseball players give in, if they give in. Haven't heard anything about locking out college players yet. We'll see. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Out of the stretch, delivers home. And this one pulled down the right field side. Fair ball right on the line. Around third.
comes rushing. He'll score. Freeland's going to get waved around. Ohtani around second. He's into third with a pop-up side. Safe. It's 4-0 Dodgers.
The 2-2 to Pareda. Swinging a well-hit ball. Deep to left field. Soto going back, looking up. Goodbye, baseball. Johnny Pareda with his second home run as a Seattle Mariner. A 3-run home run here in the bottom of the fifth.
Now fly ball right center from Rumfield. Adele's after it in the gap, and he makes the running catch. Oh, he didn't grab it. The ball actually clanked off of Adele, and I believe did it bounce over? I don't think so. Let's see. It clanked, it hit him in the head, and
That's going to be a home run. That's definitely a home run.
That is a home run, almost Canseco style.
Joe Adele had the blooper of the night. The ball goes off his glove, off his head, and over the wall for a home run, as Jose Canseco famously had that happen to him back in '93. Adele's had balls go off his glove and over the wall before. He also had the night earlier this year where he just seemed to pull every single fly ball back into the park. I think he robbed 3 home runs in that game. Yeah. But it's on the wrong end of it tonight. Last night. Rockies beat the Angels 8-2. Yankees, Aaron Judge, what is going to happen? He's got a bone bruise in his upper right rib cage. He's feeling it in his shoulder. He's going to see a specialist to get checked out. So when will he be able to play again, and when will he be dominant again? All questions the Yankees are waiting for answers for. No questions for the Seattle Mariners. You hear that highlight, they win again. That is 8 straight for them, leading the division. Although Texas is trying to go with them. Texas has won 5 in a row. Not quite back to 500 yet. That division everybody was under, but Mariners now have a winning record, and Texas only a couple games away from getting back to 500 now. Dodgers running away with the NL West now. They have opened it up. 6-game lead with that win there, as you heard them running the bases. The Padres get beat by the Phillies 3-2. So the Phillies continue to surge since Don Mattingly takes over. Bees beat the Albuquerque Isotopes 7-4. Game 2 at the ballpark at America First Square tonight. First pitch set for 6:35. Coverage starts at 6:20 on 1280 The Zone. And that's what's trending. And it's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, spring football tour continues. Jerry Branham, Houston Cougars football sideline reporter and host of ESPN 97.5 in Houston, will join us at 9 o'clock to tell us about a team that had a pretty good year last year. Are they ready to take another big step forward? We'll talk with him at 9 o'clock. Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN, will join us at 8 o'clock. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We got tickets to see Britt Floyd in concert at the Maverick Center this Saturday. We'll do that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. The question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a handful of accidents out on the roads right now. One blocking the right lane and shoulder of eastbound Bangor Highway on the approach to I-15 in Draper. One on the right lane and shoulder of I-15, the S-curves in Provo. And also a third southbound I-15 on the right shoulder in Woods Cross. Be aware of those if you're in any of those areas this morning. Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit heydoug.net. Hey, Doug. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is the time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and BI Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the BI Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the BI Meals Hero of the Week. Question of the morning. How can any right-thinking Jazz fan root for the Spurs to win another NBA championship?
Can't do it.
People who default to the West or default to the small market, think again.
Can't do it.
Well, first off, I was, I would say, mildly surprised to see the response. There was much more pro-Knicks sentiment here than I probably would have expected.
Well, because everybody knows the country revolves around the New York area.
That is why people root against New York, that attitude right there. Michael, have you ever met a New Yorker? Apparently, Michael's been irritated and does not want to root for a New York team.
When I was a kid, my grandmother lived in Brooklyn, and she was a very nice lady.
Mm-hmm.
So if you would have met her,
you'd have had a different opinion about New Yorkers.
If this woman, Mary Ellen Kinahan, does not go to heaven, there's no such thing as heaven.
The rest of us are doomed, right?
Yeah. Right.
She ought to be leading the way.
Right.
Shelley says, I'm cheering for New York because I'm cheering for Jordan Clarkson to get a ring. Ryan, I'm rooting for Jordan Clarkson, no doubt. But, man, Wemby's such an awesome player. I can't be mad if he wins.
But it's the Spurs. It's not about the individual. It's the Spurs. Do you want the Spurs to win again? And he's in his third year?
Dustin, no. We do not want to see the Spurs win another championship.
Exactly. When they tanked and got rewarded and the Jazz tanked and got fined? What?
Double standard.
What was that about, man?
There were too many teams tanking all at once, and it was too obvious. That's what it was about. And it was right before the All-Star game, and he had a press conference he had to hold.
Yeah, you hung up on that.
I totally think that. I swear if it had broken 2 weeks later, it had been different.
But, all right, let's dissect what you just said.
Yeah.
There were so many teams. In fact, you said too many teams.
Yes.
So we really need to talk about the Jazz at the All-Star break. I mean, that's number one on the NBA's list. We must talk about the Jazz at the All-Star game because everybody knows the microscope is under the Jazz and anything they do just defines what the NBA is about. Now, over here, I have sense.
Everything's
and over
bigger.
there, I have nonsense.
Everything's bigger on the Wasatch Front. And you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
You get stuff. Locke said that, and I could just see your mind. Aha! Colin Cowherd in 2013 said the no state taxes. And for the next 5 years, you came in and screamed about the no state taxes, and then all the premier free agents signed with California teams. And now you're doing it again. How in the heck does that make any sense that when in one sentence you say there were too many teams tanking, so let's find the Jazz? Why not all the 17 other teams? Because there were too many by your own words.
Yes.
Now let's go after Utah because they are the center of the NBA.
Whipping boy, no pushback there. Don't go after somebody else. A little surprised they didn't go after some of the other markets they could have made the whipping boy, but it was pretty obvious what was going on here.
It's been pretty obvious.
Yeah.
You've told me, according to your own words, that tanking has been going on for decades.
Yes. And usually it's 2, 3, 4 teams. And this year was 7, 8, 10 teams.
No disagreement there.
Yeah.
So, but we had to just speak about the Jazz at the All-Star break.
They were doing something.
Because I was going to show him how tough I am.
They were doing something different, and it caught everybody's attention. So
For 2 games.
They were at the center of the debate. Yep, sitting guys in the fourth quarter.
In which they played 27 and 23 minutes.
Yep. They sat him in the fourth quarter.
And one of which they won. So they were a 500 team. I'm not a lawyer, but my gosh, this is easy to debunk.
Except they got fined. They didn't debunk it. Even though they got a great case.
No. That's not what I'm arguing about. I'm arguing that they had to do it because they had to speak at the All-Star. We had to find the Jazz, or else we would have been Marcel Marceau.
Did they find anybody after the All-Star break? Nope.
But the year before, they find the Jazz. Did they find the Jazz the year before? Yep. Would you give me something that I actually have to work on?
They kept tanking the rest of the season, and they didn't get fined. Whatever. Let's get back to the original question of the morning. Knicks Spurs.
Yeah, and I don't want the Spurs to do it because they tanked. Knicks didn't tank. If tanking, and we all agree tanking is awful, it's an awful look, so why would I root for the Spurs? That is the very discussion, is that they tanked
I was channel
for
surfing.
years.
Yeah.
The Knicks did not. They just sucked when they sucked.
I was channel surfing during the Stanley Cup last night, and ESPN was running the Jordan 10-part documentary again, and I happened to hit the part that was at the very root of Krause and Jordan, and there were people saying, and they were going through the stuff where Jordan had the broken foot and wanted to come back, and they were limiting him to 7 minutes per half, and it was a Krause rule, and there was somebody who covered the team who said, at the root of all the problems, Jordan thought Krause and the Bulls, and Reinsdorf, I guess, violated the principle tenet, like, you should always win. You should always be trying to win in everything. And Jordan basically never forgave him for it. Tanking right there. They wanted to tank, and he got furious. It's been at the center of so many questions for the league, and that's decades. That's going on 40 years
Which is
now.
why I don't want to reward the Spurs. Yeah.
Brian says, I hope the Knicks win. They haven't won since 73. The Spurs have won more recently, and the Knicks need to pay him back for 99. That's a way to hold a grudge. "27 years later, got to pay him back for that series."
I remember nothing about that series. I'm sure you do.
It went 5. That's about it. It was Duncan's first title. Jay says, anyone but the Knicks. Holy cow, guys, get a clue. And anyone but the Yankees while we're at it.
Why anybody but the Knicks? There's some powerhouse that wins all the time?
It hasn't won since 73, like the last person said. I think Jay just doesn't like New York teams. I think that's the thread to draw there.
So he would root against Brooklyn.
Apparently.
That powerhouse.
That powerhouse has done nothing since they had a really good team when they came into the league. They got stripped of all their players, and they've never really recovered. They made a couple finals, but never won it all. Larry, because I'm not going to root for a team in the East.
So you're going to root against a team that's been rewarded for tanking while you got fined multiple times.
Yep.
And they're a younger team. They've got, BYU's recruiting guys that are like 5 years older than them and trying to get a center. And you want them to have a budding power. And then we have to hear about Popovich again, and we got to roll them out and go through that song and dance again.
Oh, we've got that here. Yeah, Jeremy. Wimby has heart, and Coach Pop's a legend. Go Spurs. Sincerely, a sad, sad Jazz fan.
No.
You think there's any chance that if they win, more teams come for their players and it breaks their team up because they can't pay everybody? Is there any chance?
That's every team. So you get hung up on that.
Yeah, but
every team that wins, you're going to have to pay. So that'll be a never-ending problem in the NBA if you consider that a problem.
And some of the guys, I know, I'm just thinking what breaks the Spurs up faster. And maybe they just get broken up because they're going to get paid either way. And so whether they win this championship or not, maybe just doesn't accelerate it much. They're good enough that to whatever degree people have cap room and can make moves, they're going to be trying to land some of these guys.
Okay.
I did wonder about that when I saw you post the question. Like, would winning this series help accelerate, the team becoming expensive and having to be broken up?
Okay, you're wondering about questions that can't be answered. I'm wondering about questions that are going to be answered if they win. You have a third-year guy and a first-year guy, and Castle's young, and that they stand in the way of the Jazz. That isn't anything to wonder about. That's a fact. And I don't want that. I want the Jazz to be able to beat the Spurs. I want the Jazz to be able to be in the finals. They're not in the East. They're not supposed to come out of the East. So, yes, I do not want the Spurs to win because that negatively impacts the Jazz. If I'm a Jazz fan, I'm doing it because it's fun for work. I don't have the emotional attachment to this franchise at all. And those who do, why would I want a potential rival to win it. At this age, at this stage, if Wembayama was 36 and this was kind of the last go-around, fine. But it's not. He's just barely getting started here. And who cares who you surround him with? If he's that good, I just need some decent players. So you could poach whoever. If you want that champagne guy, and yeah. Once you have that level of star, it's far easier to get the secondary guys. The secondary guys, they're important, but they're easier to acquire. We all agree on that.
There's more of them.
Yeah, and they're very good players. But you need the stars, and he's a star. Obviously, he has a chance to be the best player in the league for a decade. We would all agree on that.
Does that change if they lose this series?
No.
So your first point is strong. They're in the Jazz way. But they're going to be in the Jazz way and be a gigantic obstacle whether they pull this off or not. Unless they have
why
one of
have
those,
them win it?
Unless they have one of those like epic meltdowns that makes them question themselves.
I would rather have them lose it. And I've always hated Becky Hammon, and she has a chance to be wrong.
Well, it's two different things. I'd agree, obviously, because you've heard me say it before, with what she says as far as it's hard to pick the little player and all that. But don't we all mostly root for the little guy? I mean, it's not hard to figure out why Wemby might win a championship.
I do not root for you.
But Brunson, I'm not a little guy. I mean, I'm a little there, but I'm still not little. But wouldn't it be cool? I mean, really, what beef does anybody have with Jalen Brunson? Plays super hard.
Jazz.
His teammates seem to like him. I beat the Jazz in one playoff series like 5 years ago. You can hold that against him? Okay, well, if you want to, you're right. That'd be something
I don't hold anything against any
I know
player.
You don't, especially you don't. But I mean, I'm just trying to think of like the average fan. I think you'd have to be pretty hardcore.
No, I think he's amazing to watch.
Yeah.
With his craftiness.
And I think the league is more interesting if really good, smaller players can elevate their team like that. And it's like, well, they do have Karl Anthony Towns. It's not exactly terrible. But Brunson is the guy who takes the most shots.
He's a good player.
Right.
But, I mean, he's not.
I'd have to go back. But like with someone
not
like
all that.
Right. But when I think like Steve Nash and Kidd, right? These other smaller guards who were really good and got there, they didn't have someone the caliber of. I mean, don't you think Cat was better than Stoudemire?
No.
I think Stoudemire's better. He was more athletically explosive, and he was a decent shooter out to 17 or 18 feet.
Well, I think Steve Nash made everybody look better.
I agree. That's why I think Cat's better. Is that Stoudemire did look really good.
But the game was different. You can't go by distance on shooting in those days.
He wasn't asked to do stuff.
Nobody was.
Yeah.
It was like they would set off sirens and almost like police blares and glares of lights when somebody made a three-pointer back then.
Yeah. And now it's like, okay.
Now you'd be out of batteries halfway through the first quarter.
I need some double A's.
Right. So it's just literally a different ball game in that. But, we have to see because to go to Draymond Green, who loves to hear himself talk, that if the Spurs blow them out, well, then it was, the East.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to see the level of competitiveness. So I can't go crazy just because they got there, because somebody has to get there.
Somebody has to get there. And Draymond's point is true. The East has been bad. Even the championship teams that came out of it, it wasn't a gauntlet to come out of. But there is something about the Knicks and the way they've dominated people. I mean,
now we get to see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and I hope I would
prefer a longer series and more games to talk about and more drama at the end.
Always.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I've always said, my dream scenario is the Jazz go 82-0 and then win 4 7-game series.
What in the world do you want 16 for? To be over too fast.
Right. And have them win the 7th game 4 times.
Yeah.
Have them play an even 100 games.
Yeah,
right
that's what I would be looking for. Yeah. Every year. That's That's my goal for them.
Best story for us.
Right. Exactly.
How will they respond to the first loss? How could they? In the first round. Oh, good show.
Yeah.
Patrick says, the question, how can any right-thinking Jazz fan root for the Spurs to win another NBA championship? He says, especially when a former Jazzman was the Knicks, flame on JC, exclamation point, and bleep the Spurs, exclamation point.
I think Clarkson would get one, but he's really a limited role player.
Yes.
And knowing, well, I don't
He's
really
not.
know
He's not.
him.
He's not 25, 30
I wonder if he
minutes
even
up.
cares. I mean, he wants to win, but is it going to make a big difference in his life?
Deep burning, yeah.
Yeah, he's so far out there that who
And
knows
it's not
what
like he's
thinking.
been with the team for
Right.
8 years, and it's been this long climb with the Knicks.
Right.
I mean, Brunson's had a long climb. It hasn't been 8 years, but he's had a long climb with the Knicks.
Yeah,
and he's in a starring
Mitchell
role.
Robinson was there. He's been there for a while.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you like Clarkson and he was an eccentric, funny dude, different guy,
yeah,
fine. He will be able to say he played on a team the whole season that won it all, and that's fun. And then when they have the 20-year reunion,
they'll run him out there.
Yeah, if he wants to come back.
Yeah.
Who knows where he'll be on the planet? If he's even able to have someone get in touch with him. Probably not. Who knows where he's going to be?
If there's somebody who actually went off and lived on some mountainside in the Philippines, it would be him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I get it. It's a loose local connection.
Yeah. But he was popular here. And the Spurs don't have anybody with a tie here, do they?
What's his face?
Olynyk sitting on the bench there. Yeah. But Clarkson's playing more than him.
Barely, but yeah. Yeah. And good for Olynyk. He's managed to keep himself in the league.
Yeah.
You think with all the money he's made, he can afford a haircut.
Come on, man. He's got separation. You're the king of separation.
Yeah, but then you got to have separation on something that is not easily doable. Like the guy who has a big dog. No.
No separation.
Or the guy who tells me, I'm a girl dad. Well, aren't you special?
There's no real separation there either.
Right.
A lot
you
of
got to do something like that guy I golfed with, and he was an international phenomenon. That's
All
separation.
Right. We will get to that next. Stay with us. That is, did you want people to top it? I don't know if you can top it.
What?
At least pull up alongside of it. You put the question up.
Oh, the McCartney one?
Yeah.
That's untoppable.
Listener says he got paired up with Paul McCartney for a few finishing holes in Orlando several years ago. What's your best story?
You can't top that.
We've got some people trying. We will get to that next. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got residual northbound I-15 delays in Provo due to an earlier vehicle fire. Other than that, it's typical slowing northbound at the point of the mountain, also south and at the south interchange. Southbound coming from North Salt Lake into downtown has also got some slowing at this moment as well. The Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls are back. Save the dates, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, and ProBasketballTalk.com.
You can't talk about the Knicks and their dominance without talking about how futile the Cavs were. But the non-timeout and the issue all series with Harden, I was surprised to see Kenny Atkinson be brought back. Were you?
A little. I think that they genuinely, like their front office backs him, and they think, look, we got farther than we could have. The weird thing is it looks kind of like they're going to run it back. They don't trade for James Harden. That deal doesn't get done without a handshake deal to extend him. They're not going to let Mitchell go. It's going to be an interesting offseason if they run it back. Right now, that's the way they're talking, but I can't see that being, just seems like they'll be worse.
That seems like the definition of insanity to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know how that's going to end. You just do. You've got enough data points to know how that's going to end.
And everybody's going to be better, and if you're just the same, you're fading. You're getting worse.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
First, at Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. We're delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, today from 10 to 2. They're going to be at Mountain Supply's grand opening in Eagle Mountain, 766 East Split Rock Drive. So you told a great story, and why don't you retell it here for people, because it's kind of the basis for this segment. Why don't you go ahead and retell this so we get people up to speed. This is a classic.
Well, last Thursday, I got up, came in, did the show. Then I went home, had some pancakes.
Too many details.
What is going on here?
He's just in a mood.
It's only 7:47. It's not 9 o'clock yet.
I was waiting for the face, the look, and I got it.
I know, yeah. Yes. The nice part is with YouTube, people can see the look now.
I knew it was coming. He kind of lowers his head a little bit.
This is so sad. This used to be a proper radio show. Now it's a hot mess.
I was at a wedding reception. Guy comes up to me and says, "You like golf stories?" So I got one, and he and his wife are telling me. So he's in Orlando.
How much longer is this after the pancakes?
It's hours.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
We jumped from 10:30 to like 5 o'clock.
So you're at this wedding. You're at this wedding.
Yeah, a wedding reception. I'm hanging out, and the guy says, "I got a story I got to tell you." Okay, fine, yeah. And he and his wife were golfing in Orlando several years ago, and the sun's going down, and there's a twosome ahead of them, and so the twosome ahead of them invites them to play so they can both finish. Because you wouldn't have been able to finish otherwise, right? And that's very nice of those guys. He kind of recognizes the guy a little bit. They have introductions. The guy says his name is Paul, and my guy says something along the lines of, "Where are you from?" And Paul says, "Liverpool, England." Well, there's only one Paul from Liverpool, England, and that's Paul McCartney. And sure enough, that's who it was. Now, I've some people say they have a hard time believing it, but why would the guy randomly? I mean, he knew who I was from work.
Right. And also, his wife is standing there.
And she looked as pure and innocent as could possibly be, and she was nodding along.
If the guy's full of it and he's telling some story.
She's not going to allow it.
No. And she can't. Does she have the BS factor to pull it off with a straight face?
No, not at all. If you would have seen
the vibe's just all wrong, right? It's just all wrong. Yeah.
The purest skin, like the driven snow. She looked like an angel.
Paul McCartney's in the group in front of you and waves you up because you probably won't finish if he doesn't wave you up. And he's looking at the sun. He's like, we can let those two play and join us.
Yeah. And it's friggin'
And
Paul
so the
McCartney.
Story is he was there for some kind of big extended family thing.
Apparently, his family was going to Disney World, and he tells my guy says, "Well, what's up?" And he says, "Well, I don't like crowds." And I don't know if it was a joke or what. The guy's been surrounded by crowds since he was 20 years old. I mean,
that doesn't explain Shea Stadium.
That could be, when he dies, that literally will be an international story of
absolutely.
epic proportions.
Absolutely.
He's 83, and he still touring. In fact, he just put out an album. It's literally out for days
and
now.
he's been out promoting. He's been on a lot of shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I went to a concert of his a few years back, and they have our email, so they send us stuff constantly when we bought the tickets. I saw him in Vegas, and And he said that Paul let him use his 3-wood, and so he must have been extremely accommodating. We know Paul's a sports fan. He's been photographed at
lots of games.
And I told you Chad Lewis was in the suite next to him when the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona, and Chad shared the picture with me of him and Paul. So that is a topper. And I talked to Jay Drew about it, and he worked for Desert News, covers golf. And he said, boy, that really tops my story. And he's a pretty good story, that he was at the U.S. Open in 2019, and he was going to get on a shuttle to go from the clubhouse area, I guess, or media area, over to the 10th tee, which apparently at Pebble Beach is a decent hike. And he goes to get on the shuttle. The guy says the shuttle's just for players. Well, Fowler's there, and Fowler was the only one apparently. And Fowler says, no, he can come on. So he rides over with Fowler, which is a cool story.
That is a cool story. I wouldn't mind hopping on a golf cart with Ricky Fowler at a U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Sweet.
They're not going to have the Century in Maui anymore. But we went over there a couple years back, and my wife actually she's got a crush on Fowler, and she walked several holes and talked with his parents. They were talking about pickleball and all sorts of things. They were just
Your wife and pickleball.
They were having a legitimate conversation, a leisurely conversation as you're walking holes there at Kapalua. So that's a cool story. And then afterwards, she got her picture taken with Ricky, and that's a cool story.
Nice.
But man, my goodness, this tops them all. I mean, I've got Frank Layden and some other guys, but nothing to the level of this.
Listener says he gets paired up with Paul McCartney for a few finishing holes golfing in Orlando several years ago. What is your best story? And we got a lot of people, and there's some decent stories here. I don't think they're Paul McCartney level, but they're pretty good. Brady, John Stockton and Fred Roberts were at a movie theater in Provo. They said hello and talked to us. John was really nice to us. We were only in the 8th grade, and it made our day.
It had to be the younger John Stockton.
He's with Fred Roberts, so I'm assuming Fred's on the team. So, yeah, I would think younger John Stockton. It's older John Stockton.
No, because I got a story that is exactly the most complimentary towards John.
Elevator Hotel, San Francisco. Yeah.
But that was when he was a different person. Now he's...
That was mid-'90s or late 90s?
Yeah.
But see, Fred Roberts on the team. Now we're back into the mid-'80s.
Mm-hmm. I've seen Fred recently twice. I saw him at Wasatch, and then I saw him at Red Iguana.
Were you eating breakfast on the deck up there, or were you golfing?
It was a golf. He was walking in, or I was walking out, vice versa. Yeah. And then he came in, I think he'd pick up some food at Red Iguana, and we were waiting for a table.
More golfing stories. Caleb said, I was golfing with my dad, and I looked back, and there was Dennis Pitta.
All right, Dennis Pitta, my guy, our guy.
Hey, College Football Hall of Fame nominee Dennis Pitta.
There you go.
Yesterday.
Dennis Pitta, sure.
We've been golfing and looked over and it's like, is that a BYU football player over there? It's got to be.
It's Brian Keel.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you took the cart and raced over there. What's up?
Yeah.
And then he hit a ball 300 yards, and then we went back to what we were doing. Caleb has another brush with greatness. So he was once at a Jimmy John's with Big T Thurl Bailey.
Oh, Thurl is everybody has a Thurl.
Everybody has a Thurl story.
I was going to say he's got to be the most ubiquitous of the bunch.
He's about as accessible as could possibly be. I've golfed with Thurl. I saw one time at Jordan Commons Theater. He was off in the distance, and he was walking out, and I saw somebody recognize him from behind, and the guy sprinted over to be able to say hello to Thurl before Thurl got out of the building.
5 years of doing pre-half and post at Jazz games with Big T and with Pace. And without fail, Pace and I, after the pregame show ended, would get up. We would go either to our seats or to concessions to grab something or go to the bathroom, whatever. And Thurl would stay behind the desk signing autographs. People would bring a lot of stuff. I remember he signed a lot of promotional stuff because he did the movie Play Goliath. And there was a lot of promotional stuff with that. People would always have posters and stuff. But basketball cards and, whatever else too.
Yeah.
Headbands, clothing.
If you don't have your picture or autograph from Thurl, it's because you don't want it.
Yeah. I wish there was some kind of odometer on all the interactions people had with Big T and with Jeff Hornacek. Because gazillions.
Those are common guys in a sense, and I mean that in a complimentary way.
Right.
They don't think of themselves.
They're not going to big time. There's no way either one of those guys is going to big time.
They happen to play hoop, but outside of that.
Jeff said once, I was asking him about the interactions, and he goes, he says, I don't know why people handle it the other way. This is the easiest way to handle it. Everybody thinks I'm doing it for them. It's the easiest for me. He said, in Phoenix, if you don't have my autograph, it's because you don't want it. I've been down there a million times, and people just come up and whatever. Just, yeah, sure.
Well, he lives there.
Yeah. But in his playing days, he said he signed so many autographs his first 2 or 3 years.
When he was playing?
Yeah. The conversation was he signed so many autographs the first 2 or 3 years he was there. He didn't have to sign them year 5 because by then, if you had it, if you wanted it, you already had it.
Yeah, Hornacek is a dream guy.
Yep.
No doubt about it. He's a great guy.
Okay, so now Brian put himself in an environment where you're going to have more brushes with greatness, but this is still pretty cool. He says, when I was coaching in the TBT basketball tournament with Marshall alumni, we're in the finals in Philly. I got into an elevator, and there was Alfonso Ellis.
LaFonso.
Yes, he said Alfonso.
I was going to say, pretty sure it's LaFonso, but okay.
Oh, when you said Alfonso, I thought the guy who was the dancer dude with... what's the guy who got smacked in the face by Chris Rock? Will Smith.
Oh.
That TV show.
You mean Will Smith who punched?
Will Smith, yeah.
Yeah, that TV show where
Will hit Chris.
Oh, yeah.
What's the name of the TV show?
You're talking about Alfonso Ribeiro.
Yeah.
From Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah,
Alfonso.
And he does that dance.
Yeah, but Alfonso, LaFonso.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
No. When we say Alfonso, you're like, Ribeiro? Okay, yeah.
Brian said, hey, Denver Nuggets. And he said that Ellis is like, wow, nobody said that in years, because now he's been doing a lot of college basketball. People are talking to him about college basketball all the time. You know, what do you think about
Right,
team
he's
and
always
all that kind of stuff. And so people aren't really bringing up the Nuggets thing. And he said, well, I was stationed in Colorado when you played there. He was in the Army.
Oh.
So, and then he coached against them the next night, and they won the championship. Ellis's team won the championship. He says about an hour later, I ran into Fran Fraschilla at our practice. That was a great experience.
Fraschella's another very
when you're at
guy.
when you're at the basketball tournament and you're in the final, there's going to be more people to bump into. You're giving yourself a pretty good chance there.
I have to myself. I can't claim brushes with athletes. I have too much access to
Yeah, right.
So
I get it.
really
It doesn't count. Yeah. Fran Fraschilla was super nice. I ran into him at an NCAA tournament in the hotel lobby. Again, doesn't really count. But it was when Travis Hansen was playing. And he said, who are you here covering? And I said, well, we're from Utah. We're here covering BYU. And he goes, what's the kid with the platinum hair? He's got some street in his game. I like that kid. He got all fired up about Travis.
He does, and he did.
Yeah. Here's a good one. We'll end on this one. Steve, my buddies and I worked on Redford's Ranch in the late 70s. We were getting ready to hydro seed, and John Havlicek and his wife were walking up the road from the guest house. We also ate lunch next to Gail Goodrich and his family down at the Sundance Lodge, but we didn't know who they were until our boss told us afterward.
Gail Goodrich?
Gail Goodrich.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Might be unassuming. I know a guy who worked for years at Pelican Hills. Now, Pelican Hills is a golf course, hillside in Newport Beach. And obviously it's got ocean views. And he told me there's celebrities galore were there. Saw him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And because he was a marshal there. He now works at one of the St. George courses. He's retired. And he told me, and so I said, well, give me some stories. So he gave me a few. And he said the nicest guy that he ever encountered working there for many years was Bruce Willis.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting.
And obviously Bruce Willis has had a ton of
health issues, big time. Yeah.
It's sad.
But that is sad. But it is also really cool because there was a time that Bruce Willis, I mean, he was about as big as it got. His action movies came out, and people flocked to the theater, and he got paid big money, and people spent big money, and
absolutely.
He was right in the middle of the Hollywood machine. Even now, it's 30-plus years, maybe almost 40 years. Die Hard, is it a Christmas movie? And we can all quote Bruce Willis lines.
He loved Bruce Willis.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, we'll take a break. When we come back, Greg Wyshynski joins us, senior NHL writer at ESPN. Get his take on Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. The team that knocked Utah out is 3 wins away from the title. We'll talk with Greg about that. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, we still got a couple weeks before it's officially summer, but it's June, school's out. Yeah, Memorial Day in the rear view, so it is summer. And what do you see for the rest of your summer as we just get started here? We know it's going to go by quick, that's for sure. It's sort of a metaphor for life. Everything goes by quick. And what do you see for your life as it goes by quick? Well, there's going to be a time you want to retire. You got a plan right now. So that's why I'm telling you about the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. Because what you're going to get is you're going to get a true team. You're not going to just get one person. You're going to get the whole company. And you're going to get people who want to serve you. They want to collaborate with you to fine-tune your investments and to be able to weather the turbulence, because the market shifts. It seems like it's all the time. Up, down, back up again. You never know what to do if you're like me and you're an amateur. Get with some professionals. You want a wealth plan that's going to fit you, not the other way around. You can get that with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. They're going to take the time to listen to what you have to say, get to know you, offer that personal service that's going to make you feel comfortable with them for sure, because that's the number one thing they want, right? They want you to be comfortable. They want you to be happy. It doesn't make any sense not to have it that way. Obviously, the more money you make, the more money they make. Give them a call, even if it's just for a second opinion. See if they can fine-tune it, because that second opinion could be worth a lot. And the initial consultation, it's not going to cost you anything. It's going to be for free, so you've got nothing to lose. The phone number to set it up is 1-855-TRAJAN-1, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. I met with them at their offices in Draper, conveniently located to where I live. You live up north, no problem. They got offices up there. They'll come up and meet you in Farmington, and you can get a lot of information literally available immediately. And that's the website. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Now, you may be ready for summer, but the question today is, are your lawn and garden areas ready for summer, for the long, dry, hot summertime? To make sure that they are ready, you need a good foundation, and that starts with good soil blends. Greg, you've got them all here at Replenish.
Yes, it's in the soil where it all takes place. That's where you're going to get good nutrients for your plants. We have a topsoil compost blend, which is phenomenal, and also a Ute-like garden mix. Both of them are used by the best landscapers in the valley.
It's also, Mike, going to help hold the moisture that you do get, either from Mother Nature or you put down yourself.
It does, yeah. It's got compost in it, and that will help retain that moisture. We have it in bulk or bag. You can come pick it up, or we can deliver it as well.
Come by and see them here at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call, 801-262-5142. It's good stuff.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BJ and PK, it's time to welcome Greg Wyshynski back to the show, senior NHL writer at ESPN. Greg, good morning.
Good morning. Greetings from Raleighwood here in North Carolina. It's a glamorous place. I know that the other city in this series gets a lot of shine for being glamorous, but let me tell you what, Raleigh, North Carolina, baby. That's the glitz and glamour in this series.
Well, we know when they wanted to go big time, Andy and Barney would go into Raleigh, and they'd party.
There you go. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. I've been thinking a lot about Mayberry lately because of the death of Ted Turner and the fact that the Andy Griffith Show when I was a kid would start at like 6:05 on Turner Broadcasting System. And the reason he did that is because he didn't want people flipping around the channel. So I've been thinking a lot about Andy and Barney lately, actually.
And Barney had to watch out because they say nothing good happens after midnight. I think for Barney, a lot of times nothing good happened when he went to Raleigh.
Well, a lot of good stuff happened for the Golden Knights last night when they went to Raleigh. Let me tell you that.
I would say a lot of good stuff happened to you. I'm sure you've covered good games, bad games, and mediocre games. That was pretty wild. Literally from the opening minute. And the thing that shocked me is these two teams defensively have been awesome. The last two series, I think Vegas given up 2 goals a game, and Carolina's given up less than that while going 12-1 in the Eastern playoffs. And then 9 goals? I mean, what the heck happened? Yeah. I mean, obviously there are a couple of really bad giveaways that you can't say, well, that's on the defense because the giveaways were horrific. But nonetheless, there were some major mistakes.
It's a combination of two things. I mean, I asked Seth Jarvis of the Hurricanes that question last night, like, did you expect there to be this much scoring? And he said, look, man, this is like 2 really good, deep offensive teams. Like we know what Vegas has, where they've got guys like Thomas Hertl and Mark Stone playing on their third line. But, Carolina was the best offensive team Rod Brindamore ever coached this season insofar as their offensive depth. So it was there on both sides to have this kind of game. But that being said, I think a lot of people expected game 1 at the very least to be a bit more of a chess match. And I think you had the other part of the equation last night, which is that the Golden Knights forecheck and pressure really rattled Carolina into making some regrettable mistakes all over the ice. And on the other side, as much as obviously Freddie Anderson had a rough go of it, giving up 5 goals, I thought Carter Hart was a sieve last night. Like, I was very unimpressed with the game that he had. And there were some goals that he let by that he probably should have stopped. So all those things combined for it to be an incredibly high-scoring game 1, which, for those of you who wager out there, beat the over in the second period, which is not something that you'd expect between these two teams.
Yeah, that's funny when you say that in the second period. You look at now obviously we've been following Vegas very closely because that's going to be forever and ever the Mammoth's first playoff opponent. And, it was a tight series. It was fun. The last game got away a little bit, but, they were actually up in the series for a bit. And so we kind of think, oh, well, the Mammoth, man, they're going to end up giving them the best round or series. We'll see how it plays out. But Vegas, to me, with the coaching change, with just a few weeks to go, I'm wondering, how did they catch this lightning in a bottle like this?
So that's a great point, which is that it is lightning in a bottle, and I think that the Utah series might have been when they were the most vulnerable. Tortorella comes in with, what was it, like 8 games left in the season, and he takes over, he puts in his system. They're still learning it. They're still learning about each other. Carter Hart, I think, like I said, he had a rough ride last night, but his round 1 was his worst round. He's gotten progressively better as the playoffs have gone on. Torts came in at a time when things were starting to kind of trend in the right direction a little bit for Vegas, especially from a health perspective. The return of William Karlsson, their lineup, a guy that was one of the original Golden Misfits back when they were an expansion team, really kind of resets their lineup in a pretty great way. It allows Mitch Marner to play on the wing. Karlsson's a great two-way center. It really allowed them to sort of reset their lineup in the way that it should be. And so they're getting healthier. They're playing a little bit better. Torts comes in. He gives them the kick in the rear that they need to kind of focus on their details and play aggressive hockey. And again, like Utah caught them at the right time. I think the first round was when they were most vulnerable, but then you see what they did against Anaheim. And then obviously, You see what they did against, half of Colorado, because the other half should have been in a hospital bed during that series with how many injuries they had. And then we see last night the trend continues.
There's a part of me that looks at this and thinks, well, Utah was basically in the middle of the standings in the regular season, and they didn't have any playoff experience. They got knocked out in the first round. There's clearly a tier of teams in the West that are better than them, and it's a long road to go. But then you watch what Vegas is doing, and you're thinking, how big is the gap given the random nature of the sport and the playoffs? We've seen hot teams before. Like, how far away are the Mammoth? I'm trying to read this.
Well, there is a gap, and I think one of the things that you heard from people after watching that Vegas series from around the NHL is, the size differential between Vegas and Utah and Vegas, some other teams in the West. I mean, if there's a trend in the NHL, it's this big physical team. Florida winning back-to-back cups with the way that they played, Vegas playing the way that they play with a bit of size and skill. And so, that's one thing that maybe Utah should take away from that series, is just to kind of maybe get a little bit bigger. But the other thing that's really interesting about Utah right now, and if you want to use Vegas as the proxy for this, Vegas has built this team not through the draft and not through prospects, but by trading away all of those things to get elite players that are in their prime. And, one of the things that Bill Armstrong's going to have to kind of figure out is how much of this deep prospect pool will eventually bubble up to be on the Mammoth roster, and how much of it could he then turn around and trade to upgrade parts of his roster in the way that Vegas has been aggressive, and in some ways in the way that Carolina has been aggressive too in making some of those deals. So they're blessed with a lot of really good players down, in the minor leagues and college and Canadian junior. They're just going to have to start to figure out whether they're going to let these guys ripen and be part of the team at a low contract cost, or turn them around into higher priced veteran players.
Of all the playoff sports that we have, the most fickle thing in terms of momentum, I think, is found in hockey. Get your opinion on it. We talk about momentum, but momentum can change so quickly in hockey. Is there really such a thing as momentum?
I think there is. And John Tortorella actually mentioned that in his press conference last night. Yeah, the idea that, and I think in his case, momentum is like, let's take care of these guys before they figure out what they did wrong. Carolina's a good hockey team. I mean, they were 12-1 in the Eastern Conference. They got out to that 2-0 lead last night. You could tell that they were rattled. You could tell that they were off their details, and there are things that they can clean up. And I think what Tortorella is saying is, momentum is on our side in the sense that we have a 1-0 lead. If we take a 2-0 lead back to Vegas, chances are we're going to win this series. But, now Carolina is going to have to really kind of dig in a little bit and figure out what was so magical about their run in the East, and can they replicate some of those things in this series against what is easily the best opponent that they've played. But again, like you said, I mean, momentum is a tricky thing in the NHL because, it could carry you through a few games in a series, or it's something that a goaltender could stop with one great night. It's always a tricky thing to measure when you're in the playoffs.
And I would have thought that Carolina was doing exactly what they wanted. They just didn't allow Montreal to get that many shots off, and they held Vegas to 4 shots in the first period. So in a way, I think they have momentum. But does that come back to where you talk about big physical defense, gave them problems, they lost the puck in some really bad spots, and that's why the momentum flips so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, the game plan last night for Vegas was pressure them on the puck as much as you can, hit them as much as you can in their own zone, disrupt the way they break out of their zone. And they weren't doing that in the first 10 or 11 minutes of the game. And then John Tortorella kind of went up and down the bench and in a quite animated way gave his guys a refresher on what they should be doing in the game. And then, like you said, I mean, Carolina was definitely doing Carolina things in the first period insofar as the restriction on shots on goal. But then you look in the second period and all of a sudden, Vegas had crept within like 2 shots of Carolina for the game. And so things definitely turned as the game went on, and Carolina was unable to do the things that they usually do to dominate while Vegas exerted their will. And so it's going to be on Carolina to either figure out how to get back to that puck control, spend all game in the other team's zone kind of hockey, or they're going to have to figure out something tactically to not get rattled when Vegas is doing that to them.
I look at Carter Hart, and he's been something that people have pointed to as stabilizing Vegas as the season went on, right? And as I'm watching it, and then boom, the goal right off the bat, and then later on, I'm thinking this isn't one of his better games compared to what we've seen. But yet, after they take the lead, he gets that incredible save where he gets the glove on it and flips it up in the air. And I kind of thought, well, it wasn't his best game, but when he had to have it, he had it, right?
Yeah. And my mantra for the playoffs and goaltending is always like, you don't have to steal a series for me. You just have to not lose it for me, and so, there were moments last night where I thought Hart kept the Hurricanes in the game with some of the pucks he didn't stop. That one shot from Gostisbehere that went through a Vegas player's legs, that's almost an unscreened shot that he obviously should stop, and it nearly cost him the third period. But then he comes back and has that amazing save, obviously, on Jarvis later in the period when they needed it. And, beyond that, Mitch Marner with an incredible block with his skate in the waning minutes of the game to maybe prevent a goal. So you're right. I mean, essentially, the performance wasn't great. If you look at the analytics, he demonstrably had a worse game than Freddie Anderson, who I think his defense really let him down more than anything else. But he came away with the W, and he made the stops at the right time that they needed.
What adjustments do you expect in Game 2 from either team, or is it simply with Carolina more poise on the puck and Vegas just keep doing what you're doing, or are there going to be some wrinkles?
Yeah, I wonder if Carolina is going to tweak their breakouts a little bit, just try to change some things up tactically, because I think the Golden Knights have them game planned pretty good right now. Like I said, there are some things that are just going to get cleaned up naturally insofar as the nerves aren't going to be there. Maybe some of these guys aren't going to play as average games as they played in Game 1, knowing that the stakes are now even higher with the Golden Knights leading 1-0 in this series. I think the pickle for Carolina right now is there's one part of their team that's really not working, and that's their top line with Andrei Svechnikov, Sebastian Aho, and Seth Jarvis. They've been able to get away with that for 3 rounds, basically, because of how good the rest of the team is playing. But, last night, that outside of that one shift in the third where Hart makes that great save, they were a complete non-factor, and in fact were ineffective, giving up the puck after a minute and less than a minute in the zone and turning the puck over. I mean, they were really bad. And the problem for them is there's really kind of no way to fix that line with breaking it up, because you don't want to mess with your checking line. You don't want to mess with Taylor Hall's line, because those have been great. And so those 3 have to kind of figure it out. And Rod Brindamore said last night, you need your top guys to hit the scoreboard. It's not good enough to be putting shots on goal or whatever. You need results, and that line has not gotten results for 4 rounds now.
You look at one of the stats you had in your story, 75%. You win, you go on here. So are you favoring Vegas? You still think it's see what happens?
I still think it's see what happens. I mean, I picked Carolina in 6. Not feeling great about it after Game 1, if we're being honest. But but I'll stick with it. I covered Carolina for the last 2 rounds. I think they've shown a lot of resiliency. I mean, don't forget they lost Game 1 of the Montreal series in the conference final pretty spectacularly. And that was one where you're like, oh my God, is this a fraud, or are we watching a team that is going to see their fortunes change? I still think they did enough last night in a positive way that it encourages you. They can figure some things out. I love the way that they battled back in that game and, knotted up the score a bunch of times. But this is a different, they talked about it before the series that this is going to be a different challenge. And Jarvis said it last night. It's the Stanley Cup final. It should be your toughest series. And it clearly is. And they're going to have to really adjust to, depth of talent on the Golden Knights side, and also just how they can really disrupt what you do with that Tortorella system and the way that they pressure the puck.
It's interesting you say it's clearly the toughest series, because if you look at the regular season results, I mean, the East was so good with 5 teams over 100 points. And Vegas, I don't even know if they knew they were getting in the playoffs a month before the playoffs started. But here we are. You just think it's hands down. This is the Carolina's biggest test.
It is, and here's the thing: like, there's a lot of people in the West that didn't watch the Hurricanes at all in the playoffs that really think they got an easy ride, and I'm like, no, man. Like, that Ottawa team in the first round, people thought they could be a dark horse in the East, and Carolina swept them. And then the Flyers aren't great, but they had the league's hottest goalie at the time, and they got swept. And then Montreal comes hopping in, and they're on fire. They won 2 consecutive 7-game series. And after a bad first game that came after the longest layoff between 2 rounds the NHL has seen in 107 years, so they're a little rusty. Carolina kicked their teeth in for 4 games. So, like, I still am hopeful that we're going to see a bounce back here and have a good long series between these 2 teams, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's been some brevity in these playoffs insofar as the series go. But last night was discouraging. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, the depth and the aggressiveness of that Golden Knights team and the swagger with which they play, I think, were things that Carolina maybe wasn't prepared for.
When I think of where you're at in the country, I think of college basketball and probably auto racing. I'm wondering, what's the level of buzz over this series? Is it just taking over?
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, this is a place where they had a moment of silence before one of the games for Bush, and then they had, the arena is literally on the NC State campus here in Raleigh. The buzz is interesting because, like, I think when you go through some of these neighborhoods and you're visiting businesses, it doesn't feel like it does in some towns where it's inescapable, when you see flags all over the place and people in jerseys and stuff. But then, like, once you get to the arena, it feels like you're in the greatest hockey town ever. I mean, everybody gets there early to tailgate. People love this team. The arena is loud. You could probably count on one hand the number of Golden Knights fans that were in the building last night, which isn't often the case when you have a Stanley Cup final. You usually have people spending thousands of dollars to get into these games, but it wasn't the case last night. So I like this market a lot, and it, there's a certain amount of like sentimentality I have towards Rod Brindamore and this team. I mean, he's coached here for 15 years as an assistant and as a head coach, and that was after winning a Stanley Cup as a player in Carolina. Like, I think there's some stat where, like, there's only been 2 playoff wins that this franchise has had that he hasn't been a part of. Like, it's crazy. So, there's a connection between this coach and the community, a connection between this team, the community, and it's definitely on display on a game night here.
And yet, you're going to get out of town just as it hits 90, and you're going to fly to Vegas, and it's going to be 105 degrees or whatever. So you say the sentimentality, but
listen, I live in Brooklyn. Summer in New York is lovely, but it's also like walking through a waterfall as far as the humidity goes. So, like, I have never had an issue with the dry heat in Vegas. Like, it feels like a sauna to me. Like, it feels so nice. And so I'm a big Vegas guy to begin with. Like, I've always kind of, like, connected with that town for whatever reason. It's been kind of a fun thing to have it be such a part of my life, because the Golden Knights made the conference final in 5 of their 9 years of existence. And again, you talk about the environment here. I mean, as you guys know, the environment in Vegas for those games is just tremendous. So I'm looking forward to games 3 and 4 at the very least. Who knows how many we'll have after that, but we know there's at least 2 in Vegas coming up.
I'm looking, Greg, at a list from people from Matawan, New Jersey, and you're right there in terms of fame. Maybe Jim Jeffcoat. Do you remember him?
Jim Jeffcoat, yeah. Jim
Dallas
Jeffcoat
Cowboys,
is
Arizona State.
Yeah, and I believe they count Sonny from WWE back in the Attitude Era as being part of Matawan, I think, last time I checked. Yeah, no, now here's the thing, though. I got an email from my old high school last year that said I had been nominated for my high school's Hall of Fame.
Nice.
And I had to put all this stuff together. It took a while. I think I might have missed a deadline, but I sent it in. I never heard back. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not that prominent at the end of the day.
I think you are. My high school doesn't even know I'm alive, so.
Well, if you get in, man, my best man at my wedding got into the West Deptford, New Jersey, his high school Hall of Fame, and
you go.
Yeah, so I mean, he's a big soccer coach.
I assume that it's like baseball. There's a big room with plaques, and people walk around, silently in awe of the greatness of the alumni of Matawan Regional High School. But I mean, they never wrote back, unless it's in my spam folder somewhere. They never wrote back. So who knows?
Well, Greg, we appreciate the time and enjoy the series and enjoy Vegas.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
All right. Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN. And what great state is he from, PK?
Jersey, man. And he has a thing for Vegas? Yeah, because you're from Jersey.
I've connected with that town for whatever reason. Probably the food and the Osmond shows would be my guess. There's an outside chance it's the gambling, possibly, theoretically.
I saw Donnie Marie at their show.
Is there more access to golf in Vegas than in Jersey? I mean, there's a lot of people in Jersey that like L.A., not a lot of courses, hard to get on.
Vegas golf is so dang expensive.
Yeah, everything in Vegas. It used to be Vegas was cheap because they wanted to get you there, and they got over that now, everything.
There's one course in Vegas, and I don't know why, but in their computer system, they have me as a resident. So they give me the resident rate.
All right. Guess where you play?
Can you make a tea time for me?
And when in doubt, I have my wife go in, and she has a better chance of sweet-talking them into that we're residences. Yep. But Mesquite will give you the St. George people the Nevada resident if you say you're from St. George. We found that out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because obviously they draw a lot of people.
As a local.
Yeah, I mean, they probably draw as many people from Utah as they do from Nevada.
Sure.
I mean,
they basically sit halfway between St. George and Vegas, so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of courses there.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, it's Win Tickets Wednesday. We got tickets to see Britt Floyd in concert at the Maverick Center Saturday. We'll give them away on the other side of this break. Jerry Brenham, Houston Cougars football sideline reporter and host on ESPN 97.5 in Houston, will join us at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got heavy delays southbound I-15 due to a crash just past the Kaysville Ponds area. Otherwise, got typical delays on northbound I-15 between Provo and downtown, around the point of the mountains, south interchange and the like, bringing the commute to about an hour to go between those 2 points. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention commercial property managers, GoPave Utah handles seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Protect your asphalt before winter damage hits. Schedule today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams a win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party. Presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony. Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select grill or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We don't need no education. We don't need no.
It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll win a pair of tickets to see Britt Floyd in concert at the Maverick Center Saturday. It's this Saturday. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE.
June 6th?
Yes, you're right. You are correct.
Football's going to be here before you friggin' know it, man. I just got my approval. Somebody in the company obviously credentialed me for the Big 12 media.
Lloyd was working on that Friday. I bet it was Lloyd.
I got approved.
Nice. Go get him.
Me and Barry Trammell, the geezers. Oh, I don't have the white hair. He sticks out.
Yeah.
Like the proverbial sore thumb. At the Star in Dallas, or a little north of Dallas, Frisco, but it's where the Cowboys do their stuff. They got a 12,000-seat stadium there.
Question of the morning. All about tonight in the NBA Finals, Game 1. How can any right-thinking Utah Jazz fan root for the Spurs to win another NBA championship?
Can't do it. No can do.
Mensch at Supermensch. I'll take the Spurs winning 100 times out of 100 rather than watch that human pustule and stain on humanity James Dolan hold up the O'Brien Trophy. Sounds pretty personal with the owner there.
They did it in spite of him, not because of him.
There are the old George Steinbrenner theory has been recycled. That Steinbrenner went away from the Yankees and was always there urging them and always trading away the future for the present, which was never good enough, and Steinbrenner got suspended. And that's when they held on to all their young guys and built the core that won 3 titles in a row and 4 out of 5. And Dolan is responsible for a lot of entertainment here in Utah. A lot of Utahns have gone to the Sphere, and he spent a couple of years building that, and the theory is he was distracted, and that's why the Knicks stopped doing nonsensical stuff and painting themselves into salary cap corners.
Okay, well.
So to your point, despite him.
I look at the product on the floor, and it's pretty good. I look, to me, my NBA is all viewed in the prism of the Jazz. That's what I'm paid for.
Totally get that.
And so having the Spurs win so young, so early, it scares me. Now, I want to see how New York guards him. There was talk, I was listening on the NBA Network this morning to try to get some stuff, and they were talking about, it's a very limited sample, but Robinson gave Wembanyama some trouble in that NBA Cup, and then when they played once in New York, we'll see if that matters, if that's something that can work to New York's advantage. And I would be, in a sense, if the Spurs do win, it's like, all right, Jazz, there's your obstacle. How are you going to beat them? And you're going to throw out a bunch of tall dudes, assuming Kessler's going to resign. Right now, if I'm betting, Kessler resigns and they draft Darren Peterson. I think
that's the most probable.
I think they have
come to terms with
and they're fine with it.
Right. Yeah.
He has the potential to be a major player.
The price to move up to get AJ. Well, first off, they figured the Wizards want AJ. There's that. And then the price to move up to get him is going to be exorbitant, and so they don't want to pay that. And so drafting Peterson at 2.
And
something could happen. You're not reporting
right,
this.
and this is today.
Right, it's
today.
today.
We still got 3 weeks to go.
Sure. And people get to change their mind.
Yeah.
New info.
I think they're fine with drafting Peterson. Everyone loves his talent, so that's not breaking news.
When Austin was on with us a while ago, he was saying, looking forward to getting the health reports on players. And he said it generically, but what? I mean, he wants to see everybody. They're going to pour over everybody. But who do you think he really wants to see?
Yeah, I think.
Who does he have the most questions about?
I think they would do their research probably on like 5 to 7 guys, knowing that, once you get a little lower, there's probably not going to happen. But who knows? Somebody could offer you some outrageous deal that puts you in that position, so you have to be prepared for that. It's like when you do a talk, you prepare. I've had to do 20-minute talks. Well, you prepare for 45 to an hour. You don't use it all, but you're still prepared for it. So you're ready to go. You don't want to be left short. That's what they're doing, and they're not going to use it all, obviously, and it's going to come down to who does the Wizards take, and maybe the Wizards come off of Devonsa because there's still time to go. I don't have any sources in Washington. I could probably call somebody, but see what happens here. And I think that the Jazz right now sign Kessler, re-sign Kessler, and get Peterson in there and go with Markkanen and Jackson and George and Bailey, and then we'll figure out what other moves they make and which of those young dudes can be in the rotation, or younger guys, I should say, and away we go. And now you've got a measuring stick. You probably have it either way with the Spurs, but certainly if they win it in dominant fashion, well, I mean, you're going to have to roll up the sleeve type of thing there and shoot for that. And, I don't think that they're going to be beating the Spurs in the playoffs in the 27 season, but let's see what happens down the line. I don't think it's unreasonable. And maybe it's just because I want it. I want it to be. And I tend to do this. I tend to overestimate the locals a little bit, but what the Jazz can put out there has got me really excited to see what can develop. What are the possibilities?
I get why you say I don't think they're going to beat them in 27. But last year, at this point, when the Thunder were winning games but hadn't won the title yet, there was a whole thought, well, if they get this, they're so young, they could go on this huge roll. And a year later, a young team on its way up, coming together very quickly, beats them. So I wouldn't sit here and pick the Jazz to beat it either, but given the current era of the NBA we're in, and given your constant admonishments, probably with at least a kernel of truth to them, that I shouldn't worry so much about history, the rules have changed on the court, and the rules have changed off the court with a cap. It's just harder to keep teams together, and it's harder to, there's going to be 8 champions in 8 years. And part of it is the fickle nature of the three. You can analyze and logic everything out and space the floor, but sometimes it doesn't go in. And also, we're seeing more injuries than ever. Sometimes you don't have your team together, which to a degree the Thunder didn't have, and to a degree the Denver Nuggets had a problem with that along the way here. We thought when they won, they had a chance to win more. It didn't seem to be any reason they couldn't, but they didn't. There was some thought that Giannis and the Bucks might get a second one. They're going to be in the mix.
We always think that.
I know. So I wouldn't sit here and say no guarantees on what's going to happen next year. This year alone, the Thunder were supposed to be set up to get a second one. They have a little bad luck. The Spurs come along. I know. I totally agree. And the injuries were all over these playoffs. It wasn't just the Thunder who have them. When you have them, who you're playing, which guy is it? Is it short run or long? The Spurs had some injuries, but they got their guy back. And then Fox hit some shots.
Sure. And they can say, well, wait a second, we had injury too. I understand that.
Right, but they got him back.
They got him back in time, and Williams never came back, and then Mitchell goes down.
Yep.
And then you're out. And, you don't want to put too much stock in role players, but, role players matter. The Bulls won titles on role players hitting huge shots. So and Robert Horry made a legendary career hitting big shots.
And no role players went with SGA in Game 7. He had a fantastic Game 7, but they just didn't have the second or third scorer, somebody chipping in 18, 21, or whatever. They didn't have it.
Jordan used to call it his supporting cast. I can remember in his finals when he won in 1991, which is approximately, 35 years ago?
Exactly 35 years ago.
I know. That's amazing to me. and I was there covering it, a younger guy, obviously, and I wrote a whole piece for the Daily Breeze on his supporting cast. Mm-hmm. And those guys matter. And, of course, with Jordan's talent, everyone was a supporting cast. Even if you were a Hall of Famer, Pippen was a supporting cast, which I think got under his skin, but nevertheless he was. Instead of relishing it, and we saw you were watching the dance, you said was whatever episode they were showing. Obviously, that was something that to this day bugs him. But not everybody can be the star, and because Jordan's star shines so brightly, Pippen's was dulled a little bit. But those are first world problems. I want to get to, let's see what the Spurs do, and then get the Jazz against them, and see how the Spurs react to all this length that they're going to have. And if you get Darren Peterson, I believe you can get a premier shot maker. And wow, I 50?
50 what?
50.
50
wins.
Oh. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's in play. That should absolutely be
that's
discussed.
A major jump.
That should be a goal. I totally agree.
But you're adding.
You've been
two major pieces.
Kessler's out all year injured. Jackson comes in midseason, but only plays 2 games, and you're hiding Markkanen. That's a lot of height and a lot of size in a sport where it matters.
I know.
It's so.
And Bailey's got height and length and all that. And he's on the come. He's what is he? 35%, 40% maybe of what he can become. And what can Keontae do to follow up an outstanding season? And just his body language, the way he was out there thinking, hey, I belong. I'm a man here. This is my place. I'm as good as whomever. You just see it in his eyes and the way he's been carrying himself. And that I see no reason why that subsides.
maybe it doesn't manifest itself to the level that it did because the team will be better and he might not have as many opportunities, but I don't care about stats. I care about winning.
That'd be the best possible scenario is the one you're describing right now. If he doesn't care about the stats, he cares about just be efficient with the shots you get.
Right.
If the FGAs are down, so what? If
you'll have an opportunity. You're going to be a player. You're not going to be some dude who's coming off the bench and can't do anything. And plus, if I get Peterson, well, that lights a fire under the guy too, man. Hey, over here, man. We sent you back, and you brought us back somebody who's after your position.
But also, thanks to positionless basketball, you don't have to get all petty. Just be really good and play the two of you together.
Right, but
Markkanen can play more minutes at the 4, backing up Jackson. Maybe Jackson's playing a few more at the 5, not a lot, but some. Maybe Ace Bailey's playing more 3, and you guys are out there together. I mean, there's lots of possibilities. But I get it. They are similar. There's a resemblance to their game. Their size. Who needs the ball? Who needs the shots? I mean, we can see all that playing out. But at the same time, if you're both really good, okay.
Yeah, that's
you
a
can
great
figure that
problem
out.
to have.
Yeah, you can figure that out, and you can figure it out pretty quickly.
Will Hardy to make that sure that everything meshes. I'm so excited at the opportunity to bring Darren Peterson in here and be a part of this team because I think Darren Peterson's game. I talked about how George may be, or Ace Bailey may be 35, 40%. Well, obviously at the pro level, Darren Peterson is 0% because he hasn't played. But what he can become to what he is right now, I think that there is a quantum leap there. And maybe I'm going way over the top on this, but I think he can be a premier player as a wing guy in this league in 3 to 5 years.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 slow going from the West Davis corridor, merge all the way to 2600 South and Woods Cross due to the morning's residual delays after an accident earlier. It'll clear up for a bit before getting slow again at the North Interchange until the 900 West exit. You try to get into Rose Park in downtown Salt Lake City. Also be aware, northbound I-15, there's been some slowing in Linden as there's an accident over on the right shoulder. And then obviously be aware of anything going around the point of the mountain as well. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence. We move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Katz right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at KSLSports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is game one tonight. You want the Spurs beaten. No reason to create a beast in the West.
Well, I do have a little bias in my New York Knick background. It's not like I'm a hardcore Knick suffer.
Yeah, but you got warm feelings from when you were 9 or 10 or 11 or whatever you were running around.
I do. Yeah. I do. I mean, Walt Frazier was where it's at when I was a kid. Even then, when you're 10 years old, you don't know what cool is, but I knew he had it.
The secret weapon tonight, OG Anunoby. Now, there are multiple stories. I don't know who to credit for digging up these stats, but if you dive into the analytics, I'm at dailyknicks.com right now, because why wouldn't I be? That nobody has had more success defending Wemby if they've matched up with him on 100 possessions. You know, they break it down possession by possession, who's guarding Wemby. And nobody's had more success. So is that some kind of secret weapon? And the thing is, you don't have to lock a guy down. So don't even get into that discussion. Nobody can stop him. You don't have to stop him. But if he goes for 40, you're in trouble. You know, if he goes for 25, maybe you got a chance. So really, it's about if you could just impact a couple possessions a quarter, that might be the edge in beating them. And that's, I think, what they should be hoping for.
No, I get the point that you're making.
OG out there.
But at the same time, I think when we look at Wembanyama's career, when it's done, we're going to find the guys who had most success were when he was 21, 22. And as he got older and got better, they didn't have as much success.
Yeah, certainly I could see that. Yeah, and I think even inside a series, the stats are great, so 100 possessions or 100-plus possessions. Okay, so what happened on those possessions? Because guaranteed the Spurs coaching staff has this. And were there too many run in one part of the floor? Did they not try to exploit some other situation? There are guys you set up for shots by putting them on the weak side and letting the defense get in a scramble and getting the ball to them. There's other guys you want to have the ball in their hands running a pick and roll. And then the difference, with handoffs, that can be a little trickier for some guys to defend. And coaches take deep dives into all of this stuff. And so inside of that, why did he have success in 100 or 125 or 150 possessions, whatever it was? Why did he have that success? And did he have the same amount of success? They'll be tweaking all that stuff.
I want to see the Spurs have a bunch of athletic wing guys, how they defend Brunson and what Brunson does to get himself free with his ability and his knowledge.
He'll push off.
But he's not that strong against guys that are bigger.
He knows how to bump.
He can nudge.
Exactly. But he knows how to
not push.
He knows how to bump and push off. Not a lot. He's not big enough to throw you to the ground, but just so that you can't quite gather yourself to jump or jump as high. And it gives him just enough. Super, super savvy. He's got the microcomputer upstairs figuring all that stuff out. You don't get where he's gotten, the NBA Finals, 20 points a game, at 6'2", unless you've got a real good feel for all that stuff.
Yeah, he's a master.
He's got to be at the top of his game because, to your point, yes, that's...
Oh, he must be.
That has been... Everyone talking about the Spurs is like, did they finally have enough athletes with enough size to run enough people at Brunson to slow him down? Again, you don't have to stop him.
Well, potentially they do. But how does Mike Brown and his guys get Brunson in a position to overcome it? That's a little chess match thing there because... As we've been talking about, the Spurs are an assembly line of 6'5".
So at Brunson at 6'2", is he going to be playing against bigger guys every possession, but guys who will play him a little differently, who are a little different.
And who doesn't want Brunson to succeed? He's a second-round pick.
Absolutely.
Now, he's early second round.
And I think people root for the little guys. I pick against them all the time, but don't think I'm rooting against them. I wish Steve Nash had won the title. I wish John Stockton had won the title. I wish Gary Payton had won in his prime with Seattle.
Steve Nash to win.
There you go, the suspension.
Yeah. And San Antonio needs to pay for that.
I think that eventually these guys.
Yeah.
Some of them.
I didn't say guys. I said San Antonio.
Right. What year was that? Was that
It was a while ago.
It was either 05 or 07.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't. I just think some of these players may not have been born.
Doesn't matter. I said San Antonio needs to pay for it. The entire city. Cisneros
Alamo
needs
Heights.
to pay for it.
Feel the pain.
Popovich needs to pay for it.
Okay, that one. Yeah, there you go. It's all about Wemby. They've broken down Wemby's numbers in wins. In the playoffs, Wemby scores 28 points a game and losses 14. And wins, he has 12 boards. And losses, he has 8. And wins, he shoots 46% from 3. And losses, he shoots 39. Oh, excuse me. He shoots, start again. His shooting percentage goes from 55 down to 39. The three-point percentage goes 46 down to 18. So Wemby is night and day different in wins and losses. Slow him down. How can you do it?
Pray.
Okay. DJ and PK, when we come back, spring football tour. We're going to Houston. Cougars coming off a good year. Can they up the ante? Houston to the conference title game. Houston to the playoff. We'll talk with Jeremy Branham, Houston Cougars football sideline reporter and host on ESPN 97.5 in Houston. Next.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com. Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, we are joined now by Jeremy Branham, Houston Cougars football sideline reporter and host on ESPN 97.5 in Houston. Houston is coming off a 10-3 season. They've got their quarterback back. They got the coach back. They've got very high hopes. Jeremy, good morning.
Good morning.
Jeremy,
you guys are doing well.
We are doing well. Did I underestimate the enthusiasm for Houston Cougar football this year?
No, I don't think you underrated it. Yeah, everybody's excited. You know, it's been a little while since Houston was, I would consider them, a contender at the top of their league. Yet last year they kind of proved a lot of doubters wrong, certainly had more wins than many anticipated them having. And they return a good chunk of the players that won 10 games last year. So, no, I don't think you undersold it at all.
One guy that I'm extremely intrigued about is this running back, Hughes. Now, he was at Oregon, but before that, he was at Tulane, and he ran for, I think it's about 1,400 yards each season at Tulane. And it just so happens that his coach at Tulane is the coach at Houston. So he comes in my mind, as somebody to watch. What are expectations for him?
Yeah, I think probably what he did at Tulane, not necessarily in terms of the volume of stats. I don't think anybody's, hey, you got to run for 1,400 yards this year, but just to be the bell cow, to be the guy, to be RB1. You look at the numbers that he had at Tulane, and you would expect him to do that at Houston. But then you throw in the caveat that you mentioned that his head coach was Willie Fritz, and Willie really wanted him when he entered the portal. So he co-signs, the name, So he co-signs Mekhi Hughes to come into Houston and to be the number one guy. So I think that there's a lot of expectation for him. I think there's a lot of excitement for him. Grass isn't always greener, right? Didn't have the best year at Oregon. Oregon's got a stable of running backs that are all very good, had trouble getting on the field. But I think he's going to have a big bounce back year. And if Willie wanted him back, then he's a really good football player.
So if you got a running back that the coach really believes in, you got a quarterback everybody believes in with over 1,500 snaps of experience. Tell me how good the O-line is, good enough that they held some out, Shadre Hurst at least, maybe somebody else too, out of the spring game. So even though when you read the reports that it was kind of hit and miss with the O-line, well, it wasn't the first string O-line completely. How good is that O-line? How much depth is there? Because with really good quarterback and running back play, this offense could be flying.
Yeah, this will be the second year in a row that Houston is relying on the transfer portal to beef up their offensive line. You could look at that a couple of different ways. You'd like to build up that depth. You like to have the development on the offensive line. The other way you can look at it is you have a coaching staff that is good at evaluating, that can go into the portal and patch together a pretty good O-line. You mentioned Hurst, who you look at a bunch of the different rankings of top transfers in the portal this past season, and Hurst is one of the top offensive linemen. So that was a big get. Ebiselli, you bring him back after he had a bit of an injury. Agnello in the interior offensive line is a guy that actually played a good amount last year on the offensive line for Houston. So it's a matter of evaluating the talent in the portal. Maybe I'm a bit of a homer. Maybe I have Cougar goggles, but Fritz has always been good at evaluating talent, especially in the portal, that they have college tape on. So it's a talented offensive line. It might be one of the more talented offensive lines they've had in a while. But anytime you're putting together a bunch of new faces, and the offensive line's about cohesion, it's a unit. It's a fist, not 5 individual fingers. You always have to worry a bit about how they're going to come together. But they're very talented. I think it's a talented group.
Defensively, tell us about linebacker Siona Fotu, who is from Salt Lake, played high school ball here, was at Utah for a bit, and is now with the Cougars.
Yeah, great story. Great kid. I do the Willie Fritz coaching shows as well, and we had him on as a guest last year. Just I think he wins fans over anytime that he speaks. He's got a great background. His story's phenomenal, and he's just a really good football player. Hard-nosed, he's always in the right spot. Is he going to be a top 3 round NFL draft pick? No. But is he that guy that you're going to count on in the middle of your defense week in, week out? Yeah. So he's just incredibly solid, a really nice piece to this defense that took a step up last year. And, being in his second year in the program, I would expect some more growth from him.
I would think that with first off, so many people in Houston and so much talent in Houston, that I would expect there's a heavy Texas flavor to this roster. But I start looking, and there's multiple, Louisiana, lots of kids from Alabama. They are casting. Then there are a ton of Texans, but Florida, and actually 2 kids from Utah, at least 2, maybe there's more, but I've seen 2 from Utah. So are they really building this as a hometown team, or you don't dare do that because Houston's so over-recruited.
No, I think they're trying to make it a hometown team, but you can't ignore everybody else, right? Especially in the era of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Last year, I don't know if it's still the case. I would imagine it still is, but Willie would talk a lot about how ever since he took the Houston job, he hasn't had to jump on a plane to go recruit. And you can drive to Louisiana, maybe Alabama, but with the portal, you're not really, if a guy's a junior in the transfer portal, you're not going out to watch him.
Right.
You're watching his college tape, you're watching him on film. So no, there's a heavy emphasis on local players, and Willie would tell you that he still wants to build. He believes in high school recruiting. He believes in the development. He believes in that setting the foundation of his program. But you do need to fill holes. You can't ignore the portal in today's day and age of college football. So if they feel like they need a starter at position XYZ, he's going to go find a starter at position XYZ. But he totally believes in the foundation of the Houston Cougar football program being built by high school recruits in the area, specifically Houston. They recruit Louisiana well because he's had great ties in Louisiana, dating back to his Tulane days. So he believes in the local kid, and he believes in the development of the local kid, while also not ignoring that he needs to go out and find talent in the portal if it exists. So, he believes in the hometown and in the homegrown player, which I think a lot of people in the program love because they've always. You ask Houston fans, build a wall around Houston, we could be great, which is true, but it goes back to your other point, too, about how it's a very recruited area.
Well, you speak of filling holes. It looks like they could have up to probably 5 transfers starting on defense, a couple up front, defensive line, and then on the back end, Jalen Mayo and Javion White. I'm assuming those guys come in and fill legitimate needs for the Cougars.
Yeah, especially at corner. You lose your McCutcheon last year was their best corner. You lose a couple of pieces in the depth there as well. So Mayo is kind of looked at as to be the McCutcheon replacement. Willie hired the corners back coach from Texas State where Mayo was at. So he brought him over with him, and then Mayo entered the portal and then came over, wanted to try his hand at playing a little higher level of football. I said Texas State. It was Stephen F. Austin. Pardon me there on the Mayo and the coach. But, no, it goes back to the evaluating the player, right? Yeah, I think that's what the transfer portal has kind of turned into is, you can bring in a collection of players, but if you miss the assessment and you miss the scout on the player, then you're probably wasting a scholarship. So if you can hit more than you miss, obviously you have a better chance of, being good in the portal. Willie was good at it last year. You brought up Wigman a little bit earlier. Several other players. Amare was really good, brought him in for the portal. So it's about evaluating the right guys that are going to fit your system. There's always going to be a little bit of the unknown. It's always going to be a kind of a wild card, right? We really like what we see from this kid. We get a good impression from this kid. You vet it the best you can, but you never truly know. So it comes down to the coach's evaluation of the player. I think Willie's really good at it. Mayo's drawing really good reviews. There's a couple other transfers that will be key contributors, like you mentioned, on this team. It kind of all play out.
One of the transfers, and I don't know how much competition he has, is Evan Noel, the kicker. I mentioned 6-1 in one-score games, so the kicking game figures prominently, and Noel transferring in from Florida.
Yeah, no, Willie's a special teams guy. He puts a major emphasis on the third phase of the game. He thinks that's very important. It is, right? I mean, how many you mentioned the one-score games. The punting side of things can flip the field. The return side of things can totally change your average field position for a game. And Fritz is, he's into the weeds about all the numbers too. If he can start 5 yards better in his average field position, he's going to do everything in his power to get it done. He is pretty meticulous and about putting his team in the best position to give him the best odds of having a scoring drive. So he's a big believer in the kicking game. It's something he takes very seriously. If he put emphasis on a kid to bring him in, he values the guy. I know there's a Houston kicker on the team too that they brought in from the high school ranks. He's been in the program a couple of years now. That probably will compete. But I imagine too that Noel will probably be the guy.
The quarterback, I think one of the keys to success on your team is look how many games your starting quarterback starts, and he started every one of them, right? And I think that makes a difference. And I got to admit, I wasn't sure what to expect, but he had a very nice season. I'm thinking though that was obviously last year, and now he should be able to up his game there. How much more is expected of Weigman?
I think that's a fair assessment of him coming to Houston, and I think a lot of the fans didn't really know what to expect either. And they knew him well. Weigman's a Houston kid, went to high school in the Houston area. He didn't go too far at his first college stop. They're in College Station. It's an hour and a half away from Houston. So people were aware of his collegiate career and kind of the ups and downs at A&M, where he had some flashes. He showed some things, but none of those 3 years he was there, I don't think you would. There's nothing really to write home about. So they knew he was incredibly talented, 5-star kid. Oozes potential. Can he put it all together? Also had some injury concerns at Texas A&M. So can he stay healthy? I think was a fair question going into last year. And he answered them all. It was really solid, really solid. And kind of like we were talking earlier, I don't think he's going to be a top 3-round pick in the NFL, but a really good college quarterback. Knows how to run an offense, knows where to put the ball. Had some good targets last year. I think he'll have some good targets again this year. I think you hit it right on the head with the experience thing. I think experience is vital for that position, especially playing Power 4 football. And you hear more of these NFL teams, too, that they want to draft these college kids that have played a lot of games because they feel they're more ready, no matter what their potential is or their talent is. So, his growth, I think he's playing pretty close to his ceiling. I think that he can cut down the turnovers maybe a little bit. I don't think that Houston wants to, be a team that, they're not the air raid. They're not going to run 100 plays a game. They believe in controlling the game. They believe in, managing the game. So I don't know if the numbers will look better, but I think, watching him run the offense could look a little bit smoother, although it was pretty smooth a year ago.
Jeremy Branham joining us, Houston Cougars football sideline reporter and host on ESPN 97.5 in Houston. You talk about having some good targets. I'm always surprised at how many programs don't seem to really value and recruit tight ends. A major matchup problem when you get the right guy, and a receiver who's right in a quarterback's face, usually easier throws. They tend to be big targets. Patrick Overmeyer transferring in from UTSA, 6'5", 230. I'm not sure how he would have been overlooked and why someone like that, if he's really good, wouldn't have been in the Big 12 in the first place. Maybe he's a late bloomer or whatever. Does he just look great out there in spring drills? Do you think there's really something to him?
Yeah, I think there's something there. I think he uses a lot of potential. He was a bit of a late bloomer. And I think he played receiver even in high school, if I remember reading correctly, and then kind of grew into the tight end position. Redshirted his first year at UTSA, still putting on muscle and growth. But Houston had a great tight end last year, and Tanner Koziel, as y'all know, led the team in catches, draft pick by Jacksonville. Houston does believe in the tight end, so you and Willie Fritz have the same mindset when it comes to that. Plus, you'll see Houston run some 12 personnel. They'll do some double tight end stuff. So they do value the tight end, and I completely agree with you. I think the tight end can be a quarterback's best friend. And Willie loves the size of that position too. But you saw that with Koziel. You'll see that again with Overmeyer. Overmeyer's best football is in front of him. 6'5", 230. He's a Houston kid as well. So another Houston guy coming back home. But the thoughts on him is that he looks a lot like Koziel. What I've read and what I've heard about him is that he looks a lot like Koziel. He hasn't had the production of Koziel. Maybe it wasn't a tight end friendly offense at UTSA. Don't watch a ton of Roadrunner football, but they think that he can. I don't think he's going to have the year that Koziel had. If I'm being completely honest with you, I think it'd be tough for Overmeyer, whose career high in catches is 30-ish with 350 yards, to put up a 74 catch season. But I think he's going to be the bona fide tight end number one for Houston and take a huge step forward.
Tell us about this hotshot quarterback freshman who came on campus early, played well in the spring game. I think some people say he might be the number one freshman coming in at quarterback, and I don't know how much time he'll get this year, but seems like next year would be his time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they utilize him with 4-game rule where you can play in now in college football and still preserve a red shirt. Well, I imagine we'll see him some. Do we see him in more than 4 games? I don't know. I'm very intrigued to see how they deploy him, and a lot of that will depend on the health of Connor Wigman as well. If Wigman gets hurt and has to miss a month, well, then Henderson's more than likely going to be your starter. But if Wigman stays healthy, I imagine they would like to preserve that redshirt year. We'll see. But, yeah, it depends on which recruiting rankings you would look at. Some rankings had him as the number 1 recruit in all of college football, top quarterback in college football. Early in his high school career, and he went to high school here in the Houston area too. He was coached by Michael Bishop, who Willie Fritz coached in JUCO and won a junior college national championship with. So that's kind of the tie there between the Houston program and Keyshawn Henderson. But a dual threat guy early in his high school career. He probably wasn't respected as much for his arm. And then in his last couple of years in high school, everybody started to fall in love with his arm. Uber talented, can run. He's got a cannon for an arm. Needs the experience, like we talked about earlier. Needs the feel for the game, but no, he's a guy where he's got all the potential in the world.
Everyone, when they talk about the whole Sorsby situation at Texas Tech and Hammond getting healthy, points to Game 3, the conference opener, Houston at Texas Tech. How much anticipation is there for that game in Houston, and how much are people going nuts over the quarterback situation at Texas Tech?
Yeah, from the fan base, they're paying attention to it. I think the walls of the athletic office, they're worried about them. But from the fan base's perspective, it's fueling the fire. Tech and Houston has kind of, become a pretty bitter rivalry over the years. You had the history, back in the day, the Southwest Conference. Tech and Houston would play some out-of-conference games too before Houston's arrival in the Big 12. So it kind of kept the rivalry alive. And then once Houston joined the Big 12, it's kind of made it a natural rivalry across pretty much every sport. Tech has had the best of Houston when it comes to football. So Houston, desperately wants to beat the Red Raiders. How could you not? And then Texas Tech, they look down at Houston. They're not at our level. So it's just the natural fun rivalry of college athletics that really goes across all the sports. So now you see some of the stuff where the fan bases mock each other for whatever it is, and certainly Sorsby's what's dominating the news cycle right now, and the rivalry between Houston and Texas Tech.
How much is there, and I'm sure this is, again, the coaches would never speak to this, but the fact that Houston doesn't play TCU, doesn't play Arizona, doesn't play Arizona State. It's really at Texas Tech and at Utah. Those are 2 big games, but the other 7 are manageable. And then if they get even one of the other 2 games, they're in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, that's probably, you're right. It's probably more of the fan base conversation.
Don't play BYU either, yeah.
Yeah, I think I think the Big 12 is an underrated league where I think there's pretty good depth across the board, and you see some teams like Houston last year that was, a 4-win team the year prior, and then all of a sudden they win 10 games. I think you could see that from a bunch of different teams around the Big 12. What does Oklahoma State look with their first-year head coach? Does Aranda get a little bit of a bounce back at Baylor? Rich Rod in year 2. Deion's off wild card. Cincinnati's been a team that can win at a high level. Kansas State can be solid. UCF can be really good at times. So I don't really buy into a whole lot to the preseason strength of schedule, just because you have, especially now, especially with the transfer portal where you can get good overnight. I don't put a whole lot of stock in this team, their schedule in 2025 had this win percentage. That could flip upside down in 2026. So I don't personally put a whole lot of stock in that. I think from a fan base perspective, you probably do have some of that. Hey, get by this game, and then we're here, and then that gives us a chance to be here. I think that there's a lot of quality coaches in the Big 12 that can flip a lot of their programs, like I said, overnight.
All right, we appreciate the time. Jeremy, thanks for joining us and spelling out what you see with Houston Cougar football. We appreciate it.
You got it. You guys have a good summer.
All right, there's Jeremy, Cougar football sideline reporter and host on ESPN 97.5 in Houston.
You got them in the title game?
That's a pretty soft schedule, don't you think?
Yeah.
They don't play BYU.
They won 2 games last year against teams with winning records.
And they have to play 2 teams with winning records this year.
And they beat Oregon State in overtime.
Overtime, yeah. And they were 6-1 in close games. It could all fall apart for sure.
Let's pump the brakes a little bit here.
But do they get the back door by playing the bottom half of the league? They got to play Tech and Utah, but they miss BYU, they miss Arizona, they miss ASU, they miss TCU. It's pretty
ASU
soft.
returns 2 starters.
And they have a good coach and a good program. I would rather play Colorado than ASU.
2.
Yeah.
2 starters.
Transfer portal enables you to 2
starters.
Transfer portal enables you to cover that up.
1, 2.
You think ASU's going to be a punching bag this year?
I wouldn't highlight. Oh my gosh, they don't have to play ASU. And I pumped the brakes on that a little bit. Their best win was by 3 points against Arizona, and that's a nice win.
It is a nice win. And they had a lot of close wins, and that may all snap back on them, and they might be 5-7 this year. I get it.
Take it easy a little bit here.
But this has been a league where teams have been picked to be bad and have gone 6-3 or 7-2.
And there's teams that have been picked to be good and have gone bad.
Yes.
Your serve.
And maybe it'll be Houston. That was a bunch of close wins. You don't tend to sustain that all the time. We just saw that with the Chiefs. 2 years ago, they won a bunch of close games. And last year, everything seemed to break against them. They had a losing season that nobody would have predicted. It is the nature of the sport. But optimism, spring, and hope in spring. You love baseball analogies. And college football is the same. It's like Major League Baseball. Spring training, there's hope for everybody. Spring football.
There was not hope for the Colorado Rockies in spring training.
The Rockies.
There was not.
Disaster.
There was little hope for the San Francisco
And you don't think
Giants.
there's any hope for the Colorado Buffaloes?
They don't have a baseball program.
In football, drawing the baseball-football analogy. I know they don't have a baseball program. They don't have softball either.
Can we just go back to saying 2?
2?
Dose.
I don't think there's any hope for Colorado. In terms of
Colorado football.
What's hope?
Going to conference title game.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's what we were just talking
but
about.
That's not their hope.
How much hope do you have for them going 7-5?
Colorado?
I
don't think it's out of the realm. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's various levels of hope depending on who you are. BYU, we're not talking about making a bowl game here.
No, we're not. No, BYU and Texas Tech, like we were talking about, they're not going to do the media poll, but if they did do the media poll at the Big 12 Media Day, I would expect BYU and Texas Tech would be heavy favorites, given who they have back, given what they did in the offseason, given what they did a year ago. It'd be really surprising. And then other teams will get shown the love. You're right, Arizona's got their QB back.
Yuck, how many starters does BYU have back?
Jeez, putting me on the spot here. See,
the number that came to mind, and I don't know, the number that came to mind was like 14 or 15.
9 on defense.
9 on defense.
Yeah.
That means they lost 2 starters. We're back to the number 2.
Dose. How many starters? Dose.
DJ, I think you actually know. I think they got 14 back overall.
I read it somewhere.
On defense. Devils only have 2 returning the whole team.
Or in Chinese, as they say, R.
I didn't know that, but thank you. I was actually trying to think French.
We're just going with 2 across the board.
As in Irish, they say 2.
All right. When we come back, everything you listen to this show next. Stay with us.
Welcome to. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Escape to Cedar City, just 1 tank of gas away. Hike Canara Falls, explore Cedar Breaks, and enjoy world-class theater under the stars at the Utah Shakespeare Festival. Adventure, culture, and wide-open beauty closer than you think. Visit cedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I double down on this. Just like Becky Hammond said, prove me wrong. Absolutely double down. Getting out of the East has never been a surefire to winning a championship. What y'all talking about? You get out of the East, you're supposed to get out of the East. It's the East. Of course you're supposed to get out of the East. That don't just mean you win a championship because you get out of the East. It's the East. Great. It's the East. We beat up Boston. You should get out the East. Happy for Mike Brown, by the way, but you should get out of the East.
It is time for the Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. That's Draymond Green.
You get out of the East. You're supposed to get out of the East. You get out of the East. And if I was on Sirius Radio, I'd swear like he did.
The Celtics did win 2 years ago.
Oh, they did. That's a fact.
The Bucks won 5 years ago.
Okay, who won 4 years ago? Who won 3 years ago? Don't
Western
leave us hanging.
The East has won 3 of the last 7 and 4 of the last 10.
Which means jack squat tonight.
They are the weaker conference, but it is not impossible for them to win.
Wow, the rallying cry is prove Becky wrong.
There it is. Jalen Brunson, 6'2" guy.
How dare she dismiss Jalen Brunson, Becky Hammond, of all people. I believed in Becky Hammond.
And she's got 40 or 50 years of basketball history on her side, and she's probably got about 100 other great basketball minds who think that exact thing.
Becky Hammond was a freshman.
At CSU?
Yes, and I saw her make a move at the conference tournament. I still remember it. I remember what basket, and this young gal's
pretty
a
slick,
player.
huh?
Yeah,
pretty slick.
I remember sitting in that gym. They may have been playing BYU Utah. Maybe I was covering it, or I was just there. But I saw her make a move as a freshman. Okay, she can play, and turns out now. And I wouldn't prove Becky wrong. They asked her a question. She gave an opinion. I'm never going to knock anybody for giving him. She could have just said, well, he's a very nice player, and we'll see what happens. No, she put herself out there. Yeah. So I appreciate it. And then I saw over the weekend she was complaining about foul disparity and used 2 swear words back to back. Did you see that, Yak? Holy freak. I didn't know they talk like that from the Dakotas.
I think the Dakotas are just fine.
Jeez. Over there in Las Vegas, man, you could tell somebody's got a little credibility to be able to say that.
All right.
She is the highest paid coach in the WNBA, if I'm not mistaken.
It's just simply the W.
Oh, sorry, the W.
We need more letters. You only got 26 letters. We got to talk about more than 26 things. You need more letters.
So with that in mind, we shall see, man. I can see it now. Hoisting the trophy. Bleep you, Hammond.
That would be awesome. If I were Becky, I'd stand up and take a bow. Like, sweet, I elevated myself above all these other people who thought the exact same thing but didn't say it.
San Antonio, no less.
Ooh, she's got ties there. You know who I'm rooting for. Yeah. She's on the staff there under Popovich.
Well, did she play there? Is that the franchise that was ultimately
the Utah
here?
franchise moved to San Antonio.
Did they move directly there?
Yeah. They went right to San Antonio, which are now the Las Vegas Aces.
Right. Yeah.
Game 1 tonight, 6:30. Can Wemby be slowed down?
Yeah.
Dramatic.
Let's get him some women in San Antonio because women weaken knees.
Rocky. I knew that was a movie line.
Thanks, Mick.
Struggled there for a second.
Oh, is Mick? I always thought it was Mick Jagger.
No, it's Mick.
Cut me,
Mick.
OG Anunoby, second team All-NBA. Turns out for people who've guarded Wemby for 100 possessions or more, he's had the most success defending him. And Wemby's productivity has been very different in the playoff wins versus the playoff losses. 28 points, 12 boards in the wins, 14 and 8 in the losses.
OG Anunoby was second team All-NBA?
All-NBA defense. All-NBA defensive team. And he shot 55% from the floor and 46% from the three-point line in the wins. Those numbers dropped to 39 and 18 in the losses.
So
Keep an eye on Wemby.
Just look at the stats, man.
Keep an eye on Wendy.
No, don't watch the friggin' game. Just look at the stats.
I think you should probably watch the game. That tends to be where the fun is. But if he starts off cold, it's usually a sign.
But, Mama, that's where the fun is.
Mitchell Robinson, Nick center, undergoing surgery on the broken right pinky finger, is officially questionable to play tonight. Has that been updated, Doc?
Oh, he's going to play. Get out of town.
I've not seen an update on that.
I broke my
put the
pinky
finger in a brace.
here, see it?
Yep.
I never even went and got it checked. Finally, after about a year, he says, well, should have come in way earlier. You're just going to have to live with that. I dropped a weight on it.
Ooh.
Yeah. You know me and the weights. I can't get enough.
Hockey, the Vegas Golden Knights win game 1. Down 2-0 in the middle of the first period. They rally and win 5-4. They beat Carolina. Game 2 tomorrow night. They score the game winner about 3 minutes to go. Don't hurdle with the goal that wins it. We had on Greg Wyshynski. You love that because he's from Jersey.
He is.
Senior NHL writer at ESPN. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. Your takeaways listening to him. I mean, we watched the NBA Finals through the prism of the Jazz. We're going to watch the Stanley Cup through the prism of your Utah Mammoth.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That was a great game. I like scoring, and I like clutch play. And it's funny though because, you're watching that game, and obviously they get out to the lead right off the bat, blah blah blah, and Vegas does come back. But as it got down to like 5 minutes to go, I just felt it's weird, but I felt like
Vegas, they're
going to find it when they got a nifty pass and Hurdle puts it in there, and then Hart makes a nice save with the big glove. It catches it, goes up in the air, and snatches it back down, and you could almost feel like he just went, whew. On that.
As Greg said, he did not have a great night. He let in some of those goals a little on the soft side. And he'd really been good late in the Western Conference playoffs, not so much in the first round against the Mammoth. He let in a lot of goals there. But he'd really been strong in these last 2 rounds. So, yeah, I can totally see why you get that read off the body language. He didn't think he'd be giving up 4 goals, and he definitely wanted some of them back. But he made the save he had to make for them to get the win. They could only be up 1-0 now, and they are. No style points.
Yeah, we'll see what that means. I mean, he had, I read Greg's story, and he had the 75% if you win game 1. But that means 25%.
25% chance you still don't win the thing. Yeah. You got him going on momentum. I just wonder in this, I mean, obviously Carolina has it because they're 12-1 in the playoffs and giving up like a goal and a half a game. So they had it, and they had the 2-0 lead. But Vegas had a fair amount of a momentum. I mean, sweeping Colorado, and they've won, let's see, what would it be? They were 8-2. So they've won 11 of 13 of the last 13 playoff games because they were down 2-1 to the Mammoth and won 3 straight. And they had 3 key OT wins. I mean, you give up that deflected goal or whatever in OT, you could lose a game, lose a series. And you could probably say that both about the Utah and the Anaheim series because I think that was 2-2 in Game 5 when OT.
That's why I'm not sure there is such a thing as momentum to the level that it compares in other sports, particularly in the playoffs. I don't know. We've seen momentum. Like the Knicks, they're down big in Game 1 against the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just see it building and building and building. You think, they're going to do this. But I don't know that you can really see that in hockey. And I'm not even close to a hockey expert.
But you had the feeling they were going to do it.
At that point, you're right. Once it was like 5 minutes under. But I didn't have that feeling the whole time.
But Carolina scored with like 8 minutes to go to tie it up. And Carolina fought back.
I know. But I just felt like Vegas was going to do it.
When Vegas went up 3-2 and 4-3, both times I thought, okay, here they're rolling now. They're flying. And sure enough, Carolina fights back.
It just seemed like Vegas at the last 5 minutes were in better attack mode.
Yeah, I can see that. Anything else you want to tell the people? Poor Joe Adele had the Jose Canseco moment. Ball off the glove, off his head, over the wall.
I think it was a worse moment.
Because?
Because he's a better fielder.
Well, he is for sure.
And he was. I think Canseco was sort of up against a wall.
He was running. Canseco was running more back towards the wall. It's a little disorienting. The ball's right over your head, so it seems like a tougher play. Whereas Adele had the angle, and he was headed into the gap, which seems like it should be easier. Yeah. Now, granted, Trout was coming over, so maybe you worry a little bit. You take your eye off it to make sure you're not crashing into him, because he'll wreck you.
But they're the Angels. What difference would it make?
They
sucked beyond belief.
It was an 8-2 game with the Angels and the Rockies.
You talk about spring training, having hope. The Angels didn't have it either.
Two worst organizations in baseball. You got to win when you want to put
the
there
Angels
with them.
have just been an embarrassment
for a long time. Ohtani couldn't wait to get out of there,
and it bugs me.
It should be better.
Yeah,
they got money. They're in Southern California.
Artie
How complicated is it?
Another guy from Tucson. You just can't trust.
Right, you can't trust guys from Tucson. Yak, what do you got?
So there was a game scheduled between NC State and Virginia to be played in Brazil to start this coming college football season. It has been relocated to Charlottesville, Virginia, due to unforeseen issues, apparently, with moving that game down.
Well, they couldn't see them. That's why. If they were seen, they would have known them and been able to correct them. But they were unforeseen, so you couldn't correct them. You can't correct something that's unforeseen.
Thank you, PK. But yeah, so
you know what I mean?
Your international plan for
you think that's funny when it happens to me? Now you're not so amused. What? Am I right? Thought you'd appreciate that.
Finally, somebody's getting it from PK rather than me.
Oh, that was a good one.
All right, we're going to take a break. Leave on a high note, Costanza. When we come back, your feedback next. We got more people with stories trying to top. Well, they're not trying to top, but at least pull up alongside that Paul McCartney story. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCote.
Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, and ProBasketballTalk.com.
You can't talk about the Knicks and their dominance without talking about how futile the Cavs were. But the non-timeout and the issue all series with Harden, I was surprised to see Kenny Atkinson be brought back. Were you?
A little. I think that they genuinely, their front office backs him, and they think, look, we got farther than we could have. The weird thing is it looks kind of like they're going to run it back. They don't trade for James Harden. That deal doesn't get done without a handshake deal to extend him. They're not going to let Mitchell go. It's going to be an interesting offseason if they run it back. Right now, that's the way they're talking, but I can't see that being, just seems like they'll be worse.
That seems like the definition of insanity to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know how that's going to end. You just do. You've got enough data points to know how that's going to end.
And everybody's going to be better, and if you're just the same, you're fading. You're getting worse.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
Questions of the day. Had a listener says he got paired with Paul McCartney for a few finishing holes golfing in Orlando several years ago. What is your best story? Darrow says, I met Bill Murray at a Salt Lake Trappers game.
Did he have ownership in that?
He did.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
James says, I met him too. And then they went on to win the championship that night. See, that's again proximity. He owns the team. He's around more. It's not totally random.
Oh, like the time I saw Sonny Bono in his restaurant in Palm Springs.
So you were at his restaurant, so the odds go way up. Yes. If you've been at Taco Bell down the street, that'd be more random.
Although the neighbor kid ran into Jimmy Butler at the Chick-fil-A over by Southtown.
That's random.
Yeah.
There you go.
And got his picture taken with him.
Jeff, when I was student teaching, my master teacher was out one day, and when I walked into the room one morning, Bruce Hardy, longtime Miami Dolphins tight end, was sitting there. He was a sub in the school district.
I like to think of him as former Arizona State quarterback / tight end.
Bruce Hardy.
Yes. Where was this? Locally?
He doesn't say. Where was Bruce Hardy from? Was he the
Bingham?
Kid from Bingham? Yeah. And he did the Sports Illustrated cover with the 2-lane road that's now probably got strip malls, but then it was just all wild grass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is like, it looked like the middle of nowhere.
I remember him because he chose to play for Frank Kush. And then I think they moved him, and then he played tight end in the NFL.
Mike says, I worked at a video store downtown back in the 1990s. Carl Malone was a regular customer. One night, he asked to use the store phone to order a pizza from Pizza Hut that he could pick up in a few minutes. After the call ended, we told him we'd stop by his house after work for his pizza party. He asked if we wanted pizza too, held out his hand for the phone. He called Pizza Hut again and ordered us a pizza or two for us to be delivered at work. He was always a good time whenever he was in the store.
Okay. Get some videos.
That was back in the day. That's what we did, right?
Yeah,
Notice no streaming then. Just go down to the video store, pick out a couple of, you ever seen this one?
Yeah.
That conversation over and over.
Pick up some jujubes and away you went.
Jujubes. Very specific. How can any right-thinking Jazz fan root for the Spurs to win another championship? Largely, people are rooting for the Knicks, I would say 2-1, and they are rooting for Jordan Clarkson. We're getting a lot of Jordan Clarkson comments.
And complete dismissal of Kelly Olynyk.
Yes. Kelly Olynyk is getting 0 references, but Clarkson's getting a ton of them. This is how I feel, Allen says, but my 16-year-old is cheering for them. He's not seen as much Jazz success in his lifetime, and to him the Spurs are young and exciting. But Allen's been around a while, and he is, as you say, how can any right-thinking Jazz fan root for the Spurs? Yeah, that's how he feels.
Right.
Not doing it. Aaron says, I guess in some way, if we have to beat down the Spurs in the coming years, it'd be nice to be the team that takes down the NBA World Champions. Well, on a personal level, of course, I want the Knicks to beat the Spurs like the mules they are.
It does look like that stuff is going to go through San Antonio.
Yeah, they may not win it, but you're going to have to beat them. They're not going to be an easy out.
Right.
Even if it gets...
Just like Oklahoma City was. They didn't win it, but they pushed the Western Conference 7 games. It's hard for me to say that, well, this season was a failure. You didn't achieve your ultimate goal, obviously. But back-to-back, I mean, come on. How many times does that happen? It's hard.
I heard the stat. They are 71 and the Thunder went 71-14 against 28 NBA teams, and they went 4-8 against the Spurs.
You know, they're going to have to find a way to retool to beat them.
And that seems like the thing the Knicks are really up against. Is like this just seems like these are the 2 best teams in the league by a wide margin. And the Knicks better than the East by a wide margin. They've proven that.
Yeah, but everybody's been doubting the Knicks every step of the way, so why not one more?
True story. Nobody was sitting there saying they're about to win 11 in a row.
Right.
All right, we're all done. Coming up next, Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe, Scotty G, and the coach. They're at Mountainless Supply today, the grand opening, Eagle Mountain, 766 East Split Rock Drive. They're next, right after the break on The Zone.
That's it. We're gone.
We are done. Gang, show's over.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, yes, it is.
That was the whole show.
See you next time.
Bye!
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at KSLSports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
Okay. I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating, heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating, so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Sweden is the leading European tech innovator by many measures, but it is also giving up screens in schools. Yes, going back to books. Whether or not this is a good idea is not for me to say, but it's clear that every time we embrace a new technology, we let go of something. Research says that current technology creates less social confidence, more anxiety about work, and a blurring of work and family values. Yes, we're more productive, but we sleep less and have higher stress. In my world, the cell phone has all but killed dinner conversation. Texting has killed voice conversation. AI brings targeted information fast, so I don't need to call my friends for advice or information. We can't put the genie of technology back into the bottle, but we can learn to manage it better. Learn more about the human side of enterprise with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Van. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, folks, let's get it. 10:05, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kicking off your Wednesday morning down here in Eagle Mountain. We don't get a chance to get down here often, so we'd love for you to come by. And Mountain Land Supply, they know how to throw a party. We've been at several of these events that they've thrown. It is a brand new location. Their grand opening here in Eagle Mountain. And, you know, you think, grand opening, it's a nice little store. This place is a complex. Like, it is an absolute massive building with everything you might need. They celebrate by having all the vendors out here. So whatever you're looking for, they've got vendors here to help. They'll have some food here as well. Tell you what, they don't mess around when it comes to a party here at Mountain Land.
Well, this is my first, and hello, Ed. It's good to see you again. I know you were in the yard again. Oz, I hope you're well back at Substation.
Dude,
behind the curtain.
I got the mulch down. The yard is looking sexy. I mean,
there's no
sexy.
way that yard is looking better than your hair did in that tweet by Chewbacca, because that was all time.
You can't encourage him. I mean,
I mean, hey, look, I'm open to it too. Go at me. This is fun. We're just having a good time, and there's no harm meant by any of it.
Oh no, not at all. But I spent a lot of time in the yard last night.
Well, the yard, you've sent me some pictures, and from just the preview, I can't wait to see. I know we've got an upcoming party that just got put on the books, so I'm looking forward to that. Up until that time, it's kind of like, you know, you don't look at the bride's dress before the wedding. I'm going to just keep your pictures to yourself, will you?
Hey, Lloyd, did you get that email I sent you at 2 o'clock this morning?
I did. It's good to see you sending an email at 2 in the morning.
Is this going to get out of hand on us?
It might. Yeah, it might a little bit.
I was just going over the station barbecue.
Okay.
And you know, I'm like, you know, I want lots of people to be there. Like, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. And then all of a sudden, you know, because Nate yesterday is like, well, hey, if you want us to help out with, you know, the meat for the barbecue and stuff like that, let us know. And so I may have taken that opportunity to pretty much invite all of KSL and all subsidiaries.
Well, I mean, if we were having that kind of party, you know, we might need a band.
That's what I think.
But then there's ordinances by where you live.
Yeah.
People probably wouldn't dig the sound.
I am a little concerned about
those blue hairs can handle it.
I don't know.
It might send a couple of them over the edge.
It might. It is a elderly neighborhood. I love it. But and who am I to speak? Like, I'm right there with them. But I might have to, if we do the karaoke thing, I might have to reach out to the neighbors and just be like, hey, just know that it could get a little crazy. It could get a little loud.
You imagine PK's voice booming off a summer night.
I want him and DJ to do Summer Lovin'.
Oh my gosh! You know, it'd be kind of fun is to have like a fishbowl and you draw out what. You have to do this. You don't get to choose.
See, here's the I think I can belt out a pretty good song, but it's got to be. I don't have a lot of range. So it's got to be like right in this channel of because if I have to do, you know, Welcome to the Jungle, or if I have to go high or any falsetto, it ain't gonna be pretty.
This is hilarious, but they wrote an article about the Party Hounds in our high school newspaper, and we were trying to make the dumbest quotes we could make for posterity as a joke, and so they asked me, kind of, what's your vocal range? And I said, you know, somewhere between Jim Neighbors and Vince Neil.
Jim Neighbors,
and that's what's in the article. I have a copy at home. Jim Neighbors and Vince Neil. I've been unique from the jump.
I guarantee that's the only time.
You know who Jim Neighbors is, right?
Oh yeah,
Gomer Pyle.
Yeah,
and then Vince Neil, of course, from Motley Crue.
That's the only time those two names have been in a sentence together. I guarantee that.
Neither of them have their hand on the Walk of Fame, I don't think, so they wouldn't be neighbors there either.
Have you seen Vince lately?
Vince doesn't look good, doesn't sound good. Motley Crue, if you're serious about touring, give me a call.
Yeah.
Because I can hit that stuff.
It's the years have been hard. A lot of good hard living there by Vince is maybe catching up with him.
I would say hard living was definitely constant for those guys. I watched The Dirt.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Can't even imagine. All right. Speaking of dirt, we're going to get to it. It's a big one tonight. It is game one of the NBA Finals. what to expect. Hey, coach has been, I'd say you're batting about 900 on the playoffs so far. So
had a little lost there, both of us.
You know what? That's all right. But what a way to get back on track. We'll find out what Coach thinks right now. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is game one of the NBA Finals coming up tonight. Wemby, the alien, up against the New York Knicks, who has captured the heart of every celebrity that wants to be seen on the front row of Madison Square Garden. It's the sexy pick right now. Everybody wants to hop on that Knick bandwagon, but San Antonio's going old school, and they've got the biggest weapon right now in the NBA playing his best basketball in Wemby. I am fired up for this bad boy.
No, I am too. It's I would say it's one that people are hyping pretty good for the reasons you just said. The media market in New York, and the fact that the Knicks have been great, and they've been great as a team. I think they've had a ton of guys step up, and then the emergence of the alien and his guys, the youth, kind of the inexperience, but at the same time that high level play that we've seen from Harper and Castle. So it's going to be a whale of a series. The odds makers are obviously jumping behind the momentum of Wemby.
Yeah.
And I just believe that this is going to be a great series. I think the Knicks are constructed right in the day and age of team basketball, which is where we're at, which is so great. You got to play defense. You have to be impactful on the defensive end. You have to be impactful with the ball in your hands, making plays and scoring it. And, I think these two teams are set up both that way.
So when I hear people complain about the NBA, and there's a lot of haters out there, there's two things that people go to. Now, look, there's off the court stuff, and I get that. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you on that. So there's that, and I'm not going to spend any time talking about that. But the on the court things that people say, the cliche two things they go to. Number one, nobody plays defense. And then number two, there's too much ISO ball. Guess what? If you hate those two things, then this is the series for you, because there won't be a lot of isolation and there will be high level defense. Now, you can make that claim about the regular season. I don't think you can make that claim about the playoffs, at least what we've seen so far.
No, it's just like hockey. I've been so amazed at the similarities between the NBA and NHL in terms of, the regular season is important. You jockey. But you see it in the play in comparison to the playoffs where guys are just going all out. And, you want somebody to watch tonight in that regard. Watch Castle guard the ball for San Antonio.
Yeah.
Might be one of the most, as a rookie, might be one of the most impactful influencers on the ball that we have. I mean, he's not afraid to stick his nose in there and does a great job right at the point of attack. They've got the luxury because Wemby's behind all of it, so you can certainly force action toward it.
I was going to ask you, because we saw a similar thing with Utah Jazz, in those late Quinn Snyder years, where you could allow your guards to maybe be a little bit more aggressive, although nobody's going to confuse Donovan Mitchell with Castle in the way they play defense. But a lot of it was funnel everybody to Rudy. Here, you got Castle, who's being super aggressive because he knows he's got Wemby behind him, and Wemby's got the athleticism, frankly, that Rudy didn't have. And so even if he gets caught out of position, he can still recover pretty well.
Yeah, and it's not so in my mind, and it's what I think the Jazz can be too, because you talk about positional size and length.
Yeah.
The ability to influence the ball at the point and then have those long wings in the gaps, right?
Yeah.
Who are they're influencing the ball handler, saying, "Look, I'm here." But in reality, their body's there, their mind is in the recovery as the ball's in the air. So they're able to, with that length, kind of prohibit guys from getting into the paint and then do a great job at closing out. And then that's really what these games come down to. Initial action aside, you're going to get the ball in Brunson's hand if you're the Knicks. Somehow you're going to run him off a couple things, and he's coming to get it into a ball screen, and you got to be ready to play that. But this game really, in my mind, it's those ancillary guys that when Wemby's covered up, which he's going to be a lot of the time, and Brunson's covered up, It's the Vassels and the Keldon Johnsons and those guys. So defensively, in my mind, I think that's the other thing that San Antonio's got a real ability to do is influence the ball, have Wemby at the back line, but it's almost like your forecheck, before you get to the rim.
Yeah.
Those guys can do a great job at just picking at it, swiping at it, and just trying to impede anything into the paint.
So you'll realize this pretty quickly as the show goes on that I know very little, but what I do well is I steal lines from people, and then I use them as my own. So just know I'm going to steal this line that you used really early on in our first one or two shows. Defense is all about presentation.
Oh, it's a big one.
And when you have the length of those wings, and if you're the Utah Jazz and what appears to be the lineup that they'll have next year, that length, and you've got long arms stretching from one side of the court to the other side of the court.
I like to call it hell to breakfast.
Yeah. And then so you're looking at that, all of a sudden it's like, geesh, this is a problem. And from just a presentation point, both these teams are good, and that's what the Jazz aspire to be, and I think they will be next year.
Yeah, I do too. And so in my mind, this series, the cool part about it is, those guys are going to have their moments, being Brunson and Wemby.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys are running alongside with them. They're totally vastly different. On one side, you have veteran guys, unselfish veteran guys like Bridges and Hart. A guy in Towns who is capable, so capable. On the other side, you've got youth, but at the same time, guys punching above their weight, playing above that rookie contract. But they're going to make mistakes. I mean, Castle's had his nights where 10 assists is on, that's tough to survive from your point guard. But with Fox back, he's not handling it as much. He's more off the ball. So I'm intrigued. I still am not going to I'll reveal my pick in the last segment of this show.
I like it. What's your acceptable number of turnovers by Castle? Because he's going to turn it over. It's just how many?
Yeah, he's an interesting one. I think it goes back to what Rick talked about a lot. There are turnovers of omission, and turnovers of commission. I mean, he would break it down that deep to the guys. And, really it's just the mindset of, am I trying to make an aggressive play for myself or someone else that makes sense? Or am I trying to, thread the needle?
Yeah.
And it's just really understanding time and score, situational. But, early in a game, I'm sure they want Castle to go hard and get in there. And if it gets knocked away and he has, I would say, 3 or 4 turnovers in a night, you can live with it. But you get above that. And you certainly don't want that. I was really impressed. The Spurs had 12 turnovers in Game 7 the other night. They were so tight with the ball. They came out and shot the ball well. And that's going to be important for tonight, is who can come out of the gates and get comfortable being in the finals.
As you mentioned, not every turnover is created equal. And if you've got dead ball turnovers, you can kind of live with those. If they're pick sixes, then that's a problem. And that's a big problem.
Live ball turnovers, you have to avoid them. That was a Dave Rose line. We just gotten, I think, our pocket picked like 20 plus times down in Vegas, and coach came down and he's like, it's almost better if you're in trouble, just drop kick it into the stands, because they have to retrieve the ball. We can get back, get set. So you're much better off.
Hey, JT, just throw it into the fourth row
or shoot it.
Yeah.
Those are your two options. Coaches say crazy things when they're exasperated, but but the point is true. You're much better trying to do something, or an offensive foul, something that stops the game, so then you're set when they're coming at you.
All right, so we talk about individuals from a team. What are stat lines you're looking for in this game? Like if you pulled up the stat sheet and I showed it to you without showing the score, what are things that you would anticipate seeing in a San Antonio win or a Knicks win?
I think both teams have to shoot the ball well. I mean, I think in our day and age, that's a given. And then really, that's going to go to a lot of the Spurs complementary players.
Yeah. That's what got him the Game 7 victory.
For sure. Vassell has definitely been great. And he's a guy I've mentioned along the way, but he's a little bit like, he reminds me of what I think Bryce Sensabaugh can be in a couple of years for the Jazz. Really proven, really tested, veteran. Understands why they're in their game, plays to that. And I feel like he does that. And then Keldon Johnson was Sixth Man of the Year. And so those guys, I think the 3-point shot for the Spurs has to be on. And then I think for the Knicks, I think it is all going to be for them. I'm almost going to say their assist total, as crazy as that sounds. Because when the Knicks are really going, it's happening. Brunson's getting his.
Yeah.
But they do a great job of moving the ball, and they're dynamic in the open floor. They want to get stops and get out and run because they have guys that can go make plays at the rim. OG Anunoby and his matchup to Wemby intrigues the hell out of me because I do think OG may be just built perfectly. He's big enough in physical stature to impact Wemby and make him feel him. You want him to know your elbows are sharp and your shoulders, they're going to leave a mark. And so there's that element. But then I think just what he can do with Wemby from I think that's going to be a really pivotal matchup. And then on the other end, I want to watch Wemby and Hart and how Hart can make Wemby pay for playing rover because that's what he does. The old softball position where they can throw a 10th out there. Wemby's almost so good that he can guard his man and 4 other guys all by just kind of floating and changing his positioning on the floor.
I'm really intrigued on how the ramifications of this series. Obviously, everybody's going to change their, look at their roster in regards to Wemby. But if Jalen Brunson, all 6 foot of him or 5'11" of him, ends up winning a title, and you got people like Becky Hammond saying you can't win with smaller guards, and that's kind of and no ripping on Becky, but because a lot of people felt that way. But if the Knicks are able to be led by a 6 foot guard and win a title, all of a sudden, does that breathe new life into, hey, maybe we need to take a look at these, maybe it's okay to have that kind of a scoring output. If you're Donovan Mitchell out there, you're like, yeah, I know I can get this done. Like, is there a resurgence of the smaller scoring guard, if you will?
I don't necessarily think so. I think the reason it's working is because what's underneath the hood,
Gotcha.
What's underneath that jersey. And so I think guys like that, they're going to always be impactful in the game. And, unfortunately for Brunson, he didn't come into the league in a position where people thought he could do that.
No.
So he had to prove over a period of time. But maybe that will shorten that window for some guys that perhaps have comps to guys like Brunson, not just in their size, but also in their mental and physical makeup.
And it's tough to really find that. I mean, we knew Jalen Brunson had won championships at Villanova. He played big moments, but that's college. You don't know how that's going to translate to the NBA. That heart, when you get smacked around a little bit in the NBA, you're like, a lot of people just wilter and be like, fine. He could have played second fiddle to Luka in Dallas and been just fine, but he's like, no, I want to be the guy somewhere. And I'm going to take the biggest media market in the world that will chew you up and spit you out if you're no good. And I'm going to take my 6 foot frame. I'm going to New York, and I'm going to be the face of that franchise. And now that man will never have to, even if they lose the series, he'll never have to pay for another meal in New York ever again.
And that's a great city not to have to pay for anything.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, if you're going to pick it. Yeah. I mean, Eagle Mountain's awesome, too.
No disrespect.
Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But there's just more options in New York. You can put more people, you can have an account at more places.
Yeah. I was walking down, I don't know what part of New York, I don't know my geography that well, but there was just restaurant upon restaurant upon restaurant on top of each other. And so I texted a guy that I knew had spent a lot of time in New York, and I said, hey, do you have any recommendations? And he's like, well, you can just choose whatever. I'm like, I know, I see 40 restaurants all on top of each other. I'm looking for one or two that you know of. He's like, I don't know. So I'm like, all right, pick one, and they're all great, actually.
Now, the cool part is you probably walked by 100 while you were talking.
Exactly.
I mean, you can duck in an alley and find a few.
Just give me some help here. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I love hanging out at Mountain Land Supply. These guys do it right. Dave Chandler, sales director, kind enough to hang out with us. Hey, congratulations. This is a beautiful facility down here. Oh, there we go. Now,
it's fantastic. We're really proud of this building, proud to be here in the community, and honestly, it fits with our core commitment of enriching the community. So it's a pleasure to be out here.
It would have been really easy for you guys to just stand pat, and just like, hey, we got a nice little system going. But you guys grow and keep growing and growing. It seems like I've been at grand openings all over the place, the customer appreciation days, the golf tournaments. I mean, you guys don't sit on your laurels at all.
No, we really value the business from our customers, and it's a small way to give back, but it's also a way to show, give value to our vendors, give value to our partners and our contractors, and let them know what we have. You've been to a lot of our locations. It's amazing how much we can actually sell to our contractors and fill all their needs. So.
Tell me about the event. Those that don't know, and it's my first time. So your event out here, it's I was hoping when I get out there, I hope I can see it. And then I saw the complex. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. And then it looks like a festival out here.
It really is. It's it reminds me of like a country fair a little bit.
But I was looking for the band.
Right. Well, there's some music, but we have about 40 vendors in total, and they represent kind of some major divisions within our company: HVAC, waterworks, plumbing, landscape, pump and drilling, utilities, tool and safety, just to name a few of those. Truck outfitters and power equipment are a couple that are under my profile as well. And so when we look at these locations, we look at sending something to a community with a complete package.
So you walk in here and you're thinking, okay, look, I'm just a homeowner who has a broken sprinkler pipe and I just need a little bit of help. These guys are too big for me. That's not the case. I've gone to Mountainland many times. In fact, after the show, I've got some questions on some sprinklers that I'm going to talk to a guy about, because you think this is, I need this is for contractors that are doing $200,000 jobs. And that's not the case. You can come in just as average Joe Schmuckatelli and get that personalized service as if you were that big contractor.
Absolutely. And speaking of landscape, we do landscape designs at a cost, and then that can be applied to the bill. We're sitting around outdoor living materials right now, hardscapes, pavers,
a lot of people are
edging.
doing the turf now.
Yeah, artificial turf, and we have that as an option as well. What's unique about the homeowner coming in, if they're intimidated to do that project, we can connect them with one of our qualified contractors and help them along that process, or give them the insight. It doesn't cost you. Come and ask a question. We're happy to connect and help out our customers.
I love it. The new location, 766 East Split Rock Drive in Eagle Mountain. All you have to do, you just search Mountain Land Supply, Eagle Mountain. It'll take you right here, whatever maps you have. They've got the big ribbon cutting ceremony coming up today at 11:30, and the vendors are here. Whatever you have a question with, they got you covered. Whether it's tools, whether it's services, they've got it all. It's Mountain Land Supply in Eagle Mountain. Grand opening right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Man, the myth, the legend, Thurl Big T. Bailey. I'm not sure how much you've had a chance to watch A.J. DeBonsa, but you have any thoughts if you have been able to see him a little bit?
Personally, I think he's the best player right now in that group. I did get a chance to watch all these guys play, maybe A.J. a little bit more, but he's been groomed for the next level. You look at what BYU was running. The offenses look like NBA offenses. The ISOs look like ISOs. He's becoming a really good playmaker as well. Just a great season, far and above Player of the Year in college. I would be surprised if Washington didn't take him. He's going to be nice. It's not going to be perfect for him coming in at this level. He's going to have to learn some things, the physicality, the speed of the game, the number of games, potential rookie wall, but everybody goes through those things. He's going to be a great player in this league.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations, There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Touch. Sissons might have been in the clear down the slot. Hurdle from the right side. Give and go. He shoots. He scores! Tomas Hurdle. 5-4 Knights. 3:24 to go in the third period. It goes to the corner, and another try blocked. The game is over. Vegas takes game one. 5-4. Their seventh come from behind victory this postseason.
Tired of these guys. They will not go away.
Well, you picked them.
I know.
I paid my debt today.
Yes.
Look at that rock star over there.
By the way, Timmy pays his debts. Looking forward to it. In fact, for all you out there listening.
That's actually, he told me,
there we go.
Hey, just make it seem like we did something. But when I got hired, he's like, a rock star every day or you're fired.
We have some of the best product placement on the video stream.
Yeah, I know. We got Diet Coke represented. We got Rockstar. We got Apple computers. I mean, geez. Hey, look, your logo can go right in front of us as well. Contact your local.
Yeah, I'll wear your hat.
Does Tim have a Juicy Fruit logo on his shirt?
No, but he can if you'd like.
Where's Juicy Fruit?
Big Red.
We got a little Nike.
I'm about to put Blackstone on my shoulder.
Yeah, well, you look, whatever you want on our video stream, you want a little bug there, we can do that. You want any kind of on-air placement, we can do that as well, because we got people watching on the YouTube stream. So let's go. And by the way, if you want to check out all the behind-the-scenes action. All you have to do is search KSL Sports on YouTube or KSLSports.com. I know a lot of people are watching on the website. You can just go to YouTube, type in KSL Sports, and you'll see my ugly mug out in front. But fortunately, it's also countered by Coach and his
stop.
rugged good looks.
Rugged.
Yes. I always wanted to be able to do the beard. I just never been able to pull it off.
Have you tried it? See, that's kind of part of the thing. You don't shave for a few days.
Well, I get close, and then it gets annoying.
Can't get through the itchy. The
I
itchy
can't
is
get
tough.
through the itchy stage.
Well, I was basically, I agreed to shave for 12 years of my life.
Yes, yeah, you did, and keep it high and tight, uptight too.
Yeah, and so I'm living a little. These are the later years coming out of the back of my hat.
You're like Kyle Whittingham. He's like, you know what? I'm going to go with the mullet. I'm gonna.
Kyle looked, he looked good. I don't have that guy's so strong.
That guy's gotten more ripped as the years have gone.
He's the coach at Michigan.
I know. What a world we're living in.
2026.
The head coach at Michigan is Kyle Whittingham. All right, NHL. You heard the winning goal. You heard the final call last night. Vegas gets the Game 1 victory. Again, I'm not going to lie. I didn't really think that Vegas was going to win. I just wanted to have a little on our wager. And so if I get an energy drink out of it, I'm going to be happy. But still, the fact that you had seen this team in Carolina just go roughshod through their conference, and then all of a sudden Vegas coming off a sweep of Colorado, who really, frankly, Vegas shouldn't be there, but they are, and they get the 5-4 victory. Wildly entertaining game, back and forth, huge swings. I want 7 more of those, or 6 more of those. But, man, I just can't believe what we're seeing out of Vegas.
They're so tough, you know, and they grind you down. But I thought this was so entertaining. You got 3 goals in the first period and 3 goals in the second and 3 goals in the third. I mean, how much better can it get? And really, it was the goal late by Hurdle that put him over the hump. But a very well-played game. The hits, Vegas delivered more hits, which doesn't surprise me. You remember that game, the first game against Utah, the hits were insane, the difference. And shots on goal, Carolina actually, we talked about this yesterday, they don't give up a ton of shots on goal, but Vegas was able to get 5 goals in 23 shots. So 27 shots for the for the Hurricanes, South Carolina. And at the end of the day, it's it's not a shocking thing because I think Vegas has shown that they found a new gear, and Tortorella's unearthed something in those guys.
We talked about the goaltender for Carolina came in with a 93% save.
Anderson.
The dude was just a stone wall. And then all of a sudden Vegas shows up and they put 5 goals in there. I mean, it's like, wait, what? Like, it doesn't necessarily surprise me that Vegas won Game 1, but scoring 5 goals, that was surprising to me.
That was surprising to me, too. I didn't expect if Vegas was going to win that game, I expected more of a 3-1 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
With a late goal. But this was, that final goal was scored with 3 minutes and 26 seconds left.
Yeah.
So I think in terms of watchability, that was a heck of a Game 1, and I think we're in for a heck of a series.
Carolina gets the first goal, 28 seconds
28
into
seconds in.
And I'm thinking, okay, order has been restored.
And I'm thinking that Diet Coke's going to be good for me. It's going to be about 4-1.
And, Vegas is going to be like, okay, now you're playing real competition. You're not playing Colorado's JV squad. Now you're going to come back down to earth, and dang it, Vegas just figures it out.
Well, in one breath, it hurts so bad, but in the other, we talked about it with Jay yesterday. There is real momentum with the Mammoth, and if you're going to lose in the playoffs, I know it doesn't feel good, but that team goes on, and basically you gave them as good a series as anybody. You've got to have a ton of energy coming into next year with a youthful group that now has some playoff experience. Right? And they can't say, they have no playoff experience.
Nope.
They've been down that road, and they had a not just playoff experience. I thought they earned the respect of Vegas in that series for sure.
Outside of Game 6, in which Vegas really took it to Utah looked like the better team in that series.
They did, and I told you there were periods in my novice hockey watching career. But watching that, Mammoth skated around through, they made them look slow at times. So you can see when the Mammoth have it cooking, and now it's just adding a little bit more size and some guys that can forecheck, put guys into the wall, protect the goalie, those types of things a little better. But, man, the future is bright.
It's extremely bright. And I think if you're a Mammoth fan, and I reposted a tweet after I sent it out when Vegas got the win over Colorado and said, hey, 52 seconds away from being up 3-2. And then I reposted it last night after the game. I
saw it.
And people are like, don't remind us. Okay, here's the thing. Yeah, you should be reminded by it, because I think that is a really good sign of where your team is and what you're looking to accomplish next year and the path you're on. You had a team that is just 3 games away from winning a Stanley Cup, that swept Colorado, and you had them on the ropes. So guess what? You can be angry about it, and you should be angry about it. You can be disappointed. You can be a little heartbroken, but also be like, all right, let's go. October, these dudes are mad. They're upset. We as a fan base are behind this team. We know how capable they can be. We know how good this team can be. There's no reason why we can't be talking about deep runs in the playoff after what we saw last year and what this team's bringing back.
I mean, let's just pause for a minute and realize that this may be the summer of us. And the reason I say that,
the summer of us.
No, I'm talking of Utah.
George.
No, summer of us.
Utah, yeah.
But you think about, so we can all just go to the beach and do our summer stuff, but in the back of our minds, right out of the gate, we've got college football, and this is a league now that's relevant, and these local teams have to perform. Utah State's stepping in, into a new situation, and they got to step it up, and they've got a guy who's, you talk about proven. I mean, Mountain Land Supply was telling me how many brick and mortar locations they have and how solid they are. I mean, that's how Bronco Mendenhall is. He goes in somewhere, and that program's going to solidify. So you got Utah State in one spot. You got the Utes, who are, through it all. Morgan Scalley's found his way to be the head coach at the University of Utah, which he's one of our guys.
Yeah.
He's one of us.
Yeah.
So, I cannot wait to watch Utah football with Morgan Scalley twist. I mean, seriously, I'm jumpy about it. And then BYU is in a position where, because of, a couple of choices by a young lad in Lubbock, the scales may just tip BYU's way this year. So we get through that. That's going. And then, as you said, the Mammoth, are you going to drop the puck for the Mammoth and this new look Jazz with somebody's now it's 20 days. We're the 20-day countdown. We're going to have a new face that was number 2 in the draft added to a crew that I love. I'm serious. I love the way these guys approach their deal. And so that's got special written all over it. This is the summer of us.
Yeah. You know what, Lloyd? I think we have our new imaging line for the summer promotion, the summer of us.
And they have it be like the big U, a big U. So it's us. It's both blue and red. We can see through our differences because and baseball's on the horizon.
And baseball very well could be on the horizon.
So, man, I'm telling you, let's just all keep doing what we're doing because the karma around this joint is hopping.
So I fully anticipate this time next year, we're going to be recapping a college basketball season where we'll have multiple teams from the state in the NCAA tournament, hopefully making runs in the NCAA tournament. We'll be talking about the Jazz in the playoffs. We'll be talking about the Mammoth making a deep run in their playoffs. The Jazz potentially having the Rookie of the Year in the NBA, regardless of if it's DeBonsa or Darren Peterson or whoever that might be. And so we'll have playoffs for both schools. We'll have NCAA tournament games. We'll have college football. Look, I don't see there a reason why BYU or even Utah can't start camp in July and say, college football playoff, we can get there. Let's go.
Yeah, let's break through.
Yeah, and I would not surprise me if obviously I would lean BYU right now, but Utah certainly is more than capable of winning the Big 12. It would not surprise me if we have a team in the college football playoff next year. I mean, really, these are the old salad days of
we are right in the
sports
midst
in Utah.
of it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And you add baseball to the calendar here in a couple of years. Look at me forgetting college basketball, but there's some angles there too. Like, we've got Bruce Branch, who's a high recruit, joining BYU. Kevin Young's got it going down there. 2 trips to the tournament, 2 years in a row. Made a big push in the Big 12 over the time there. And then Alex Jensen, I like what he's done in the offseason. I talked to Eric Daniels a little yesterday about their team. And, they're getting closer to the types of guys you need, to compete. And I love the European angle, the way they've really pushed that. And then Ben Jacobson in your neck of the woods, a place I hold dear and hallowed the Spectrum. As bad as I was treated there, for some reason I love the place.
But boy, they welcomed you with open arms when you came up and did some broadcasting.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that whole thing changed for me when I think it was it was my last trip to the Spectrum, and Stu was done. Tim was there, and we were playing up there, and Stu came to a game at the Spectrum. And I was sitting.
I remember this.
I was sitting in the back office with Coach where they put us, and we used to just sit there and stare at the clock, that ticks, and just watch it. And Coach used to say, "You know how many hours we've wasted? Because it's always 60 to 80 minutes. We just sit there and stare at each other." And so Stu comes, knocks on the door, knows where we are, and sticks his head in, and he's like, "Hey guys, hey Timmy, I just want to say hi." And that's when it was like to me, because Stu from the very beginning, he did not like. To fraternize, especially with the boys down south. And he grew up in Provo, and he just kind of always had an edge toward it, which I liked. But we broke through it and formed a friendship. But man, there's so much special in that arena. Wayne Estes, you go all the way back.
Yeah.
So anyway, I am thrilled about what we got coming. It's like waiting for a new release of Madden.
Yeah, there we go.
Which I guess Caleb Williams is going to be the cover child of this year.
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm with you on that one. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. Also, we will chat with our good friend Kurt Heelan. He'll join us at 12:05. Nick Olchek will talk a little hockey with us coming up at 1:05. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach. Hey, when you're looking for an opportunity to really put yourself in a better situation for your home, you want to improve your home, you want it to be perfect. Whether you've got functions coming up, you're always thinking about, okay, how does the furniture look? How is all of this being presented? A lot of people don't look at their carpets. Well, that's right. Your carpets need to be cleaned regularly and not just vacuuming. Sure, you need to be doing that every week or so, but honestly, you need a deep cleaning, and Zerorez is here to help you out. They've got some incredible savings going on right now. $129 is going to get you 3 rooms of carpet cleaned and a hallway thrown in for free. So you're going to get your house cleaned with a patented water technology. It's unlike anything anybody else does. They don't use the harsh chemicals. They don't use the harsh soaps. It gets deep into those carpets, pulls out all that nasty residue that you've been tracking in throughout the last winter, and your carpets are going to look brand new when they're done. And they're going to dry faster, and you'll not have any of that crunchy carpet that a lot of people deal with. Come on. They'll stay cleaner longer as well. Go to Zerorez.com. That's Zerorez.com. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. That's Zerorez.com. Or you can call and get your appointment right now. 866-ZEROREZ. That's 866-ZEROREZ.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at kslsports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready? All aboard!
What you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Hope you're all having a great day. Midweek, as the weekend is now 2 days away. So we were talking in regards to Brandon Sorsby. Obviously, no ruling has come out yet on his temporary injunction. If it goes through, he will probably be allowed to play college football this year. Nobody really truly believes that's going to happen. So then what happens? Well, he can go to the NFL. They have a supplemental draft that'll take place near the end of June, and so he can try there. So a lot of people are like, okay, well, if it doesn't work for college, the NFL is always there. But is the NFL really going to want to latch onto a guy that's got the track record? I would wager no.
I would say the odds aren't good on that.
Yeah, I don't think that's...
I wouldn't bet on it.
I certainly wouldn't bet on it. I think there's long odds.
Well, there's got to be one team that maybe takes a flyer, right?
So what would a team be, Lloyd, that has maybe a lot of unsettled issues at quarterback that could be that in the past has been a bit morally flexible when it comes to that position and who they bring in?
You're going to have to answer this one, Lloyd, because I'm new.
Well, I would think maybe the Raiders, maybe.
Yeah, that's
but you know what? We're settled in now.
I thought that's where he was.
I was not.
I thought he was too.
No, I'm not saying that because you guys have your quarterback.
Cleveland.
You got Shedeur You got what's the guy's name?
Is it weird that Shador rhymes with Masoor?
See, I was going to work in another joke there, but you beat me to it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I see why you massaged that joke in there. That was well done by you. So Browns head coach Todd Monken was asked about Brandon Sorsby and his eligibility in that draft, and he said, I don't know about that.
Not at all. I mean, it's not even come across my desk. I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. That's my opinion. That's not Andrew's. And that I like the quarterbacks that we have. I think that's a slippery slope when you go down that, irrespective of talent, right? In terms of the situation he's put himself in. Like we all know what that is. He put himself in that situation. And we've seen in other sports with players that have been banned for life from playing in professional sports. I think that's a slippery slope to go down that road. Again, that's a question for Andrew and for management. But from my end of it, kind of a tough angle to go down that road and think that that's going to be your franchise quarterback if he's ever eligible to even play in the NFL. Gotcha. Thank you.
So if you're the Cleveland Browns, settling sexual assault cases across the country, okay. Gambling, no.
Yep.
So that's where the line is.
Well, they must have a T-chart.
Yes.
Or and it falls in a certain quadrant that's okay.
Yeah, it's so there you go.
It's a slippery slope.
Cleveland is put their heels in the ground like, okay, this is where we draw the line. And frankly, he's right too. The NFL may never even let the guy play, period. Those are some expensive bets that kid made.
So I did the math. They said 2,900 bets over a 4-year period, and that's 2 bets a day, and the total of that was $90,000. So I mean that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday. That's 2 bets every single day. Like the guy, he was in it.
Hey, the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact U Sports in our communities. Nominate the U Sports volunteer for the Beehive Mill Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. We are out and about today. Grand opening here in Eagle Mountain as Mountain Land Supply just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but they have not lost that community appeal. Steve Lovelace, sales manager of the Power Equipment division of Mountain Land Supply, joins us. I love when you throw these events, man. This is all about community, all about your vendors, saying thanks to everybody out there. You guys really know how to do it right out here.
Yeah, they're awesome events. They do a good job of celebrating that partnership, like you said, with our customers, with our vendors. Brings the whole team together. We love it.
All right, so there's a lot of different divisions now of Mountain Land.
Yep.
A lot of people assume, and then by the way, they're still the leader when it comes to if water runs through it, Mountain Land's going to be the place to go. But when you have all these divisions and you have these company meetings together and everybody's representing their own division, do you say, I'm the cooler of the bunch?
Absolutely.
Because you got power.
I'm the power tool guy.
Nobody's as fun as us and maybe Truck Outfitters. We got the toys.
Oh, yeah. Those two.
Yeah,
that's right. You two would probably be the only two that I'd be like, okay.
Everything else is work.
I want to hang with that guy. Yeah.
You're just having fun.
That's right.
Experimenting and having fun.
Yep.
I like it.
Yeah,
Talk about some of the things you can do to help people out.
Yeah, so you said it, bigger and bigger. We're constantly expanding. One of our most exciting things right now is we're the newest Toro SiteWorks dealer in Utah, which is construction equipment, compact loaders, skid steers, that kind of thing. So that's really exciting. And Toro's got a new one fleet program where they're combining their whole family. So Exmark, Toro Residential, Toro Landscape, Toro SiteWorks, Boss Snow Plows. It's all under one fleet program. So if customers are looking to purchase, set up a new truck, set up a new crew, you can come in and combine those purchases into one thing and take advantage of fleet pricing, which is 20% plus. So that's huge. Autonomous robotic mowers are taking off like crazy. That's another big segment.
Okay, shoot me straight.
Oh, gosh, it's Edward
I'll tell you. Here's my personal
really
story.
Work?
They do work, and they're awesome. And I was not sold either, but I took one home one weekend just to play with the mapping and figure out how it all worked. When you pull into your driveway after your kid's soccer game on Saturday morning and your lawn is being mowed already, you're sold. I mean,
just
would
saw
you
his
rather go
eyes
fishing
die.
Saturday morning?
Yeah,
would you rather go
absolutely.
golfing Saturday
morning? But I also
morning?
don't want to like a bunch of Mohawks out there that I'm going to have to go back and.
They work great. We carry Cress. We carry Husqvarna.
Wow.
We carry Segway. There's a few different options there, but they're. You can pick they'll stripe. You can pick the direction it stripes.
Wait,
you can do checkerboard. You can
stripe?
do diamonds. They're awesome.
You just got him with stripe. You got him with
that was
stripe
it. That was
because
the
stripe
selling
is not
point.
easy.
No. When you can actually, because everybody tries it, but they can't do it perfectly, and then it just looks bad.
No, they look great, and they're like when they return home, they know where they mowed. They'll follow the stripe. They won't stripe your yard and then go across the whole thing to get back to their charge station. They'll find those lines and follow them back.
Roomba for lawns.
They're awesome.
Wow.
You do have to still do your trimming and edging.
For sure.
But no, they're fantastic.
That'll be a few more years, right?
Yeah,
and then we'll have that figured out.
It's coming.
Man.
Really cool stuff.
So you talk about the fleet stuff.
Yeah.
But you can also customize to the individual.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do a lot of commercial, a lot of residential too. We do it all. Parts, sales, service.
That's what I love about it. I mean, Scotty said it in the very first thing you said was community, but that I drove up here, I drove all the way out came around and saw the complex, and that's what I felt. I felt community.
It's one of the things we talk about from the executive team on down is we want people to just feel like family when they come in. We want it to feel like you're welcome and you're loved and appreciated, and these events are one of the ways we do that.
I mean, it's a massive facility, but you walk in here and you're treated like family.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. Steve Lovelace, sales manager, Power Equipment. He's got the coolest job in the company, and he's more than happy to admit it. He gets to play with the fun stuff. But stop by, say hi. We've got a bunch of vendors here in all different aspects, and they've got great equipment. I'm a big Milwaukee fan. I know you've got a Milwaukee tent out there as well. So whatever you're looking for, whatever help you may need, stop by here. It's the brand new location, and we got free food too. Stop by, grab yourself a dog, and let's enjoy it.
Yep, come fill up.
Yeah, and these, by the way, those aren't just your average hot dogs.
No, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
that's the real thing.
They don't cheap out.
That's the real thing right there. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Ah, this feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
What? It's not cheating.
Frank, you're scaring the kids.
Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole.
It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessel's and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside Tim Lacombe, the coach. Who is this? This is a remake, right?
This is a remake of Big Country, the band Big Country, song Big Country.
Yes.
In the 80s, and this is Moe, M-O-E, period.
Got to include the period.
You have to. It's on that's their official mark.
Nice. Yeah, this doesn't suck at all.
I'm going to send you a bunch of cool stuff, but I'm so pumped about our bump.
The playlist?
The playlist.
Yes.
And I actually had somebody shoot out. I think this is a good idea. Can we have a quick meeting?
Oh, yeah. Show meeting.
So there's 4 of us.
Correct.
There's, of course, in order of importance, Lloyd, Scotty.
All right, stop.
Lloyd, Scotty, Alex, Tim. So we got 4 of us.
We're all equals.
No, Alex is like, I'm like Aaron Rodgers, and he's Jordan Love. I'm looking over my shoulder.
It goes Tim/Scotty, all right, very even, and then it goes Alex, and then I'm down the list.
That is not true.
Trust
but
me,
you
yeah,
are a
okay.
servant leader, which we appreciate.
Yes.
Okay, but a fan reached out, said, or a listener said,
fan.
They're Scotty's fans. They're listeners. They're trying to get used to me. But they said, give us a day. There's 5 days.
Oh, I saw that tweet.
Before
yeah.
you guys take one and I think that'd be kind of a cool thing too.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know if we have to put it up for vote or what we're doing, but I'd like to get that started sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think next week or the week after.
Summer of Us.
The Summer of Us. All right. By the way, really cool feature on KSLSports.com. It's called the Coaches Book Club. David James, Amy Donaldson interview coaches, athletes, and essentially talk about their influences, what's really hit for them, maybe some of their inspirational moments of their life, and how you build culture. A lot of really cool things going on that conversation Morgan Scally sat in with the two of them and was talking about Urban Meyer. And Urban has not been in the state of Utah as a head coach since the 2004 season. We're 2 decades removed from St. Urban roaming the sidelines in Salt Lake City. But Morgan played for Urban Meyer. So he talks a little bit about the influence of Urban still on the Utah program.
Urban's fingerprints very much still on the program today, 20-plus years later.
Well, if they're on you.
23 years,
Yeah.
20 years later.
100%.
You're quoting Urban to today's team.
I would say yes.
Or you're using master motivator. Like, I'm always curious because one of the things I think is the toughest ask of coaches is you can't control what someone does or doesn't do. Like, when you're seeing eyes on them, you can a little bit, and with playing time, you have some carrots and some sticks.
Right.
But that deep feeling, that seeing in you what maybe you don't see, how did he bring that out? Like,
he understood that all roles matter, that not everyone's going to be a starter. So how do I get those guys that aren't starters to really believe in their importance of the journey?
Did he talk to them?
100%. Yeah. Now, I think where he, the freshmen had to become the juniors and seniors. And so he would somewhat, I wouldn't say talk down to them, but he wouldn't necessarily show them the type of love that he did your juniors and seniors. And so that's where I think,
sort of
that can get it. Yeah,
you have to earn it.
You have to earn it, right? Whereas
yeah.
I think, I don't care who you are, you have to breathe that belief in people. And
where Ron was going to invest in you from day one, you might have to earn.
Yes, you have to
kind
become us type of a deal, right? And so, but I have nothing but just gratitude for Urban and what he did for me.
By the way, should we have some music running behind our show all the time? Like, just we have our bumper music, but maybe we need to have like a musical track underneath the show.
Especially one like that sounds like a UFO was landing.
I know, right? I was like waiting for like the plot twist. But certainly Urban Meyer, look, you can say what you want about him as a human being, and certainly the NFL did not go his way, but Urban Meyer, if you wanted your program to be great and you wanted it to be great quickly, Urban Meyer was always your guy.
Oh, man, I remember. So that's about my time I was back up at Utah getting my degree and working with Ray Giacoletti. And so, being 36, 34 years old at the time, I was kind of more confident because I was working at the University of Utah. And when Urban got the job, I remember it was a basketball game. And he came walking down, and I just walked up to him to say hello. And it was like I just met Joe Pesci. I mean, this guy he was so just intense. And not that he didn't have any time for me, but you could tell his mind was, how am I going to do this at that point? And that's all he cared about. And I had season tickets his whole time there at the U because I was going to school up there. And those were incredible years. But it was amazing how in a short period of time, how he took, similar, Mac did such a great job at Utah. And he just came in, after a really good guy had done it, and he even refined it a little bit more and, did some really special things up there. So Morgan was a fortunate thing because he got some Mac.
Oh, yeah.
And then he got Urban and a nice mix of Kyle
all
the entire way. So he's so ready for this job.
He really is. And, there's other guys that I think he's had some exposure with too, like John Pease, some of these other guys that may not have been head coached, but brilliant coaches. But this is an interesting thing. And I want to get to your point as a coach. There's a lot of different ways to motivate, and there's a lot of different ways to get the most out of you. And he mentioned too, Mac was a guy that loved you immediately and he was always in your corner. He was always rooting for you. He's like, let's go, let's go, let's go. Urban was like, oh, you're a freshman? You're going to have to earn my love. You're going to have to earn my respect. I'm not going to invest in you until I know that you're invested in our program, in our work ethic. And then when you're a junior or senior, then you'll get all the love in the world and there. But it was some people out there, that, have relationships with their dad. They feel like they have to earn his approval. Matt gave it immediately, and maybe that didn't. I think guys really, especially the Polynesian community, really latched onto that. Whereas Urban was like, you know what? I want to motivate you to get to the point where I respect you. And a lot of the players had an edge because of that. So I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think there's a wrong answer. Frankly, I think I would never go a blanket approach, one size fits all, because everybody's different now and everybody's got different motivation techniques. I don't think you can treat everybody the same. Like you can't treat your kids the same and hope that you get the same result. So, but I think it's fascinating from a motivation standpoint. You saw it up close in person. You've been around great ones too. From a guy that scared everybody to Dave Rose, who I think everybody would take a bullet for.
Yeah, it is so fascinating. And I think the key to it is that in terms of picking how you want to approach it is just be yourself. And all along life, I mean, to me, the value in life has been relationships, especially with older people. I've always sought out people that have, maybe 10, 15 years older than me, because they've been through what I'm about to go through. And, I love to talk to people and get their perspective. As guys go through coaching, you're having all sorts of influences and you see things that work and things that don't. But at the end of the day, take all the things that relate to you that, hey, this is me, and throw that into a bag. And I think it's fine to take stuff you learn from other guys. And in coaching, it's, there's a lot of days where you're just grasping at straws. How are we going to get to these guys? So you got to have a lot of experience and seen a lot of approaches.
There's I was reading a book about the Mexican drug cartel.
Oh man, I watched all of that Narcos series.
And there's a thing they called silver or lead.
Yep.
Where you were going to do what they wanted you to do. It was just a matter of, do you get the silver and the reward, or do you get the lead, which is not the reward? So either way, you're getting something. So you might as well go along with it because you might as well get the silver, because the lead isn't good for anybody. So when you're motivating a team and you're trying to get the most out of them, do you think that there's one that appeals to you more, the silver or the lead?
I think it's more. I think you need to be authentic and present your program like what people are going to see when they leave it, both in the world and in athletics. I think you do them a disservice if it's a country club, where it's laissez-faire.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think you're also, in this day and age, guys are competent. If you give them, stuff to work on, they're going to go work on it. And I think there's more trust involved now. I really do. I remember when Rick would walk into the gym and like everybody would just be, before a coach gets to the gym, how things are, guys would be throwing half-court shots and trying hook shots and all that. Well, guys would be at the Huntsman Center, and there would be just kind of that camaraderie and stuff. And I kid you not, he used to park his car. He'd drive the car right up to the door by his office, so he didn't have to walk, 500 yards to get to the Huntsman Center. So it was not out of the ordinary back in those days to have Coach Majerus's white Ford Explorer driving down the sidewalks at the university, navigating his way to the front door, and literally would honk at students to move out of the way that were on the sidewalk. Because, of course, what are they doing on a sidewalk?
I'm driving here.
But when he would walk in that door, and it's weird, but you would almost feel his presence at the top of the Huntsman Center. And all those guys that were messing around all of a sudden became Johnny on the spot, practicing shot fakes and really tight stuff. And it's just amazing. His way worked, and his way was fear. And very few times in all my time there did you ever even hear a good job, as support people. And the players, you just had to be ready for that day for anything, because he's going to try to figure out how to get to you, and everything's in play. Your dad, the type of high school coach he was, comes into the equation. He used that on a guy. You'd be a better player if your dad knew what he was doing as a high school coach. He'd go right at guys' jugulars. Wow. So I think the perfect fit nowadays, Scotty, is you got to treat these guys. You got to treat them well, and you got to take care of them, but you also have to teach them.
Yeah.
And the only way you can do that is relationship. You have to have a great relationship, and that has to be a real one. And in this day and age of college, man, you got to make it quick because you only got them for a certain period of time.
Yeah. I've talked to Bronco about that. Bronco said, usually I've had 4 or 5 years to really, set the culture and get somebody to buy in. I've got to get them to buy in a matter of weeks when it used to be a matter of years.
No doubt. And that is a chore because, again, you wish that every kid was exactly the same, but you're dealing, especially now, you're dealing with so many kids come from so many backgrounds, so many different interests, and again, a short period of time to figure out how do I motivate them to be their best.
I do think it's pretty fascinating on the different techniques out there, but there does seem to be a common element of successful coaches, whether it's out of fear or love or whatever the case might be. Number one, kids want to be coached. I think that's everybody wants to knock on this generation. I think everybody wants to genuinely get better at their craft. They want good coaching. They want honest evaluations, and they want good communication, and they want to be treated fairly. They want to know that if I work hard, I'll have a good opportunity. Now, you can yell, you can scream at me, but if I put in the work, and if I'm the better player, I will get the time. There's no politics. There's nothing. It's you eat what you kill. And I think if you have those common elements to everything, and at the end of the day, like I bark at my kid all the time. We have a fun little back and forth. I know it drives my wife nuts, but we'll get after each other. But at the end of the day, he knows that I've got his back. And I know he's got my back. And so I think you can be rough on your players, but those players still need to know that you're in their corner. Like I had a boss who, in fact, Randy Rogers was running the radio stations for us, and I was his PD, and he would sit there in our one-on-one meetings, and he would go after every show. This guy needs to be better. This guy, you're not coaching this guy up enough. This guy's got to be good. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, and I would leave thinking, we're the worst damn radio station on the planet. Like, this is awful. And then we would be in these other meetings where there were other people that weren't associated with the radio station. And if any of them took any kind of shot at a host or a show or anything like that, he would be right in their face and saying, you are lucky to be associated with these guys. And I'm like, okay. I like that because I know when the chips are down, this guy's got our back, and he's always going to be there for us.
Well, and what he's doing is development.
Yeah.
He's just trying to develop guys. So development, that's the part. And I'll just say one thing, that the honest evaluation is a big one. I will just say that sometimes the player and parent don't like the honest evaluation, so they seek a second opinion. And that's called the transfer portal, nowadays. But the biggest thing is coach to who you are. You got to have a culture. It's got to be real. The more the players can manage it, the better. And I think, honestly, you can't trick kids anymore. Coaching used to be about tricking guys some,
Yeah.
To be able to say, hey, we're playing this team from Louisiana, and there's no way these guys would even find any film on them. And so you build them up to be the Lakers. Now they can just go look it up on that coach. They're 5-27. I mean, come on, what are you trying to do to us? So there's no tricking players anymore. So in that vein, I think you need to be transparent. I think transparency's got to be an element that's in everything. And as a side note, one of the things I think the Jazz, in terms of with their players and the way they run their things, and certainly Will Hardy, his coaching style, they're right in there. Transparent, authentic. I love the way they do their stuff.
By the way, the Coach's Corner, Coach's Book Club, I think it's on KSLSports.com. Morgan Scally, kind enough to sit down, even goes deep into the issues from a few years ago where the screen grab of his text came out. I mean, I think that's some of the first deep comments I've heard from him about that. It's available to you. Really great job by Amy Donaldson and David James on KSLSports.com. All right, Chris McGarry, sales manager of plumbing and hydronic, kind enough to join us. So you're what the foundation of Mountain Land Supply. Back in the day when
when
water runs through it, we got you covered. And now you got truck and you got power tools, you got all this other stuff going on. But at the end of the day, this is really what it feels like Mountain Land Supply was all about.
This is what it started out, back in 1947, Provo Plumbing Supply.
Wow.
So I think when they moved out of Provo, I think in the early 70s, they moved to Orem, and they think, we can't have the name Provo Plumbing Supply and not be in Provo. So they went with the Mountain Land Supply. But yeah, plumbing was our basis, what we started on. We've evolved into this company that does anything water goes in and around, truck outfitters, geotextiles, HVAC, of course, just all kinds of things. It's been incredible to watch that to happen in the recent years.
How long have you been with the company?
I've been with them since 2008, so I think this is 18 years.
Wow.
Now, so.
Seems like an incredible company to work for. It's really mindful of its employees and the community.
Oh yeah, it's great, especially when we were able to become an employee-owned company, and that happened in 2018. I mean, the morale, the way, the perspective that everybody had of the company changed almost overnight. You're now an employee owner, and so let's pick up that nail that's in the yard. Let's pick up those things that could give us a flat tire, because everything that get a flat tire on the road, that's out of our ESOP money. We want to make sure we're taking care of each other. So it's been incredible. It's been an incredible run, incredible growth. A great company with great people, just really works hard to enrich the communities they're in. We try to make sure we have places like we're here in Eagle Mountain today. We wanted to make sure that we had a place in this area. Yeah, we could run trucks from somewhere else and bring them out here, but we want to be part of the community. We want to show them, hey, we are involved. We want to hire people, local people. We want to have your people be able to come in here and service them. So it's a great company and does great things.
So in all these events that I've been at for Mountain Land Supply, contractors, there's so many people involved in what you build here, and great employees. But you know what I've always loved is every grand opening we go to, or every big event, golf tournament, whatever the case might be, you walk in and a lot of this stuff can be really intimidating for the average Joe out there. And even though you're dealing with contractors that are doing jobs, hundreds of thousands of dollar jobs, you walk in and you need a $5 equipment piece of gear or a plumbing accessory or something like that. You're like, okay, I'll help you. Let's go and let's figure this out. There's no job too small, no job too big. And if it is a big job and you feel a little overwhelmed, then you guys can help put them in contact with somebody that can do it for them. Like everything is still customizable to that one specific customer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have relationships with the contractors that we will certainly, let people know who we feel are great people that could help them. We have several that, we could give them the opportunity for. And then we have the expertise guys. A lot of these guys have been in the field that we work for us. They've, been plumbers at one point in their time. And it's like, I don't want to be on my knees and crawling under sinks anymore, or my back hurts or something like that. So they come and use their expertise for us, and it's been great. So, so we can help anything from fixing a little faucet to putting in a whole subdivision, and getting that fire hydrant that you need.
I love it, man.
It's awesome.
Come on by here. It's the grand opening of the Eagle Mountain location. We've got great food available for you, so just stop by, grab a bite to eat, check out the vendors, whatever you need help with, whatever you need assistance with. Mountain Land Supply is always here to help you out. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for the opportunity.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Austin Ainge, Utah Jazz, president of basketball operations.
So all of us are fired up about the draft, but everything happens so quickly because then you have the free agency that hits immediately. How about adding talent through trade acquisitions or free agency? How much of that do you anticipate?
Definitely some. It's hard to anticipate exactly how much, but we'll try to be aggressive, appropriately aggressive in adding and making our team better. We could go a few different directions to address some of the weaknesses, and some of that will be determined by which position we draft. We've got a lot of work to do. Teams in the West are really good, and that the rules will be different next year. So there'll be a lot of changes. It'll be a lot more competitive, and we're very aware that we got to take a big jump here in a lot of different ways.
Catch DJ DJ and PK. Mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for making this part of your day. Show brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where we're at right now. It's their grand opening of their Eagle Mountain location. Eagle Mountain. You come on by, grab yourself a dog, and we're talking the good dogs here. So you stop by, grab some of those, and you're really going to be loving life. This isn't a... yeah, I probably shouldn't name that company, but there's some companies out there that have big events where they give away free hot dogs.
For about 12 minutes.
Yeah. But here, no, these are the real deal. J-Dogs.
These are the real deal. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people out here, man.
I know.
There are a lot of people out here.
And they do it right. And if you know what, you want to talk to a rep from Milwaukee Power Tools, or you want to talk to a rep out there that's got irrigation. I know Rainbird's out here. So you stop by and they'll get you hooked up, man. I'm going to go talk to that Rainbird guy. I've got some sprinkler issues I need some help with.
Well, and you can also talk to looks like the Cedar Valley Softball Club over here.
I know, right?
Stopped in to say hello.
Let's go. So many good things coming down the pipeline here at Mountain Land Supply, and we always appreciate them being a part of the station and inviting us down and letting us invade their space. All right, so good, the bad, the ugly right here on the zone. Good. Hey, we finally have it. Game 1 of the NBA Finals coming up tonight, and let's get it, folks. I'm excited for finally seeing these two teams back in action. I am curious to know if there's going to be a little rust or rest factor with the Knicks in this game.
Yeah, always a question. It is probably a luxury when you have veterans. They're not guys that understand or don't understand what they're getting into. Your guys have done it multiple times. I have a feeling the Knicks will be ready to go.
I do too,
for sure. Yeah, they have played so well, and they're made right. So, of course, if you look at the series this season, the Knicks won 2 out of the 3 meetings, and of course the NBA Cup. So they could.
You forget about that NBA Cup.
They could win the NBA Cup and the title in the same year.
How about that?
Wow, that'd be like I don't know what the equivalent. That'd be pretty cool.
That's like winning Miss Congeniality and winning the overall pageant all in one.
Most likely to succeed and Mr. Irrelevant. If you got one in high school and then you were last in the draft.
Yeah. So
random.
Something like that. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I do think the Wemby factor is going to be interesting. I think the fact this is on a big stage in New York is going to be fun. I try not to get caught up in all that nonsense, but I think it's impossible not to. When you have a media market like New York, I was watching video of Lloyd's favorite amateur basketball player, Guillermo, hanging out with Wemby and Wemby rubbing his belly and all that nonsense that comes along with it. Yeah. You're in New York, that stuff's going to happen.
For sure. Yeah, there's all sorts of that. But I think the cool part to me, and we've talked about it this week, this is the exact same finals in 1999. And, you've got that factor, and so there's that history. And the Knicks have not been back since, so that's so cool. And Wemby coming onto the scene is certainly something. But what probably isn't talked about enough is just the team, the tough team that the Knicks are. So I definitely, I'm swaying back and forth to that last segment, but I'll have my pick.
Ooh. So here's the thing. A lot of coach isn't just teasing it and trying to keep you around for the end of the show. I don't know if you're really settled on your decision.
No, it's like the draft.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to see what where we are here in a few.
If you're giving me
short hours.
If you're giving me 10 minutes to make my pick, then I'm going to use all 10 minutes to try to figure out who I really want part of my team.
You got to listen to all that Jeopardy music.
Oh yeah.
Not going to end it early in the wait.
Nope, no sir. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So this is going to hit close to home for you. The Dallas Mavericks have a preliminary agreement for a brand new arena, but it will move them out of downtown. Expected to be in 2031, the franchise 50. And I put this in the bad because I hate it when people I know Ryan Smith, and trust me, Ryan Smith did downtown Salt Lake City a huge solid by keeping that team downtown. He very easily could have moved that off 106 or some of his other locations and actually built an arena that could be a better revenue generator with a area around it that could generate more revenue. Like honestly, from a financial decision, it would have been better off for him to move the Jazz out of downtown.
Probably so, but you just lose.
Exactly.
To me, the sports are about downtown.
Exactly.
It's
That's
like
why
when Detroit moved out to Auburn Hills. Come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, the Bears are talking about going to Indiana or something like that. It's like, come on, it's ridiculous. But they have agreed on 104 acres on a former site of a mall about 10 miles north of downtown. I think this is in your old neck of the woods, kind of that Plano area.
Yes, in fact, it's if I'm not mistaken, I read it's near Willow Bend Country Club. It's kind of out in that area. And Willow Bend Country Club, when I was in Texas, look out the window right here in Eagle Mountain. See all those fields? That's what Willow Bend. I actually dated a girl who was a lifeguard at the Willow Bend Country Club pool. So,
attaboy.
I frequented that.
Good for you.
So I frequented, that area of town often. That's a good drop.
Oh boy, dang! Lloyd's cutting on deep tonight.
No, I like it. Come at me, dog.
Going after the girl he dated
like
in
that?
high school. Come on. I mean, she was a lifeguard too.
That's what I'm saying. It was his peppercorn.
Yeah, Wendy Peppercorn.
Wendy Peppercorn.
It was. I dated Peppercorn.
Yeah, like you didn't have. I mean, it wasn't. That's my guy right there. He didn't think about the lifeguard. He dated the lifeguard.
They had a polo ground out there too. So you drive into the country club, you look to your left, and these rich dudes are.
So this is even back in your day. This was a pretty affluent area.
Yes. Yeah.
So, okay.
It was country, but you could tell where it was headed.
Yeah. So it bums me out a little bit because I love, as you mentioned, I love teams being downtown, but I don't blame them because you want to build a new arena and you want to really get the most revenue you can generate. Frankly, Jerry Jones built Frisco, Texas, by moving the Cowboys there and building all the practice facilities around it. It is like you could call that team, that city, Cowboys, Texas, because that's what it is. I mean, it's all about the Cowboys. So you move a team and you move the arena to a specific suburb, and you can pretty much take ownership of that whole place.
Yeah, that's what they did, and I get to see it here in a couple of weeks too. It's crazy. I've never been there as many times I've been to Dallas, but I've never been out to Frisco or the Star.
You've never been to Jerry World, huh?
Nope.
Oh yeah, it's you can tell very quickly who's running things around there. It's like a
shrine?
Homage to Jerry.
Hey Jerry! Oh, there's Jerry over there.
Which, by the way, I can't really blame him. I might do the same if I had that money and I built that up. I'd be like, yeah, welcome to Scotty G-ville.
I didn't used to think you'd be like that, but now after a couple, yeah, you would. You totally would.
I am here to have everybody look at me
and see how charismatically brilliant you are.
I am very charismatically brilliant. All right, there's your bad. Let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
All right, so it is finally official. A.J. Brown is leaving the Eagles. He is on his way to the New England Patriots. Patriots gave up a 2028 first-round pick and a 27 fifth-round pick. Everybody kind of anticipated it was going to happen. Mike Vrabel's always been a big A.J. guy, did not want him to leave Tennessee back in the day. But let's be honest, there's some people in that locker room that is actually glad that the drama is over, like left tackle Jordan Mailata.
I think, yes, we can move on now. I think most of us that have been here the last 6 weeks, we have moved on we have enough to worry about. Again, getting over last year and then coming in here and learning a new scheme and new concepts. Like, we had to press on, and so that's what we were doing. I think this is more of a, it sounds terrible, but thank God it's over. It was the slow pain of just, is he in, is he out? We didn't really know, and that really wasn't our focus as a team. Our team, especially at the offense, we got to keep these wheels moving. We got new guys coming in, we got rookies coming in. Again, we've got to build that culture.
So at first glance, you see the headline, and heaven forbid somebody in the sports media actually leads with a headline that is there to catch attention. And they're thinking, oh, man, this guy was a cancer in the locker room. Nobody liked him. I don't know if that's necessarily the case when you actually listen to the full thing. I think it's just players don't like uncertainty. They want to know who they're going into battle with. If A.J. Brown was like, you know what, I'm all about the Eagles. I want to be here, and I think they would have been great. But it's like, hey, are you in? Are you out? Are you in? Are you out? Are you going to be a part of this team or not? We need to know because we want to get back to business around here.
Yeah, and that's been hanging over their head for some time. He's dynamic when he's great, and I've lost many a fantasy football battle to the owner of the week of AJ. Never drafted him myself, not been smart enough to do that. But interesting story, and definitely something. Looks like they could both use a change of scenery for each the organization and the guy.
And there's certain points where it's just like you may be losing a dynamic presence, but sometimes there is addition by subtraction, even when you have talent like that.
I've seen it actually myself, where you wouldn't believe it. Like, how could we be better? When I was a high school coach, we did so many different things, but at the end of the day, like, we always kind of came back to what we started with, because you kind of know.
Yeah.
It's that's probably good for AJ and Philly to have that in the rearview mirror.
So there you go. AJ Brown not getting quite the attention that the trade of Myles Garrett to Los Angeles to play for the Rams, but it'll be interesting to see how he fits in with the Patriots. I'm not sold on Drake May. I thought he showed some real issues in that AFC Championship game. Like if Bo Nix is playing, Denver wins that game because Drake May. There was a cut where Josh McDaniels has to go over to him on the sideline and like Drake May was in panic mode. Like you could tell he was flustered.
Big eyes. Yeah.
And the moment was getting really big for him. And if he's not playing Jarrett Stidham, he probably loses that game. But honestly, I look at that and I'm not quite sure if he's there yet. If he will get there. But if AJ Brown comes over there and AJ's not getting passes, or if he leads him into contact and he gets blown up by a safety, or whatever the case is, AJ will take over that locker room really quickly.
Oof, yeah, absolutely. And so hopefully, from the signs of it, May looks to be a pretty strong guy. But the playoffs rattled him a little bit,
yeah.
and I saw that because I followed him all year religiously. He was my quarterback, and it took me to a title in my league. But he didn't play in the playoffs like he'd played. He definitely had more of a confidence in the regular season. The playoffs, happy feet, big eyes, scrambling around, missing reads, those types of things.
Yeah. I remember when Ben Roethlisberger won his first Super Bowl, he did not play well in those playoffs. He did not play well in that Super Bowl, but they had that defense, that Joey Porter and Troy Polamalu, the bus, and they all just kind of lifted him. And then when he got it, it was like, okay. And then he became the Hall of Fame quarterback that he eventually became. So Drake may go that path.
He may. I think the thing he's got going for him is there's no substitute for experience.
Yes.
And, to have a full season under your belt, a playoff, situation under your belt, I think he's a guy that seems to me will jump because of that, just from the experience. But playoffs a whole different animal, You get there, and the only way you do that is you got to prove you can do it. And a lot of guys don't. A lot of quarterbacks, that's where they have great regular season names, but the playoffs, it goes away. And I think the mark of anybody is how far can you take your team.
Yep. All right, 11:46, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We will chat with Kurt Heelan coming up at 12:05, so about 20 minutes from right now. Nick Olchek will give us his thoughts on the playoffs and where he's at on the Mammoth, nearly beating Vegas in the first round, and now Vegas going on a tear. What does Nick think about that in regards to the Mammoth? We'll chat with him at 105 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard and the coach, Tim Lacombe. University of Utah Health they do such a tremendous job with a lot of our professional teams, like the Utah Mammoth, the Utah Jazz, Real Salt Lake, the University of Utah teams. And because, look, they're the best at what they do. Now, you may be thinking, okay, well, that's great for, the Mammoth. That's great for the Jazz, but I want that same kind of care. Well, you get that at the University of Utah Health. Those same specialists that treat those athletes will be treating you and your ailments, your bum knee, whatever you're dealing with a shoulder, whatever injury that's keeping you away from the golf course, the basketball court, whatever you're dealing with, they've got somebody to help you out. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. Get the same commitment, the same level of care that professional athletes get, but for you and your family. uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Accessing. The video in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what? You know Lloyd likes the song when he plays it twice.
He likes it so nice.
He played it twice.
See how I did that?
Yeah, very well done.
I used to be a poet in my spare time.
Did you know it, though?
Never knew it. That was the problem. I didn't revenize it.
Revenize it. I don't know if there's a lot of poets out there that are generating good revenue.
No, at least not till far after they're gone.
Yeah.
Then somebody else is making money on their books or poems.
Yep. Yes, sir. By the way, Lance Holzclaw from the University of Utah is testifying in front of Congress today because of the Ted Cruz NIL bill. He did not take a specific position either for or against it. But he said, I want to thank this committee for recognizing the importance of including student athletes in conversation about the future of college sports. While I may not have the titles or experience of others testifying today, I bring a perspective that others that cannot be replicated, the perspective of a student athlete living through these changes in real time. I've experienced the impact of NIL, the transfer portal, conference realignment, evolving eligibility rules, and the many changes shaping college athletics. These issues are often discussed through the lens of policy, economics, and governance, but behind every decision are real students balancing academics, athletics, personal development, and preparation for life. He goes on and but does not take a side either for or against the resolution that's being proposed by Ted Cruz and others in Congress on trying to provide some governance to the old Wild West we're living in. But I do appreciate the point. There's a lot of players out there that their lives have been made very, very good by the landscape of college athletics. There's a lot of guys out there that have gotten bad advice, have gone in the transfer portal, and have given up a scholarship because they got nowhere else to go. They were told that, oh, yeah, we got a place for you. You're going to go and you're going to make this money, hops in, and nobody wants you. And then all of a sudden you go back to your old coach and he doesn't want you and you're screwed. There's been a lot of those stories too. Probably more of those than people could possibly understand.
I was trying to think of the ratio, you know, to good, because really when it's good, it's reserved for elite players.
Yeah.
You see Mamilovic from Iowa State just signed with Kentucky for $6.5 million
saved
next
Mark
year.
Pope's job there.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got to perform.
Yeah.
I mean, it could actually hurt if they paid him that much. He doesn't.
That's true, yeah.
So,
yeah. But I got to imagine back in the day, you recruit a player, you bring him in, and you're like, I would love nothing more than to give this scholarship to somebody else. Like, you know, obviously you're not going to name names, but there's probably been guys you're like,
oh, for sure.
I whiffed on this kid, and he's eating up a scholarship, but we just got to eat it for another 2 years because, you know, we offered him and we committed to him, and so we got to stay committed. Now we talk about players leaving. Coaches can essentially tell a kid, there's the door.
There's the door.
I need that scholarship, so you're out. And so that can be good for coaches. It can be bad for coaches.
I've had people call me and say, you know, can you help us navigate this? Hey, you got the wrong guide. I haven't been up. I'm not a Sherpa for this here mountain. I know the one over there. But, man, it's a whole new landscape, and everybody's trying to figure it out.
Dave Chandler back with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, sales director here at Mountain Land Supply. We talk about community. We talk about being associated with big brands at Mountain Land Supply. You're hard-pressed to find a bigger brand than the PGA.
Yeah, it's been one that we're again, I used the word proud earlier today, but proud of it. We are the agronomy sponsor, the main agronomy sponsor for that event, the professionals that are preparing the course. And then we're one of the founding global partners for that event as well, enriching the community, enriching Utah, making Utah a better place for us. So,
well, there's a lot of people out there that want their lawns to look like a golf course, and
100%.
And you can help people there.
Yeah, you guys talked to Steve earlier. He's on my staff, and the robotics, the trimmers, the blowers, the mowers, everything you could ever want is on that side.
I went to him I was both on the air and off the air. I'm like, these robotic mowers, come on, shoot me straight here. He's like, no, they actually work. They work really, really well. Yeah. And I still it's like, come on, you can tell off the air. You tell me the truth. He's like, no, I'm telling you, they're incredible what they're doing right now.
Yeah, cut quality and just set it, forget it. Like there's very few things we can even do. Even the irrigation you have to play with and kind of look at those things, but the robotic mower just goes out and does its job and just doesn't complain and just keeps going. So it's awesome.
I was not born with a tendency to be able to fix things very well.
Mm-hmm.
I typically leave that to others, but when I have attempted and I've gone into certain places, you know, there's some places you walk in and they, from the word go, they treat you like you're an idiot.
Right.
Like you have no idea what you're doing. What I love about it, and you can expound on it, but you're working with contractors on big projects, but if I walk in there and I'm looking for one certain nozzle for a sprinkler system, you've got that here, but also other things. Kind of expound on that.
Yeah, it's we have many customers and we recognize that, from municipalities to contractors to homeowners, and it's our job to translate for you. You say, I need this. It sprays water 15 feet. And like, yeah, half 15-inch spray. Get that in Rainbird, and you can get that in Hunter, whatever you need. Or it could be, I have this plumbing part in this issue. Here's a picture, and it's like, perfect, we have that, or we get that ordered in for you. So it's the expertise there. We don't care that you're not a contractor. We don't care that you're not well equipped for that information. That's what we pay our people to be, the experts, and to provide solutions for our customers.
There's nothing more entertaining than to whether like late April, early May, or mid-May, walk into one of those box stores or those big places and look at the sprinkler aisle and all these people with like a dead look in their face. And then they try to get help, and you got some 18-year-old in a smock that's a pimple-faced dork that doesn't know what he's doing. Nobody knows what they're doing. They can't help you out. And so you want to go to people, whether you want to do it yourself or find somebody who can do it for you. You want to go right to the source, right to the experts.
Yeah.
Mountain Land Supply is going to do that for you.
They're going to do that. And, when someone asks you, can I help you? You can actually feel like they mean it.
Like,
this is a
some
bad
guy's like, please don't say yes. Please don't say yes.
Please. Yeah, aisle 55, I think they have it down there. No, but it's funny because like you say that, and there's a big box store not to be named, and I used to frequent there on the weekends, and I just, as a hobby, would sit there kind of by the irrigation stuff, waiting for people to like, hey, do you know about this? I'm like, and I'd listen to the conversation. I'm like, hey, you actually want this instead. They're like, do you work here? I'm like, no.
Everything he said was wrong.
You were just doing service, see?
Yeah, it was service.
Service time.
Come on by. Beautiful Eagle Mountain location here. And again, you mentioned earlier, like you could bring people, you've got trucks, you can go all over the place, but to be part of the community here at Eagle Mountain was something that was really important to you.
It is, and it's like you said, we have the fleet to get product to wherever we need to get it to, but it definitely sets a flag on the map that we're committed to the community. We want to see it grow, and it's not just sending trucks to help it grow. It's actually infusing tax dollars and resources and experts in your community to help out, and jobs, those things. It's a pretty big deal.
There's certainly a lot of room to grow out here.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere you look,
growing.
it's wow, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure take a picture of what it looks like right now and then come back here in a year, 2 years, and it'll look completely different.
Yeah, it's already amazing how much it's changed over the last 15 years, and you think about 15 years from there, that exponential growth is going to be pretty wild.
Mountain Land Supply, again, the new Eagle Mountain location. You got some great food available, free food for anybody who wants to stop by. You got the vendors ready to help out. So.
Got some raffles. Diesel Dave's out there taking people on rides. So.
Nice.
Yeah, good times.
Let's go.
Diesel Dave.
That's a nickname right there.
That is a good one.
Mountain Land Supply in Eagle Mountain, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
I mean, the name really says it all. It replenishes the nutrients that your growing areas are starving for.
It's been proven for 31 years that it's a product that will aid in your gardening and make your plants beautiful as well as looking great.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
Urban Meyer, if you wanted your program to be great and you wanted it to be great quickly, Urban Meyer was always your guy.
About my time I was back up at Utah getting my degree and working with Ray. When Urban got the job, I remember it was a basketball game, and he came walking down, and I just walked up to him to say hello. It was like I just met Joe Pesci. I mean, this guy he was so intense. You could tell his mind was, how am I going to do this at that point? That's all he cared about. Those were incredible years.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kicking high noon here up and down the Wasatch Front. And, boy, it's been a minute since we've had a chance to talk NBA Finals. Fired up for an opportunity to see the Spurs, yes, the Spurs going toe-to-toe with, yeah, you guessed it, the New York Knicks, just as everybody expected when the season started. Kurt Heelan's joining us. Kurt, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah, that is exactly the pick I had. In no way did I have, I have Oklahoma City and Cleveland? Or Denver and Cleveland?
Don't say Cleveland, Kurt. There. Come on, I got too much respect for you.
At the start of the year, I wanted so badly to believe that they could, but by the playoffs, I didn't make that pick. But at the before the start of the season, I wanted so badly for them to be the team that pulled it together. You know, like, because the pieces were there. I'm like, man, this is the year. It's all, and yet it did not.
Plus, there was just a hole left by Boston and Indiana, right, with their injuries and everything else. It was like their time. But no, it's the next time.
But the glaring weakness on the wing they never filled, and then when everything else went wrong, yeah, it was a mess. And they've got some hard decisions to make now.
They absolutely do, and we'll get to that. But now you're looking at a Spurs team up against the Knicks, Madison Square Garden. You'll have Celebrity Row, where everybody pretends to be a fan but don't really know anything about the team. Although Chalamet seems like he's somewhat dialed in, maybe Ben Stiller. But honestly, this is going to be I can't imagine Adam Silver could have scripted a better storylines coming into this thing.
Not at all. Like he gets the best of both worlds, the legacy franchise, the excitement of New York, and look, all my bosses are New York or Connecticut based and Knick fans, and the hype is out of control. It's
I bet.
And look, somewhat earned. The team's on an 11-game win streak. They come in red hot. You it's hard not to believe in them when they're shooting like that. Against, I hate the face of the franchise or face of the NBA discussion, but the face of the NBA, right? In
everybody.
Wemby.
Oh,
yes.
There we go. Now we got you back. Sorry, you were talking about your bosses being Knicks fans, and
yeah,
maybe that.
Sorry, I didn't know it cut out.
Does that help your boost your budget up a little bit when they're covering the teams that they love?
I wish that was the case. It means more people are up in my business. Like, have we thought about doing a story about the 1972 Knicks? And no, we haven't really.
Oh,
get Clyde on the phone.
Yeah, it's been kind of funny to watch the. Like I said, probably when I was out, there's reason for it's an 11-game win streak. When they're shooting like that, they have a legitimate chance in this series. Like if they can keep shooting that way, it's a fun team to watch when they're playing that way, and it's a great matchup, like you said, for the league because Victor Wembanyama is, I hate the face of the league kind of discussion, but he is going to be the biggest brand, the biggest name in this league for a while, and to already have him on this stage in this moment is monumental.
What matchup are you looking forward to the most in terms of the schemes and who guards who?
The two that are interesting is like Castle comes off of congratulations, Stephen Castle. You got 7 games of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'd like you to meet Jalen Brunson. Like that's going to be a tough one. Two guys that want to get downhill and touch the paint, but playing kind of different ways. And the Brunson doesn't get enough. Maybe he does, but I don't know that he does with casual fans enough. His footwork is impeccable. Like when he gets into the paint, like his fundamentals and his footwork from his dad, the former NBA player and now coach, are epic. But Castle's bigger, stronger. And the other one that I'm really watching is the Josh Hart thing, because if the Knicks want him in the game, they could use his defense, they use his grit and toughness. He brings that energy to them. But the Knicks, the Spurs will put Wemby on him and dare him to hit threes. They fade away again.
No, we got you. You know, it's interesting when you look at the Wemby factor and what he did. I don't know if Chet Holmgren can come back from that. Like he'll still be in the league and but there's a moment in a guy's career where he goes one of two ways, and I frankly I don't know how he comes back from that.
It's a really good question because they're built like he's part of their future. And by the way, he's got the max contract coming. Like he's getting paid. They're kind of locked into him, and man, if he's really good against 28 other teams, but he can't deal with Wemby, it's still a real problem for them. But that is now the bar everybody's got to deal with. And as we've talked about it, teams have to start thinking about how to plan for. And if he's not that guy, then Oklahoma City has to think about. I don't think. Look, they're not jumping into the Giannis thing suddenly, but they are going to have to think long term. I mean, it's the reason Isaiah Hartenstein in most people around the league's minds has gone from, oh, maybe they bring him back, maybe they don't, but they've got the cap coming, they've got to deal with stuff too. All right, they got to bring him back. Like they absolutely have to bring Hartenstein back for that matchup now.
So you bring up a great point. I mean, they go from they've been making hay on a lot of guys' rookie deals, and now it's time to pay the piper. They jump to $250 million payroll next year. And so they're going to have to make some moves. What do you anticipate in terms of obviously they can't move Chet, but some of the guys, who do you feel like they could possibly move that would be a surprise?
I think Lou Dort's gone. I would be surprised if I think what's going to happen and how it's going to play out. Hartenstein has a player option, a team option. The team will decline it, but re-sign him. I think it's at $27 million, so you get him in at a lower number. You get him in at 22 or 23, but sign him for 3 years. So you get a little bit of relief there, but you kind of lock him up. Dort at 17.7. I think they try to trade him. They can again, it's a team option. They can outright release him, but I think there would be interest in Dort around the league. But I think it's not just that he struggled in the Western Conference Finals. They've got to save money somewhere. Same with Kenrich Williams, who, again, it's just a player option. I think he's going to be the odd man out. And then they've got decisions to make, in the coming years. Cason Wallace gets paid. What are you going to do with Jared McCain? Was he a rental? It doesn't get easier.
Wallace is on a team option this year as well, right? He's got one they can pick up, and then they have to re-sign him after that.
Right, he's going into his 4th year, so they can pick up the team option, and they'll talk to him about an extension. But this might be a case where what the market is willing to pay. I mean, guys like Cason Wallace are in demand, man. Like what the market may be willing to pay for him in 2027 is bigger.
There's a restricted free agent for the Utah Jazz in Walker Kessler. When you see what Wemby did in the playoffs, does his value go up a little bit more when you need not just a tall guy but a big-bodied guy to battle Wemby and not get bullied in the post?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting negotiation, isn't it? Because you've
Yeah.
got to walk the line of, I think, a realization that you really need somebody like that up in the front line, because Jaren Jackson Jr. is a defensive player of the year, right? But he comes flying in, right? He wants to be off ball and come flying in and with the high profile blocks. I'm not even pretend that Laurie Markkinen's going to end up trying to guard Wemby. It's going to look like that Chet dunk from Game 7. That's just not, it's not going to go. It would not go well for Laurie. So like you need him, but he's also coming off the injury, and he hasn't hit the marks. Like he didn't get to play enough this year to be the guy you want him to be. So like, where is that line? But I think they find it. I think you're spot on. You start looking at where you want this team to be in a few years, with the draft pick, with Ace Bailey, with everything, where you've got this momentum going the right direction. You have to start planning now for dealing with Wemby, because turns out he's 22 and he's not going anywhere.
Jalen Brunson continues to just be incredible. Becky Hammond famously came out and said what she said, and he continues and is really one step from disproving that. But I feel like he's been doing that his whole life as a smaller guy. Just talk about what makes him special in the playoffs. Why is he able to kick it up a notch?
It's a really good question. I wish I knew. I mean, he's got like I said, great footwork and this variety of shots and this physicality, right? He can get into the lane, he can touch paint, and then finds a way to get shots up over and around, defenders. And frankly, those are the fun guys to watch, right? It's Allen Iverson, Derrick Rose, to use, guys from back a little bit. The guys who are human-sized and can go out and do that that's really entertaining. That's fun to watch. So, like, I thoroughly enjoy it, and I think it's a real test. They've got to get Wemby out of the paint somehow, because it's one thing to shoot over Jarrett Allen, who's a very good defender, and it's another thing to shoot over Wemby.
All right. So, Kurt, congratulations. You are the new general manager of the Utah Jazz. And Milwaukee calls you up and says, hey, look, we know we got to do some salary moving and some things around here, but for all intents and purposes, we'll give you Giannis. You give us number 2 in the draft. Do you consider it?
You do have to stop and have a conversation, but I wouldn't do it. Giannis is 31, injury prone, and you've got to extend him. Assuming this all happens, because Giannis, you have to extend him, assuming he's going to agree to that. As great a player as he is, you are selling out that number 2 pick, Peterson probably, and whatever else you have to put in that package. They're going to want picks and other stuff to basically give yourself a couple 2-3 year window. Like, that's a 5-year extension he's going to sign off the back end of this, and the first couple of years are going to be great. And then I wouldn't do that. If I were Utah, I wouldn't want he's a certain thing, and there's certainly uncertainty in whoever you're going to draft and where this young core can go. I would rather have the youth and uncertainty than this like 1 or 2 year window going up, by the way, against, you're still in the West, man. The Thunder are still there. The Wemby and the Spurs are still there. Like, I'd rather build towards that than like suddenly have to win in the next couple of years.
And I think the what we just saw Oklahoma City go through to get to the pinnacle and basically stay there for 11 months. I mean, this new collective bargaining agreement is definitely adding to the parity we're seeing in the NBA.
Absolutely. And it's just going to be harder to maintain a dynasty. And by the way, I think Oklahoma City is as set up as anybody. They have, I believe it's 12 picks over the next 7 or 8 years. They're like first round picks still. Like, they're going to be able to, they got 12 and 17 this year. The rumor is they're trying to move up. There's a theory that they're trying to move up, by the way, to get Ademara, the center out of Michigan, which gives you Chet insurance. If you
little
need to
counter.
Anyway, but there's talk of them trying to move up from 12 and 17. By the way, I don't know that anybody wants to do that, not just because it may be or maybe not a good decision for you.
Yeah.
And if you help the Thunder right now, like, you're going to be up for a riot.
You will not be popular around the
Hey, it all just depends on what they're giving back, right?
Exactly. I mean, yeah, but I just don't think anybody. Danny Ainge isn't exactly known for being really, hey, we'll really help you out with this deal. and give you all this stuff. That's just not how it works. So.
Kurt Heelan, kind enough to join us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone from NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. So the tanking thing is now official. This is the new world that Adam Silver, forget about Kawhi and the Clippers, forget about all the other stuff going on. This is what we need to focus in on for the integrity of the game. So with all that being said, do you like it? I think it's a big nothing burger. I think it's a waste of time. And when there's a team like, let's say, Oklahoma City, who for some reason has some injuries and finish, 12 or 13, and they end up winning the number 1 overall pick, all hell's going to break loose. So I see a lot of issues that could be caused by this. Is the juice worth the squeeze here?
I think two things. A, you hit the nail on the head. Everybody's going to like this, and maybe next year it's fine. Again, it's not a deep draft for the next year or two, probably 2, according to the people I've talked to, but certainly next year is not considered a particularly deep draft. So there's going to already be less tanking, but they'll be able to, we'll see. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Scotty. At some point, somebody is going to move up from 9 or 10, and maybe it's Oklahoma City, maybe it's somebody else, and get that number 1 pick, and then we're going to have screams about fairness on that end. The other part of this is I think you just move the mark. Right now, you don't want to be bottom 3, but if I'm the 9 or 10 seed in the West, hypothetically, I'm the 9 or 10 seed in the West, I might very well look at that and say, do I want to have to fight through the play-in to get crushed in the first round, where if I fall back just out of the playoffs, so I'm the 9th or 10th worst team in the league, I have the best possible odds to get the number 1 pick. I think you're going to see teams make I don't want to be in the play-in decision and kind of try to bail out of that. It's going to be a weird dynamic. It moves where the tanking is because nobody wants to fall all the way down. But if I can go from being 10th in the West to 12th in the West, and I'm sitting with the 8th worst record in the league, I'm okay with that. I mean, I might be just fine with that.
What did I tell you? You put some new system out there, and they figure it out. They figure out the loopholes, and so instead of tanking, it'll be called middling.
Just
getting to the middle,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So,
which was what everybody tried to avoid for so long, right? You don't want to be stuck in the middle. Now you're like, no, get stuck in the middle for a little bit.
Stuck in the middle with you. All right, I have to pick this series in the final segment, and I'm going back and forth. But I respect your knowledge so much that I'm not gonna necessarily go with what you say, but I'm gonna give it serious credence. So lead me and guide me. Who's going to win this series tonight?
This is why when I work with a bunch of Knicks fans, I'm happy to do this on Utah radio, where they probably don't hear it and climb all over me. I've got the Spurs in 6, but in reality, I think that's because I either think one of two things happen. Either the bubble bursts on the Knicks shooting and it's Spurs in 5. Like if that Knicks hot shooting comes back to, they're a good shooting team. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's a possibility. I think the most likely thing is probably Spurs in 7. But if you told me Knicks in 6, I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. So I settled officially on Spurs in 6 because it splits the difference between 5 and 7, and I wasn't sure what to do there.
I knew I liked you. That's
go.
That's the way I do things too, Kurt. So thank you for the tidbit.
Hey,
yeah. Basically, that was my indecision and out for the public, so enjoy.
So it does feel like there's a little bit I don't know if it's the PR team of Darren Peterson, but it does feel like Darren Peterson's gaining a little bit of traction in terms of public perception and maybe a little bit more attention in the number 1 overall pick. Do you think that's possible? Do you think Washington has settled in on AJ, or are they still is it still yet to be determined what direction they're going to go?
I don't know anybody there. I don't know internally, but I think that I know that they were going to talk to multiple people. I mean, they were going to talk to Boozer's camp and Caleb Wilson's camp too. They were going to go down the list and do their due diligence. I don't think it's impossible. There are certainly Darren Peterson fans, anybody who saw him in high school or after, he was the number 1 pick coming into the year, and it's only the cramping and the issues that got in the way. If you don't think those are real, but I would say if you think he's dealt with them, you think it is potassium or whatever it is, or no, creatine. It was creatine.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. Whichever amino acid it was. if you think you've solved that, then you might consider it. So I don't think it's 100%. I think it's most likely AJ than Darren, but I don't know what's going on in there. And it's not out of the question. If Peterson comes in and nails the workout, and I think, by the way, you're spot on about his PR team. Like, he's just really quiet. From what I've seen and heard, and he's not a self-promoter, and he needed some people around him to do a better job of managing things, and that seems to be happening.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting because obviously everybody's torn here. And you got a strong BYU contingency that's hoping and praying that AJ falls to number 2. But then there's also a lot of people that have seen that high school film and think, okay, you know what, you get him in that Jazz culture, Will Hardy, and coach him up right, and you may get the best player in the draft, period, talent-wise. So I'm really fascinated. I could see it going both ways, but make no mistake, it makes for good sports radio here in Utah.
It does, and ultimately the good news is you don't go wrong with either of them. Like, I think the floor is pretty high for both of them. You're getting a very good player either way, and whether they reach that ceiling or not, the floor for both of those guys is really good. And again, paired with everything that you've already started to build there, suddenly this is a team ready to make a leap next year, and ready to kind of get on a good trajectory going forward, which is a word I suddenly can't say.
Hey, before we let you go, I want to get your thoughts on the passing of Rick Adelman. For the kids out there who don't know who he is, unfortunately, the ultimate bridesmaid ran into Jordan in the shrug in the NBA Finals. You can talk about the officiating in Game 7 against the Lakers when he was at Sacramento. Had some good teams with Houston and Tracy McGrady, but just couldn't get that championship. When history looks back on Rick Adelman, what should we be talking about?
Just a guy who really, look, every time I talk to him, whether it was in a media scrum or just some, aside one-on-one stuff at Summer League or something, I left the conversation thinking, I'm smarter about basketball now. He was just one of those people who knew the game and loved the game and wanted to talk about the game and impart the game to people. It was a real knowledge. It was a genuinely good person who won, like you said, a ton of games. And by the way, like Phil Jackson won 10 rings, and I'm not going to take anything away from him, but nobody's really running the triangle in the NBA or bits of it. Adelman's corner offense, there are still pieces of that out there. Like that's still floating around in pieces. That offense is way ahead of its time.
Well, we appreciate your time as always. Thanks for hanging out with us, and let's do it again next week and see where we're at in this NBA Finals.
Yeah, we'll see how wrong I am. So that'll be good.
I'll let you know what I do, Kurt, and then we'll compare as we go. All right, thanks, man.
Yes, thanks.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, we're at Mountain Land Supply. We're in Eagle Mountain, and there are certain, if it's a party, Johnny's going to be there. And if there's a good time to be had, Johnny Ritchie of Rockwell is going to find a way to get there and be a part of it and steal the show. My guy, it's been a minute.
How you been? Man, you look good, dude. It's good to see you.
Oh, I appreciate
Seriously,
that.
you guys good?
Yeah, we're doing great, man. I'm not as good as you, though.
I'm always great.
You brought Joy walked in. When you guys walked in that door, it was joy.
You know what? Life is short, and we figure that anywhere you go, you got to turn it into a party. So that's what we did, Mountain Land, where they've been a great supporter and sponsor of Rockwell and vice versa. And we decided to bring our monster truck down here, and we're giving people rides in it. We're just having a good time. It's just fun.
I mean, is there ever a moment where you're like, I just want to be bored for a little bit?
No, there's no time for that.
I just want to sit at home and maybe watch Netflix and just chill, because you're everywhere. I love following you and where you're at and what you're up to, man.
Well, I've tried, but my wife is a busy, busy gal. And so even when I feel I've deserved it, I've done enough, not enough. Back out after it. Get going. We got to do this. I told these guys, summer's here. It's like every weekend we have something going, but it's great. It keeps you young, and events like this are so much fun. A lot of people here, just all different walks of life, great food, cool people, music. It's just a good time. Yeah. But thank you. Yeah. Busy.
When Rockwell is synonymous with community. and so is Mountain Land Supply. You guys are a match made in heaven because big events in the community, you guys are always at, as we joke about, but that means something to you. That means giving back to the community, being there, being seen, being known as a Utah-based organization.
Okay, that's right, man. The culture at Mountain Land is one that just aligned with what we do. They, when we look at things, people ask us about events, Rockwell looks at three things. Is it fun? Is it good for the community? And is there maybe an opportunity to make some money? There was the time back in the day when maybe if one or two of those worked, we'd do it. Now it has to do all three. And we feel Mountain Land Supply is the same. The guys, we've just become such good friends, and they love their employees, and they love their employees' families. And it's not like they don't even consider employees. They consider them family. And now that they have 57 locations across the United States, like that's saying something. And there's a reason that those employees and that those family members stay for so long. And we feel the same way at Rockwell. And so, man, it's just been an awesome fit for us and just a great partnership. We love these guys. We love their whole train of thought fits exactly what we do too. So.
What's the best thing going on at Rockwell right now?
We've got, watches are always been our number one. We started in 2007. About 8 years ago, we developed our sunglass line. So all of our sunglasses are handcrafted in Italy. 90% of them float, so you'll never lose them in a river, lake, or ocean, which is a big deal.
That
right?
is a big. I've lost so many, man.
It's a big deal. So that's going on. We do a lot of these types of events that help us brand, but we have a big golf tournament coming up June 19th. We're still looking for a few more teams. We partnered with the Kawasaki Kids Foundation, helping them raise money. But this golf tournament will be a Rockwell golf tournament. I'm not joking. We have helicopters that are going to be there doing stuff. FMX, guys on BMX, like it's going to be a party. It's going to be different than any golf tournament you've ever been to. June 19th, come sign up and play. It's all for a good cause.
Hey, don't think Masters. Think about the Waste Management in Phoenix, where it's a party.
Hey, that mixed with Happy Gilmore, we could be spot on.
So you can bring a hockey stick out there. They'll be allowed.
You can bring an AK-47 that shoots a golf ball across the course. I don't care.
I've seen those things before, man.
Whatever you want to do.
Where is that being held?
It's going to be at Glenmore Golf Course in West Jordan.
Awesome.
June 19th, like I said, it's just going to be a fun time. Like I said, raising money for the Kawasaki Kids Foundation. We've sponsored their event in Colorado for about 10 years. They felt that they wanted to come to Utah and do one. So we're like, let's do it. So we decided to partner with them and help put it on. And it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun.
To find out more, Rockwell.com?
RockwellTime.com.
RockwellTime.com.
RockwellSunglasses.com.
I'm going to get a pair of sunglasses. That's what I'm going to do.
So I think one of your next guests is Diesel Dave from the Diesel Brothers. He's coming on. Just check out with that guy. He's always looking good with the watch and sunglasses. He takes good care of us. He's the man.
Love it. Let's do it. RockwellTime.com, RockwellSunglasses.com. Get there now. Johnny's the best, man.
Thank you, guys. It's so good to see you. You guys are awesome. Man. And we love KSL Sports. I mean, love them. Whether it was the high school thing this year with all the athletes, the best of the best, it was fun to be a part of that, and we look forward to it every year. So thank you for letting us be a part of it.
I got to watch. I want to say it was about 2010. I still wear the thing. I love it.
Hey, consider a B12 shot. You seem a little, your energy's a little low.
Oh, man, you know what? I'm telling you. I'll tell you what, Red Bull, it's a hell of a drug. Let's go.
Rockwell, that's Johnny Ritchie, the owner of Rockwell, has been just the man for so many years up and down the Wasatch Front. If there's a party to be had, Johnny's there. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Man, the myth, the legend, Thorough Big T. Bailey. I'm not sure how much you've had a chance to watch A.J. DeBonsa, but do you have any thoughts if you have been able to see him a little bit?
Personally, I think he's the best player right now in that group. I did get a chance to watch all these guys play, maybe A.J. a little bit more, but he's been groomed for the next level. You look at what BYU was running. The offenses look like NBA offenses. The ISOs look like ISOs. He's becoming a really good playmaker as well. Just a great season. Far and above Player of the Year in college. I would be surprised if Washington didn't take him. He's going to be nice. It's not going to be perfect for him coming in at this level. He's going to have to learn some things, the physicality, the speed of the game, the number of games, potential rookie wall, but everybody goes through those things. He's going to be a great player in this league.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Ordered today at beehivemeals.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. Fire Sense is the first response.
I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage. I got my helmet strapped on tight, I've got my bike, and my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. By the way, we're going to be out and about coming up tomorrow. We will be live at, or not, sorry, not tomorrow. On Friday, we'll be live.
See?
At the, yeah, see how easy that is.
But you just said it, I made the drive.
I didn't call from Cedar City saying, hey, we're down here today. No.
Boy, this Cedar City traffic's real horrible.
Boy, the turnout for this thing is not good.
It's supposed to be the summer games.
10-2 coming up on Friday. The Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games in Cedar City celebrate 40 years of a Utah sports tradition. Love going down there. Love being a part of the festivities. These guys do it right. John Oglesby runs a tight ship down there. One of the best dudes on the planet, and has got that thing humming. All kinds of great events at the Utah Summer Games coming up this weekend, and we will be there on Friday having ourselves a good time. All right. Yesterday we mentioned that Steph Curry, he left Under Armour and was making really good money with Under Armour. His now contract with Li Ning, a Chinese sportswear company, reported 10-year contract, a total value of $1.2 billion. 1.2 billion dollars.
I think I was wondering how he's going to be able to retire.
I was worried about him.
because they have, he has a lot going on. So that'll do.
Yeah, I think
that'll do, Donkey.
I think that'll be fine. That'll do, Pig. That'll do. $1.2 billion. Now, look, this is a company that for a period of time was not allowed to sell shoes in America because of workplace conditions and a lot of things like that. They got a checkered past, but $1.2 billion changes a lot of people's minds. The Saudis weren't the most nicest government out there, but when you start throwing around hundreds of millions of dollars to golfers, then it gets their attention pretty quick. They're willing to look past some things when the dollar is right.
I know that's what happened, but these guys are great. The Shah has been nothing but
you know what? We all make mistakes from time to time. We all, murder journalists and do all kinds of. It happens. Yeah. Okay.
Just be careful, right? I guess at the end of the day, who you get involved with.
Who you get involved with. But, hey, look, $1.2 billion can change your morality pretty quickly. And look, I'm not even throwing Steph under the bus because if Li Ning wanted a radio show and they offered us $100 million.
Be like, Lee, I'm Tim.
Lee, nice to meet
nice
you.
To meet you.
You know what? You need us to talk about how great your work conditions are now? I'm happy to do it. Like, we all have a price. Make no mistake. Our hypocrisy does no bounds, and it's usually has a number attached to it. But, man, $1.2 billion to sling shoes. Has there ever been a guy that sold something and you purchased something strictly based on the guy slinging it? In terms of, I wear them, you should wear them too.
Probably just basketball shoes,
The old school Jordans?
Yeah. And people still to this day want to wear them because now they're a fashion icon. But he was the guy that made me want to buy his shoes.
Nike clubs, Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger.
I got a great story about that. I bought a bad pair of, a bargain basement Tiger Woods shoes at a outlet store for a golf trip. And it was a nice golf course.
Yeah.
I showed up with them on, and my buddy gave me $300 out of his pocket to go buy some shoes.
Really?
It looked like hush puppies out there. I didn't, I just thought because it had Tiger on it.
It'd be fine, yeah.
But I think it was for those with, more just comfort in mind. They were not the cute. They look like clogs.
Yeah. I once one of my first times playing golf was at the Burley Muni, and I kept hearing golfers talk about wearing spikes, and golf shoes with spikes. So I'm like, well, I don't have those, but I do have my football cleats.
Oh.
So I put those on, and it only took about a hole or two before a very angry golf pro in a golf cart came screaming and using every obscenity in the word or in the book at me because I had made some pretty significant dents. And when you're,
I don't think the greens are going to handle those all that well.
Yeah, the ball's not rolling like it does normally.
250-pound Scotty G wearing football cleats on a green can do some damage pretty quickly.
Oh man, I don't even want to think about that. And I think he had
every
every right.
When I told this story.
Oh, I could just see the marks in the greens. Not, let alone just dragging your foot on a drive and taking out half the tee box. That stuff's very tender.
I will say, and we were one of the early guys out, so it's like 6:30, 7 a.m., and you would think that I might be able to get away with it for a while. Yeah, I got spotted quickly. The guy's like, which one of you dumbass is wearing football cleats? I am. Either you change them or you're out. He didn't kick me out. He gave me an opportunity to go change them.
Everybody's got FootJoy bike. Yeah. Bike cleats. Doing the most possible damage.
Oh, man. So, Steph Curry will be, and frankly, I hadn't even heard of Li Ning. I'm sure I've heard of him, but I couldn't. When I saw the name, I'm like, I don't know who these guys are. But yet, we're all going to know now because dude's got $1.2 billion, and I'm sure we're going to get inundated with Li Ning. And honestly, too, if other players are going to see those numbers start rolling around, and they're like, I might not get 1.2, but if I can get a few $100 million out of them, I'll do that.
And that will be his tact now with the new rules. You can actually go after prospects and get them in your shoes young. start paying them a fee to wear them. And so it will be interesting to see what this does now for Curry's shoe and that brand. Shoes come and go. I was a kid, it was the Adidas top 10.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted that shoe. And then, Jordan's shoe came out and rewrote everything. But it ebbs and flows with style, but that's a substantial amount of money to make the thing grow.
Did you ever have recruits like say, okay, are you a Nike school? Was that important back in the day?
Definitely they asked. Now I'm sure they don't even care, but that was one of the things you could pick, was your shoe. So Nike, we were fortunately, Lavelle Edwards and Phil Knight became friends a long, long time ago, and BYU was one of the first schools to actually start as a school wearing the shoe. So there's a major allegiance there, and that was a positive thing when we were down there and having that Nike deal.
I bet it was. All right, so 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll talk some hockey with Nick Olczyk. Get his thoughts on this NHL Finals and where he's at in terms of how it affects the Mammoth. It's all straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Folks, it's time to get that executive MBA program. You've heard me talk about it forever, and you're like, okay, well, I'm not sure if I have the time. All right, you can take as much time as you need. You can knock it out in 1 year. The executive MBA program for Utah State University is totally customizable based on the length of time you need, based on the time that you can start. If you want to start spring, summer, fall, that's fine. You want to, they're customized in terms of location. They've got all different kinds of satellite campuses up and down the Wasatch Front, and you can do it completely online as well. And honestly, they're even going to waive the cost of admission, $55, right back in your pocket. So look, check it out now. It's the Executive MBA program from Utah State University. It's going to focus on the things that you need to know as you either embark on your work experience, or if you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and you want that extra edge, they can help you out there as well. All the foundations of business, leadership, all the principles people are looking for now, you can get that with the Executive MBA program from the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just like the wide-winged dove sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just like the wide-winged dove sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh. And the days go by like a strand in the wind, in the web that is
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a good day because Coach is in a giving mood. It is a Wednesday. It is a Win Ticket Wednesday. Call it number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You'll win a pair of tickets to Brit Floyd, the Pink Floyd tribute band, coming up on June 6th at the Maverick Center. All right, fired up for our next guest as we are live here at the Eagle Mountain location of Mountain Land Supply. It's their brand new location. And look, Coach, all the celebs are here today.
Oh, man, when you walked through the door, Dave, I was dying.
Diesel Dave.
I got to walk through with Johnny, that's why.
Well, no, I saw you, man. I've watched you on TV for a while, and honestly, one of the coolest things about you is you guys built the Mammoth.
Oh, the Mammoth was one of the funnest builds we've ever done.
Yeah, tell us about that. I mean, and kind of the layers to it that you're telling me off air. It's cool.
We got to take the old Zamboni that they used back in the Olympics here in Utah, and they wanted to repurpose it into their mascot, their fan bony, something that all the people can go out and ride. So we designed up, well, to start it off, me and my buddy, Billy Luber, were at a hockey game, and he is a very artistic guy, very creative, and he manifested it into the world. We need to do something with this Mammoth.
That happens, too. I'm a manifester,
Mammoth,
bro.
Yeah. It worked. It worked.
Yeah.
Because I literally got a call from the Mammoth the next day saying, hey, we have this Zamboni. We want you to do it. He draws on a napkin this design of the Mammoth that has people on the back with T-shirt cannons and smoke and all these things, and he takes it and presents it to this team. They're like, yep, that's what we want.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's a drawing on a napkin in like a restaurant. So we get it to the shop. I've got a very talented team. Iram and Dallin, these guys, they draw up all the angles of this Mammoth in SolidWorks, and they print it out, and they weld it all together, and you have this giant 3D head of a mammoth with 3D printed tusks that come out, and a trunk that moves, and cryo comes out.
So cool.
And it brought that drawing to life. Well, number one, to be able to take the old Zamboni was cool. But my buddy, Billy Luber, I was telling you about, was also diagnosed with terminal cancer, and it got to be kind of his masterpiece that he's leaving his legacy out there on the ice. Very talented graffiti artist, but he made this all possible. So to us, it was a very emotional build, and hockey is cool on its own, but to have that be our friend's legacy and to be able to be a part of it was super cool for us.
How, when obviously the design comes through, but just the nuts and bolts of putting that thing together and the welding and making it work around that O2 Zamboni, what was that like?
There was a lot to it, actually. Well, technically, there wasn't a lot to it. Once you stripped it all down, it was just a square frame with a little motor inside, and you had a blank canvas to be able to put whatever you want on it. but to be able to make it fit under the bleachers, make it go out the tunnel, make it so when people are riding in the back, they don't hit their head on the ceiling. Then to abide by all the laws of the NHL, because we didn't know if cryo was a thing they were going to let us go with. So we had to jump through a few hoops, but nuts and bolts and welding, that's what we know. So we'll figure it out. If you give us the parameters, we'll push the parameters a little bit, but we'll figure it out.
Even if it's written on a napkin, you'll figure it out, right?
Exactly. That's the best
plan.
way to design.
So what's going on? What are you up to nowadays? What's the coolest thing going on in your life?
We do a lot of events. I actually get to hang out with the Rockwell guys. I've been hanging out with them for 20 years. They helped us get our start. They're really what spawned the TV show. We did a prank on Johnny while he was in the bathroom, and they got us onto Jay Leno, and somebody at Discovery Channel
Johnny.
thought we'd be good.
It's always Johnny.
It is always Johnny, man. He's a good omen. You hang out with Johnny, good things are going to happen. But I've always been a part of their team, and they kind of invited me on to help push the glasses and the watches and do events. So I've been able to travel with them a little bit, like what we're doing down here at Mountain Supply Co. So that's what I like. I love people. I like to go to events. I like to party with Johnny.
Yeah,
cool.
There's no doubt.
Well, I need a call because you guys look like my kind of peeps. We got to hang one night.
Let's do it.
Even getting rodeo injuries too, man.
Yeah, I got this new bionic arm on. When you're 41, you pick up bull riding. You need to make sure all your body parts are on board. Apparently, my bicep tendon was not.
Do you consult with anybody, or you just made the call? I'm going to go ahead and bull ride.
Well, people I was consulting with were like Cowboy Cerrone, Del Brisby, Kyle Lux, for like Uncle Laser. Those are my friends I consult with, so we were all doing it. You surround yourself with good influences, you do good things.
Yeah, exactly.
If your friend's going to jump off a cliff, or you, yeah,
probably.
As long as I got something to hang glider.
Hey, you got the YouTube channel too.
We do, and we've had a lot of fun doing recoveries and finding missing people, things like that. The YouTube's given us pure freedom. Till we wake up in the morning, there's something you want to do, you can film it and call it work.
That is the best.
And so me and Dave and Hans will go out, we'll find old storage units that are abandoned and buy them, or we'll go out, pick up an excavator that's been abandoned on the hillside for years, and we'll film it, call it work, and make a good day out of it.
Wow. I mean, but the sky, when you go and you watch, you never know what you're going to get on that channel. That's what's the fun part about the whole thing.
We've tried not to narrow ourselves in any sort of corner as far as content. We can give our viewers just about anything, and they'll consume it.
That's kind of like what we have, except for we've got a taskmaster back as our producer tells us what to do. So enjoy your freedom.
I will.
Where can they find that YouTube channel?
You can go to heavydsparks.com. That's the YouTube channel. Or you can go to Diesel Dave on any of the social media platforms, and there'll be a link there somewhere that leads you to the YouTube channel.
What's the emotions like when something that you and your team imagine, and it's on a napkin or wherever, and you're just dreaming it up like, hey, this would be cool, and then you see it come to fruition, and you see that thing that you helped create on the ice or whatever it is that you guys put together in the shop? I mean, what's that like?
It's really cool to see how the talented team can come together and build just about anything. We haven't been stumped yet. The hard part is once you celebrate for about an hour, you realize, I've got to one-up this on the next one. How am I going to one-up this?
Yeah, look into cryo.
Look into cryo.
There's always a way. That's
right.
Well, you're a fascinating dude, and we love the way that you represent the community, that you're always out there. And consider yourself a friend of ours. If there's anything we can ever do for you, we're here, man.
I love it.
I want to come sing in your band.
Let's do it. Let's figure out a way to get a concert. And
nobody wants to hear me sing.
Hey, I do. Because that means we're having a show.
There we go.
If you're loud enough, people don't care. If you're having a good time and you're loud, you know what? It's good.
David Lee Roth right now. He used to be great. Now he just owns it.
That's right.
And he's not so good, but people go.
Dave, thanks so much.
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Diesel Dave right here at the Mountain Supply, Eagle Mountain location, brand new. Come by. You got the celebrities all out and about, and we got some free food, and we got the vendors. Come on, it's Mountain Supply. If they're throwing a party, they're doing it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts and the Utah Sports Commission. Save 25% on ticket face value with a savings coupon for participating O'Reilly Auto Parts stores within a 25-mile radius. See savings coupon for details. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium July 2nd through the 4th.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCote. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Push 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You ever run into dudes that you're like, now that's a man's man right
He's
there.
got it figured out.
And I can never be half the man that guy is.
What a good dude, too.
Diesel Dave, man.
I was just telling him, I'm sure everybody's like, because he was telling us that he wakes up and they go do something on YouTube and he's got the following, he can revenue it.
Yeah.
And just the freedom of that. But, man, he was just telling us the number of nights he slept on the floor in the shop.
Use the garden hose to shower.
I mean, guys, you always see the finished product or the person that got to that seat and then they're working to refine still, but you don't see those moments, do you?
That's why, I've gotten to know a lot of coaches throughout the years, but Craig Smith let me behind the scenes on what the process was like more than any other coach. And after talking to him, I will never, ever, ever begrudge a coach for leaving to get another offer, because you see a guy that's maybe making $800,000 take a job for $300,000 or for $3 million, but what you don't see is him and Tim Miles in a Honda Accord driving to JC, tournaments when they're trying to recruit to Minot State and have no budget whatsoever, using their own money and missing recitals and games and stuff like that to bring home $35,000 a year, or even not that. People don't see that part. And so when guys have an opportunity to make real money, it's almost like I owe it to my family, I owe it to my assistant coaches, I owe it to all these people that were in the grind with me to celebrate together.
Yeah, and I will say this: I think that the journey is the beauty.
Yeah,
and Dave just told us that. Diesel Dave just said, even though it was crazy all those years, it's really that time where you learn everything. So if you're out there driving on the freeway, stressed out, middle of crazy work and all that, there's a point to it all. You'll figure it all out.
Yeah. I mean,
just keep grinding.
Look, Lloyd and I joke about some of the fun years where, back in the old Simmons days, 06, 07, when we were definitely making no money. And but man, we had a hell of a time back then. Plus, the radio rules are a little bit more lenient then than they are now.
Well, you also were figuring out what you could and couldn't do.
Yes.
You were in that phase. Now you know all too well.
Yes.
So now if you overstep your bounds, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, because you should know better. Back then, you didn't know better.
Right. Okay, what you need to do there, it's like the Lloyd coaching me and, on some of my pieces, which I love. I need it.
You can't say this. Definitely don't say that. And you might be able to get away with this, but I would suggest you don't.
If you're looking for something, George Carlin has a good list.
Yep. Was it 9?
I don't even remember the number, but I know he went on quite a tirade about it.
Yep, the words you definitely can't say. And, yeah. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, and joining us now, Nick Olchek, part of the Utah Mammoth broadcast, but also doing some XM broadcast for the Eastern Conference Finals. But Nick, thanks for hanging out with us, man. How you doing?
Scotty, Tim, great to be with you guys. It's an incredibly exciting time of the year, and it was such an honor and such a privilege to as you had mentioned, to get a chance to be as part of the coverage for Sports USA on Sirius XM Radio, NHL Radio, and a few hundred stations all around the country. It was an amazing series. Of course, conference finals, you'd love for those to go 6 or 7 games, but sometimes that's just the way that it goes. But the one thing that we did see and is that the Carolina Hurricanes were able to kind of overcome that hump that they had been not able to do so in the last few years. But going back and forth between Raleigh and Montreal, guys, there was plenty of barbecue food enjoyed down south and plenty of good old French cuisine up north of the border. So it was a great series, and now it's awesome to just kick back and take in the Stanley Cup final.
Well, I'm guilty of telling people I know you, Nick, but now that you've called conference finals, I'm definitely going to lead with that. That's cool, man. I know how much that means, too. That's really awesome. Hey, I hear great things about Montreal in terms of the actual experience in there. Mm-hmm. Tell me about it. Was it Delta Center like?
It was goosebumps. Honestly, it was. I don't think you can compare it to Delta Center because there's a feeling at the Bell Center where every hallway you walk down, every crevice you stumble into, there's some sort of memento or memorabilia or piece of equipment from the 1900s, from the history of the Montreal Canadiens. And look, I'm the first to tell you that I think the Delta Center has one of the best atmospheres in the league. I think we got the best fans. I think that the show that's put on, the in-arena show, is second to none. But when you're walking into a hockey cathedral that has history everywhere you walk, even in the bathrooms, there's old equipment and portraits and paintings of old players. It is such a special place to be, and it was a real honor for me to be on the call for a few of those games with the great John Forsland and Jim Fox. And I just remember very vividly goosebumps. I remember just looking around, especially the pregame intro, the pandemonium, the festivities, the energy downtown, live music going on. On the way for walking from the hotel to the arena, I don't think I had ever seen that many hockey jerseys in a span of a couple of blocks. I mean, everybody inside of the Bell Center, everybody around town was wearing their red Montreal Canadiens jersey in support of the team. And then all of a sudden you get into the arena, the buzz starts to pick up. You get the Shea and Show famous hot dogs there at the arena. I crushed about 5 or 6 of those before each game.
Yeah,
and
Nick.
I am not afraid to admit it because I've been blessed with a good metabolism. And when in Rome, You got to do it. So that was great. But once the game time started to get a little bit closer, then all of a sudden now, the players hit the ice for warm-ups and the buzz gets that much louder. And then just as they're about to come out onto the ice, one of my favorite songs of all time, Fix You by Coldplay, comes on, the instrumental, and it just raises the atmosphere. The fans are screaming and chanting, ole, ole, ole. You then get both anthems, the Canadian anthem sung pretty much completely in French, and the fans are singing along. It's everything that you could want in a playoff atmosphere. And that was actually my first time in Montreal in that position at ice level, right on the ice, right along the glass, and for a playoff game. So I was trying to do my job, but also kind of trying to let my eyes and let my heart and my mind wander to really try to enjoy the moment and soak up everything. So if I had goosebumps on the other side of the glass, I can only imagine how the players were feeling. But I'm trying to do my best to paint the picture, and that if you ever have a chance, or anybody has a chance to go to Montreal to see a playoff game, then you better find the time to be able to do so. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll be Utah against Montreal in the Stanley Cup Final.
There we go.
Have to see how things play out, but the stadium, the ambiance, and just the city of Montreal too. You walk a couple of blocks, go down to Old Montreal, you feel like you're in Europe. It's all old buildings, some cobblestone roads. There's people walking by, and it's a whole other language. It's French, and I was surprised when anybody was speaking English. Just an amazing time there, and really, really enjoyed it, and was such an honor to be part of the coverage.
All right, so in regards to the Utah Mammoth, we can look at Vegas run two different ways. We can say, hey, Utah was 52 seconds away from being up 3-2, with Game 6 coming back to Salt Lake City, just needing to win one game to advance against a team that is now just 3 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup that just swept, albeit the injury-riddled Colorado Avalanche. Or you could be like, angry that you were 52 seconds away from meeting. I mean, there's two ways here, but where do you stand? Because if you're a Mammoth fan, you got to be pretty excited seeing what Vegas has done.
For sure, and especially considering, Scotty, that the Mammoths were able to win a couple of games in that series. You gave 3 home ice shows to your fans, and I think that Mammoth Nation should be really happy and excited with where this team is at. Look, I think the end-of-year exit meetings, the press conferences with the media, from head coach Andre Tourigny, general manager Bill Armstrong, head of hockey operations Chris Armstrong, all the players, everybody acknowledged what a great year it was. But the common theme, the common thread was, we're not happy that we're done. And so I think that hunger to want to get better, to want to improve, it's innate in the hockey player's mindset, of course. But when you look at where this team has gone, even prior to coming to Utah, the increased winning percentage by head coach Andre Tourigny each of the last 6 years, the winning percentage has gotten better and better and better. And where this team is at, okay, year 1 in Utah, let's play competitive games at the end of the year. Let's be in the mix. They ended up missing the playoffs by about 7 points. Okay, then at the end of that season, in year 2, we want to make the playoffs. Another check mark. You made the playoffs. You won a couple of games. Now next year, of course, make the playoffs, and the expectation, to win a round. That's the next step, the next rung on the ladder. And so, look, some people will say you lost in the first round. It was that sucked. Yeah, it does. But to your point, Scotty, look who you lost to.
Yeah.
You lost to the Vegas Golden Knights, who have gotten better each and every game. And, oh, by the way, for those that maybe don't follow Vegas or don't follow the NHL, the Golden Knights did something that really is such a rare thing to do, in that they fired their head coach, Bruce Cassidy, who was behind the bench when they won the Stanley Cup back in 2023. They fired him this year with 8 games left to go in the regular season. Vegas was still in a playoff spot. They were spiraling. They had lost a bunch of games, and credit to the management. They said, we want to make a change. We want to get a new voice in. So in comes John Tortorella, who has been always known as a guy that is an extreme motivator. And he came in and essentially he told everybody, I'm not going to tell this team how to play. I'm not going to change the tactics, because they've already played 97% of their schedule. But what John Tortorella came in and did is that he kind of proverbially and figuratively smacked the Vegas Golden Knights in the face and reminded them what a great team they are. And you can't deny, with, of course, where they've gotten to, the way that they've played, the great goaltending that they've gotten. But all of that has culminated in making a very tough decision to fire Bruce Cassidy, who's going to get a job as soon as he wants. He's a Stanley Cup winning coach. He's one of the best coaches in the league. But you make that change with less than 10 games to go. You bring in John Tortorella, and all of a sudden now they find themselves in the Stanley Cup final. And not only one game up, but they got their best players playing their best. And so it's been a whirlwind of a year for Vegas, but from a Utah perspective, you never want to lose. Of course, that's Captain Obvious speaking from me. But if you lose to the team that goes on to win the cup or a team that ends up as a finalist, you know that exactly was not an easy out there in the first round. But credit to Utah for winning a couple of games.
I've just today, in fact, christened this summer as the summer of us here in Utah because
I like it.
Because I feel so much momentum toward next year, both with the Mammoth and the Jazz. I am really excited to see what the Mammoth do in the offseason. Not necessarily specifically guys, but what do you feel like they need to add to just be able to make that next step?
Well, I don't think you could ever have enough depth on the back end, Tim. And look, I mean, it's one of those things that there's going to be some contracts that are up. There's going to be some UFAs, some unrestricted free agents who don't have contracts, and so then it's up to the players, their agents, as well as the Mammoth management to decide: do they want to bring those guys back? Do they want to let them walk and look elsewhere? And Ian Cole, he's one of those guys who brought an unbelievable veteran presence and was as good of a penalty-killing defenseman as this team had. He's the guy that is without a contract right now as we speak. Another guy is Alexander Kerfoot. I mean, he was as versatile and as Swiss Army knife of a player that you could possibly want. Is he going to be re-signed? Nick DeSimone, who for long stretches didn't play, and then all of a sudden when he was needed because there was an injury or a player was going through a tough spell, he came in and performed admirably as a right-handed puck-moving defenseman. Those types of guys just really don't grow on trees. So with all that being said, there's going to have to be some acquisitions or some re-signing of players, both up front and on the D-core. And then we look at Karel Vejmelka. Yes, he's got a couple more years left on his deal, but Vitek Vanacek, he's without a contract as well. So is Utah management going to look elsewhere to bring in a different backup goaltender? We've heard a lot about Michael Robel, who had an incredible year for the UMass Minutemen, still playing in college, who is a prospect of the Utah Mammoth, still probably a few years from being a guy that they're going to plug in at the NHL level. And you don't, for a guy that's got that type of talent, that type of potential and promise, you don't want to just stick him into a backup role. Like, that's the kind of guy that if he is going to turn pro, you want to stick him in the minor leagues and allow him to play a lot, to learn what it takes to play at the professional level. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but I guess if I look at this roster and say, okay, well, what's one area I think that could be addressed? I think you can't ever have enough size. Especially when you look at the Mammoth's top six, a lot of highly, highly skilled, game-changing, game-breaker type of players. But if all of a sudden now, guys, you can inject a little bit of size there, I think that just creates a whole other dynamic as far as what this team can do and how they can adapt, not just game to game, but especially once you do get to the playoffs.
All right, so we have a official Mammoth player on this show, and he is a free agent. You did not mention him, and it hurts me a little bit when you talk about acquiring size, but Kyler Yamamoto is a favorite on this show.
Oh, yeah.
And we're unbiased. We try to stay above the fray. But you know what? When it comes to individual players, we are Team Yamamoto. What do we got to do to get him back in a Mammoth jersey next year?
Yeah, Scotty, I couldn't agree more. And I also have a deep soft spot for Kyler, and I would like to now on the record apologize for not mentioning him, because he is a guy that I actually go a little bit ways back with when he was playing for the Seattle Kraken. He's a Spokane, Washington native, and I was actually there broadcasting for the Kraken when he was there. So that's where I got a chance to really get to know him a little bit better, where I got a chance to watch him play each and every night. And look, he is the kind of guy that you know what you're going to get every single night. Has more than enough skill and ability to play in a top six. If you don't want him there and you put him in the bottom six, he's 5'9", but he plays like he's 9'5", and that's the one thing I respect so much about him. Aside from just being a hell of a guy, And that's first and foremost an unbelievable human being, terrific family. Got a chance to meet his parents when they came out to Seattle a couple of years ago, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree there. But as far as the player, he is Mr. Versatile. Wherever you need him, he's going to make a difference. And again, when you've got such a roster that the Mammoths did last year, there were stretches where he didn't play for 5 games, 6 games, 7 games. But then once his number was called and he came in, he performed in a huge way so that you couldn't take him out of the lineup. And you make the coaching staff ask those questions of, geez, he's playing too well. Yes, we just brought him in, but we can't take him out. So I am a huge fan of the person, but especially the player as well on the ice for Kyler Yamamoto. And I am also, look, I'm hoping, I get it. It's a business. Decisions got to be made for one way or the other. But if it's up to me, I would love for Kyler Yamamoto to be part of this team because I know he's a beloved teammate in that room. And I just know that he's a guy that can get you 15 goals. He scored 20 goals when he's playing with Connor McDavid up in Edmonton. And no matter where he's playing, no matter how much he's playing, he is making an immense impact and difference on each and every game.
Nick, so Vegas is 1-1. What was your prediction going in? And did last night do anything to change your mind?
Well, I was hoping and expecting it was going to be a back and forth series, a long series. I do still think it's going to be. I think it's going to go 6. I think it could possibly go 7, just because these teams they're so even in so many ways. Where both goaltenders are really hitting stride. Freddie Anderson is finally healthy. He's been able to sustain his health, and of course, just our thoughts and prayers are with him after. His close friend and agent Claude Lemieux passed away a few days ago, so he's obviously playing with an extremely heavy heart. And then you look on the other side of the coin for Vegas. What's the one thing that they lacked all year when they went into those downward spirals and tailspins? Is that they never got consistent goaltending. They never could. Aiden Hill, Akira Schmid, so on and so forth. Like these guys, they couldn't find a way to allow their team to give him a chance to win each and every night. And then all of a sudden, they sign Carter Hart. In comes Hart. He has some injuries, but he gets healthy towards the end of the season. And look at the Enfuego swing that he's in right now. Yeah, he gave up 4 goals last game. A lot of those off of Vegas Golden Knights turnovers. I think 3 of those were directly off of turnovers. But you just look at how both these teams are playing. Both goaltenders feeling it. The top players are doing their thing as well. And you look at both teams' fourth lines. Like they're not traditional fourth lines in that they just go out and crash and bang. They have offensive upside. They're more than able and willing to contribute on the offensive side of the puck. And you've got 2 teams that can play any way you want. They can crash, they can bang, they can skill it up, they can play on the counterattack, they can shut it down and make it really difficult to penetrate them defensively. So I think this has all the makings to be a heck of a series. And if game 1 is the appetizer, we better buckle up and sharpen our pencils because these are going to be some high scoring box scores as the series goes on with that 9-goal thriller. After Carolina took the lead, got up to a great start. They got up 2-0. Credit to Vegas. It was very similar, guys, in the series against the Utah Mammoth, where there were games where Utah took over, but Vegas, they just hung in there. They took their licks. They took some jabs. They took some overhand rights. They hung in there just enough. They kept the game close, and then they used some of that superstar skill headed by the likes of Eichel and Mitch Marner to hang in the game, tie it, and then eventually take the lead. And I know I'm going on and on here, but one other guy to feel really good about if you're Vegas is Tomas Hertl. He had a stretch from the end of the regular season into the playoffs where he went 29 games without a goal. And you just look up his career stats. He's been counted on to produce everywhere he's been, in San Jose and, of course, in Vegas. Like, I had read online that he even went so far as to, before the game started, he would put his hockey stick in the garbage can to get a little bit of positive juju, saying, I'm going to get a garbage goal tonight. I'm gonna gross up my stick and hopefully it goes in off of my rear end, and then we can get off the schneid and go from there. And then he was the one in game 1 that off of a turnover scored an absolute bullseye, beautiful goal past Freddie Anderson to give the Vegas Golden Knights a lead with about 3.5 minutes to go in the third period. So it's just a lot of great storylines going on, and I really do think that this should be a heck of a series and a long series at that.
I know, as you mentioned, Anderson dealing with a lot of grief and just a gut punch and nothing but love and prayers for those affected by that. But he came into that series with a 93% save percentage, and gives up 5 goals. But do you still anticipate this is going to be a high-scoring series? Because part of me thought, okay, you know what? You get those 9 goals under your belt, things are going to tighten up, and we're going to see some 3-1 games or some 2-1 games.
I could see it going that way for sure, Scotty. I could. And with how detailed both coaches are, they have the ability to open the game up and to get it into a track meet. I mean, you look at the speed and skill on both sides. I mean, all you got to do is look at the first goal of the game. What was it, 25 seconds in? I think third fastest goal in a game 1 of a Stanley Cup final that Nikolai Ehlers scored. And his nickname is Fly, and I don't even need to vamp on why. I mean, he could skate as fast as anybody in the league. So, and that's the part for Carolina. 3 of the 4 goals they scored directly off of turnovers. Just some plays that Vegas, I think there was some nerves there. They were trying to do a little bit too much, and it just goes to show the counterattack could be such an effective part of both Carolina, but also the game that Vegas plays too. So high scoring game 1, yeah. Could we go and see some tighter games, 1-goal games that are a lot lower scoring the rest of the way? I could absolutely see that because both these coaches are seemingly very well in tune to the pulse of their groups and the different push-pull adjustments that they need to make throughout a series. And it's just kind of like this year where there were some periods where the Mammoth scored 4 goals or a period where there were 6 goals total, and all of a sudden you're like, yeah, after the first period we had 5 goals. Oh, my gosh, the rest of the game we might have 11 goals in this game, and then all of a sudden the game ends in the next 2 periods with like 1 or 2 goals being scored because those high-scoring games are for us. Those are for the fans. That's what make coaches take aspirin and Tylenol and Advil, not all at the same time, hopefully, but just to try to calm down because coaches, for the most part, preach structure, and if you get out of your structure, then you're just kind of playing you're at the mercy of the flow of the game, and so for us fans, it was a heck of a game 1, and we'll see how the rest of the series plays out. But I agree with you there, Scotty. I think it could end up being much more tighter in the next couple games.
Nick, just gonna psychoanalyze you for a minute. Who's your favorite band?
Ooh, gosh. Oh my God. Okay. Lately, I've been listening
or
to
give me a group.
Yeah. Lately, I've been listening to a lot of Kings of Leon.
All right.
Lately, but if I had to pick, I grew up. My brothers and I, we were pop punk fiends back in the day. So if there was one group, one band I could listen to for the rest of my life, it would be Blink-182, without a doubt.
Awesome.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
So when they have that resurgence, thanks to Colorado, you were right there along with that ride.
Yeah, exactly right. So does that say something about me? What does it?
No. I just my language is music. I love music, and so it just I learn about people. It obviously puts you in a time frame and then everything else, but I can go with that. You check out. That checks out.
I'm a little bit all over the place. Sometimes I've got some country on my phone. I got some rap. I got some alt rock. Got some heavy metal. Some screamo when I want to get pumped up. I used to listen to that before games, but if, like I said, if I could only listen to one, it'd be Blink-182. So I know I'm the interviewee, but let me toss it back to you guys. Well, I want to learn something about you guys. So what's if you could have one group or band or singer, what would it be?
I think I'm in a crazy Chris Cornell phase.
Okay.
So anything Audio Slave, Soundgarden, any of his projects.
Great.
I'm kind of locked in.
Coach Guys, right? Isn't that one of those Audio Slave songs? That's
yes,
one of my favorites.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so, and I just, I have a band and I sing.
Oh,
and,
I didn't know
we
that.
we play all the small things. So,
okay.
So we'll have to rock that one for you.
I think next concert here, Nick comes up and helps you on that one.
Yeah, Nick, you got to come. We're playing.
I'd be happy
in fact,
to. Where are you playing at the Delta
We're doing
Center?
a BYU Notre Dame.
Where are you playing?
No, we're doing a BYU Notre Dame game this year. We do events. This is a 40-year-old band. We met.
Wow.
We're high school guys.
That's awesome.
So,
okay.
Yeah, but we'll work you into the act, Nick.
Have the great Lloyd. Have him reach out, give me the details, and if I can make it, I'd be happy to. That sounds like a great time.
We don't, Lloyd's got an inflated ego enough, so we don't need to inflate
He's not
that.
ours.
So,
he doesn't schedule.
But yeah. Hey, no, Nick, you're the best, man. Appreciate it. Great job, and look forward to catching up with you again here very soon.
Got all the time in the world for you boys. And lastly, Scotty, what's your band?
You know, I am in a weird, and I told Coach this, so, you know, I don't know if this is a midlife thing, but I'm going back a lot of 70s, even a little yacht rock a bit. I've gotten
Little Lion Eyes by the Eagles or what?
Yeah. Oh, I love the Eagles, man. Absolutely love the Eagles. But, you know, a lot of college rock, like the National, Guster, some of those bands as well. I'm pretty mellow in my old age. Now, back in the day, I had some bangers, but now I'm like, I just want to chill when I drive and listen to music.
You don't need me to tell you this, but not old. You're just experienced. Have a great day, boys.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Nick Olczyk right here on the Zone.
His name now should be Nick Olczyk Swing.
Yeah.
He caught that.
How about that check swing?
I didn't know that verbiage until I checked one of my own early on, and you guys dropped it.
Take a shot off his backside.
His rear end.
Rear end. Good job, Nick.
I love Nick. Nick's amazing. He's got so much passion for everything. But, man, you start talking. You see here I described Montreal's arena down to the bathrooms and the paintings on the walls. This guy, he's in it.
Don't you, Montreal wasn't a city that I'd necessarily had on the bucket list, but after that segment brought to you by the Montreal Chamber of Commerce.
A fair few of the Lacombe group came through Montreal as well. As you know, I'm French-Canadian.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside Tim Lacombe. We're live here at the Eagle Mountain, brand new location of Mountain Land Supply. They are now in Eagle Mountain with a beautiful facility. They're not messing around, folks. They've got so many great opportunities for you to meet vendors, get some free food, and check out what Mountain Land has to offer. Because we know Mountain Land because, hey, look, if water runs through it, they got it covered. But there's so much more than that. They've got so many different divisions, power supplies, everything else. Whatever you're looking for, Mountain Land Supply has probably got somebody in its vast core of families that can get you squared away. Mountain Land Supply. Find a location near you at mountainland.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Chet Holmgren was the number 2 pick. Western Conference Finals, Chet Holmgren, not good. Any concern the number 2 pick in this month's draft might not be good. Number 2 picks in NBA history are all over the place. If you can identify that person correctly, you could get a win.
Man, when you go back all the way into this century...
You'd like to think the number 2 picks had produced more.
They don't.
They're just clearly a bunch of misses.
I think it's the second pick. If there's one player behind you who's good, that's on you that you didn't get him. There's no excuse for bungling the second pick. That's too high. You can't do that, especially when you've waited 4 years for this golden ticket.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Love catching up with listeners. We are live here in Eagle Mountain. We don't get down here often, and so it is great to meet a bunch of people and celebrate a beautiful new location here for Mountain Land Supply. They when they throw a party, they know how to do it.
This has been awesome. It has been well supported and attended. You can tell it's going to be impactful out here. There a lot of people need what they have. Awesome to meet Brady today and Steve.
Yep.
Both guys listen all the time, and we're very kind.
Brady, in fact, I'm going to talk to Brady afterwards because I need a little help. I need a little advice on my sprinkler system. For the most part, I got it dialed in, and I feel like I know enough to be dangerous, but I'm running into a couple things where I'm like, I need some help on this one. So that's what Mountain Land's here for.
You're going to Brady, and I'm going to get more wisdom from Dave.
Yeah. And
Diesel Dave.
See our friends from Blackstone, too.
That's right.
Blackstone's here. You got so many great people. So let's go. Let's get you squared away. All right. It is Sports Roulette. Lloyd, let's fire up that wheel.
Game 1 is tonight, and Jalen Brunson is pulling from past experience.
So Jalen Brunson winning championships at Villanova, playing for Jay Wright, feels like, he's in a good place to play for a title.
I mean, I feel like everything leading up to Game 1 is going to be definitely heightened just because of the everything that goes on around it. I think most importantly, when you prepare the right way, when you do everything, you do your routines, you treat it like a normal game, it allows it to be as normal as possible for you. For me, just trying to make sure that I'm level-headed, making sure I do all the things I need to do pregame-wise, not change anything just because it's the finals.
So you take that experience, and you can certainly apply it here.
Yeah, and it is, it's not exactly the same, but, man, those are both big moments.
Yeah.
Both things you dream of, and he handled the college one great. And I love, we've talked about it this week, but the collegiate feel of the Knicks is really refreshing. I think the way those guys go to battle for and with each other, but there's no doubt about it, that dude's the leader on that team.
I got to imagine when you play a national championship game or a Final Four game in a freaking football stadium that's packed with, hundreds of millions of people watching. I mean, look, it's not the NBA, but in terms of attention and in terms of a spotlight, it's about as close as you can get.
It's massive, and for that level, it's the pinnacle.
Yeah.
And so that's what in high school, you want to win a state title. It's the pinnacle, and every competitor wants the very most they can have in every one of those realms. And so he was able to do it, and it doesn't surprise me because I think what I've grown to love about Jalen, I mean, he's a great player, but his heart carries him through. And there's been a lot of jokes. Oh, his dad's on the staff, all this. I mean, he didn't need any of that.
No.
He didn't need any of that. That's actually more for Rick, I imagine.
Yeah.
But Jalen is in an era of, that we've withstood along the last number of years of me, it's all me, what can you do for me? It's been so refreshing last year to see OKC come through with Shea and the team. This year, the two teams that are in it obviously have stars because you don't get here without them. But the role players have to play great, and it does end up being a team thing. And the NBA is so much more about defense now. These guys really are in the playoffs getting after it. I never thought I'd say NBA and defense in the same sentence, but we've watched these games have been fun to watch. They can contest everything, and guys are going all out, and that's why, just like in hockey, we talked about it yesterday, the playoffs are different.
Playoffs are very different. I talk to so many people, and I see it on Twitter when I was talking about the NHL yesterday. I'm like, I'm going to watch anything but the NBA playoffs, and I get it. Like, the NBA has got significant issues. They're hypocritical beyond belief. They do a lot of weird things. They've got dopey rules. The tanking thing's a joke. I get all of that. But if you just love basketball, if you just love high-level basketball, watch this series. Forget about everything else because this is what you want. Team basketball, not a lot of ISO play, guys with heart, busting their butt, defense, athleticism through the roof. I mean, this is a great series. Now, I know, people get a little grumpy at the NBA sometimes. Forget about that. Just enjoy, hopefully, 7 games of great basketball.
And two teams that have, definitely come totally different directions to get here.
Yes.
Obviously, San Antonio built through mostly tanking in the draft, and New York being a big market, just taking reservations every summer on who wants to come and tour the facility. But honestly, with the Knicks, they did do a great job of identifying in the trade because that was a big linchpin. Julius Randle is a good player, but what the Knicks needed for this particular group is the space that Cat provides. And he is not disappointed. In fact, he's shooting lights out in the playoffs. And so that's going to be a key component for them as always is, Wemby's not going to guard him because they're not going to play into that and then have him drag him away from the basket. But he will space the floor a lot because those guards need room to breathe.
Is that the biggest surprise with this Knicks team is the evolution of Cat? Not the biggest surprise, but one of the biggest.
Yeah, I think so.
It is for me.
He was so non-physical in Minnesota to the point where, memes were made and those sort of things. He has definitely risen up. He's not going to go out there and just knock people on their tail. But he is a guy now who understands the value of being physical in certain moments and times, and he leans into it. He's done a better job of rebounding the ball. He's such a great passer, and you have to respect his shots, so his first step is real, if you're playing him too close. If they guard him with a smaller guy, obviously you can play through that and draw another defender because of the height disadvantage, and then the ball spins and guys are playing. But I do think we're in for a whale of a series for all those reasons. And I do think the second surprise to me is that Jalen Brunson is who he looked to be back, 5 years, 6 years ago when he came through with Dallas. And you mentioned he was in a pretty good spot playing alongside Luka. But he wanted a bigger stage, and he wanted to see if he could do it, with a team that was led by him. And you got to respect that.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lloyd, go ahead and spin it.
Another future Bronco or Chief?
I like the edit.
Read the headline, Lloyd. That's not the headline.
That's what I see on the wheel, my man. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm sure. Brandon Ayuk has been issued an arrest for a viral speeding video. The warrant has been issued. It's a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speeding. There is a video of Brandon Ayuk posted on YouTube in December, which he appears to be taping himself from the driver's seat going well over the posted 40 miles an hour. And then he gets on there and he says, sorry, y'all, my content won't come with speeding anymore. Was praying with my son tonight. Wouldn't want anybody else to miss out on an opportunity to do the same with their loved ones. My apologies. So he'll handle it. He'll turn himself in. The warrant's been it's a misdemeanor. It'll be a little slap on the wrist. But kids, don't speed. Don't go crazy, especially in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. And also don't videotape yourself doing it and then upload it to YouTube.
Just drive the car.
That
Just
feels
drive the
very
car.
obvious.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, the prospects of a Stidham and to Ayuk combination in Denver could be interesting.
Yeah.
Stidham to Ayuk.
You know what?
I like the ring
a
of
real
that.
speedster.
Yeah.
He's got the video to prove.
Yeah, and look, when Ruggs comes back and plays for your Raiders, he'll fit right in there too. So,
or Rashee Rice.
He
could be with AFC West isn't doing all that well in that area.
By the way, he was driving a Cadillac CT5V Blackwing. So there you go.
So not even like a Lamborghini, like a Lambo or a Maserati or something like that?
No, Cadillac
Caddy,
CT5.
Caddies are like old school cool. You get the big dragon wagons that you're just taking. What are those Escalades?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Those are fine. But you get some of those Cadillac cars are swaggy.
I don't know, man. Look at that. That's for a Cadillac.
I'm telling you, that's pretty swaggy.
That's pretty swaggy.
My stepdad, when we moved to Texas, had a Seville with the slanted trunk. You remember those?
Oh yeah,
those were cool. I got to take it on dates every now and again when I weeded for longer than 20 minutes.
Yeah, that would be a lot more than 20 minutes in weeding. All right, Lloyd, spin it.
Some crimes are worth it.
Yes, they are. And look, I am not encouraging violence. I'm not endorsing violence, but sometimes it's okay to at least threaten violence. All right, so Lloyd, Lloyd's office, as you walk into our studio, Lloyd's office is on the right, and then we have this, we call it the bullpen, where everybody can hook up their computer. Jake Hatch is usually out there, where everybody is doing their thing.
I was surprised to see Ben Anderson doing calisthenics in there.
Yeah, Ben Anderson likes to, get in some,
jumping jacks.
Yeah, he works in his effort there, but it's a space. But right in the middle of it is a microwave. And when I walk in, now when the show started at noon, Lloyd would usually try to get his meal in before noon. And so a lot of times it would stink up the joint. But Lloyd was very careful about what he put in the microwave because it was usually Hot Pockets, and nobody really hates the smell of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets and salmon.
Yeah. Well, here you go. Let's go to South Carolina. A police officer himself was arrested and fired for allegedly aiming his weapon at a fellow cop for microwaving a fish in the break room at the police station. So the guy, Michael DiBiase, 46 years old, a detective with the Myrtle Beach Police Department, was hit with the charge of pointing and presenting a firearm at a person in the police department because the guy went to the break room, threw a little salmon in there, cooked it way too long, stunk up the joint. He got mad and pointed his weapon at the guy saying, "Don't ever do that again." And he got arrested and fired.
A repeat offender situation.
A repeat offender. Yes. That's not the guy's first time cooking salmon in the microwave. You don't point the gun. You point the gun the 10th time he does it. Now, again, he didn't shoot the weapon, but he did point the weapon at the guy and say, "Hey, man, we're not doing this again."
Same microwave, different fish. I have to tell you, I did work at a place, and I'm not going to say where, but we had a couple fish people in the microwave, and not only does it create a barrier in the office of odor,
yes,
but then you go out maybe on a sales call and like you just got off the SS Lollipop.
Yeah, it stinks up your clothes.
Smell like cod.
Yeah,
the rest of the day. And yeah, I don't know. It's a fine line because the microwave's there for use, but it's a read the room situation or smell the room situation.
Yeah, I think that just common courtesy, don't bring fish. Like I'm just telling you, just don't bring fish.
Burrito's fine.
Burrito's fine. Everybody loves the smell of a good burrito. Everybody loves, when you're, maybe a burger from the night before, maybe a little spaghetti, fine. But not the salmon.
Hey, I did beef and broccoli once. I did beef and broccoli one time.
Yes, you did. You did.
I microwaved it. I came out. I was like, oh, what's that smell? Like, oh, no, that's me.
I remember the beef and broccoli. Yeah, so
Didn't do it
broccoli,
again.
cauliflower, salmon, come on. There's no-goes. And I know everybody's meal prepping these days, and it's the nutritious stuff that you're supposed to be eating that can really stink up the joint.
You can rival that, Residence Inn, when you have people that want to, get experimental in their kitchen. And, like Coach said one time, we went and had to play this game in Prescott, Arizona.
Yeah.
And
you got a lot of stories from that trip.
Yeah, we got there, and we were in a Residence Inn, and Coach texted Terry Nashif and I and said, meet me in the lobby, and we met in the lobby. He said, no more Residence Inns. Oh, okay. He's like, the guy next to me is cooking liver and onions. And it's coming through my wall. And it's hard to focus. So we ended the Residence Inn on those nights. But, odors in offices and things like that, a little tricky.
Look, and you're right. Like, the microwave is there for use, and nobody's saying you can't do it, but just know if you do it, you will immediately become the most unpopular guy in the office.
Yeah, you're the fish guy.
Yeah.
See that guy over there in the corner? He's fish man.
He's a little fishy. That's fish guy right there. And come on, that's no bueno. All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, Coach and I, it's been really fun bringing him in on the fraternity that is the Zone, because you get to enjoy some of the great things that we've been enjoying for years, Beehive Mills being one of them. And, I was all excited because I'm like, hey, Coach, we're going to get you involved with Beehive Mills. You're like, I've been doing it for 2 years. So there wasn't really a big surprise there because you knew all about them.
Yeah, I already knew the secret. And obviously you start with the meals themselves. The foods are not going to do well if they don't taste good. And the flavor is what zapped me in the beginning. But then when you throw in the efficiency, the time saving, it's consistently good. You don't get a bad batch. There's a value in it. And for us, the flexibility of ordering just enough for the two of us, in case we have a stray child pop in, then we're usually good. So all those reasons, Beehive Meals has been on our radar for a while.
BeehiveMills.com. Now, of course, they've got the slow cooker meals with new menus every month, including what was it? Your wife did clarify it was sweet and sour meatballs.
Yeah, when I was trying to describe, I was like, it kind of had this tangy. She's like, sweet and sour meatballs,
These
Joe.
Balls of hamburger. Yeah. Sweet and sour meatballs. They can knock that out for you as well. But they've got the flat top menu. This is going to be for a limited time. Go to BeehiveMills.com. Have that flat top menu sent out. I've been using them. I did some steak fajitas the other day. Everything's proportioned. Everything's cut up, seasoned. All you have to do is throw it on the flat top. So you get the experience of actually cooking, because there's a lot of us that want that experience, but we don't want to do all the other work that goes involved. Beehive Mills has you covered. Go to BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LaCombe. We were watching a little footage of a potential basketball player, Lucas McKenna, who just committed to the University of Utah. I don't know anything about him. Coach pulled up some film. When somebody would send you film, and I'm sure you got a lot of it back in the day, that wanted to go play at Utah or BYU, and I think it was Spencer Nelson who told me, I can tell within 30 seconds if I'm going to keep watching that film or not.
Yep, and I just watched a little bit of his, and he looks like he's got a chance. I mean, I told you Doliak was a guy who was 6'8", I believe, before his senior year, and really popped. He's got some good skill, but, you know, he's not necessarily a known commodity.
But you know, when you get that film, you'd look at it and be like, okay, I'll keep watching this.
Yeah,
or no, one or two sets, you're like, okay, we're out.
Yeah,
we're
there
done.
were some times when you just saw the picture of the guy, you knew it was over.
Oh, man. Dave Chandler's with us one last time. We're live here at the brand new location of Mountain Supply in Eagle Mountain. And congratulations. This is such a great event. But when you throw a party, you guys know how to do it right. And a lot of great food, a lot of great vendors. This has been done right.
Yeah, it's been a good showing. We had a lot of people come through, a lot of people from the community. And so we feel like it's been a great success today, for sure.
It seems like you're just positioned perfectly out here with the growth. I mean, people, as you said, you can help contractors and those that are doing big projects or just homeowners that need something, and you're positioned perfect out here for that.
Yeah, I just was just talking to a homeowner on their way out, and their comment literally was, "You guys sell just about everything."
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, we do. That's the great thing about us and being here in the community. So. Word of mouth spreads, especially in these communities, for sure.
There's a lot of guys that are DIYers that can come in here and get some help and get some advice. Then there's other guys that think they're DIYers that shouldn't be. And so in that case, you can point them in a direction where they can hire somebody to come in and get a project done.
Yeah, we definitely have the experts on the counter within our organization, and we can make referrals out to the contractors. And there are specific things that contractors should be doing the work on. There's other things that we're happy to steer and answer questions. But don't be afraid either way to come use us as a resource.
Yeah, and certainly when it comes to water, probably best to let the pros handle that.
Definitely, it's we're in a tight crunch, and Mountainland. That's kind of how we got our start. Was any way to move the water or to get rid of the water, we're probably in it, and then that's expanded to our power equipment, truck outfitters, and some of our other divisions. So it's been great. Growth's been great.
And it's a beautiful facility. You guys have done it right. But you know what? Every time, regardless of how big a place is, you walk in, you feel like family. You get treated with respect.
That's part of our culture. We want to be part of the community. We want to enrich the community, and we hope when we say that people actually feel it, and when they walk in, they do feel it. And that's a, again, I think I used the word proud a lot today, but a proud moment when people say that.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing too is that we're down here in Eagle Mountain. You can go pretty much anywhere. You're Mountain Land's about a 3-iron away from anybody right now because you got over 50 locations.
Yeah, 50 plus brick and mortar locations, some specialized stores. We have a fleet of 450 trucks total that are making deliveries and going different places, 6 states, and constantly growing and improving. So
let's do it, man. Yeah. Thanks for letting us.
Yeah, thanks so much. This was
Absolutely.
I can tell community is important because you sit here. And it was a tidal wave of people through here today. It was amazing to sit here and watch just the number of people that rolled through.
Yeah, we literally have some kids coming through on the bikes, and they're having a good time, and we hope they're future Mountain customers.
No doubt. And hey, if you want to trip over Dad's sprinkler, that'd be fine too.
That's all right.
Send him down here.
That helps. Every little bit helps.
Exactly. Mountain Land Supply, the Eagle Mountain location. To find a location near you, go to mountainland.com. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5 June 4th for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at KSLSports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah athletic department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's summertime, and Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. We talk about saving water. One great way to save water, Greg, is to get rid of some of that grass area and just put in bark and mulch, and it really does make a difference.
We have 4 different kinds of barks, different sizes, and 4 different colors of the wood mulch. And I will just say that all colored wood mulch is not created equal, and we carry only the highest quality.
And when you talk about lower quality, Mike, that means sometimes you'll spend that money, put it in, and a year later it just does not look good.
Right, and sometimes it's even less than a year. So it's the quality is quite important for us, and we like to get the highest quality that we can.
Centrally located in the valley makes it very convenient for you. It's Replenish Landscape Garden Products at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You can give them a call at 801-262-5142 and make sure to look them up online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish, it's good stuff.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second as the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Van. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bring it.
What? On your mark, ready, set, let's go. Dance floor pro, I know, you know, I go psycho when my new joint hit. Just can't sit, gotta get jiggy with it. That's it, now honey, come ride. DKNY, all up in my eye. You got a Prada bag with a lot of stuff in it. Give it to your friend, let's spin. Everybody looking at me, glancing at the kid.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy, I think it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? It's just a little less than 3 weeks to the draft.
Yes.
That's kind of how I'm looking at everything right now with the type of work I've been doing at KSLSports.com. Speaking of which, he's our Utah Jazz insider, KSLSports.com. It is Chandler Holt joining me once again. On Monday, we got to run through a fun breakdown, kind of basically did our Jazz Notes podcast for the first 2 hours of the show. That's not what we will be doing today. It'll be a little bit more traditional of how we generally run the show, but obviously very Utah Jazz and NBA heavy because, Chandler, the NBA Finals start tonight.
Yes, very exciting. I think, honestly, looking at the pool of what it possibly could have been from the 16 teams, maybe the best possible finals matchup. Most entertaining.
Yeah, certainly the most entertaining. I don't like seeing the same teams in the finals year after year, so getting OKC out of there was just fine by me. Seeing Wemby and his first test here at this level is exciting. The insanity of Knicks fans is always fun. That's my favorite part of the Knicks. It's not really the team. I'm not even particularly a big fan of most of the players on the team, to be honest with you. Jake, when he's here, always makes fun of me for being a big Knicks fan just because he's an ultimate Knicks hater. But I do enjoy the kind of general cultural insanity that seems to emanate out of the city of New York.
Yes.
When the Knicks are playing well, or the city of Manhattan when the Knicks are playing well, I should say. So I enjoy that. I enjoy that part of the finals. You know that Madison Square Garden is just going to be absolutely nuts. And, before we dive too deeply, it's just, you got to solve one of the most difficult problems to solve, if there is one right now in the NBA, in Victor Wembanyama. So yeah, it's exciting. It's a fun part of where this all is, and we'll be talking about the finals. Certainly getting you ready for Game 1 tonight. But we should talk about the Utah Jazz. Again, I wrote an article today, and I know you're a little bit new to the area, so maybe the historical aspect of the Utah Jazz, as you're new on the beat, is not where you're most developed. But I put out an article today where I look at the Jazz depth, and I'm not sure that this doesn't have a chance to become the most talented roster we've ever seen the Utah Jazz field, in all honesty. I think there's a real chance that this team, if the young pieces come around, has a chance to be something we've never seen in Utah before.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you're right to say it depends on the development of Ace Bailey, the number 2 pick, Keontae George, even Walker Kessler, even though he's coming off of his first contract in the NBA. I think you're absolutely right in saying that. Of course, as you wrote in your article, the sort of the tip of the spear, the term that you used, the top two and maybe some of the best rosters in Jazz history probably outperforms this. Of course, to be seen. Maybe Ace Bailey turns into a top 10, 15 player in the NBA. Yeah. I think that's absolutely in the cards for him. But as of right now, it sort of looks like you're just having a lot of quality from 1 to maybe like 6, 7, or 8 on your roster. And I think, without a doubt, 3 to 8 is maybe the best you've seen on any Jazz roster ever.
I'm curious what Jazz fans would say is the most talented team, in all honesty, because that's kind of how I walked back through this. And in all honesty, I think there's an argument that, like, there was one year, and again, they were just too young, where the Jazz had John Stockton and Karl Malone and Adrian Dantley and Thurl Bailey and Mark Eaton and, you know, Bobby Hansen and Ricky Green and some of these other guys. And you think, truthfully, just like raw talent, that's 3 Hall of Famers. That's Mark Eaton, who was a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, multi-time All-Star. That's probably the most talented roster the Jazz have ever had. Ricky Green was an All-Star. You know, 2 top tier. Like Karl was and wound up being the second best player or best player in the NBA for a couple of seasons. John was perennially top 10, top 15 player. That's probably the best roster the Jazz have ever had, most talent-wise. But Karl was in his first year.
Yes.
So, like, he wasn't Karl Malone, MVP Karl Malone. The timeline didn't quite match up there.
Something funny there, though. I think not play style similarities, but I think there's a timeline similarity if you look at that Jazz roster, because you have John and Karl coming in their first, for sort of the start of their career. You could say that's maybe Ace Bailey in the number 2 pick. And then you have these older pieces, of course, Adrian Dantley and some others, and maybe that's your Lauri Markkanen, for example. I think there is some similarities there, and maybe how it plays out will dictate if this will be the most talented roster in history.
And then, you know, you look at the mid-'90s teams, and John and Karl have arrived. They've come into their own. Yep. You know, they're Locke Hall of Famers. They're 2-time gold medalists. They're, you know, perennial All-NBA players. Stockton's barreling towards owning records of most assists and most steals. Karl is, you know, consistently the 3rd or 4th best player in the NBA, depending on the season. And they get Jeff Hornacek, and obviously that's kind of the push over the top. But, like, Jeff as your 3rd best player is really good. The drop-off from Jeff to your 4th best player is pretty enormous.
Yeah.
You know, Brian Russell was a good player. He was certainly serviceable. Greg Ostertag was like a starting center, but barely. You know, they were always trying to find somebody better than that, and it was not exactly the guy they wanted to have, whether it was Sam Perkins or some of these other names that they had looked at in the mid-'90s, or Tom Chambers to even come in and be a running mate for Karl Malone. They just never figured it out. They never quite got there. And the raw, again, tip of the spear talent with Karl and John was enough to persevere and get through the West. You know, you kind of outlasted Drexler's Blazers. You eclipsed the Houston Rockets finally. Like, Charles Barkley gets there, and they're a little bit old. And the chemistry just kind of wins through. And still, the top of the roster does not compare to Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
Yes.
It's just not, they're not as good, and they don't have the size. The roster was just a little bit too flawed, despite the fact that they got a couple of final series to 6 games. And then they retool in the early 2000s, and they do it very much in the model of what Stockton and Malone did. They get their power forward in Carlos Boozer. They get their point guard in Darren Williams. And then actually, I think if you step back and look at maybe that Western Conference Finals team where the Jazz make the conference finals and lose to the Spurs in 2007, it's a very good team. And the Jazz over that next couple of years mix in 3rd and 4th stars like Mehmet Okur, who makes an all-star team, and Andre Karolinko, who had made an all-star team, and Kyle Korver, you know, who ended up being a very good player. Now, didn't play his best basketball of his career in Utah, but was very serviceable and was probably the best shooter in the NBA during his stretch. And that works out. And yet again, ironically, Chandler, very similar to the 90s teams, like, as good as Memo is, he and Boozer together are just too small to go up against, whether it's Tim Duncan or most notably probably the Lakers with their length with Andrew Bynum and Pau Gasol in the front court. The Jazz just, they have this fatal flaw that they couldn't get over, and the contract of Andre Karolinko just didn't allow them to go out and get the Tyson Chandler or whoever it was that they needed to kind of make that leap.
Funny enough, it almost feels like the current Jazz roster is addressing the 2 shortcomings of all these previous Jazz rosters, being size and depth.
Yeah, it is funny, because then you get into what I would say is has an argument to be, honestly, maybe the most talented, if you want to say, like, everybody reaching their peak at the right time, which is what we just saw with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, which was, you did get prime Rudy Gobert. Like he's still been very good in Minnesota, but I'm not sure he was quite as elite as he was when he was in Utah, as far as he won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards here, was making all NBA teams. Donovan Mitchell, I think, is better now than he ever was in Utah.
True.
And has made 4 consecutive All-NBA teams since jumping to Cleveland. Hasn't missed an All-Star game since his 3rd year or 2nd year in the NBA. He's made it every year since then. So Donovan's probably a little bit better now, but I'm not sure the gap between who Donovan Mitchell is now and who he was, let's say in 2020, 2021, when the Jazz finished with the best record in the NBA, is bigger than the drop-off between who Rudy was there and who Rudy is now.
True.
So I think that gap makes it up. And then you end up with Mike Conley, who comes in and makes an all-star team. Bojan Bogdanovic was awesome. You had 2 legitimate 6-man of the year. You might have had the 2 best bench players in the NBA, and Joe Ingles and Jordan Clarkson. And you just didn't quite ever have the other piece.
Mm-hmm.
You did, and certainly the big flaw on that team, maybe a little bit unlike the early 2000s roster, was while you had a great center, probably the best center in Jazz history in Rudy Gobert, you didn't have somebody between Donovan and Rudy to kind of make the star bet, whether that was a big wing that was better than Bojan Bogdanovic. And Bojan was awesome, but was not the defensive player. Was a little too flawed on that area. And instead of going smaller with Mike Conley, they probably should have gone bigger with somebody else. Either a bigger backcourt running mate or just a wing in general. And again, the fatal flaw is just there of no perimeter defense, and they can't kind of get over the hump against those better guards, those better wings that can really score.
And also on that team, you mentioned Mike Conley, Donovan Mitchell, and some of those bench pieces, Joe Ingles, all great ball handlers, right? And I think right now you look at the Jazz roster and maybe the weakness is ball handling and perimeter defense once again.
Yep.
So of course the draft is coming up. That's going to be a big thing. But you also, I think you pointed to this in your article or maybe on a tweet, like that these are things the Jazz are looking at in free agency immediately after the draft comes to an end.
Yeah, it's funny. So you get to this team now, and because I did a hit with DJ yesterday on his show, or 2 days ago, and there's a clip going around where he asked me kind of specifically about going out and getting Giannis Antetokounmpo and whether or not the Jazz could do it. And, it's not worth the number 2 overall pick, which is crazy to say because Giannis is a top 3 player in the NBA. You just don't know how long he's going to be healthy or be able to play, whatever. So, no, the Jazz are not going to include a number 2 overall pick for Giannis Antetokounmpo in any conversations there. But you start to walk through the roster a little bit, Chandler, and, Walker's a really good center.
Mm-hmm.
He's not fully established yet, but he hasn't signed his 2nd contract in the NBA yet, and he is one of the better rebounders in the league. He's one of the better shot blockers in the NBA. When he's been healthy, he's been the most efficient scorer in the NBA. That's a real plus. That's like a very good starting level center. In fact, clearly on a trajectory to be better than Greg Ostertag, and can probably be a more impactful player than a Mehmet Okur, who Mehmet was really good, but could probably be more impactful. And then you have Keontae George. I'm like, we've got to see what Keontae's going to turn into. We talked on Monday when you were here, like his 3rd-year numbers are identical to Colin Sexton.
Yeah.
So how do you avoid becoming Colin Sexton as like, well, he's just kind of a journeyman scorer who have some up seasons, some down seasons, but doesn't really impact winning. That's going to be the big thing for Keontae, but is trending towards being a good starting guard in the NBA and maybe a borderline all-star.
Yeah.
And that is before we've even talked about the 2 best players right now on the Jazz roster, which is Jaren Jackson Jr., who's a true 2-way player, former Defensive Player of the Year, multi-time All-Star, and Lauri Markkanen, who's made an All-Star team, averaged 26 points a game last year, is one of the most dangerous shooting threats in the league as the, again, tip of the spear. Those are the 2 best players on the Jazz right now. That alone is pretty competitive compared to what the Jazz have had, in all honesty, at their best. And we haven't gotten into like what this next generation, this next iteration of players is, which does bring in Ace Bailey.
Yeah. And I almost think a big talking point during this rebuild for the Jazz was flexibility, right? Like you stacked all these assets. You were really smart about how you move things around. A good thing was like trading 3 of your lower first-round picks to get the Phoenix one. That was more important. I do think getting the number 2 pick, as you talk about the next era of Jazz basketball, it almost, even though this might sound counterintuitive, I think it gives you more flexibility. Because you talk about right now Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. being your best 2 players, which I agree with. Ace Bailey's on the up and up. This number 2 pick is going to come in. He's going to be a development piece no matter who it is. Even if it's Cam Boozer, it's going to be a development piece. Also, the hope or expectation is that in 3 to 5 years, this number 2 pick is going to be your best player. So right now you have all of these assets to contend in the playoffs. Now you're not going to be contending for an NBA Finals next year. But quickly, the mission goes from building this player up to building your team around them. And I think, like, yes, the talk is maybe Cam Boozer doesn't fit well with what the Jazz have. if Cam Boozer becomes a top 15 player in the NBA, or whoever you're drafting becomes a top 15 player in the NBA, all of a sudden you can move everyone on your roster to fit with who that player is, who he becomes, right? Like, there is talk about Keontae and Darren playing together. That could look really good. That could look really bad. But if Darren's your best player, then I don't want to say he becomes expendable, but you have options now.
Yep.
And I think that that's sort of an underrated factor of the number 2 pick for the Jazz.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous example, obviously, always is Michael Jordan not getting drafted by the Blazers and taking Sam Bowie, where you're like, okay, well, maybe Drexler and Jordan wouldn't have fit together. They probably wouldn't have in that era of the NBA. Maybe they would have and been just fine. But, like, okay, then trade Clyde Drexler. Like, Clyde, now this is 9 years later, 1992. Like, you're probably not even holding on to him that long. But, like, Clyde was the second best player in the NBA at one point.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, who's the best player in the NBA right now? Wemby? Well, if you had the second best player in the NBA and it's Shea, what would you get for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? And that's the very high end of this hypothetical. Obviously, that's not what Keontae George is going to turn into, and you're not expecting whoever you get it to become Michael Jordan, but you back it off to, well, what if the player the Jazz draft is the 10th best player in the NBA and Keontae George is the 30th best player in the NBA, and then you're talking about swapping the 30th best player to another team and you're getting major assets or a major piece back, or the other way around, whoever it is. Yeah, whether it's, Cam Boozer. Well, what did the Jazz, let's say Cam Boozer is the draft pick and he ends up obviously taking the place of Jaren Jackson Jr. Well, the Jazz just gave up 3 firsts and 2 young players for Jaren Jackson Jr. Okay, so you flip him for a similar package or whatever you can get. Lowry falls into that same conversation. If you end up with A.J. DiBonsa like down the road and you say like, got to clear out room. Well, okay, then you got to clear out room.
Yes.
And it's unromantic, and that's the hard part about it. And it's specifically difficult. I don't want to say just in Utah. Every fan base falls in love with their players, but Jazz fans really fall in love with their players. Like, that's what the Angels won't do and can't do is fall in love with the guys. They've got to fall in love with the idea of a championship.
Yes.
And sometimes that includes making hard decisions that aren't maybe, the most popular with the fan base, but the most popular way to win a fan base is to host a parade. And that's what the Jazz are trying to do. So when you start to think about building out this roster and becoming the most talented, by the way, most talented doesn't mean the best roster we've ever seen or the most accomplished, but just purely the best talent.
Yeah.
Again, maybe your top 2 players don't compare, but there's an argument that Jaren Jackson Jr. is as good or better than Carlos Boozer was on those teams.
Yeah.
And we'll see if somebody can catch Darren Williams. Darren Williams was really, really good. But you start to just get to this point where you're thinking, like, the third best player that the Jazz have, like, is it Keontae? Is it this draft pick? Or does one of those players jump these top 2 guys? And, like, look, if Larry Markkanen's your third best player, like, he's better than Jeff Hornacek.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff was a really good player. Jeff was really dynamic and a better ball handler and, kind of did some nice backcourt stuff and allowed you get Stockton off the ball a little bit more if you ever needed to. Like, Lowry is 7 feet tall and one of the best shooters in the NBA, as was Jeff Hornacek. Don't get me wrong, but, like, there's a world where Lowry's a better player than Jeff as your third best player, just because, like, the mismatch problems become a real issue. Or Walker jumps up and continues to improve and becomes this really dynamic, 20 and 10 or 18 and 12 with 2.5 block center who averages 3 rebounds. It's just like, okay, he's not the best player here, but as your third guy or as your starting center, he's just way better than you had in Greg Ostertag. And again, that's not to mention what happens if Ace hits and really reaches his number 1 out of 1 outcome, or this number 2 overall pick hits their 1 out of 1 outcome. And that's rare. It's unique to do, but, Wemby has reached that or is reaching that. And it looks like Steph Castle's going to get there. And in Oklahoma City, Shea clearly has hit his top outcome. This was absolutely the best case scenario for Shea. And it looks like Jalen Williams is getting there. So it's like you get a couple of those guys who are, I don't know if anyone knew Jalen Williams was this type of a star swing, but, hits their highest outcome. Then Chet's your third best guy. Well, that's great. You were hoping Chet might be your second best player or your first best player when you took him number 2 overall. But because these other guys are so good, it allows them to shift down. And if you shift Jaren to your third best player or Lowry to your third best player because a Keontae or an Ace or this number 2 overall pick jumps up, that's when you start building a championship team. Like that's how it actually has to come together. It can't be formulated as a plan. Someone has to exceed expectations or 2 players have to exceed expectations. And then that best player on your team is all of a sudden your third best player and you're really cooking.
Yeah, let's move down the ladder a little bit too. For the sake of argument, in all likelihood, it would either be Ace or the rookie. But let's say it's Walker Kessler is your 6th best player. 6th best player on the Jazz finals team was Shandon Anderson.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Like Walker is like a
Adam
15-12.
Keefe, Greg Foster.
Yeah, like Walker's a 15-12 and 2.5 guy. You know, like Walker's awesome. He's probably a top 15, like I would say undebatably a top 15 center, depending how this next year goes, maybe like into that top 10 argument. So yeah, I see what you're like. Depth is the name of the game in the NBA right now, and the Jazz are seeing that, and they're filling out the roster.
Yeah, that is a big piece of it as well, where again, balance throughout the roster becomes a major issue in today's NBA. And you look at some of the teams that have gotten there, while the Spurs are very heavy at the top. I mean, they might have the best player in the NBA, and that's the reason they're in the finals right now with Victor Wembanyama. You know, having guys 5, 6, and 7 that can contribute actually was kind of the way that the Warriors were winning their early titles before they went out and got Kevin Durant. But it was having a Sean Livingston and also an Andrew Bogut on these teams, or a JaVale McGee who's like, oh, he's a pretty good starter in this role. He like fits his role very well. And you have Andre Iguodala, and you have like the death lineup, which is 5 actually very good players. And then you have a 6th or a 7th man that can come in. This New York Knicks team, and we'll talk about the finals more, has incredible depth.
Yeah.
Like Jalen Brunson might be a borderline top 10 player. Cat's probably a top 25 player, top 20 player. But it's the fact that then you bring in waves of OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges and Deuce McBride and Jordan Clarkson. I know Jordan's not going to play a lot in this series, but OG Anunoby, maybe I said him already. Just like you start to get a lot of these guys in there that mix in, and the depth is really impressive. Mitchell Robinson coming off the bench is like maybe the best backup center in the NBA. Those types of things we're seeing translate into championships, or at least real runs. The Indiana Pacers last year. Tyrese Halliburton, like, we've started for some reason to kind of talk about him as a top 10 player. Nobody mentioned him that way really before last season. And he had that great run, and people are like, is this an MVP conversation? He made the jump. But like Pascal Siakam, again, Miles Turner, like not superstars, but good players in their role. And then you get down the roster a little bit, and it's like, oh, well, Ben Matherin's a former top 10 pick and is a really talented player that they had. And that's how you start to build out these rosters that make runs. And that's a little bit more, if you kind of blur your eyes, what you see with the Utah Jazz. Which is like a couple of really good, like obvious, like all-star caliber players at the top, some really great role players, and then like this weird, like, oh, well, Kyle Filipowski's very playable depth. You know, you get these guys who step in, you have a couple of good ball handlers, and anyone on any given night can score 20 points, which is going to become the case with the Jazz. It's like, well, Ace is never going to surprise you by scoring 20, and Keontae's not going to surprise you by scoring 20, and certainly Jaren and Lowry aren't going to surprise you. And then it's, well, does Darren Peterson or A.J. Bonsa? Well, those guys in 3 years are going to be the leading scorers on the team most likely. So, again, you squint your eyes a little bit, and you start to see like, oh, this looks like one of the better basketball teams in the NBA, even if they don't end up with a Victor Wembanyama. You know, even if they don't have the perennial MVP candidate, which maybe you don't have to have anymore.
True. Yeah.
I don't know.
And talking about, and of course I think you're sort of talking about next year and like looking at what the Jazz roster under current construction is. But I think you look at, I think maybe 3 names, talking about Keontae, Ace, and the rookie coming in. Like, I think it's, I don't want to say expect, but you could look and see a world where they have multiple steps to take up and get a lot better, especially Ace and the rookie. I think it's also fair to say that Keontae could improve from his most improved-esque season last year as well. And I think, like, comparing them to the Pacers, for example, like Tyrese could get better, but I think Tyrese is near around what he is going to be in the NBA. And then maybe like Nembhard and Nesmith, like those are just solid role players. I think Keontae could be, like, he could probably reach Halliburton level. Of course, it's a very different play style. And then, of course, I don't even want to put a ceiling on Ace and whatever this rookie could end up being. And I think you're looking at, like, maybe even a super version of all of the things that we just named with the depth, because maybe, of course, I don't want to put any expectations, but I think this Jazz team, depending on development, could get into a situation where you're looking at, like, what was that, the mid-2010s Atlanta Hawks team where they had, like, 4 All-Stars? I think there could be something like that in Utah Bruin.
Yeah, where, you know, Jaren Jackson Jr. is your Al Horford. You know what I mean? And yes, your Lauri Markkanen is your Paul Millsap. You're down the line. So it's not the wrong way to build. You would trade all of it to get Victor Wembanyama. You would trade all of it to get the MVP candidate, certainly. But also, like, you're still set up pretty well where if you think one of these guys needs to be moved somewhere else to clear room, like, you're moving them to get real value back. And then that's where my conversation with DJ comes in of, like, if you feel like you're close, like, is there a chance you could go out and still get the best player on your team, which would be, you know, the high swing for a Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it's a rental for a year or two, to give yourself some future financial flexibility when they come off the books if you don't think they're going to resign, but it really opens your window wide open. So just looking at where the Jazz are right now, and it's funny to think because there's a real argument, 18 months ago, we were looking at the worst Jazz basketball team of all time. Yeah. They finished with 17 wins. They were trying to lose, don't get me wrong, but it was just like, how are they going to get out of this? Like, this could get bad. And then Keontae clicks in, and you trade for Jaren, and Lowry bounces back, and Walker is, elevates in his third season.
Draft Ace Bailey.
You draft Ace Bailey, and all of a sudden it starts to come together quickly, and that's just really kind of what the NBA starts to look like. All right, we will take a break. We'll talk some NBA Finals, more NBA basketball. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah athletic department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
New siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Try this combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. She loves to laugh, she loves to sing, she does everything.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lost my headphones there for a minute. Dangerous. We'll talk about the finals coming up here about a half an hour. We're going to break down on what we've seen from the Knicks so far in this playoffs and the Spurs and what we think the finals are actually going to look like. But I know there's some conversation, Chandler, about the Utah Jazz and what direction they go in the draft and how that leads to fit. And while certainly fit doesn't matter day one as far as what you're drafting, you will be bringing a player onto your roster, and then you have to figure out how they fit.
Yeah.
So while that doesn't drive the conversation, that doesn't drive who you're selecting, it does have to be had at some point.
Yes.
And I know there is kind of clunky everywhere you go, honestly. You know, some more than others. How would you fit a Cam Boozer or a Caleb Wilson, who are probably 3s and 4s in the NBA, into this Jazz roster? But, you know, A.J. Bonsa's a 2-3.
Yes.
Well, Jazz, that's exactly who Ace Bailey is. I mean, that's exactly who Ace Bailey is.
Yeah.
Now, they're different types of players, but that's his role. The Jazz are already kind of putting Lowry in a bad spot at the 3. Like, I don't believe in Lowry as a 3 long term, if I'm being honest with you guys. And if you take Darren Peterson, he's probably the most likely easy fit day one, but like Ace doesn't want to give up his starting spot either.
Yeah.
You know, Ace's family doesn't want to give up his starting spot either. And the Jazz want to see what type of, you know, highs he can reach, especially early in his career, like as you start to make decisions about who you're building around. So I don't know. I'm sure you've thought about the fit. I don't think there's like a natural, easy, oh, well, that guy steps in day one and plays X amount of minutes in the starting lineup. I don't think that's the case.
I 100% agree. Last year, before the year started, Will Hardy talked a lot about a meritocracy with his lineup, and I think that will extend to this year as well. And like, I don't think Jazz fans, and definitely I don't think Jazz fans should, and I don't think the front office will forget who Ace Bailey is at all. Like, Ace Bailey is a part of this future as well. And I think the best case scenario is both Ace Bailey and the rookie hit a 8, 9, 10 out of 10 outcome, and they're your 2 best players for 10 or more years.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a world where what the Jazz are doing right now doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You know, and I hate to almost sound like you enter another rebuild, because you don't enter another rebuild, but you start to restructure.
Retool,
yeah. You retool. And, you know, when you have these different caliber of players, potentially you start to figure that out. Now, that doesn't mean everybody's gone. It doesn't mean you clean house. I don't think it means at all you go back to the draft. Like, ideally for the Jazz, the best case scenario is they don't worry about the draft at all anymore, and then in the future, your swap that you have with Cleveland or your Minnesota draft picks, et cetera, someone has a crazy year and you add another top 3 or 4 pick, and everyone just says, like, well, that's not fair. How did you get that? It's like, well, sometimes you get lucky. And the Jazz have built up to have some future luck potentially in their favor. But I don't know. Do you expect any player to come in and be a day one starter?
No, I don't think any rookie would be a day one starter. I think all of them have enough talent, especially Cam Boozer, to be a day one starter just in the NBA, but I don't think that will be the case with the Jazz. I wouldn't be surprised if there is some shuffling in the rotation or something else that happens, and maybe by mid-season, then you are starting the rookie. But I don't think he comes in as a day one starter, no.
And look, again, I don't believe in Ace long-term as a 2 either.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe as Lowry as a long-term 3 either, as I mentioned. So, you can do the kind of simple math, which is eventually I think Ace moves into the 3, and whoever the Jazz draft, whether it's A.J. DeBonsa or Darren Peterson, and I think that's most likely who it's going to be, becomes your 2.
Yeah.
And that's what the Jazz roster looks like going forward. And then you figure out, well, does Lowry move up to the 4? Does Lowry move out? Does Jaren stay at the 4? Does Jaren move out? Those are questions for another day.
Yes.
And very long down the road. Again, we've seen Jaren Jackson play 9 quarters with the Jazz. I don't think he played any fourth quarters in his 3 games. 2 of them, they rested him. And the third one was such a blowout over the Sacramento Kings. He didn't play in the third quarter and then had knee surgery. So, or fourth quarter and then had knee surgery. So, that's putting the cart way before the horse. But early on, I know there's some questions and some fans wondering about that. Or I was listening to a podcast the other day. I think it was Kevin O'Connor or something. He's like, I don't know how you could draft Darren Peterson and not start him day one. It's like, very easily. Extraordinarily easily. He just comes off the bench and he plays next to Isaiah Collier, which, by the way, is actually kind of makes his life really easy.
Oh, yeah.
For Isaiah's shortcomings, and there are some, certainly, playmaking is not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
His speed and ability to collapse a defense and then kick out probably makes Darren's life really easy if he ends up being the pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I want to say, going back to the retool conversation, often in NBA history, growth or development or jumps from players within your own building often leads to moves shortly after.
Yeah.
The Warriors draft Steph Curry alongside Monte Ellis.
Right.
Steph Curry becomes an all-NBA guard, and Monte Ellis gets moved out. Even last year with the Jazz, there's an example. Keontae George makes a jump. And this is sort of an inverse example, but the Jazz probably don't trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. without Keontae George making an all-star-esque jump.
Right, that was already a retooling.
Yeah. And I think that there are just constant examples of that. So if Ace Bailey or if this rookie become an all-star, all-NBA plus, whatever you want to say for them, it's just you have to be, I don't want to say you have to be reactive, but you do have to react when things like that happen.
You just have to keep an open mind.
Yes.
You have to keep an open mind. I go back, I just pulled up Oklahoma City, the Thunder's roster, 2019, 2020, which is the first year that Shea's there. And I challenge you to be able to name 2 players on this roster. I mean it seriously. I'm a diehard. So are you. I maybe could have picked out a couple, but you have no idea who the second leading scorer is on this team. It would take you 1,000 years to guess. It's Dennis Schroeder. You had no idea. Nobody thought that would be the case. He was the runner-up for 6th man of the year. The third leading scorer was Danilo Gallinari.
Wow.
Again, some of these good players. The fourth leading scorer ended up a top 10 MVP candidate that season and was the only all-star on the team. All-NBA second team was Chris Paul.
Yes.
Chris Paul does his little stop over in OKC and kind of teaches them how to win and teaches Shea a little bit how to play. And they move on. And, of course, Steven Adams is on that roster. But, again, very quickly, people didn't know Shea was about to, start building towards becoming an MVP candidate. And you start to retool and you bring in Al Horford on a bad contract, to get the first-round picks. And Lou Dort is on your team and kind of starts to emerge. And that's when you start to figure it out. But again, if whoever the Jazz draft at 2 starts to become a guy, and has a higher ceiling than Lowry, Jaren, Keontae, Ace, Walker, all of these names we've talked about, you do just start to say, how do you model the team around him? And then you start looking at everybody else, not as a trade piece, but kind of as an asset.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, and again, this is not pushing these guys out the door by any means. It's just your focus shifts from, if you have a player on that caliber, your focus shifts from, okay, let's build a 2004 Pistons-esque team. Everyone's on the same level to, okay, now we have a Kobe Bryant. We have a top 10 player in the NBA.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, exactly. How can we build around him? And that's the thing is maybe everyone or most of 4 out of the 6, 5 out of the 6 fit around him perfectly. And you can just continue sort of running down this lane and maybe making small moves around the fringes to just build yourself up to maximize your potential.
So If I'm being honest with you, I don't envy the jobs of Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck and Danny Ainge going forward. This is tricky. This gets hard because at some point you're probably going to have to bet on somebody a little bit early.
Yes.
And thinking that if you're going to hit like this kind of perfect scenario, perfect storm where you still have some of the veterans, all the contracts haven't locked in yet, and you don't have a Victor Wembanyama where it's like so obvious what this superstar looks like, you do have to put the cart ahead of the horse a little bit. And where that becomes really dangerous is, the Cavaliers go and give up most of their flexibility and draft capital to get Donovan Mitchell, thinking that Evan Mobley is going to evolve into Anthony Davis. And then he never evolves into Anthony Davis. And had he, that's a championship team. Had Evan Mobley become a top 5 player in the NBA with Jared Allen, which was still a good acquisition, and Donovan Mitchell and all the little pieces you have around them, Darius Garland, etc., it really starts to fit. It really starts to separate itself out. And that was a good gamble. In all honesty, that was probably the right gamble for Cleveland to make. It just didn't hit. It just did not work. We've talked about this a little bit. Indiana, I think, made this gamble this year by going out and trading for Zubats and hoping that you could get Zubats and then a top 5 pick, and then your championship window is open next year again. You know, even with Tyrese Halliburton coming back from his torn Achilles, you still have Pascal before he's like probably past his prime. You've got Zubats in his prime. You've got Tyrese who's coming back healthy, and then you add a top 5 pick, and it really fits. The Jazz are going to have to figure out, like, what year is that year? What year do you go for it all? And then you have to get the right pieces around them where, the Jazz tried to go for it a little bit more and make a gamble on Rudy Gay over George Niang, and I don't want to pretend that Rudy Gay is the reason the Jazz didn't win a title. It was certainly deeper than that. But did you really hit on, like, a good sixth man where Rudy Gay fit in was terrible? Your hopes are much more, are much better. If you get Joe Johnson's first year with the Jazz, with the Gordon Hayward team, where he is one of the better six-man scorer veterans who comes in and helps you win that Clippers series in the opening round, maybe the Jazz do make a conference finals run if you had that caliber of player instead of Rudy Gay. That's, again, you really got to continue to hit at most points.
Speaking of putting the cart ahead of the horse, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they were not a playoff team before trading for Donovan Mitchell.
Right, they were a play-in team.
Yes.
And didn't make the playoffs with Lowry Markkanen.
Yes. So I almost, and again, they have made some moves since then. Of course, most recently trading Darius Garland straight up for James Harden. I almost think that trading for Donovan Mitchell in their minds was to contend for a championship, right? I think the Jazz are in a good position. They trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. Of course, I think Donovan Mitchell is a consensus better player in the NBA than Jaren Jackson is, of course, very differently. But I think right now the Jazz are just trying to make the playoffs. So I think they are in. And again, bringing this back to the flexibility conversation, they don't really have the pressure of that, and they have so many young pieces that, there will come a time when you have to do that, but there's just so many avenues in front of them, so many doors to open, so many things to explore that I think the Jazz are uniquely positioned as a team with such a bright future and also so much flexibility to work with.
The Cavaliers' only pathway was Evan Mobley becoming Anthony Davis. Yes,
exactly.
That is not the case for the Jazz necessarily. You could have either Ace or this number 2 overall pick become the face of the franchise, become a star, or Keontae George rises to this next level and actually does turn into a top 5 player in the NBA and actually becomes a guy, becomes one of these Jalen Brunson type players. That's, again, it's such a high bar to set, but Keontae, as much as I have said, wow, Keontae's third year looks exactly like Colin Sexton's, I was also tweeting out the comp between his third year and Donovan Mitchell's third year, and they were identical.
Yeah.
Well, look, Donovan has his flaws. Don't get me wrong. We've gone over them a lot. If Keontae turns into Donovan Mitchell, the Jazz will be thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
The Donovan Mitchell is a top 10 player. He is right there. He is capable of getting you to the conference finals as the best player on a team. And then you have these other pieces around him where that's where the Jazz struck out. The Jazz, again, they made their gamble, and they put all their eggs in the basket that was Mike Conley and Bojan Bogdanovic. We've talked about how that did not work out. That limited a little bit their pathways forward. So then you're like, maybe Rudy Gay or Jared Butler or these things that didn't work out in the slightest. That became really difficult. Or you're betting on a late first-round pick to turn into somebody, and you don't get Desmond Bane or you don't get Jaden McDaniels, and you end up with a Doe. And it's just like... Okay, those doors close.
Yes.
Weirdly quickly. Maintaining flexibility to get to the point where you can make a very well-informed gamble at some point is what they're going to have to do.
And the other thing is, you talk about Ace or the rookie or Keontae reaching this like all-NBA level. I think maybe more likely than that. Of course, that maybe not. Maybe it is more likely just for one player to reach their absolute ceiling. But I think there's a world where maybe none of them reach a 10 out of 10 outcome for themselves, and they all reach an 8 out of 10 outcome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you're still looking at, like I talked about with it, whether it be the 2010s Hawks team or whatever, where you have 5, maybe even 6 like all-star level players on your team, and then. Like, I think right now a big discussion within Jazz fandom is, how are we going to get through the Thunder? How are we going to get through the Spurs? Maybe it is out like depthing some of the deepest teams in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, like right now we've talked about the Knicks are deeper than the Spurs. Maybe that changes as Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper and all these guys get a little bit better. But maybe if you have 6 all-star level players on your team, of course there's not going to be 6 Jazz players on an all-star team ever.
Correct.
But maybe that's the way. Just throw all of this talent at them, and it's like coming from so many different ways that you can't really focus in one way. Wemby can't guard 6 people.
And then you still need luck.
Yes, yes.
The Spurs still need Jalen Williams to not play the entire series and A.J. Mitchell to get hurt before Game 3 or whatever it was when he gets injured. And Kawhi Leonard and the Raptors need a torn ACL and a torn Achilles from, Clay and from Kevin Durant to get there. And, the Warriors, to win their first title, need Kelly Olynyk to rip Kevin Love's arm, out of his socket, and then Kyrie Irving in Game 1 to roll his ankle to beat LeBron. And it's just like, you just kind of need all these things.
Yes.
And then LeBron, to beat the Warriors, needs Draymond Green to go on a groin-kicking spree and get suspended. Like, you just still have to have luck on top of this. So while our first segment was about, the Jazz are building what I think is potentially, honestly, the most talented team, the deepest team the roster has ever had or the franchise has ever had, you still need a couple of things to break your way.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that those things happen every year. It's just sometimes they're in your favor, sometimes they're not in your favor. But the good thing for the Jazz is, for the first time in a half decade almost, they're going to be back in the playoffs, and the first step to having luck go your way is making the playoffs.
Yeah, you can't get to the playoffs if you never open the door.
Yeah.
Or, you can't have the luck break your way if you never open the door.
Yeah.
That's what the Jazz are pushing towards right now. All right, we'll talk some finals coming up in about 10 minutes, the top of the 3 o'clock hour. But we'll look around the rest of the sports world locally coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, Chandler Holt sitting in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Austin Ainge, Utah Jazz, president of basketball operations.
So all of us are fired up about the draft, but everything happens so quickly because then you have the free agency that hits immediately. How about adding talent through trade acquisitions or free agency? How much of that do you anticipate?
Definitely some. It's hard to anticipate exactly how much, but we'll try to be aggressive, appropriately aggressive in adding and making our team better. We could go a few different directions to address some of the weaknesses, and some of that will be determined by which position we draft. We've got a lot of work to do. Teams in the West are really good, and that the rules will be different next year. So there'll be a lot of changes. It'll be a lot more competitive, and we're very aware that we got to take a big jump here in a lot of different ways.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored
to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
The new 2026 Outback is here with a new body style, increased roof capacity, ground clearance, and updated technology features. Visit Doug Smith Subaru today to see it for yourself.
Hey, Doug.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jackie Man, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Chandler Holt sitting in through 4 o'clock. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to talk to Keith Smith. Going to break down on the NBA Finals. He also has a new article out on Keontae George, kind of his breakout and his projection going forward. So we'll talk to Keith about that. We've got What You Got Wednesday coming up at 4:30. So a loaded show once again. Looking around the sports world locally, well, it is the offseason. There's a little bit of news coming out of the University of Utah that they have added a big man, Lucas McCanna, and reading through Steve Bartle's article, which you can, KSLSports.com. This is a big man who is reclassifying out of Ohio that's coming in. We talk a lot about building in the NBA, Chandler. I don't know how you build a college basketball team, and I've said this over and over, and we've talked to some names that have come through on the show and getting new jobs. I'm just like, unless you have millions of dollars, I don't know where you start. And this Lucas McCanna kid who's coming in, it's like over and over, Steve kind of hammers home, like, this is a developmental player. This guy's not a day one contributor. It's why he's reclassifying as a junior to a senior and graduating and coming in a little bit earlier than people think. If he ends up being good, he just gets paid so much money to go elsewhere. I do not envy Alex Jensen's responsibilities of trying to figure out, like, how do I build a young team if I can't afford an old team? And if they're a young team and I can't afford an old team, how do I afford to get old?
Yeah, college basketball and just college sports in general have changed so much. Like a few decades ago, it's like you had your guys for 4 years. Yeah. You're building a rapport, you're building a culture. And I think culture is a huge part of team building. And it's almost like your entire team is coming in and out of the door every year, it feels like, in college sports nowadays.
So, the biggest day used to be the day that you signed them. And it's like, that's just the first part of this forever journey now that you have of just trying to hold on to these players. And it just seems somewhat empty. It seems like somewhat a fool's errand. I feel for anybody who doesn't have the backing that a BYU has. But if you have the backing a BYU does, you can retool your roster every year. And that's exactly what they're looking like. You've got AJ DeBonsa, who comes in and is probably the best player in franchise history. And then it's fine. He moves, and you just retool. You get a Bruce Branch III, or you bring in a Colin Chandler, and you hope that they step in and are ready to play right away. That's the real advantage. And I do worry that college basketball is separating itself out to where there's just the haves, or not even the haves and the have-nots. Like, it's the cans and the can'ts.
Yes.
And right now, if you don't have the money, you're just a can't.
Yeah.
And I hope that's not the case. I really don't want that to be the case. But the more I look at what's happening around all of college sports, it's just separating itself out into such an ugly entity.
Yeah.
It's just such an ugly sport that I'm not a fan of anymore. It's not even enjoyable to cover, much less watch if you were a fan.
I was going to say, like, I used to be a fan of college basketball as well. I will take in any basketball, especially March Madness. But it, like, the appeal to college basketball before, to me, was like, it's like the purest form, like both all of the drama and the money from the NBA is not there, and it's also just like a pure form of basketball. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
It's like a lot of that isn't really there anymore, it feels like.
I used to love covering March Madness. One of my very first interviews, I didn't even interview him, I just put the phone in his hand, was Kelly Olynyk at Gonzaga.
Mm-hmm.
And they were playing their NCAA tournament here as the opening round, and they just, I think, barely beat Southern. I can't remember exactly who it was, if that was even the year, but they were here, and they were a 1 seed and almost got upset. And even after the game of, like, what should have been a really frustrating game, like, kid Kelly Olynyk, who ended up being a very snarky person, bully in the NBA, was, like, so overjoyed and, like, being recognized even in Utah. Like, he was one of the better players in college basketball that year, but, like, was excited that somebody was like, hey, will you do an interview on the phone and radio in Utah? Yes, that excitement is there. And while I'm sure there is still some of that with Cam Boozer and AJ DeBonsa and, these young players, the money that comes in, it's going to turn it from what you were saying, the purest, the kind of aspect of, like, we always play the famous guy who said, he was asked what was the best part of his college memory. He's like, go to lunch with my friends, go to lunch with the guys. It was like, yeah, now it's going to be like, well, the best part was being on my third team because they paid me $7 million.
Yeah, the best part was driving around in my Lamb truck.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like, oh. I mean, yeah, that's probably better than going to lunch with your friends, I guess, actually. But you are losing that. Purity is probably a good word for it. It was just kind of the purest aspect of it. And the Cinderella run just becomes a whatever.
Yeah.
A couple of mercenaries. And, like, this Michigan team that we just watched was sick. Like, that's one of the best college basketball teams we've ever seen.
True.
It's like, well, Adai Mara came from UCLA for a year and went to the draft. And Yoxel Lindeberg came from UAB for a year and then bounced. It's just like, some of the guys are going to leave the Michigan team. Marquez Johnson came from Illinois. Is that his name, Marquez Johnson? Marquez, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
It's also going to be a lottery pick, first round pick. And he gets drafted and he decides to bounce. So it's hard to watch this. And, you see recruits coming in and, National Letter of Intent Day used to be one of the best days if you were a college sports fan. You were so excited about your team that comes in. Now it's just like, I wonder where that guy's going to finish his career.
Yeah.
And I hate to... Morez Johnson, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Morez Johnson from Michigan. If they're not top 3 picks, I'm like, I've just forgotten all these guys' names. Just wonder where they're going to go next. And I hate that feeling. I hope I'm more jaded than the fans are.
Yes, true.
I hope the fans are still finding ways to enjoy it. And if you're a BYU fan, just enjoy it. You've got access to everybody. That's very cool.
Yeah.
But I just have a hard time buying it.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, let's look at the NBA Finals coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, I love Beehive meals. In fact, right now, thawing in my fridge at home is the loaded chicken. I'm going to go home. You throw the chicken. It's thawing out. You throw it on the flat top. You mix it in with the sauce, and then you can kind of doll it up however you want to, fancy it up however you want. And they've got, other toppings for it. There's bacon bits and there's cheese. I'm excited for all of that. But my son's a picky eater, like your kids probably are as well. He's getting into rice, and that's cool, but he may not want the salad, or he may not want it wrapped up in a taco. Well, you can do that for one half of your family and change it for the other. But regardless, you're getting that good home-cooked flavors. You're having your kids, see you making food, not just going out and buying it every time everybody gets hungry. And you kind of start to instill some of that, home-cooked family meal. That's what I love about Beehive Meals. It gives my kids an opportunity to try different foods. I always love the foods. My wife and I both do. And you can mix it in. It really cuts out the big question, some of the hardest questions you have, which is, what's for dinner tonight? Well, it's 6:30 when you're hungry and you're driving home from work. It's probably too late to say, well, let me stop by the grocery store and then let's start the prep process, because then you're trying to feed your kids at 8 o'clock and get them in bed by 9, and we know how difficult that can be. Solve those problems with Beehive Meals. You can go find them, beehivemeals.com, and their June menu when it comes to the flat tops is chicken fajitas, General Tso's chicken, chipotle honey, pineapple barbecue, ham and egg breakfast skillets, sloppy joes, patty melts, carne asada, just to give you a sense of the variety that you're going to be getting. It's not the same thing every night. It's not boring. It's not bland. It's a great different option to really mix up your meals and try something new at home with the new flat top meals. And if you want to try the subscription box, go to beehivemeals.com and get the crock pot. Still absolutely fantastic throughout the summer, but try the flat top meal. It's going to make your barbecue or your dinner a hit. Beehivemeals.com. Order now, beehivemeals.com.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big,
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Chandler Holt sitting in for Jake Scott through 4 o'clock. Jake will be back with us next Tuesday as he enjoys his annual sabbatical. All right, the NBA Finals start tonight.
Yes.
This is it. The NBA season leads to this, and you kind of mentioned it earlier. I'm not sure Adam Silver could have drawn up truthfully like a more hyped finals when it comes to kind of casual excitement. I think everybody just wants to get a sense of what Wemby is. I suspect there's still a lot of people, casual sports fans, who have kind of maybe taken a step back from the NBA a little bit. LeBron's not been at his prime, even with the Lakers. Steph and the Warriors are kind of not a thing anymore that you have to tune in for. So like your casual fan who kind of follows the league but doesn't watch every night, you're hearing about Wemby and you heard him, he was coming. Maybe watch the draft and you're like, interesting, 7'3", 7'5", what? And then you start to see the highlights and like, now he's beaten the Thunder. He's beaten the reigning champs, and he's pulling up from 35 feet in game 1 to tie the game and send it to overtime. And you're just like, okay, this guy's becoming must-watch TV. And then you mix in just kind of the New York Knicks aspect of it all and the superstars on the sidelines. And there's a Jenner over there, and there's Ben Stiller, and there's Chalamet, and there's Spike Lee, and just all these faces. And it's just going to grow even more. It's like, this is going to become a enormously watched finals.
Oh, yeah.
This is prime time for the NBA, and I don't know about you. I think it's going to be a good series. I think the NBA is going to get the payoff they're hoping for.
I agree. I think that before this this was set, before the finals matchup was set, everybody was like, "Oh, whoever comes out of the West is just going to dog walk whoever comes out of the East." Yeah. I don't think I would be more shocked if the Spurs won in 4 or 5 than if the Knicks won the series. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I think that's completely right. If it's a 4-game series, it's like, wow, that really was as lopsided as maybe some people had wondered if it was going to be at this point 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. You watch the Spurs and the Thunder just beat each other up. You know what I mean? Like at points, Dylan Harper wasn't healthy. I'm not sure if De'Aaron Fox is actually fully healthy. He looked better in Game 7, but they've been going through it, and the Knicks on the flip side, haven't been tested since Game 3 when they lost to the Hawks in the opening round. And whatever happened clicked, and there was that 50-point blowout where it was 72-22, whatever it was, and they just have not looked back. They just have been the best team in basketball since then. And look, you can say it's the East. They've coasted through. It's like coasting at this point of the year is a real luxury.
Oh,
that's a real positive.
Yes,
getting beat up every night is not a good thing for your team.
And that's why I think that nobody is rested. Nobody is fully healthy right now. Everybody is feeling something in the NBA. Everyone on both of these teams is feeling something. But I think there is a real advantage that comes from all of these sweeps and all of this rest that the Knicks have been able to enjoy. Not to mention, isn't it like Jalen Brunson hasn't played in the fourth quarter in however long? There is something to be said there. And meanwhile, the Spurs are coming off of 2 grueling series. The Timberwolves gave them a little bit of a run for their money as well. There was a time where there was a chance that the Spurs are too young. Maybe the Timberwolves are going to get past them, and that'll be the Western Conference Finals. I would not be surprised if Knicks take Game 1 in San Antonio tonight.
I'm totally with you. I feel the same way. And we'll talk more about it. It's June 3rd right now. The Knicks have played 8 games in the last month. 8 games, you don't get that at any point.
No.
I mean, that's a college schedule.
Yeah.
That's 1 game every 3 days. It's actually a little bit less than that. One game every 3.5 days. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
Versus, Donovan Mitchell was talking about how worn out they were. And it was like, well, yeah, you played 2 7-game series going into New York. It's it's not a surprise that you guys ran out of gas. And that's the question, I think, for the Spurs is, if you get late, again, I know they haven't played since Saturday night, and it's Wednesday now. They're going to be refreshed here, but you are talking about the very end of the season. I mean, this is 82 games plus, what did they play? 5 against the Trailblazers, so they're at 87. They played 6 against the Timberwolves, so you're at 93, and you just played 7. I mean, this is going to be game 101 for the Spurs this year. That's a lot, and these aren't. This isn't John Stockton at 36 years old who's like, yeah, I've perfectly tuned my body to play 82 games every year. I know what to do. Dylan Harper played 20 games last year for Rutgers.
2 years ago, he was a high schooler.
Yeah, Steph Castle, played at UConn 2 years ago. He's not necessarily ready to be playing all these minutes, and Wemby was playing international schedules for a long time. So I do think this does start to add up, especially when you are talking about these veterans in, Jalen Brunson and Cat, and all these guys who have been around a long time who maybe they've never played in the finals before, but have seasoned their body to be prepared maybe for the end of this marathon and then have the huge rest advantage.
And here's the other thing. When you talk about young teams need their battle scars in the playoffs before they can make a run, right? I think there's 2 aspects to that. Both matching the intensity of the playoffs and also stamina. I think the Spurs have already matched the intensity of the playoffs. They beat the reigning champions.
No question.
But the stamina remains a question until the finals is over, right? And so we're still going to see 4 to 7 games of how well the Spurs can keep their foot on the gas. And I'm not selling the Spurs short by any means. I would pick them to win this series.
I'm still picking the Spurs as well.
But I think there are still questions to be answered.
And I think it's a 6 or 7 game series at minimum, in all honesty.
Agreed.
I just do not think this is going to be a quick series. Here's how it lines up. They're going to play tonight. They're going to play Friday night. They will get Saturday and Sunday off. Back at it Monday and then Wednesday, and then you get 2 more days before you travel to San Antonio, and then 2 more days before you travel back. So they do space out those final 3 games if you get to games 5, 6, and 7 with some rest in between, which could end up coming back to help the Spurs. But, like, I don't know. It's not crazy. Again, maybe I'm going to look like an absolute idiot tomorrow morning, which happens. We have a podcast listener who likes to remind us how dumb some of our predictions sound. Like, there's a chance, shout out Jared, that the Knicks are going home with a 2-0 series lead. Again, I know we have not seen these teams play yet. I'm not trying, but like, if you were to tell me that happens, like, I totally see the scenario, right? You steal game 1. They have this rest advantage. They're prepared. Spurs are still dragging a little bit from this, knockdown, drag out series against OKC. And then they think, okay, we lost game 1. We'll regroup for game 2. And then, like, the Knicks have a shooting night, which the Knicks are very capable of having a shooting night. I guess I don't know. I think this is going to be a really enjoyable series. I think we're going to have potentially a classic here. And last year's was a classic. I mean, Pacers and Thunder were absolutely wonderful until the last 3 quarters post Tyrese Halliburton tearing his Achilles. And we haven't even gotten to the injury conversation of it, which I actually think the Spurs are probably less equipped to deal with an injury to one of their top 3 players than maybe the Knicks are. Now, the top 1 guy either way, if you lose that guy, you're losing the series. If the Knicks lose Jalen Brunson, the series is over. If the Spurs lose Wemby, the series is over. But, Steph Castle, if he's out, if he can't play at all, they become a lot easier to defend. Even if Dylan Harper has an issue, they become easier to defend. Cat is so unique that it's hard to replace the things that he does, but Mitch Robinson has huge minutes for them.
Yeah.
But they could survive potentially an OG Anunoby or a Mikal Bridges not playing at full strength or not playing at all. And I think they could still have a real chance to win the series.
Speaking of the Knicks having a shooting night, OG Anunoby and Cat are both shooting 48+% from the 3-point line in the playoffs.
Let me pull this up really quick. Let me see if I can get his numbers.
Those are ridiculous numbers.
Oh, yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, Cat is having by far the best run of his career. It's one of the reasons why they are sitting where they're sitting. Josh Hart has shot terribly from 3, I believe, in the playoffs. He is at 30%. Do you know what he was during the regular season?
What?
41%.
Wow.
On 3 attempts, 3.7 attempts a game. Like, he's shooting way below what his average is this season. He hasn't clicked in yet.
Yeah.
He clicks in and has like a series, which guys have big series.
Oh,
and Chandler, I think as we look back at kind of, why do we have 8 champions in 8 years? And certainly we've talked about like the new rules when it comes to keeping your salary together and how difficult it is. It might just come down to shooting fluctuation. Series to series, because everyone's like, Boston solved the equation. Half of their shots are threes. Just do that and you're going to win. It's like they lost the next year to the Pacers in the second round because like the shots just weren't falling at a high enough rate. It wasn't because Jalen Brunson they lost to the Knicks. Excuse me, they didn't lose to the Pacers. They lost to the Knicks. They were down in that series even before Jason Tatum tore his Achilles. He tore his Achilles, I think, in the 4th quarter of the last game that they were already losing. It didn't help, but they were not going to win that series even with him. You have these teams that just get red hot. Now, the Spurs can do it too. Steph Castle can really shoot, when he's on, and we know Wemby can get hot and becomes very difficult. And Dylan Harper's been shooting better than he did at Rutgers. But you have a good series. You have a couple of guys like Cat. You could run away with it. That's just a part of the game now.
Okay, I have a finals question for you.
Okay.
For an NBA Finals bingo card, what is one square you want to see filled out? I'm going to answer first because I'm going to take your answer from you.
Okay.
I want to have a Jordan Clarkson moment.
Yeah, I do. I would love to see like, the Jordan Clarkson, arms raised at center court, standing on the Larry O'Brien trophy. The actual one painted on the floor. Double zero's gone crazy. He's got his braids. Like everyone's going nuts. Yeah, absolutely. That would be awesome. Oh no, I want to see the 4th quarter. I want to see. Again, we saw Wemby do it in game 1.
Yes.
Just like you just kind of go into this moment of just like out of body experience where all of these teams, and you've played basketball, and look, anyone who's listening who's played you've played pickup basketball, you've played church league, you played junior jazz, whatever it is, and probably not junior jazz, but like you get to this point in the game at whatever level you play in where it's like 17-17, you're playing to 21. You're
Yeah.
playing to 11, it's 8-8, and you're just like, gotta be perfect. Switch everything or whatever it is.
Foul him every play.
Yeah, right. But like also, if you make a mistake, you're dead. You
Yes.
leave even like just some random dude at the church open. He's like going to hit a 3 at the
Yeah.
big moments. You get into this flow state of basketball where
Yes.
it's just like everybody's clicking. Everybody's got the right thing. Like that's the Wemby pull-up 3 in game 1. Like that's flow state basketball. Everyone's just exchanging these haymakers. Back and forth, and you're the mistake, which is just, the mistake is we didn't pick up Wemby at half court.
Yeah.
Like, this happened, I think, in game 4. I think the Spurs tied it up in game 4. They blew out the Thunder. Like, they let Wemby dribble into a half-court shot to end the first half, and he just nailed it. He's like, you knew it was going in the second he got it because you were like, oh, you better pick him up. He's just too good right now. I can't wait to see that in the fourth quarter where it's like, dude, you made a mistake on how you switched on Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
You're dead. You're dead. And both these teams are good enough to get there. Like, we left Landry Shamet open. It's like, oh, yeah, that's how good these teams are. Like, that's how good these players are right now. You're not, no one, as much as we're just talking about shooting luck right now, it's like, you're not going to lose a game because these guys are playing at a high level and it's just like, OG Anunoby missed a shot. Like, no, it's you made the mistake and they made the shot. Is the truth of like where we're going to get to with these two series. And that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited for whether it's game 1, game 4, game 2, hopefully all 6 or 7 games, we get to this in the fourth quarter, which is just full crowd engaged, defense chance, huge, Hail Mary shots that are going in. End of shot clock, perfect possessions, and the stars rising to the top. But that's what happens in the finals. Jalen Williams, the way we think about him now, even though he didn't play in this last series, really at all this season, like we're thinking about him like a superstar because of the one run he's really made. Like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, they lose to Mavericks. No one was quite ready for what we thought the Thunder was going to become. But he develops, and he has a huge Game 7 in the finals to beat the Pacers.
Yeah.
Who's going to do that? Who these guys? Someone's going to become one of those guys.
Yes.
Someone like Steph Castle. We're gonna, if they win the championship, because we know how good Wemby is, we're gonna start talking about Steph as being like, is this guy going to be the 8th best player in the NBA for the next 12 years? Like, is this going to be a Kobe type player? Like, not Kobe. Don't get me wrong, but like, there's actually not a lot of players who are built like he does, who are so good on both sides of the floor that aren't like the best of the best superstars in the NBA that we talk about. There aren't a lot of guys who play that way. Or is it Dylan Harper? We're talking about like, dude, this dude's in his rookie year and he has this crazy series. And then on the flip side, the Knicks, it's like, oh wow, Cat really is in the Dirk conversation. Cat actually is, we've always kind of mocked him, or people have mocked him, like he says he's the best shooter of all time, but we watch Dirk. Well, like, the reason we've crowned Dirk as anything is because he has a title.
Yeah.
Well, if Cat gets one, and then all the numbers add up, he is in that conversation.
Oh, yeah.
And Jalen Brunson, like, dethrones Patrick Ewing as the greatest Knick of all time if they win a title. That's my bingo card, and I know I just named like 15 individual things, but like, that's what I'm excited for.
Yes.
It's the legacies that are going to emerge during that, again, quote, flow state moments of basketball where we're just like, wow, this is what the sport offers that really no other sport offers. You get the intensity of October baseball. You get the crazy, swings in the NFL in the playoffs. But the, kind of last minute, every single possession, a star seems to emerge on every possession. That's what I'm excited for. And we're going to get that in the finals. These two teams are just too good not to get it.
The biggest thing I agree with you on of all of those would probably be who steps up outside of the top one. Like, I'm looking at Steph Castle, Dylan Harper, Cat, even like maybe we get a random OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges game. You know what I mean?
Julian Champagny hit 6 threes in the last game, and they beat the Thunder in Game 7 on the road. It's like, you have to have those guys.
Yeah, Landry Shamet. I bet you we have some Landry Shamet moments. And also, absolutely no disrespect to the Frost Bank Center. The Spurs have awesome fans, and like the what they did with their crowd design with the blue, pink, and the orange or black, whatever it was, awesome. But I'm looking forward to get some of these moments in Madison Square Garden. Like, Knicks fans are crazy. That arena is crazy. So I'm very excited for this series, honestly.
This is dorky. I'm a dork though. Like, I remember where I was watching the in-season tournament this year when these two teams were playing, and it was exactly that. And actually was Jordan Clarkson, and people may not forget, it was like Tyler Kolek had these huge moments in the in-season championship game of like a crazy comeback, and the Spurs, I think, or the Knicks were down 8, and those backup guards came in and led the way. And I don't know if we ever saw Tyler Kolek play basketball again, but like, you kind of have your moments. You have your ability to emerge. And so that's what I'm really excited to watch. I'm excited to see who of those guys makes a name for themselves, because it is going to have to be somebody. Maybe it's De'Aaron Fox. You know,
True.
I'm a De'Aaron Fox doubter, to be honest with you. I'm not a huge, I think that guy's one of the 20 best players in the NBA. I don't. But if you tell me he comes out here and has a huge series and, goes 3 of 7 from 3 in one of these games randomly because the Knicks' entire defense is like, we're going to sag off somebody, can't guard everybody, or we're going to put Cat on someone, and De'Aaron Fox is the guy who he's just not going to have to run out to the perimeter to guard because you don't think he can make shots. Those guys start to make shots in those moments, and that's where it gets difficult. So obviously Wemby is the hardest problem to solve here. Yeah. But the Knicks have a lot of answers. The Knicks have a lot of guys. I mean, OG Anunoby's going to spend the biggest moments of the game guarding Victor Wembanyama. You know, Cat's going to get a lot of opportunities. Mitch Robinson's going to get a lot of opportunities. Bridges is going to get a lot of those opportunities. And then what do you do about Steph Castle? You know, can you shut him down? Can you pull him out of the game? And that just might be your ticket, is how do you get one of the other Spurs players, one of their top players, to just no-show.
One last question for you. Who do you think is more likely to have, a storyline game, 40-point game, for example, Wemby or Jalen Brunson? We already saw it from Wemby against the Thunder. But
Probably Wemby, even though, as I've said, I'm just not sure that, how do you guard Wemby is the biggest talking point. It's how do you score against Wemby? I think it's by far the bigger talking point.
Absolutely.
What do you do? How do you generate looks? Everyone is so much worse defensively when Wemby's or offensively when Wemby's out there. How do you get a consistent offense? And if things start to fall apart, the emotional aspect of your team starts to fall apart. We saw the Thunder, who we just thought were nearly a perfect basketball team, go on a 20-0 run or give up a 20-0 run. They just could not get a single basket. I mean, late in the game, we've talked a lot about Chet no-showing. Shea was passing up shots. He was so concerned about what was happening in front of him that he would dribble into the paint and be like, I'm not going to shoot, I'm going to pass it. It's that's your shot, dude. You got to hit that 19-footer. That's what you've built your entire game on. So how do you score against Wemby? Probably prevents somebody like Jalen Brunson from going off for 20 points, but I don't know how you get there. Yeah, especially if you've got a Steph Castle also guarding Jalen Brunson. That's what gets really difficult. But then that's when you need Josh Hart to go off for 18, and Mikal Bridges to go off for 21, and that's where you win the game. That's the
advantage that we talked about for the Knicks, is that you have all these other guys, and all you need is a shooting night, and you have at least 2 of the players on your team who I mentioned who are shooting the lights out this playoffs. And then, like you mentioned, if Josh Hart turns it on, or maybe like we talked about, you get a Landry Shamet, Jordan Clarkson game. That's how you get a win if you're the Knicks.
We were talking last year about the draft specifically, and the value of Ace Bailey, and people are like, well, Ace doesn't do this and Ace doesn't do that, and the finals are always going on at the same time as the playoff or as the draft, and you do realize that sometimes you just have to have a guy who hits crazy shots over perfect defense, not just the bailout shot, but I mean, legitimately, sometimes the best offense is Anthony Edwards shoots over a player.
Yes,
Cat is just going to have to make shots over smaller defenders in this series. Yes. He's just he's not going to be wide open. They're going to rotate quickly, but you're going to have to make enough shots while guarded to say, you can't guard me with Harrison Barnes. You can't guard me with Castle or Harper. You have to pull Wemby out of the paint to guard me, and then Cat has to counter that by letting the other players beat them.
Yep.
But that's what it's going to come down to. I mean, that's the shooting. That's the big man that can space the floor, that you're going to have to figure out a way to really make something happen.
Yeah, it almost feels like the way to win is getting Wemby out of the paint, but the Spurs do such a good job of moving everything around Wemby, like it's a solar system.
Exactly right.
So,
all right, you got a couple of questions. You sent out a tweet before the show started, just Jazz fans, anything they want to know. We've got a couple of those. We will answer those coming up next. Stick around. Chandler Holt sitting in for Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Chet Holmgren was the number 2 pick. Western Conference Finals, Chet Holmgren, not good. Any concern the number 2 pick in this month's draft might not be good. Number 2 picks in NBA history are all over the place. If you can identify that person correctly, you could get a win.
Man, when you go back all the way into this century...
You'd like to think the number 2 picks had produced more.
They don't.
They're just clearly a bunch of misses.
I think it's the second pick. If there's one player behind you who's good, that's on you that you didn't get him. There's no excuse for bungling the second pick. That's too high. You can't do that, especially when you've waited 4 years for this golden ticket.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright, energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at kslsports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact our youth sports in our community. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon right here to Jake and Ben. It's your Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. We'll be announcing that tomorrow. Shout out to the winner. And make sure you go submit your Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. kslsports.com/contest. All right, Chandler, you put out a tweet before the show started, taking questions from some Jazz fans on what they may want to know. We got a couple, not a ton, but we got a couple.
Let me actually start with a DM from Solomon Marlowe. Not sure where to submit questions for Jazz Notes. By the way, Jazz Notes is our podcast that we put out every single Monday. But I'd really love if some experienced film watchers would take a look at Darren Peterson's high school tape versus his best games in college, worst game in college, and try to really figure out to what degree his first step was diminished. I worry that we are overrating his burst by virtue of him playing against slower players in high school. So, of course, there's the conversations about Darren Peterson as a result of all the injuries that he suffered, sort of not looking as athletic as he did in high school. And it is a good point that it wasn't so egregious that it could just be that he was playing against less athletic players at Prolific Prep. I also don't think it's so obvious that it was just maybe not even a first step thing. You could tell he wasn't as, poppy. His movements weren't as...
Not as twitchy.
Not as twitchy, exactly. And maybe, I don't think I noticed any, his vertical being any lower, but it felt like he got to his apex quicker at high school.
I think that's probably true. His team at Kansas stunk.
Yeah, true.
With all due respect to those guys.
Yeah.
One other NBA player on the team, surrounded by a bunch of non-shooters for the most part, which means there's no spacing. Three-point line is so close. Again, this is what's always so hard about talking about any NBA player, an AJ or college player going to the NBA. And AJ falls into this as well. And AJ, I don't know if overall AJ's teammates were better. They weren't. But, he had a better running mate in Richie Saunders and Robert Wright than anything I think that Darren Peterson really had. And certainly they were more complementary because both Richie and Rob Wright could really shoot.
Mm-hmm.
So conceivably, there are a couple of perimeter defenders glued to somebody that is not named AJ DeBonsa, and he's facing double and triple teams anytime he steps inside the paint because when the three-point line is 2 or 3 feet close or whatever it is, it's just so much easier to collapse on somebody.
Yes.
There's just no space. So when you do give Darren NBA spacing, and he's not playing next to, Ricky Council or whoever it was. Richie plays for the BYU. Ricky Council. These other dudes just if you leave Lowry, your possession's over. You've given up a wide open 3-point shot and it's going in. But the same probably goes for Ace Bailey and the same probably goes now for Keontae George. Or if you rotate over to help, he's just going to throw a lob to Walker. It's the NBA is built on A, so much talent, and B, kind of simple solutions to all of your normal one-step removed defensive answers.
Yeah.
If you vacate a guy, he's probably now in today's NBA good enough to just kill you with the shot, or attacking a closeout or whatever. That just was not the case at all for Darren Peterson. So when I look at his first step, where I would tell actually people if you want to go back and watch their games, or even just watching highlight tapes, watch his first step breaking towards a pass and the way he can jump passing lanes. The quickness looks like it's there for me. The speed looks like it's there for me. So honestly, it may have just been ball in his hand, too many people in front of him, both his own and opposing defenses, to be I'm confident I'm going to get all the way to the rim.
Yeah. Next up, Jesse Boone.
Now, he is too easy to cut off at the rim. Somebody comes over to help, and he, pulls up for a mid-range jump shot. He needs to find a way to get around somebody, which is where AJ DeBonsa has a real significant advantage. You put a bunch of bodies in front of AJ, and he snakes through and finishes on the other side of the basket or dunks. It's just that's really upper echelon athleticism that nobody else in this draft has.
Yeah, agreed. Jesse, on Jazz Notes a little while ago, you and Ben were discussing how alpha or demonstrative MJ and Kobe were. Who would you say is that person or most like that on the current Jazz roster?
An alpha?
Or demonstrative with how they do things, I guess.
Demonstrative? Yeah.
It's tough to say. MJ and Kobe are both one of a kind, which doesn't make sense because that's two different dudes. But.
Who's a killer is what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Keontae a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would
Keontae
say-
definitely has a little bit of the like flex on you.
Yes.
Likes the fire, or maybe plays with a little bit more fire than anybody else.
Maybe Isaiah Collier. Like
Collier certainly, but like
it's more of like
you
a
gotta
I'll
be
run
on
into
the
you.
floor in
Yeah.
the fourth quarter for that to really matter.
Yeah.
And right now he doesn't. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are ultra competitive.
Yes.
You don't get to this point by like passively getting to the NBA. Nobody accidentally makes the league.
Yes.
So all of these guys are nuts, but there's that next level of nuts. You
Yeah.
know, that, does anybody on the Jazz have this Wemby thing that we're seeing right now? I'm not sure. Now,
Yeah.
it helps to be the biggest player on the floor and the best player on the floor to really show that type of aggression. Now, Shea has it, but you don't see it.
Mhm.
I mean, clearly Shea has to have it. You know,
Yeah.
become as good as he is without, but he doesn't look like Michael or Kobe, and it's like his killer instinct, and he's still great. So some of that, I'm not sure you have to have it to the highest level, the Wemby level right now that he's displaying at the very least. But I would probably say Keontae's probably the most like dialed in there.
Yeah. And then he adds, which of the top 3 picks has that characteristic the most? So between AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer. It's also hard to say.
Yeah, it's really hard to say.
They all seem like kind of chill guys, to be honest.
Yeah. Cam is just so buttoned up
Mhm.
that I'm not sure he's going to show that a whole
Yeah.
lot. Like, he gets amped when he gets an and one, just like his dad.
Yeah.
And one. Boozer thing. But AJ has his moments where he gets excited, but AJ's just like kind of a casual dude.
Yeah.
And then Darren is so introverted
Yeah.
that I'm not sure it comes out, but like, do you think Kawhi doesn't play with the fire? Like,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Kawhi's a killer.
Yeah.
He's just a silent killer. And that's probably more along the lines of what a Darren Peterson is.
Yeah, I would probably say Darren Peterson, although it probably doesn't show in the ways that it did for MJ and Kobe.
But that's the big question is, some of these guys, is there an intangible factor that you have to find that's going to separate them out? Because truthfully, and again, I've talked about this a little bit on social media, I hate this part of the draft process because people are starting to think like, oh, just because you've started to realize, oh, Darren's way better. Like, there was obviously this big push as soon as the Jazz got number 2 of like, how do you trade up and get AJ? And that's like the first 48 hours.
Yeah.
And then you start to like look at highlight tapes or you actually watch a game of Darren Peterson. You're like, huh, that's a really good player. It's like, yeah, he is a really good player. And then it's like a kid on Christmas. Like, what you ask for on December 1st and what you want on December 20th is probably 2 different things. Like,
Yep.
well, whatever you were asking for on December 1st still was a great gift that you would have been thrilled to open on Christmas morning. And what you open on December 20th is a great gift that you're going to be happy to open on Christmas morning. But later in the process, you may have just changed your mind a little bit on what you
Yes.
actually want. It doesn't mean what you asked for on December 1st was actually a bad thing ever. But I do think we're at that like December 18th point right now where people are starting to change their mind of like, oh no, what if it's not AJ? It's like AJ does rule
Mhm.
and Darren rules and Cam Boozer also rules. But there is the question of like, what's the intangible that's going to, change these players to separate themselves out above the rest? And that, while sometimes we think of intangibles as like IQ, like sometimes it is the competition level, the
Yeah.
competitiveness that they have that makes them want to be better when they start to taste success. Then they're like, how do I get more of that? How do I get the most out of myself? I don't know how you find that, to be honest with you.
And speaking of not envying the jobs of those in the Jazz front office, that's probably the hardest thing to figure out. I'm sure DeAndre Ayton was telling teams like, yeah, I want to be the best ever in the pre-draft process.
Exactly,
you know what I
right.
mean? And it's just like only some people actually have that fire. Next up from Brady Hayter. Which player, AJ, Darren Peterson, or Boozer, gives the Jazz the best chance to win a championship? And what does that window look like? So I think for any of these players, of course, I think Boozer is the most NBA ready. All these guys are going to be like producing on some pretty considerable level in their rookie years. I think Boozer, and again, we've talked about how Boozer is the most polished, but that does not mean that his ceiling is lower than these other guys. So regardless of who it is, I think it'll take them 2 to 4 years to sort of reach that all-star, maybe all-NBA level. And I would assume a championship would come when they are near, at, or after they reach that point.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you think the window is for you to be able to maximize it. Like, it's kind of the funny thing of like, if you think the title team has to include Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen, like, though it's a little counterintuitive, the answer is probably Cam Boozer. Because Cam is going to be better in the first 2 years of his career than either AJ DeBonsa or Darren Peterson, most likely.
Yeah.
There are situations where that's not the case, but like, as good as Dylan Harper is right now, like, I think Con Knippel was better throughout the regular season. Yeah. But like Kahn's ceiling is not as good as Dylan Harper's. Like Dylan Harper's 6'6" and a ball handler, and Kahn's 6'5" and a shooter. It's just kind of different value that you get, but how far out are you willing to project that? If you are trying to win with, Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lowry Markkinen on your roster, like the contributions you're going to get from Cam in the first couple of seasons are going to be higher.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the gamble.
Brady follows it up. Which one would improve that timeline to a championship the quickest? I think that's easily Cam Boozer. Before that, though, do any of them provide a higher ceiling to a championship than the other, which I guess would mean, do you have faith in any of these players on the Jazz boosting the odds for a championship the most?
We talked to Derek Parker yesterday, who you've probably watched his draft videos on YouTube, if that's just kind of how you've consumed the draft. And if not, you can go back and listen to the interview at KSLSports.com. I tweeted it out at Ben's Hoops. I thought it was really good. And while he actually has A.J. DeBonsa at like third on his board, he did say if any of these guys hits their absolute top outcome, the physical tools of A.J. just separate him out.
Yeah.
It's the truth. And I totally agree with that, which is like just if you're 6'9" and you have a 42-inch vertical and then all the rest of the pieces like fully come together, it doesn't matter what Darren Peterson does. He can't be 6'9". He just can't have that type of mismatch. And, you're looking right now at the Spurs roster, and you're thinking like, wow, how is it so lucky they get Dylan Harper and Steph Castle in the backcourt? And like that's what their future backcourt looks like. Those guys are big. Well, they don't actually have the ability to guard Ace Bailey and A.J. DeBonsa if both of those guys work out.
Yeah.
Because they are so big that you're picking your poison, and you're picking your poison. There's not a good answer. You're drinking poison. It's like, that's the goal if you're the Jazz. If you end up with two players that play that way, that have those size advantages. So, I'm not sure that's what the Jazz, Darren Peterson might be the top of the Jazz's board. I don't know. And there's a world where, Darren does become this elite two-guard, on-ball guard. But I do think ultimately size, still the same way Victor Wembanyama is trending towards being the best player in the world if he's not already. Well, the advantage is he's 7'5", and nobody else has the ability to slow him down.
That should go in a Ben Anderson quote book. It doesn't matter. You're drinking poison.
You're drinking poison. That's actually what that's what that phrase means. So I think if you're looking at where the Jazz are and, who's the best or who has the chance to do it the most, like all of these guys significantly improve your odds. But if you get the best outcome out of any one of them, I guess I would probably say AJ becomes the most unguardable.
Yeah. A late addition from Colton. You guys are the GM. How would your draft boards look? So we could do a top 5 big board.
Okay.
Would you want to do it from the Jazz angle or just in general as prospects?
Do it from the Jazz perspective.
I think Darren Peterson would be number 1.
Okay.
It could be Cam Boozer, but I think I would put Darren Peterson number 1. Then AJ, Cam, Caleb, and then it really opens from there. Maybe Keaton Wagler. I don't really know. 5 is tricky.
Yeah, I don't care about 5.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I would probably just say AJ's 1.
AJ 1?
I would probably go AJ 1.
That's
to
fair.
be honest with you. Again, just like what we're talking about, you and I were you and I liked Ace Bailey a lot more than most people last year at this time. And it's just like, don't vacate the value of being 6'9".
Yeah.
Like size and athleticism just really, really helps. And late in the game, in a tight game, sometimes Dylan Harper being 6'6" and able to grab an offensive rebound matters more than Jalen Brunson being more skilled, but being 6'2".
Yeah.
Or 6'1". And, Dylan Harper or Darren Peterson's going to be absolutely fabulous.
Mm-hmm.
And look, AJ didn't do enough rebounding, like offensive rebound, especially in the biggest moments. But how many big moments did he play in? Well, let's see what happens when he actually plays in the biggest moments in the finals. And if he has to be totally locked in or can be totally locked in, like, then you're really happy to have the size. Like,
yeah,
I'll put it down now. Like, there's going to be a moment at some point as the Jazz get competitive where Ace Bailey's going to swing a series or a big game because he gets a putback dunk on an offensive rebound. How many putback dunks have you seen Jalen Brunson finish in his life?
0.
Jalen Brunson's a better player than Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
But the physical tools just sometimes don't let you do things.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Darren has elite physical tools as well. That's why
Yes.
we're talking about him where he is. But they're just not as elite as AJ. And I really do value that type of stuff. The NBA is about 2 things. Oversimplified, but it really is. Creating space on offense and erasing space on defense. Well, the perfect player then is Victor Wembanyama. He creates a ton of space, both vertical and lateral, horizontal, however you want to look at, because he can step out and shoot threes, but he's also the best lob threat. And then defensively, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
He just erases all the space with how much room he takes up. Well, AJ is 6'9" with elite burst, and I mean both quickness and pop. So he just erases space, and he can create it because I think he's going to be able to shoot threes eventually.
Yeah.
And then he can dribble wherever he wants to on the floor. So I do think we're just I think people are overthinking it a little bit. And I don't know if it's not a BYU bias. It's nothing to do with like the LDS Church or Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's got nothing to do with that. It's that, like we think of Kansas or we think of Duke or we don't think of BYU that way, at least big picture, like nationally.
Yeah.
It's like, why is this guy going and hiding in Utah? It's like, I don't think that's what happened at all. I think he got a huge payday and was like, cool.
Yeah.
And if someone had wanted to pay him way more or something, or they had the coach that he liked better, he would have gone somewhere else. And, I wonder if AJ had that season at Texas, are we looking at him differently? And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Which is stupid.
Yeah.
But I do think the answer might be yes. So I don't know. It's I just have a hard time not simplifying it. Just being like, being huge is great.
Yeah.
It's just the best thing to do. And there's no small ball in the NBA. There's just long ball. It's the ability to play outside. And that helps with Darren. He's got the best long ball right now of all of them. And honestly, Cam Boozer's a better long ball player than either of them at the moment. Not as a shooter, but his ability to create space with his passing, etc. But because of the tools, I think eventually it might be AJ that kind of puts it all together the highest.
Yeah, and it's like all these guys are so skilled. They're all in the conversation for number one for a reason, because they are on at least somewhat of a level playing field. And like, I think no matter what, you will pick right. It's just picking the right-ist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe the right-ist, maybe the ist comes from picking the tallest guy who can also jump the highest.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be one of these three guys busts at the top. I don't see it. I really don't. And if they do, it'll be mismanagement by the team that drafts them.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like there's something wrong with the player that was such a fatal flaw. They're like, how did we overlook that? I don't think that's the
Washington Wizards.
Yeah, the Washington Wizards is the obvious answer. Or the Memphis Grizzlies can't get the city in order. And, you know what I mean? I don't mean that in a bad way, but like the culture right now is broken. Like Ja had all the things in front of him. And look, blame Ja. Jaren Jackson Jr. didn't swerve way off, track and stayed like a great person. And everyone says it was just like the best guy, but like clearly there's really major issues in Memphis.
Yes.
So how do you make sure that those guys are in like a situation that caters to their best interests? That's why everyone wanted to see Ace Bailey land with the Jazz last year. Like there was a lot of people, like high up draft people, who were like, that's probably the best case scenario for Ace. Not because everyone's worried about like the character, but like go let him work out his kinks. He has some kinks in his game, and the Jazz will know how to like really give him a lot of space to do that. That's why I think people are optimistic about the Jazz adding one of these two picks. All right, we'll wrap up our time with Chandler. Coming up next, stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got the usual reduced speeds on I-15 to start off the afternoon drive between 53rd South and Murray, down past the 7200 South exit into Midvale. We've also got some westbound slowing on 114th South for drivers between 1300 West and Redwood Road. Attention commercial property managers. GoPave Utah handles seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Protect your asphalt before winter damage hits. Schedule right now at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Leslie and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, the Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Hey, we're going to talk to Keith Smith coming up here at 5 o'clock. And he's going to give us a breakdown on the NBA Finals. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But also, he's got a new article out at SpaTrack.com where he talks about giving contract extensions to players from the 2023 draft class. And among those is Keontae George and what he would consider, a fair deal. And look, Keontae has developed into, Chandler, I think, one of the 5-6 best players from that draft class. You certainly look at Victor Wembanyama, who's become number one, and Amen Thompson's become a star, and Brandon Miller's become a star, and then you start getting into that Keontae George conversation, I think, very clearly. Here's the number he has for Keontae. It's pretty high. He's got 4 years and $152 million. I mean, that's, $33 million bucks this season. I think it's $33 million a year for Keontae. We've talked a lot about, it's the weird part. We mentioned this in the first segment. How do you take, the gamble? You're betting on someone to go $38 million a year. Thank you, $38 million a year. Going one direction versus the other, which is 4 years is a long time to invest in somebody. If Keontae turns into Colin Sexton, $38 million a year is way too much.
Yeah.
If he turns into Donovan Mitchell, $38 million is a steal.
Yeah.
If you wait too long and he does turn into Donovan Mitchell, you ain't getting him for $38 million a year. You're paying 40 plus, which only seems like a couple million, but you're going way higher. I mean, you're talking about maybe a $200 million contract over 4 or 5 years. I don't know how you do that job.
Yes.
That's a really hard spot to be in if you're the Jazz.
And here's the thing, no matter what, if it's 35, 45, no matter what, it is going to tie the Jazz's hands behind their back. They are quickly going to have to decide if the starting lineup and sixth man or whatever they decide the core is, if that is not a playoff contending core, which is the goal next season, if that is a title contending core. Ryan Smith has said over and over, the goal of this era of Jazz basketball is to hang something in the rafters. It's to win a championship. And you're going to be an apron team, assuming after you sign Walker Kessler to extension, you're signing Keontae to a number like that.
Yep. And you look at just some of the numbers out there. I mean, it's a good problem to have because you look around the rest of this group, and we'll just start with picks outside of the top 10. Jet Howard, you don't want to pay Jet Howard anything. That guy stinks. He was in Orlando and he barely played. Yeah. Derek Lively, we don't know. He just hasn't played enough. Yeah. Was a good player. Looked like he was trending towards a big contract, but we haven't seen him for more than a year now, it seems like. Grady Dick, you're not giving Grady Dick an extension. Jordan Hawkins is not getting an extension. Maybe something small, but he's in the Bryce Sensabaugh conversation as far as a player goes, and probably not as good as Bryce Sensabaugh. Kobe Buffkin is out of the NBA. Jalen Hood-Schifino has played for 3 teams, including the Utah Jazz, and played here, but he came through and got traded or waived. I can't remember what it was. Not an NBA player. So you're really happy to have this problem, but that doesn't mean it's not a problem. Yes. It doesn't mean it's not, a bit of a headache. And, be glad it's not my money to spend. Not that Ryan Smith isn't putting plenty of money away as a member of the, owning the Utah Jazz and a member of the NBA ownership group. But it's just going to get pricey quickly. And then when you start to mix in kind of that $25 to $30 million number for Walker Kessler, which has been floating around from Tim Bontemps at ESPN, it's this is going to be your group. So these young guys, Ace Bailey and this number 2 overall pick, need to become stars. They need to become really high-level difference makers on relatively small contracts. And even then, the number 2 overall pick is making $13 million. It's got to come together pretty quickly. It starts to get dicey fast.
Something that I would look out for, talking about a Keontae extension, seems unrelated, but Cason Wallace, also in that draft, probably him or Keontae is the best guard from that draft right now. Mm-hmm. If one of them signs an extension first, either the camp of the player or the team, probably both, is going to use that as leverage in the other discussion. And I think rightfully so. You could argue Keontae over Cason. You could argue Cason over Keontae with the defensive factor. It's really up to the eyes of the beholder, and I do think that could maybe sway what number either of them gets.
But man, just going down this draft after 10, which is Cason Wallace, by the way.
Yeah.
We already talked about the Jet Howards and the Grady Dicks and the Kobe Buffkins and the Jalen Hood-Schifinos of the world. It's there are some good players. Jaime Hawk is a good player. Brandon Podziemski is a pretty good player. None of those guys are players that you're wow, so happy you have them. They change the direction of your franchise. You do have to hit sometimes. I will say honestly, after the 10th pick, and even then, Cason Wallace is in this great role. He's a role player. Yes. He only has to be the 5th best player on a team.
True.
What happens when he has to be the 4th best player on the team and is getting paid your 3rd best player, or is paid your 4th best player? Can he actually live up to that expectation? That's a totally different conversation than what the Jazz have asked Keontae George to do. So I don't know. I don't know what you pay there, but there is truly maybe just not a difference maker in the draft past the number 10 overall pick. And there are guys, in this top, Bilal Coulibaly, Anthony Black, Taylor Hendricks, Jarris Walker. I just don't know what you do with any of those guys. Yeah. Keontae, again, a very good problem to have. No one else here is really operating or making you operate your team a specific way. So hitting where the Jazz did has been extraordinarily beneficial. Another interesting note here, and again, we'll talk to Keith about it coming up an hour from now. He does say, when talking about Bryce Sensabaugh, no extension if he stays with the Jazz this summer, but 3 years and $30 million if he's traded to a team that needs wing depth. I bet you the Jazz would give Bryce 3 years and 30.
Yeah.
I know that that's tying up money.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they wouldn't do it, and I don't think they're going to extend Bryce, but that's a pretty good price. $10 million in today's NBA is cheap.
True.
That's a low contract for a guy who can at times be a truly elite shooter. And as you bring in a Jaren Jackson Jr. and Walker is back, and Ace, passes Bryce Sensabaugh in the pecking order, and the number 2 overall pick passes Bryce Sensabaugh in the pecking order, and Keontae George is better. Like, if Bryce Sensabaugh is your 8th guy, $10 million is probably a little bit high for your 8th guy, but his talent level is good compared to most 8th best players in the NBA on rosters. Bryce, that's like, he's really good in that role, who can come in, and we're talking about Julian Champagnie, or we're talking about these guys who, like, in the playoffs come in and out of nowhere drain 3 threes. Like, didn't Bryce Sensabaugh have a 30-point first half against the Chicago Bulls this year? Like, Bryce is capable of going nuclear with his shooting. Those guys do help you in the playoffs, even if they don't become good defensive players. Like, you're talking about a 7-minute stretch where things aren't clicking and this dude's just raining threes, and you're like, wow, got to stay in a series because of him. Like, that's probably worth investing a little money in.
Something flying somewhat under the radar regarding the Jazz's cap situation. This number 2, Dylan Harper, the number 2 pick in last year's draft, is making $12.5 million. Like, you're adding that, if not maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely more this year.
Yeah, as the cap increases. So, like, that's getting added to your books as well. By the end of his rookie year, he's making $17 million. So, like,
but
that is.
It also, you look at the Jazz roster right now. I'll see if I can pull it up quickly. And some of these players that you're betting on, like, you would absolutely love if an Elijah Harkless could step up and, like, find a way to do anything on a cheap contract. These minimum contract players. I mean, like, I like Cody Williams probably more than a lot of people do, but like, at $10 million, we're talking about the difference between his bill and what Bryce Sensabaugh makes. It's like, well, Bryce is obviously probably the easier answer if you're just like, you have to know right now. Now, maybe Cody comes back next year and starts making shots and becomes a totally different player. Or maybe Blake Hinson on a 2-way contract that you convert midway through the year, a la Dennis Jenkins, is making $3 million a season and does what Bryce Sensabaugh and Cody Williams does.
Yeah.
And then it's $3 million. And by the way, you shave the $20 million combined that those guys would make if you were to give Bryce an extension. It solves the problem at just $3 million. Like, you need some more places to hit. You need more. AJ Mitchell making only $3 million keeps things alive or keeps the Thunder afloat a little bit longer. You probably need to, not find AJ Mitchell, but hope that somebody can really, shoot 46% from the 3-point line like Blake Hinson did on a 2-way contract. Like,
yes.
Yeah, those are the lucky steps you need.
Yeah.
So, all right, Chandler, thanks for hanging out.
Absolutely.
You've done 2 hours on Monday, and today you're going to be back with us next Monday. Probably do another kind of Jazz Notes thing. We'll look closer at Darren Peterson, break him down as well. So if you like what you've heard from Chandler, always go back and listen to the Jazz Notes podcast. And then, yes, he'll be back with us again on Monday, and you can read him at KSLSports.com. Top 3 stories at KSLSports.com coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at KSLSports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, out on vacation, hit the beach, spend a good time with the family, and it's always a good reminder to what's important in life, which of course is family. But have you ever put in much thought to your retirement? What kind of lifestyle you want to live when you retire? Maybe you're a beach guy like me. Want to hang out at the beach as much as possible. Maybe you want to play golf. Maybe you want to be able to take your family on vacations. Whatever that may be, Trajan wants to help you reach those goals. Give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. I've sat down with them. I've gone through the process. It's so very easy. They're going to get to know you. They're going to help you identify those goals that are custom to you and show you exactly what they can do to help you get there. On top of that, they now have Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, so they've got all of your financial needs under one roof taken care of by the same team. So give them a call, 855-TRAJAN1, or go online to TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select grill or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales Event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
1, 2, 3, my baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna, but can't stand to see me walk out the door? Don't try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Jake and Ben. Jake is out for the rest of the week. He'll actually be back with us next Tuesday. But right now it's time for the top 3 stories at KSLSports.com. We usually do this at 2:30, but Chandler Holt was sitting in with us. Top 3 stories brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers, family owned and operated in Murray and Lehigh. You can go find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. Whether you're looking for that engagement ring, designer fashion jewelry, timepieces, whatever you're looking for, go check them out. jbrooksjewelers.com or with the 2 locations, Murray and Lehigh. Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, the NBA Finals begin tonight.
Very exciting. I've talked a lot about this. I suspect this is a series, Christian, that by the end people will start to really take note of. I think everyone's going to be excited about Game 1 just because it's new and the Knicks and the Spurs. But I think this is going to go long, and I think that we're going to see a lot of interesting storylines start to emerge throughout, which is, probably the ups and downs of Victor Wembanyama. He has not fully arrived. We are seeing what it's going to look like. We're getting tastes of it, and more than most third-year players who are the best player on their team. But, he's certainly not close to his finished product yet, and I think we're going to see that continue to evolve.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be playing under a microscope, right? And everything that he does is going to be criticized. We've already seen kind of a lot of backlash from him crying after the Western Conference Finals wins. But he's just reached that caliber of player where all eyes are going to be on him, and then you throw in the fact that he is going against a New York team, right? So the NBA media is going to be blowing this thing out of the water, and there's going to be a ton of eyeballs on it. And you guys kind of mentioned it earlier. That's exactly what Adam Silver wants, is his New York baby versus the next big thing in the NBA. So people are going to be tuning in. I've seen some tweets saying that this is the most watched NBA playoffs in however long. I don't know. There's a lot of people are tuned in right now because this is really exciting stuff.
Yeah, this has been good stuff. There are, some easy storylines to follow, which is the Knicks in general, and they just bring such a huge audience with themselves. Victor Wembanyama emerging as the most exciting young player in the NBA since the early 2000s. And that the Thunder were pretty familiar. The Thunder had become a familiar story. We all knew the Thunder were going to win a title at some point. It felt like with their setup and how good Shea had become and where they were trending with all their lottery picks, that they were going to break through eventually, and they did last year. And that just becomes an easy team to follow into year two, and you get some bandwagon fans or whatever. I think that you start to see why this viewership was there. And then honestly, I think this is going to be a long series. So I think those storylines are going to become even more entrenched. And, we'll see who of the Knicks becomes the main storyline. Jalen Brunson enters as the front runner, certainly. But, if you were to tell me that they win this series and OG Anunoby has an Andre Iguodala-like finals MVP run, I could see that because he's going to give Wemby a look defensively that is going to make his life difficult, because Wemby, for as strong as I'm sure he is, and I've been close to Wemby, I've seen him up close, and he's big. He's not just tall. He's not just a string bean. He's pretty built out through his chest. You saw him standing next to Chet and how much bigger he actually was. But these guys who can get leverage underneath him and push him out and make his life hard and take cheap shots at him and are going to throw elbows and be into him, he's going to get frustrated. He's already shown a willingness to get frustrated. And OG Anunoby, he's had fights with Rudy Gobert historically, and I think both of those guys got tossed in a game here in Salt Lake City a few years back. We're going to see that same thing. And if I'm the Knicks, that's part of my game plan. I'm not going to accidentally let it unfold. I'm trying to make Wemby get angry. We had Cole Bagley come in yesterday and spend an hour on the show, and he talked about how angry Logan Cooley was by the end of that opening round series. That's got to be a part of it. And it's not just Wemby. It's also going to be Steph Castle. It's also going to be Dylan Harper. How do you throw those guys out of their game in an unfamiliar situation? A, just playing in the finals, but B, being in New York when they go back for Game 3 and Game 4. So those are the storylines I'm excited to see, and I'm excited to watch. And there's going to be more beyond that we haven't seen yet. And honestly, there's other aspects of it that are, borderline kind of storybook, which is like Mike Breen calling Knicks games in the finals. Like Mike Breen's the best play-by-play voice we've had and is a Knicks guy usually, and now has to he's always good at being impartial, but this is his hometown. He's calling the Knicks games. I think it's be extremely cool.
And the Nova Knicks too, that's a really fun storyline as well. And Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, and especially those two, have had big moments in these playoffs. Mikal Bridges, you're still kind of waiting to see his establishment because he kind of disappeared during the regular season. Yeah. But definitely those guys reuniting on this roster and having the chance to win at the highest level in basketball after doing it, in the NCAA tournament in 2016. That's another fun storyline. The Pope graduated from Villanova, so he's probably watching this thing. Him and Timmy Chalamet, what did Mike Smith call you?
Chalamet.
Yeah, man, it's great. I'm excited for these games. Yeah. But going back to Wemby and showing the anger and the aggression, that's definitely where he's been vulnerable, and that's not something that we've seen from other young stars like Shea. Shea is always level-headed and doesn't get too high, too low. So I am interested to see if that's something that New York is able to take advantage of and really get under his skin, because he did show that during the Timberwolves series. And, if he does have a weakness, it could be that.
You do have to look at how much of an outlier both of these teams are compared to everybody else right now in the playoffs. And the way you can look at that is plus minus, or your real kind of full plus minus for the series, not just game to game, but the Knicks net rating. Let me see if I can get the advanced number out here. It's so insane compared to everybody else. The Knicks net rating right now, which is your offensive rating minus your defensive rating, is 19.8 points per 100 possessions. So over 100 possessions, the Knicks are outscoring everybody else by 19.8 points. It's unheard of. The Spurs are the next closest. And by the way, the gap between the Spurs and the Thunder is enormous. The Spurs are at 11.0 with their net rating. They're, what is that, 4.3 points better? That's a huge number in the NBA. Because to give you a kind of a sense of that, between the Thunder and the Celtics, again, by the way, eliminated in the second round by the Philadelphia 76ers. Or it was the first round. First round for the Celtics? First round, excuse me. They were positive 2.7. And in fact, there are only, and this makes sense because not every team, only 2 teams can survive and advance to the end. The Pistons were the only other team with a positive net rating of the top 5. The Knicks are 19.8, have a 19.8 net rating. It's truly unheard of. The level that they're playing at right now is it's unsustainable for certainly the length of, an entire season, but can they do that for 4 more games, 5 more games? And San Antonio's at 11 is just enormously high. So what these teams are able to do, these 2 teams, it's the immovable force and the unstoppable object, or the other way around. Who finds a way to get the edge over the other is going to be a great series. So I'm very excited for this one. Kind of an interesting thing here, though. Minutes played by these teams. The San Antonio Spurs have played the second most minutes in the finals or in the playoffs so far, 874 minutes. The Knicks are at 677. It's almost 200 minutes fewer. I mean, that's a lot, and that's on average per their 100 possessions or whatever it is. It's so much more that they've played. It's almost 25% more minutes that they've played in these playoffs than the Knicks have. It's a huge advantage for the Knicks. That rest advantage is going to be a real positive for them.
Well, and that Portland series went way longer than it should have with San Antonio, and then they go 6 games with Minnesota, and then 7 games with the reigning champs, and that's going to do quite a number on you. And then you have, of course, the Knicks sweeping Cleveland, and I guess you'll get the rest versus rust debate here. But Mitchell Robinson is available tonight. That's an injury that a lot of people were monitoring with his pinky. I don't know. Brian Windhorst was saying it's more of a hand break than a pinky break. But we will see. He is expected to play tonight, though.
He's going to play tonight. So for the minutes thing, 874 minutes, the second most by any team, the Spurs, behind only the Cleveland Cavaliers, because the Cleveland Cavaliers played 2 Game 7s. The Knicks have played as many minutes as the Detroit Pistons. The Detroit Pistons didn't make the conference finals. That's how little the Knicks have played in this series. So excited to talk to Keith Smith about this coming up. He's going to join us at 5 o'clock, giving us a breakdown on the finals. And then he's got an article including some extension talks for Keontae George. What's next?
Number 2, Utah's own Lance Holtzclaw was up at Capitol Hill testifying during the Protect College Sports Act hearing.
Yeah, this is a congressional hearing, right, to talk about ways to improve sports, how to fix sports, and what you're looking for. This is a conversation with the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee during the Protect College Sports Act. And this article is up right now at KSLSports.com by Steve Bartle, and it is this bill that was introduced last week by Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell, the 2 senators. And where I do think is interesting is Lance Holtzclaw comes in the defensive end from Utah, and just kind of talks about, hey, I know we're talking kind of big picture about how to fix this. You do need to actually look at the players' role in this. The players cannot be overlooked. We've gotten so excited about finances and super conferences and how much money you can make that I do think you start to lose a little bit of the value of your average college player. Most of these guys do not go and make a bunch of money in the NFL. A bunch of these guys don't go on to win big trophies and make money beyond this in this sport. So hearing what Holtzclaw had to say, I think is very interesting. It's worth going back and reading your time at KSLSports.com. when you get cut, when you don't have a roster spot anymore, when you're just trying to find a new team, and player movement being important. Because actually, some of these guys, player movement is valuable. When it's harder than ever to be able to stick with the roster, you want to make sure that guys have some protections. Some players have some protections as well. And just to give you a quick, brief excerpt from his testimony, he says, college athletics has provided me with the incredible opportunities, relationships, and experiences that have helped elevate my life in tremendous ways. I believe strongly in preserving those opportunities for future generations while continuing to improve a system that serves the student athletes at its center. But cool to have a local player on the stand kind of representing what people need.
But to that point, too, I mean, these student athletes, it's been lost, but these are kids.
Yeah, these
like
are
they
young people.
start out as kids. They're 18 right out of high school, right? Unless they go on a mission or whatever, then they're 19 or 20. But these are very, very young people that were never supposed to be in this position anyways. They were not supposed to be professional athletes, and that's been lost in all of this because you've got these guys making millions upon millions of dollars. You guys were talking about the Kansas player earlier this week who he's like the fourth or fifth best player in the conference, and he's making $6 million a year, which is just absurd.
Yep.
And it is nice to hear, have it come back down to earth and hear from the student athlete's perspective.
It's easy to look at the extremes and try and, rule based on the extremes, but you do have to keep an eye on kind of the everyday athletes, which most of these rosters are built up of the everyday athletes, more than
and
the
how
older
they're
workers.
affected by
and
it.
how they're affected by all of it. Anyways, go read our Steve's article at KSLSports.com. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Stanley Cup Finals. Vegas takes Game 1 5-4, even though Carolina got on the board quick. 25 seconds, I believe. It was
25
for their
seconds.
first goal.
It was before the broadcast even worked, right?
Yeah.
The broadcast wasn't working, and they got on the board, and then they built a 2-0 lead, and you thought, this might be a bit of a steamroller that they're running into. Carolina's been the best team in the Eastern Conference all series long, or throughout the playoffs. Maybe this is something the Golden Knights aren't fully equipped for. And then Vegas battled back. It was tied 3-3 going into the second intermission, and the Golden Knights win it. They get the big goal late with 3 minutes left to go. They took advantage of some big power play opportunities. And, if you're a Utah Mammoth fan, you're starting to recognize some of these faces that have stepped up. Braden McNabb had 3 assists in this game. You've seen some top-end production. Mitch Marner ended up with a point in this game, getting the assist as well. So impressive that Vegas has already wrestled back home ice advantage in this series. And look, I imagine traveling from, it's one thing to go from Salt Lake City down to Vegas and try and protect that home ice advantage. Going from Carolina back to Vegas is a haul. I mean, that's a long ways away. And now with how fickle hockey is, and it's not like you just guarantee you're going to bounce back. It's a real world where Vegas is looking at a 2-0 lead going back to Vegas, which is what they did to Colorado, and they closed it out in 4. Like, maybe Vegas is just playing at that much higher level than everybody else.
Could be, but also Carolina lost Game 1 of the Eastern Conference
Yes,
Finals,
they did.
and then
And
they
battled
won
back.
4 in a row.
Yep.
So we will see. I mean, this is only their second loss of this entire playoff series. First team ever to go into the Stanley Cup Finals with only 1 loss entering. So they do lose Game 1, but this is a very good hockey team. But to your point, Ben, Vegas is also playing at an incredible level, and Mitch Marner is a name that has been brought up so many times. He didn't even really have to do anything yesterday. So very deep Vegas team. Obviously, locally, we know them probably better than we do Carolina, so it's easier to talk about that aspect of it. But Stanley Cup Finals are always fun, and like we saw yesterday, a quick goal turns into a great game.
Bad goalie play last night. I mean, Carter Hart. Carter Hart was the best goalie on the ice. He had an 8.852 save percentage, which is, untenable. You cannot continue to do that and expect to win that series. But Frederick Anderson for Carolina had a .783 save percentage. I mean, it's a disaster along those lines. But those are the offensive talents that we're looking at with Vegas and Carolina. What you got Wednesday? Coming up next, a couple of fun drafts. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a crash southbound I-15 at the 2100 South Collector Ramp, and you'll see a heavy, slow drove on southbound 15 from 4500 South into Bluffdale. Got better speeds, though, waiting for you at the point of the mountain. Both directions of I-215's west belt are bogged down between 700 North and the SR 201 junction. Hey, the Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls is back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out on this one. For more information, go to UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony. Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. It is 4:30, which means it is time for What You Got Wednesday, where usually Jake and I go head-to-head in 2 5-selection drafts. One sports-related, one not sports-related. Christian, what happened last week?
Last week, we had a couple of close ones. Best 7-foot NBA players. You won barely 51-49. You beat Jake. And then the best Star Wars characters. You won that one 59-41.
Even after he talked me out of drafting Luke Skywalker #1 overall. And I went with Han Solo, and that was right. That was nice of Jake to do. All right, where are we starting today?
Today, because obviously Knicks and Spurs playing in the finals, we're going to go with best Knicks and Spurs of all time. 2 franchises, obviously the Spurs probably a little more
Decorated
from them, but a lot of good players between these two teams.
Yeah, there are some legendary players, and I think both of these teams are hoping to add a couple more guys that will inevitably have to be on this list by the time this is all over. And I know Jake would hate this list because he hates the Knicks, but I think deserves to be in the conversation. All right, who starts? You start.
Okay, well, I think there is an obvious number 1 choice.
I think there is too, but I guess I'm curious which direction you will go.
I'm going to go with Tim Duncan.
Yeah, I think that's the right move. He's absolutely who I would take. I think Tim Duncan's one of the 10 greatest players of all time. I know there's some pushback on that, but you think of when he did win his titles, going up against Shaq, going up against Kobe, going up against LeBron. He was winning titles throughout all of those, guys' primes, best years. His prime was there, and he was going head-to-head with them as well. So,
and he got his last one against Braun, yeah. Arguably the most underrated player of all time, just because nobody really brings his name up when they talk about greatest players ever.
He is a pair of Kawhi free throws or Manu Ginobili free throws. I think it's 1 each, or 1 offensive rebound for going a perfect 6 of 6 in the finals, which is Michael territory. Yeah. He's got 5 rings. He's got the Magic number. He's got the Kobe number. Like, he was very much right there, and unlike both Magic and Kobe, there was never a question that he was the best player on the team. I think he was always the best player on the team. Maybe Kawhi a little bit later, you could have argued, but I'm with you. I think that's the right direction.
I think just his personality really holds him back from, not holds him back, but that's the reason why he's not talked about, because he doesn't parade himself the way that Michael does or LeBron does or Kobe did.
And he didn't play exciting basketball. He was
Mr. Fundamental.
Book of carpet samples. You just like, it's cool and it works every time, but nothing really exciting. As exciting as pleated pants. So shout out Tim Duncan, though, probably my favorite player of all time. Okay, I will go with, I guess I'll go David Robinson. I think David Robinson is the next best player on this list. Has an MVP trophy, was, clearly one of the best players of his era. And then won 2 titles. He did end up getting a couple of titles there. Both of them required Tim Duncan being on the team. And I think even by that time, even though it was just Tim Duncan's second season, Tim Duncan was the better player. Give me David Robinson.
All right. My next pick, I'm going to go with Patrick Ewing. Are you pro Ewing or anti?
I'm pro Ewing. I just
right.
thought he was lesser than some of the other big men of his era. Now, some of that's because he just didn't win a title. He just didn't. Now, he did make a couple of finals, and you've got to give him credit there. And a lot of people do think he's the greatest Knick of all time, though I think he could be replaced in this series, in all honesty. If the Knicks win a title, I think there's going to be a new person that everyone puts up at the top. But I do think Patrick Ewing is probably the right decision here.
But he was never, Hakeem. He was never
I think
Charles
Hakeem
Barkley.
was always better, right?
He was never,
I thought David Robinson was better.
Right.
Some people probably disagree a little bit, but I definitely think that's the case. All right, I will go with Walt Clyde Frazier, who is probably the coolest player of all time and still does the color analyst work for the Knicks and is maybe the best color analyst of all time. Just really interesting to listen to, funny to listen to. But give me Walt Clyde Frazier, and he was named Clyde because people said he dressed as cool as Bonnie and Clyde, which is itself a type of lore that it's hard to argue with. So give me Walt Clyde Frazier.
I'm going to go with another guy with a really cool nickname. This is a throwback, but George Iceman Gervin.
The Iceman.
6-time scoring champ.
Yeah.
Unstoppable back in the day.
No question about it. Yep, he's got to be on the board. He's got to be drafted here. Okay, let's see here. What's weird is for the Knicks, legendary history, it's kind of lacking in depth. There's kind of not a lot of great players, which I think is why so many people are excited about what this team is right now. I think I've got to go. You know what? I'm going to go Kawhi. I am going to go Kawhi Leonard. If I'm actually just talking about if I had to pick 1 year, one player to help me win all these games, well, I think there are some other guys who maybe had more illustrious careers. Maybe not. But certainly, I guess, probably more with the Spurs themselves. But I got to go with Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi was an absolute monster. He ended his own run in San Antonio far too early.
I had Kawhi above Frazier and Gervin on my board, but it's just some of the off-the-court stuff that, really bugs you. But really, when he is at his best, he is truly one of the best players in NBA history. It's just we don't see him all that often.
He should be inarguably, in my opinion, the second best player of the last 25 years behind LeBron. But he has just really hurt his legacy. And maybe 25 years is wrong. Post Kobe, we'll say I think Kawhi should be clearly the second best player, better than Kevin Durant. And he's just been a little nonsensical enough to not put himself there.
I don't know if you agree. I feel like there's a big drop off here in, I guess, the careers of the next class of players. I'm going to take Jalen Brunson right here.
Okay.
I do agree with you. If he does win this series, he will automatically be up there as probably the greatest Knick of all time.
He's going to be celebrated that way. And some old timers are going to say, slow down. There are other Knicks that have won titles, and we're going to draft them here coming up. But Jalen Brunson, what he means to the city, taking less money to be able to allow them to build out their roster. It's not just, are you the best individual player, but, did you allow the team to do the most? And Jalen Brunson absolutely belongs in that conversation. I will go with Tony Parker, though. Tony Parker did win a Finals MVP, Locke Hall of Famer, multi-time All-Star, was the running mate with Tim Duncan that allowed them to win so many titles.
Tony Parker was always the second best player, right? But he was again, he did get the Finals MVP, but we knew it was never his team.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly right.
But again, they don't do it without him. He was such a key player. I think that's the right choice.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Willis Reed.
Okay. The most, infamous of all these players, and infamy in a good way. Maybe infamy is the wrong word to use then, but the injured Willis Reed game, coming back in and playing on the hobbled ankle and winning. It just has this lore around it that I'm not sure anyone else has the lore around them in this
At least not yet.
Yeah, not yet. We'll see. Maybe Jalen Brunson comes out with a dislocated knee and hits some big free throws or something and pushes them to the top.
Yeah, last Knicks team to win a championship. He has a league MVP and 2-time Finals MVP, so greatest Knick of all time as it stands. Probably. I don't know. We took Patrick Ewing way earlier, but
Ewing didn't get a title.
Yeah.
Willis Reed and Walt
Willis
Clyde
Reed
Frazier did. All right, I guess I got to take Wemby. It's crazy in his third year, but Wemby belongs in this conversation. And there are other Spurs or probably Knicks we could have taken. I was going to take Willis Reed. You took him, so I'll take Wemby.
That was my question, I guess, coming into this is, would Wembanyama get drafted?
I think he has to.
You'd take Wemby above guys like Ginobili. I mean, obviously the talent, right? No doubt about it.
Ginobili by himself, not by himself, but Ginobili was never going to be the best player on a championship team.
Right, and he was never even the second best player
Probably
arguably.
not. Yeah, probably not. So Wemby, it's just hard to argue at this point. The fact that you could get him at 10 is crazy that this little Spurs team has this much generational talent.
Yeah. Dennis Rodman, Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo absolutely probably feels like he should be in the conversation. Knicks fans probably say Carmelo belongs in this conversation. Yeah, you mentioned Manu Ginobili. I think for the most part, we got the names out there. All right, recap.
All right, I had the first pick. I went Tim Duncan, Patrick Ewing, George Iceman Gervin, Jalen Brunson, and Willis Reed. You went David Robinson, Walt Frazier, Kawhi Leonard, Tony Parker, and Victor Wembanyama.
Yes. What did I get? Or did you read mine already?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a different list.
No, you're good.
Okay. What's our next draft?
We're going to go with movies that didn't need a sequel. We've got Scary Movie 6 coming out this weekend.
I won some free tickets to go see Scary Movie over the weekend, so I will be seeing it, but probably only for that reason. But now we got to pick movies that don't need a sequel or that didn't need a sequel. And you do have the number one overall pick.
Okay. I'll go Jaws.
Okay.
Jaws 2 was terrible. The first one also, I mean, they killed a shark.
Have you...
You don't need more.
I have told you about one of my favorite podcasts, which is The Big Pick.
Yes.
And Steven Spielberg was just on it. It's on Netflix now. It's where you watch it. And Steven Spielberg comes in. He says he had never seen Jaws 2. He directs Jaws 1. It changes his career entirely. And Bill Simmons argues with him about whether or not Jaws 2 is a good movie because Bill Simmons likes Jaws 2.
Does he really?
Yeah, he likes Jaws 2. Yeah, I think it's a good pick. Jaws 2. I mean, it's Jaws. It's one of the most legendary movies of all time. You don't know if you needed to make a second one. And you know what? I will take Steven Spielberg's other Jaws movie. I mean, it's exactly the movie Jaws. It's just called Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park 1 is awesome. It's incredible. It's the monster escapes the same way the monster of the shark gets into the water. It's where monsters or sharks live, but wreaks havoc. And then they made the second one, The Lost World. And then they made Jurassic Park 3. And then they do Jurassic World. And I did not see the latest one. I saw the one twice ago, and it was about clones. And it's just like, lost the plot.
You've lost the plot. You jumped the shark.
Yeah, you jumped the shark. No pun intended. I know that's not a Jaws reference, but yeah, give me Jurassic Park. It's really rough.
Yeah, and those are, I mean, two of the original blockbuster movies, right? Obviously, they made a ton of money, so you got to capitalize on it, but made no sense. Okay, my next pick, I'm going to go with Home Alone.
It's a great pick. Home Alone 1 rules. When you're young, you thought Home Alone 2 was good, and then you realize, oh, it's just Home Alone 1 in New York. It's the exact same storyline. They just, they moved the old guy with the shovel out in for the lady with the birds. We mixed in a toy store.
It's the same villains that are somehow at the hotel.
Why are you in New York? Yeah. That stinks. It's terrible.
But yeah, Home Alone 1, everybody watches it every year.
I still watch Home Alone 2 every year because they've tricked me into believing in nostalgia. All right, I will go with another one that, as a young millennial person, I thought was the funniest movie I'd ever seen at the time. And then the second and third movie are identical, and that's The Hangover. The Hangover 1, when it came out, I thought was truly hilarious. I'm sure it hasn't aged particularly well. But Hangover 2 and Hangover 3, they did the same thing that Home Alone 2 did. It's just absolutely atrocious. You know what? I will credit Jurassic Park 2 with kind of having a different scenario. Obviously, it's always going to be about the dinosaurs coming out, but it is a little bit of a different dynamic about what's happening. There are people on the island trying to hunt the dinosaurs, and how do you help them but also avoid them? Hangover 2 is literally just the exact same movie. So
it's in another country, but yeah.
Same movie. Yep. Just like New York and Home Alone 2.
Exactly. Okay, my next pick, my third pick here, I'm going to go with Star Wars 6, right? Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
A lot of people would argue that Star Wars didn't need Empire, didn't need Return of the Jedi. Whatever. It's a good trilogy. I like it. The sequel trilogy, 7, 8, 9, totally not needed.
Which a lot of people would say they don't want the prequels.
Right. But of course, that's, my jam.
That's your jam. That's where you go.
I'm Gen Z, so I love those movies. But I'm going to go with the Star Wars sequel series, 7, 8, 9.
I think that's totally fair. I don't mind them as much. In fact, I probably like the latest generation more than the prequels, but that's just me. All right, I will go with another one as a millennial. Men in Black. Men in Black 1 is great. It actually really is it is Will Smith at his prime, still very good Tommy Lee Jones. It's a very funny, unique, alien twist that's not a Steven Spielberg alien movie, which is like, love E.T., love the alien movies that he's made. Men in Black is a totally different spin on that. Really creative and interesting. And then Men in Black 2 and Men in Black 3.
Yeah, the third one's terrible.
Ran its course.
Yeah.
Don't need to see them.
Okay, I will go with having some fun with the list here. I've got one I'll save for later. I'm going to go with Grown Ups here.
I never saw Grown Ups.
Really?
Yeah.
Grown Ups is like the Gen X movie, right? Like watching it with my dad. You watch it with a Gen X person and they're totally like, oh yeah, the world's not as good as it used to be back in the 80s, And I'm sure a lot of our listeners relate. They probably love that movie. And honestly, it's a great movie. I think it represents that generation.
Great movie.
It represents the generation really well. And anybody from that era will watch that movie and just totally love it. The second Grown Ups 2 is terrible. Just Taylor Lautner's in it for no reason. It's more about the kids and, I don't know, their high school thing and back in their hometown. I guess I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you if you've never seen it. But.
Just tell me the whole script.
Yeah.
Grown Ups. Didn't think you were going to be taking Grown Ups. I will take... Let's see here. I will go with... Do I want a holiday movie? I'm going to go with Taken. I like Taken.
That's the one I was saving.
Taken's a good movie. Like, Taken 1 really holds up. It's like a true kind of modern action. I don't want to say masterpiece, but it's really strong. Like, it's tight, moves fast. Liam Neeson kind of is believable at that point of like, oh yeah, he's just kind of like a retired dad action guy who was a bodyguard and he's got the certain specific set of skills that...
Right. Everybody knows the line.
It's like, how do you keep going? Why are there so many more of those?
Well, my issue with the Taken series, I'm so upset you took it, but it's fine. It happens. Taken 3, what's the one with Harrison Ford and he's on the run from Tommy Lee Jones?
Fugitive.
Taken 3 is the exact same plot.
I never saw it. So I've seen Taken 2.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves.
And I think, I think Fugitive's a perfect movie. So yeah, don't
Fugitive
remake
is great.
Fugitive.
Literally, yeah, he gets framed for killing his wife.
Yeah.
And then he's on the run from the FBI.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's the exact same movie.
He jumps off a dam.
Yes.
What? All right.
That's a great pick.
Your last pick?
My last pick, I'll go with Toy Story 3.
Okay.
I think Toy Story 3 was supposed to be a bow on the series and kind of wrapping that up. And it had aged kind of with a lot of the people who grew up watching the first and second Toy Story. And then it was supposed to be the ending. And then they make Toy Story 4 several years later, and it felt out of place. And it's like forcing all this drama on Woody. And now they're making a Toy Story 5 because of it. And it felt like it ruined what was a perfect ending with Andy saying goodbye to his toys at the end of Toy Story 3.
I think you're right. Everyone loved that. Everyone said that might be the best third movie of all time of any series that's gotten 3. Maybe Star Wars in that conversation as well, but didn't need to make a fourth. All right, I will go with somewhat more recent, even though this movie I think is fine. But I honestly think the first one, and even the first one itself is a sequel. Again, not trying to violate the rules here. But the remakes of Mad Max Fury Road is a masterpiece. It is like the best action movie of the last 25 years, in my opinion. Furiosa, Mad Max Saga, has some strengths. It's funny. It is good. I don't think we needed it. We didn't, and Chris Hemsworth is good in it. Don't get me wrong, but the first one is so good. I don't know if we needed to milk more out of it, considering maybe those resources could have gone to another big action movie or something different entirely.
Yeah, most of the time these legacy sequels or, 20 or 30 year later remakes are trash. But Fury Road was great.
And Furiosa's not bad either.
No, it's just, it doesn't live up to Mad Max.
I just don't know if we needed it because the first one is basically perfect.
Okay. Honorable mentions, The Mask.
Okay.
Gladiator, Independence Day.
Yeah, Gladiator's a good one. That second Gladiator's horrendous.
Karate Kid.
Independence Day's a good one.
The original Karate Kid.
Okay.
Did not need a second or third one.
The Matrix.
Okay.
The first Matrix movie is insane. It is very good. Also another action classic that they followed up. And I know I can talk about this because Jake's not here right now. Speed. I love Speed. Speed is a wonderful movie. And then they made Speed 2 on a boat. It's just like, don't do a cruise. The cruises are slow. What do you mean? You're trying to slow down the cruise.
Where's the speed?
Yeah, where's the speed? No one gets on a boat because it's moving. No one gets on a cruise boat because it's going fast. A cruise
it's not
ship.
a fast boat.
That's not what we're doing here. So,
okay.
Shrek?
I like the second Shrek.
Okay.
But the third, fourth, and they're doing the fifth one right now. Yeah.
Ice Age?
Ice Age I never really got into.
Okay, I liked Ice Age. The Santa Claus? Tim Allen?
Yeah, agreed.
They've done a lot of those. Every Ghostbusters. All right.
I went Jaws, Home Alone, the Star Wars sequel series, Grown Ups, and Toy Story 3. You went Jurassic Park, The Hangover, Men in Black, Taken, and Mad Max Furiosa.
Okay, we'll put those up on social media, on Twitter and Instagram at KSL Sports. You can vote on those, and we'll reveal the winner next week. Audio Vault coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got trouble in traffic on the west side of Salt Lake. A fatal crash has closed 5600 west at 300 south. Also seeing heavy delays eastbound I-80 starting at Bangor Highway as well as southbound Bangor Highway. The backups there are from I-80 through West Valley City. We've got typical slowdowns in spots on I-15 in Davis, Salt Lake, and Utah counties. Attention, commercial property managers, seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. That's Go Pave Utah. Get on schedule today. Protect your asphalt and extend pavement life before winter hits. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Like any good coach, it's time to update the game plan for a healthy green lawn. And now is the time with the hot weather quickly approaching. We're talking about 90 degrees probably before the end of the week. It's time for IFA's spring and summer lawn food for healthy turf that stays green all summer long. IFA's spring and summer lawn food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power mover. You can treat your lawn this month to IFA's spring and summer lawn food. It's blended locally and formulated especially for Utah soils. Don't just go to the big box store that has 1,000 stores across the country and they're going to say, well, this probably fits both. We've got really unique temperatures. We've got the dry weather here, but we also know that you got to deal with snow or a lack of runoff. IFA can adjust to that every year based on the types of winters we've had. Find out more online, ifa.co.op. That's ifa.coop. If you're starting to see yellow spots in your lawn, you're starting to wonder how to make sure it's rich, full, soft, so you can enjoy the entire summer out there without just trying to overwater while we're in a drought. The 4+ Lawn Care program is everything you need to make your yard a hit. Again, you can go out and check them out online, ifa.com, ifa.coop, it's ifa.coop, or stop by an IFA Country store today. IFA, we're here to help you grow the things you love.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. It is 4:57 to be exact, so it's time for the Audio Vault. Playing the best audio from the day. We've gotten some run out of A.J. DeBonce's pre-draft press cycle. He's doing more, certainly, than we've seen from Cam Boozer or Darren Peterson, including showing up on Gilbert Arenas' podcast. And we'll just let you hear the clip. Here's Gilbert Arenas talking about AJ and his fit with the Jazz, and AJ, I don't want to say taking offense, but having to correct Gil.
The spotlight is coming to you. So if the spotlight is going to come to you, then I'm going to keep you home. Because it's your Boston. It's your city. No, Utah.
That's not home.
It's not home for you, but it's been home for the last few years. Right. And that is your city right now. Right? So
Utah's also not a city, by the way.
What is it?
Salt Lake City. A state.
What do they call it?
What do they call it?
I mean, I'm just be honest. We didn't pay attention to Utah, so that's different. You know what I mean?
Salt Lake City was the city that you played in when you played against the Utah Jazz.
It was.
And then BYU's in pro.
You got to be trolling. You got to be trolling.
It was just one of those.
All right, I do think Gilbert Arenas is screwing with him a little bit. I do like that AJ's on his toes a little bit. I do like that AJ is not afraid to correct somebody where something goes wrong. And I also think it's important to as much as everyone's just well, the Utah connection is so close there. It's he played 24 months here and 12 of them within 40 miles of Salt Lake City. I mean, playing down in Hurricane, Utah is not anywhere near the Wasatch Front.
Right?
Right. Yes. We're talking about a guy, I mean, he's in Paris right now. There's videos of him working out in Paris right now. Yeah, he was at BYU for 6 months. And I thought it was cool that he showed up and did some of the fan stuff and went and supported other games, and went to football games, etc. I did a lot of, cool things, but he wasn't fully moved in ever. You don't really ever fully settle when you're a one and done star the way he was. So I do like, though, that he's not afraid to kind of stand up and, A, correct that Utah's a state, not a city, but B, home is Boston for A.J. DiBonsa. So I think we've just really overdone by we. I mean, just in general, kind of national media, talking about A.J.'s fit here in Salt Lake City. He's not from here. Like, he will be comfortable playing in a lot of different areas, I suppose. And again, I think he is going to be the number 1 overall pick. I think A.J. DiBonsa was that Gilbert Arenas was the one who said that Darren Peterson should be the number 1 overall pick. So already a little bit of clashing there, but funny stuff from A.J. and good for him for not being afraid to stand up for himself. All right, it's time to give away. It is Wednesday. It's time for Win Ticket Wednesday. We want to give you a pair of tickets to go check out Brit Floyd, the Pink Floyd tribute band, coming up this Saturday, June 6th, at the Maverick Center. Be caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see Brit Floyd, 12th caller through. Keith Smith is going to join us next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben Anderson, Jake Scott out this week, but he will be back with us coming up next Tuesday. Excited to have Jake back as always, but big thanks to everybody who has sat in. Chandler Holt's been with us for a few hours on Monday and then again today. You can go back and check out any of those interviews. We talked a lot of Jazz basketball. We'll talk some more now with the NBA Finals, plus some updates on what are the Jazz looking at this offseason. You can read our next guest at SpaTrack.com. It is Keith Smith. Keith, thanks for jumping on the show again.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Let's talk quickly about the finals. I think this is obviously a very... I'm not sure you could have drawn up a more exciting matchup between the Knicks and the Spurs if you're Adam Silver, but we've seen that some of the viewership is through the roof. This is good for the NBA. These are two very exciting teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the Knicks. They're one of the biggest cities in the world, one of the most popular teams in the league. And then you have Wembanyama, who everybody is, constantly, intrigued by. I was just telling my wife, my mom, who doesn't really watch much basketball, is like, she's all about Wemby because she's like, he's just so big and different, and she even watches. So that gives you a sense of how much this is spread. And it should be a really fun, entertaining, competitive series.
And I think you're right that there is just a physical aspect of Wemby that I don't want to say freak show, but like we've just never seen anything like it. Like it is a draw to see a human being who has reached kind of the limits of what humans can do on the basketball court. That's just got to be a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I've been saying for, basically since he came in the league that when I watch him, he leads the league in me pausing the game, rewinding to be like, what just happened? Because it's so hard to process at times. There was a play in the Western Conference Finals where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I know the Jazz played the Thunder a lot, so they're probably familiar with this type of move. He's on the left-hand side of the floor, dribbles to the baseline, he spins back to the middle, but then turns back left and shoots a fadeaway. And Stephon Castle had it fairly well covered, but SGA got it off because that's what he does. But then Wemby, from the other side of the paint, jumps and gets a fingertip on it and blocks it. And it just doesn't make sense, like, where that is. And SGA even kind of looked around like, where did he come from? I mean, he just is, something else like we've never seen before.
Keith, are you dismissing anything the Knicks have done because of the relative weakness of the Eastern Conference this year?
No, not at all. You play who you play, and I think the fact that the Knicks are on this historic run, regular season, never mind, in the playoffs, for the amount of games they've won in a row and the beatings that they're putting on teams have been absolutely incredible. They are absolutely, just rolling through teams. And when you're beating teams by 30 and 40, it's, that says a lot more about you're absolutely, kind of, just playing at a completely different level. I think a lot of people have dismissed the Knicks out of hand here and said, Spurs are going to, sweep them, or it's going to be a 5-game series at best. And I think that's kind of dangerous thinking. I think there's a real chance we see the Knicks win this series.
I think we know what a Spurs series victory looks like. It probably looks similar to what we've seen each of the last 3 rounds. What does a Knicks series look like? What emerges, do you think, if they do find a way to finally lift the Larry O'Brien Trophy with this group?
Yeah, I think you're going to see them probably defend the Spurs slightly differently than other teams have. I think they have a lot of different looks they can throw at Victor Wembanyama that are different than maybe the Thunder could. Never mind the other team, Minnesota and Portland. I think with OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, Karl Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson, kind of maybe playing two bigs together with Robinson in the help position. I think they're going to make Wembanyama have to work. And then I think on offense, they're just a really good, well-rounded team. And the change they made to run more of the offense through Karl Anthony Towns has absolutely been huge. So I think if they can kind of keep him in the games and he's not picking up silly fouls and the like, I think they have a really good chance at upsetting the Spurs here. And I don't even think it's all that big of an upset, but I know most people are picking the Spurs. But I think the Knicks are going to win this series, and I think they're going to really show a lot of people this is what we're made of.
There is no obvious answer for Wemby. There's just nobody else that's that size and moves that well. But honestly, if you're thinking of like 1-to-1, maybe the best way to combat what Wemby does, especially defensively, is there a better player than what Karl Anthony Towns has done in this playoff series? Or in this playoff run?
Yeah, maybe not. And I think for that reason, I don't know how much you're going to see the two of them even guarding each other, especially to open actions. Because I think what you're going to see is you're going to see the Knicks put other guys on him to try to keep Cat out of, if nothing else, out of foul trouble. And then I think on the other end of the floor, I think you're going to see them put Wemby probably on Josh Hart, and they'll live with Julian Champagnie guarding Towns and the like. And if that gets to be too much, they've got other guys that they can call upon. But I think they love Wemby in that kind of help position. But if they do match each other straight up, you're absolutely right. Cat gives him just a different look with the way he can play outside. He can put the ball on the floor for a couple dribbles and get downhill. He's a big body. He's very strong. So it's going to be interesting to watch kind of how that all comes together.
All right. Well, let's look at an article that you've got up right now, looking at players from the 2023 draft and the type of extensions they could be looking at. First of all, it's weird to look already that there's not that many players outside of the top 10 and even several in the top 10 that probably aren't getting extensions already. Is that because you think more teams are willing to get to restricted free agency, maybe the same way the Jazz did this year with Walker Kessler?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that certainly factors in there. If they get into it and they're like, hey, we can always, we don't need to go do this right now. We can kind of play this out a little bit more and take care of it in restricted free agency. There are teams that I think we're just not afraid of losing this guy, so there's no reason to lock in. And then I think you always have the factor of a handful of those picks didn't really pan out the way that teams wanted them to. And then the last part that I'll say is when you get into now in the NBA with the aprons and all the things that go on with that, you have to really be in a position where you feel really good about how you're going to extend guys, especially if you're going to start handing them $40 or $50 million. You have to feel really solid about, all right, hey, this is the investment we're making and we're really ready to go.
All right, where Jazz fans' eyes are going to go, obviously, is Keontae George, who is one of the very few players outside of the top 10 you have maybe being worth an extension this offseason. You've got it at 4 years and $152 million. I think a lot of Jazz fans are going to see that number and say $38 a year is crazy, but that is kind of the going rate of starting guards, and Keontae George played at a very high level last season.
Yeah, he absolutely did. If he had just kind of maintained what he did in really year two, because year one was, we didn't see a whole lot. Year two, we saw some pretty good improvement, but by year two, it was like, by the end of year two, it was like, all right, this is going to be a nice combo guard. It'll be a good bench player. In year three, he had a huge breakout. I think he showed, hey, everything that was potential, it's now realized. I can run an offense, not only for myself to get buckets, but I can set guys up. And I think when he's playing with better players around him more often, which should be the case this year, he's going to look even better. And my thing would be, yeah, you might think $38 million a year is a lot to give Keontae George, but what I would be worried about is if something doesn't get done and he plays even better, you might be in a spot where, man, now we got to pay this guy even more. Now we got to, maybe go even to a max type of contract there. And I think that's something you want to be very cautious of as you build this out. And for example, when this contract would kick in 27, 28, $38 million, that is the 13th highest paid point guard in the NBA. That's where that would rank. And that puts him, in a kind of a class with guys like Jalen Brunson, we all know took an undervalued extension. But he's right there with Drew Holiday, Derek White, Emmanuel Quickley, DeJounte Murray, just ahead of Dyson Daniels. And I would imagine most people would agree, he's a better player than a lot of those guys that I just ripped off. And he's got more upside left to fulfill as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's 22 years old. He's young and was a former top 5 recruit, and I know he didn't get drafted that high, but I think this was, in the realm of expectations for Keontae before his weird college season and then going into this third year. If you are investing in a guard like Keontae, who right now is really only a one side of the floor player, he's not proven himself at all on the defensive end, and the Jazz have never really won. I mean, he scored a lot on a team last year that was actively trying to lose, and he was getting extra opportunities because Lauri Markkanen was rarely in the lineup, or you didn't see Jaren Jackson Jr. hardly at all after the trade. How do you think teams weigh that? That's got to be one of the more difficult decisions.
Yeah, what you have to end up looking at in those situations is, and you have to have really good evaluation when you're actually watching the game film, is how much of this is real and how much of this is just empty stats. Because someone, as much as even the bad NBA teams are going to score 100 points. So somebody's got to get 25 points. Like, how are you getting there? But when you watch Keontae George, what you see is, wow, this guy really has good command of the game. He is really kind of controlling the offense. Again, not just for himself, but he really improved as a playmaker. I thought he lifted up his assists. His turnovers are up a little bit, but that was more of he had the ball a lot. But what really stands out for me is his efficiency was terrific. 46% from the field, 37% from three, 89% at the free throw line. He got to the free throw line 7 times per game. That's huge because that's just easy offense. And that 37% from three came on 6.7 attempts per game. So Keontae George really put himself in a position where it was, these are not just empty stats. This isn't scoring 24 points per game, which is what he did, if you round it up, on, 40% shooting because he's just throwing up 25 shots a night. Like, these were good, tough shots, again, because a lot of those minutes, they weren't with Lauri Markkanen. They weren't with, the other talented Jazz players. So I feel really confident in what he is as a player. And I'll mention, I think he improved defensively, too. I think he was a lot smarter of a defender. I think he was an aggressive on-ball guy. He's got pretty good hands in that sense. I think he's a terrific player, and the Jazz are lucky to have him.
You've also got Bryce Sensabaugh on your list, which I think might surprise some people. That Bryce has turned into he's got an NBA skill. He's an NBA caliber shooter, and it seems to come and go some. And he's got to get out of his own head, I think, sometimes. But I do think he has a future in the NBA. I think he is going to sign a second contract. What is the value of a Bryce Sensabaugh, you think, around the NBA if he were to hit, restricted free agency maybe next summer, or if he wasn't in Utah?
Yeah, somewhere in the range of $10 to $12 million a year right now, because we need to see, is there more? His defense it's okay, but there's nothing that really stands out there. His passing ability is starting to come along a little bit. I think as he was asked to do a little bit more than just create his own shots, but he can get his own shots. And it's important to note he's not just like Sam Hauser with the Celtics is a really good shooter, but he's a spot-up guy. Klay Thompson now is just a spot-up guy, still a good shooter, but those guys aren't really getting their own looks. Sensabaugh can put the ball on the floor and get his own shots. He's okay off the dribble, even from behind the three-point line. So those are big. I think the challenge within the Jazz is that wing position starting to get really crowded, and it's going to get even more crowded at the draft because they're going to draft a wing or a guard most likely to bring in, and then you have the big lineups that they're going to play with. If we assume Kessler's back, Kessler, Jackson, Markkanen, it just starts to be a little bit like Bryce Sensabaugh. It's kind of a man without a chair when the music stops, and that may mean I don't think the Jazz are going to extend him because they re-sign Kessler. We're starting to lock into an awful lot of money, especially if they also extend Keontae George. So for me, I don't think there will be an extension with the Jazz. But if he's traded before the start of the season, like in this offseason, if I was a team that needed wing depth, I'd be all over him for $10-12 million a year.
Keith, looking at your article from last year, you had Walker Kessler at 4 years, $120 million. It's kind of where we saw Tim Bontemps have a story come out and say Walker's camp and the Jazz are kind of, seems like they're narrowing in on something between 25 and 30 million. Technically, no deal can get done until after the finals wraps up. How do you think missing a season changed Walker's value? Because A, he seems like he's maybe more important than ever in the NBA because there is a man named Victor Wembanyama roaming around. And also the Jazz have Jaren Jackson Jr., who doesn't do the things that Walker does very well.
That's it. It's that second part especially. Jaren Jackson Jr. is a really good player, really great defender, but he's not a good rebounder, not a great screen setter. I know a lot of people are like, well, just let him go and put Jaren Jackson Jr. at the 5. That has not gone well historically when he's had to play a lot at the 5. When he is kind of starts at the 4 and then slides over to play the 5, that's fine, when he's getting spot minutes there. But he's best when he's next to a really good, big, rugged center. And I think for the Jazz, they saw last year that everything kind of fell apart a little bit, especially on the defensive end without Kessler. And I think if I'm Will Hardy and I'm Austin Ainge, I love the idea of, man, put Kessler and Jackson out there because Jackson can hold his own on the perimeter, but they can also both be shot blockers and help position. That gives them an extra body to throw Wembanyama, who, if you want to go anywhere, you're going to have to go through eventually. I think they're really in a good position with him. They're going to get expensive, and something's going to have to give eventually, but it doesn't have to give right now. We're a couple years out from that being a major problem. By then, a couple more things will have kind of hashed themselves out, and you go. But I think if you got a talent like Walker Kessler, you got to do what you can to kind of keep him in the fold.
Keith, who's not going to get expensive? The Spurs, I feel like, are going to get expensive way sooner than people recognize, to the point where OKC, we thought, oh, man, they've opened this championship window last year. They're going to last forever. And it's like they're already having to make really difficult decisions on very important players. It just feels like these windows, there's not a window anymore. It's a crack. You're hoping to get one season open up where all the financials work.
Yeah, and this is where it's interesting, and the Jazz and the Thunder are. I know I'm not comparing the Jazz success level to the Thunder's, but they're in kind of similar positions where it was, all right, we've got all these draft picks. This is great, and it sounds awesome if you hit on a whole bunch of them until you have to pay them, because eventually those really awesome rookie scale contracts, which if you get a guy who's great on a rookie scale deal, it automatically becomes one of the best values in the NBA. Once those run out, it's like, oh no. The other thing that's happened is we were projecting when the new TV deals were signed that the NBA salary cap would grow, 10%, maybe for 3-4 seasons in a row, especially with that being the capped growth with the spillover that would come. But then the challenge within the regional sports networks that really fell apart for about half the league on that kind of tempered the enthusiasm. The cap's still going to grow, but instead of being 10%, it might be more down in the 6.5%, 7%, 8% range. And if that's where it is, you're going to start to see contracts outpace the growth of the cap. And then all of a sudden, what you have is these teams that were maybe set up for, all right, we've got about a 4-year window here. It's gonna really kind of collapse. But that's the idea with the first and second aprons and all the restrictions they put in, where we want parity around the league. We don't want one team stocking up on all the superstars. And if they do, we're going to make it really expensive for them to do that. And like you said, make them make some really tough decisions on how they build out their roster moving forward.
Well, all right, Keith, the draft is a little less than 3 weeks away. I know you keep a close eye on it as well. I do feel like we've gotten to the point where now everyone's gotten a little fatigue of what the original storylines were post-lottery. And now everyone's like, well, maybe it's going to be this, or maybe we'll see something crazy happen a week before the draft. We kind of revert back to where we were. Where are you sitting at, A.J. DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, and the Utah Jazz at the top of the draft?
Yeah, so everybody I've talked to really starting with the draft combine and on into now, yeah, you get the occasional person who throws out, I'm not sure it's not Caleb Wilson isn't the best player. Or, I've even heard people suggest, maybe someone should really look at Keaton Wagler or Darius Acuff in the top 3. And I think you're absolutely right. I think that is, there's so much draft coverage that eventually somebody wants to stand out a little bit different. What I think the real when you talk to teams, there's kind of two decision points. It's A.J. DeBonta and Darren Peterson at number 1. The other guy's going to go number 2. And then it's Cam Boozer or Caleb Wilson at number 3. The other guy's going to go number 4. It feels like we're kind of in almost 2 tiers there of 2 guys in each tier. You have supporters for Wilson and Boozer that people like a little bit better than Peterson. I haven't heard too much people push DeBonta down more than a spot or 2, but it's, Peterson's the one. There still seems to be some uncertainty because I don't know that everybody's buying this whole creatine thing that he said, because there's been a lot of that's not really how creatine works. What are we doing here kind of comments, but it does feel like those are kind of our 2 tiers. And then after that, it's like, it feels like it's about 5 or 6 point guards, and then Nate Ament just kind of floating out there. And Nate Ament is a guy, if the team is like, we kind of already got the guard thing, like the Brooklyn Nets reportedly like Nate Ament. I've heard, that they are fans of his, but they're kind of like, all right, well, 6 might be a little high. Can we trade back a spot or 2, pick something else up, and still get a guy who fits a little bit better? So there's going to be a lot to be decided, but I think we've got those 2 tiers at the top, and then it becomes a lot of eye of the beholder type stuff with all the guards behind that top 4.
Keith, we really appreciate all your wide-ranging knowledge on the Utah Jazz, the NBA, salary caps, the draft. It's great as always. Enjoy the finals, and we'll catch up with you this summer.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
There he is, Keith Smith, giving us a great breakdown. And again, you can go read all of his coverage at SpaTrack.com, giving us some really good info and kind of projections on what it might cost to keep Keontae George around. $38 million becomes a gamble. Last year the Jazz decided, hey, we'll wait on Walker Kessler and see what happens, see if he's actually worth this type of money. And I don't know if it helped them. I don't know necessarily if it hurt them. What do you do with Keontae George? I don't know if Keontae, with this loaded roster, has room to score 24 points a game next season, but he could also make himself indispensable. And then there's a chance he's even more expensive. So we will see what the Jazz decide to do this summer, but some big decisions having to come up, and they could sign those as soon as the finals wrap up. So some big decisions coming for the Utah Jazz. Coming up next, we're going to look at the big discussion had up on the Hill today, not the Hill in the state of Utah, but in the Senate when it comes to passing legislation to fix college sports. We're going to talk to Trey Wallace from Outkick coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 is stacked up and slow from North Temple to the I-80-201 junction. Plus, we've got a crash on the collector ramp near 1300 South that is now moved out of traffic, but not before backing up that traffic. Northbound I-15 also seeing delays from 2100 North in Lehigh around the point of the mountain into Draper. And we've got more northbound I-15 slowdowns from 33rd South up to Woods Cross. Hey, at UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, and we move what matters, you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
got a bad disease. Far from my brain is where I bleed. Insanity, it seems, it's got me by my soul to squeeze.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, join Scotty and the coach Friday from 10 to 2. The Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games in Cedar City. Celebrate 40 years of a Utah sports tradition. That's coming up on Friday. Let's welcome in our next guest. You can find him on Twitter at Trey Wallace. You can read him at Outkick. And has a great write-up today on the new Senate hearings facing college football and the struggle to pass any legislation trying to kind of tamper this thing down. Let's welcome in Trey Wallace. Trey, thanks for jumping on.
Absolutely, man. It's good to be on with you, Ben. How's everything going out there? You getting you enjoying all this congressional stuff?
Yeah, just can't get enough of it. No, I was very happy to be able to read through your article, even though there is a local representative there with Holtzclaw representing students and student athletes and what they've been able to do. But I guess first of all, I do think Nick Saban is tapped as one of the powerful voices. Even President Trump, when he was putting together kind of this coalition of people to come together and talk about it, did tap Nick Saban. Nick Saban, love him or hate him as a coach, is one of the most respected people in all of college athletics. I guess in your opinion, what does he represent for the fight, and who is he fighting for here?
Yeah, I think it comes down to, there's somebody out there that's popular, and meaning somebody that is a face that I think all of college football fans recognize and also respect for what he's done and out of the game. I think it would have to be Nick Saban. And also at the same time, he has won over the trust, I guess you could say, of the president. But he's been talking about this a lot when it comes to NIL and where we are in college athletics since he retired. But really, if you go back 2022, right before spring meetings in Destin, he popped off and essentially said some things about Jimbo Fisher's recruiting class at Texas A&M. And honestly, that's kind of what I look at as like a time frame wise, like a placeholder of when the craziness really started. And to me, it was always like the Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban feud. And so, you fast forward to where we are now. And as much as some people might disagree with Saban about what he did at Alabama, or maybe some of his complaints about NIL and the transfer portal, he does know what he's talking about. And I feel like we're at a time right now in college athletics. And by the way, this is not me siding with Nick Saban or one side or the other. I just think we're at a point where there are a lot of things falling apart, and there's a lot of schools either acting as if they are broke or going to be broke in the next few years, or they really are, borderline having to take out loans at banks to be able to afford certain things. And so we're seeing that play out right now. And it is, look, it's worse. I mean, as somebody that graduated from the University of South Alabama, I worked under John Pelfrey back in the day in the basketball department in the program. I look at my alma mater, my small school, and I'm like, man, okay, am I going to have a decent chance to go root on the basketball team in a competitive nature, in 5 years? And I mean that in the sense of, is there going to be a break off? Is it going to be, let's just say, top 60 teams, and the rest of them may be fighting for another type of playoff spot? So when you really look at where we're at right now, we got a problem. And the other sense of it is, I found it funny in a way that Nick Saban, I'm paraphrasing, but Nick Saban essentially said that, these conferences don't want to be governed by Congress. But then I kind of laugh because it's like, Coach, you're sitting in front of Congress and you're complaining about not wanting to be governed by Congress, but you're asking them for help. So it kind of just wraps up, everything that we're embodied in right now with sports. And I think, look, if there was going to be somebody there, I think Nick Saban probably checked a lot of boxes for folks, and he knows what he's talking about. And he's, he was under oath, by the way. I find that kind of funny when he said that Alabama only had $2.7 million in the first year of NIL. So a lot of things went into today, and I think that, it's going to culminate with a lot of changes to this bill, Ben.
So do you think, you said one side or the other talking about this. It's like,
right.
I think the hard part is this is a 20-sided dice. Like, I don't know what side is what. There is the goal to regulate college athletics, and I'm actually all for that. But, like, what does that mean? The people who were there today, and it was a diverse group. You mentioned, it's the it's West Virginia president, it's Nick Saban, it's Lance Holtzclaw, it's the AD from Notre Dame. Are they on a consistent side, or are these people trying to paint kind of a full picture of all the problems?
I would say that, look, I think all of them are trying to paint a picture of what's the problem, but the problem is that they technically each have their own. Nick Saban said something today when he first started that he wasn't there representing a conference or a school. And I got a little chuckle deep down because, he's also collecting $41,000 a month from the University of Alabama right now. And it's like, okay, interesting. We're going to play that card. Like, probably shouldn't have gone there, but okay, cool. I look, we can't agree on anything in this country. So having something along the lines of, okay, how do we save college athletics and what is the right move? And, are we going to pull, media rights together? Are conferences going to try to govern themselves moving forward if Congress can't do anything about it, which, by the way, is something that the SEC and Big Ten are looking at very closely right now, and they presented it at their own spring meetings. I'll be honest with you. It's hard to kind of give you an answer, like when it comes to sides, because they call this the bipartisan bill, but at the same time, you've got Republicans that are against this, Democrats that are against it. You got a lot that are for it. I think it's going to come down to, can they get 60 votes on this thing and then get it into the House? Like, I honestly don't know how they're about to try to push this through in a sense of, because there are certain aspects, like the whole coaching, okay, so universities can't go out, according to this bill, by the way, they can't go out and start looking for a new head coach if they have an opening until after the college football playoff national championship. Tell me how that makes sense. I had Ted Cruz on last week. I had Maria Cantwell on as well, going down the middle on this thing. And I asked Ted Cruz, like, how does this make sense? Because a college, and by the way, the transfer portal is already open for 11 days when the CFP title game happens. So how is a school logically supposed to wait until after the national championship game? Well, essentially, Ted Cruz says to me, well, NCAA is going to have to change their calendar. And it's like, whoa, okay, all right. Like, I knew that, but do they understand that when they wrote this up? Like, that's just another problem. So, again, I think this thing is full of clusters. I think there are a lot of things that are going to have to be changed up over the next couple of weeks before they start continuing to arguing about this again. And with Tony Petitti from the Big Ten and Greg Sankey from the SEC going to be meeting with Ted Cruz on Thursday, according to sources of ours, now it gets interesting because how far are we about to get down the rabbit hole of not trying to pull together media rights, which the SEC and the Big Ten just are not going to do?
Sure. We look at the Big 12. The Big 12 would love a chunk of that money, and the SEC and the Big 10 have no reason to want to give it to them. I mean,
and
why?
I can't blame the Big 12 either. Like honestly, that's the thing. Like, I understand it because I think, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I look at this and I'm like, okay, look, the ACC needs more life. The Big 12 needs more life. They talk about in this bill that, okay, well, you can't have super conferences, mega leagues, however you want to say this. But at the same time, if the SEC and the Big Ten wanted to, they could go to the ACC, let's just say, they could go, hey, Clemson, Florida State, Virginia, North Carolina. You want to come join? Okay, join in. We won't form a super conference with, the Big Ten, but we can go out and pluck different schools from different areas. And so, I get the Big 12's argument, and I essentially, in a way, support the Big 12 trying to get more money. I just look at it in point blank. Here's how I feel on this. Greg Sankey's job is he works at the honor of the presidents and chancellors in the Southeastern Conference. Same thing for Tony Petitti. So if their job is to take orders, which that's essentially what they're doing. I think some folks might think it's the opposite way around and Greg Sankey's out here doing his own thing. No, he has bosses. He's got 16 of them. And I think the way that this is headed right now, I don't want to say a circus, but in the court of public opinion, Ben, I don't think Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti have done a really good job of, endearing themselves to college athletics fans, and that's all different types of sports. But again, if somebody brings that to me, I just go back and say, well, that's not their job to worry about the Big 12 and the ACC. Even though it's the right thing to do, it's not their job. So that's where it gets complicated on how to actually move forward with this.
Yeah, I don't think they care, nor is it their job to care. I think you're exactly right. Along those lines then, and this, I'm not getting political here by any means, but I think the way we see all of these bills or any bill that tries to get through, it starts out extraordinarily ambitious and you can't get to 60 votes. So you take this out and then you take this out and then you take that out. And basically you end up with, a bill that you say you passed and you get to stand up in front of a press conference. And by the way, this is not knocking Cruz or Cantwell at all. I really admire the desire to try and fix something. I really think it needs it, and I hope we could get something done. But I worry we're just going to end up with a totally neutered bill if it gets through at all. That's not going to change much.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of in the same boat right there, because it comes down to really how much is the SEC and the Big Ten willing to bend here. It's the same thing as the college football playoff expansion discussion. It's just, on steroids, essentially, when it comes to Congress. It's how much can we push through here that is going to get the acceptable amount of votes. And, obviously they're going to have to change things when it comes to right now, look, it's an optional thing when it comes to pooling your media rights, which would essentially be, okay, the Big 12, the ACC, the Mountain West, Pac-12, join in together and create their own television network deal. I understand that it's optional. I read it as that in legislation, but at the same time, there are ways to kind of nudge this thing a little bit and make the Big Ten and the SEC look more like the bad guys here, which, again, I'm not going to argue about that point. Like, I get it from all sides. But it does worry me, to get back to kind of the original points you were making, is that we're going to be sitting here towards the end of July, right before Congress is going to take a recess, and we're not going to have anything passed. Meaning, okay, it's not going to go to the House floor yet, essentially. Get through the Senate, go to the House. Well, if that's the case, congressional leaders are not worrying about college athletics when they get back from recess because it's midterms. They can't go home to their home states. I don't think Ted Cruz can go back to Texas and be like, hey, I'm stumping for the greater good of college athletics. Give me your vote. No, it doesn't work like that. I'm worried about what my gas tank looks like and how much that costs. I'm worried about my finances. So what I'm getting at is if they don't take advantage of this opportunity over the next 2 months, essentially 2.5 months here, I think this thing's dead. And that's why you're seeing, that's why it's going to be tried to ram through so quickly, is because of the time frame you're working with. Look, I'm skeptical of this. I understand what went down today and all the comments, and you can shout it from the rooftops, but until some actual work gets done on this and they can get some more people, involved, and we start seeing a little bit more progression, I'm right there with you. Like, I don't know how they get this thing through. I really don't. There's not enough, because the other thing too I go back on is, how many years did they try to push the SCORE Act through Congress? Yeah. 4. They didn't get anywhere with it. Now that thing's 6 feet buried in the ground. So good luck is all I have to say, because honestly, I'm at the point right now where I've seen them try to push things through Congress over the last 4 years, and they've come up short every single time. So what makes this one different?
Does a 2014 playoff pacify the conferences enough where they say, well, we're never going to be equal, but at least we have some access?
Man, I'm like a 16-team guy. I'm a
4-team guy. I would get rid of all that.
I agree.
I like conference championships. I want them to matter, and I think that should be the end of it, and then whatever you do your next thing after. I hate 24 teams, but yes. At least then you can get the Big 12 commissioner saying, well, we got 5 teams in. How can you argue?
Right. I think that, man, I'm with you on the 4-team, by the way, just because I love conference championship games so much as well. I think we're at a spot right now where all the conferences are going to get financial information over the next 2 weeks, and they're going to see how much money, additional revenue, can these additional games bring in if they were to move to 24. The next CFP meeting is later in June in Denver. I think by then we're going to have a little bit more of an understanding here about where we're going with the CFP. And at the end of the day, I hate it keeps coming down to this, but it really comes down to, is the SEC willing to budge? And by the way, I was at spring meetings with the SEC last week in Destin, Florida, and spoke with numerous presidents and athletic directors who were fine with 24 teams. They need to see what their revenue is going to look like, but they also understand that, okay, well, this is just more spots. This is more money. And at the end of the day, this is all about money. The reason why the Big Ten wants to go to 24 is because their television network, Fox, would be able to bid on the additional games that come open. ESPN would have to bid on the extra games. Now, if it were to go to, and I'm sorry for the long answer, but if it were to go above 14 teams, you would put the other games on the market. Well, nobody's going to come in and just bid on 2 games. It's not worth it. That's why you've seen the Big Ten and a lot of folks push now for 24, because I think folks forget sometimes that 3 months ago, the ACC and the Big 12 are all aboard the 16-team CFP hype train. But then all of a sudden, they figured out the additional revenue that would come with the 24, and now they're pushing the 24. So, at the end of the day, I wish it would just stay at 12. Like, I'm good. Like, stop expanding. I haven't had enough time to soak this in yet, but I do understand that within 3 years anyways, we're going to have expansion. So if we're going to do it, just do it. But I just, I don't know if they're going to hit the mark December 1st and come to an agreement. I think some of that's going to depend on what happens in Congress as well. I'm telling you, all this is entangled, and it is a mess.
Trey, really, really good stuff. Thanks for A, watching this so I didn't have to, and then B, giving us a really concise breakdown on it. It's very helpful.
I'm glad I could sit through that today for you, Ben. Thanks for having me, Ben. Hope you have a wonderful evening.
You too. Trey Wallace, you can find him at Outkick.com, Fox and Outkick. Really, really good stuff from Trey Wallace there. An important interview and, important stuff ideally happening. I hope it's not just a waste of everybody's time. We'll wrap up the 5 o'clock hour next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, and 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We're starting to see delays appearing on northbound Legacy Parkway in Woods Cross and in Bountiful. Also, back to the fatal crash on 5600 West. That still has the road closed at 300 South. And then we've got southbound I-15 delays that stretch between Warm Springs Road back to 2100 South. And more slowdowns on the South Interchange in Murray down to the point of the mountain. Hey, attention, commercial property managers. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. That's Go Pave Utah. Get on schedule today. Protect your asphalt and extend pavement life before winter hits. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Austin Ainge, Utah Jazz, president of basketball operations.
So all of us are fired up about the draft, but everything happens so quickly because then you have the free agency that hits immediately. How about adding talent through trade acquisitions or free agency? How much of that do you anticipate?
Definitely some. It's hard to anticipate exactly how much, but we'll try to be aggressive, appropriately aggressive in adding and making our team better. We could go a few different directions to address some of the weaknesses, and some of that will be determined by which position we draft. We've got a lot of work to do. Teams in the West are really good, and the rules will be different next year, so there'll be a lot of changes. It'll be a lot more competitive, and we're very aware that we got to take a big jump here in a lot of different ways.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben got an idea for What You Got Wednesday. This is related to Jake's ongoing bit with Ben about calling every person or player, team, Ben's, Knicks, or whatever. What you need to do is draft 5 players and or people and or teams for the other person, and then it becomes a rule of the show that from then on you have to refer to, Ben, you would have to refer, you'd have to say, Jake, your guy, Larry Scott, for the rest of all of time. It'd really clear things up for all the listeners. We'd get a good idea of who is a fan of who. Anyway, I think that would be very useful for all of us. Also, the top 10 times The Simpsons ever predicted the future. I'd take credit for both of those, so any checks can just be sent via postal service.
Shout out Ryan using the call-in feature. Download the KSL Sports app, and the call-in feature's in the bottom left. Whether you listen as a podcast, however you absorb the show, we'd love to have you call in. I do like the draft assigning players, teams, coaches. Who is Jake's least favorite person other than Jalen Brunson and the Knicks right now, as he's become his whole identity is hating those? Oh, Luka, Rich Paul, your guy, Rich Paul. That might be the number 1 overall pick for Jake. He certainly hates the entire Lakers conglomerate that includes Adele right now.
The funny thing with Jake, too, is he is definitely the one to dish out your guy, your guy, your guy. But then as soon as you say your guy, Jake says, well, why is he my guy?
Why would he be my guy? Well, yeah, all these people aren't my guys either, obviously. But,
Jake loves to dish it, but can't take it.
No, certainly. Now, we haven't done a lot of Simpsons drafts, which is funny because it's both certainly in Jake and my wheelhouse with our age and the things we watched growing up. Certainly right there. I still catch an episode of The Simpsons all the time, so I'm always watching. Again, who's the caller?
That was Ryan.
Ryan. Big thanks for calling in, Ryan. Again, as always, download the KSL Sports app, and you can contribute. We always like to play those during the 5 o'clock hour. Hey, earlier today, missed it at the live at 5. Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website, TrajanWealth.com. 6 o'clock hour coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this, and even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Van. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. He's our Utah Jazz insider, KSLSports.com. It is Chandler Holt joining me once again. On Monday, we got to run through a fun breakdown, kind of basically did our Jazz Notes podcast for the first 2 hours of the show. That's not what we will be doing today. It'll be a little bit more traditional of how we generally run the show, but obviously very Utah Jazz and NBA heavy because, Chandler, the NBA Finals start tonight.
Yes, very exciting. I think, honestly, looking at the pool of what it possibly could have been from the 16 teams, maybe the best possible Finals matchup. Most entertaining.
Yeah, certainly the most entertaining. I don't like seeing the same teams in the Finals year after year, so getting OKC out of there was just fine by me. Seeing Wemby and his first test here at this level is exciting. The insanity of Knicks fans is always fun. That's my favorite part of the Knicks. It's not really the team. I'm not even particularly a big fan of most of the players on the team, to be honest with you. Jake, when he's here, always makes fun of me for being a big Knicks fan just because he's an ultimate Knicks hater. But I do enjoy the kind of general cultural insanity that seems to emanate out of the city of New York.
Yes.
When the Knicks are playing well, or the city of Manhattan when the Knicks are playing well, I should say. So I enjoy that. I enjoy that part of the finals. You know that Madison Square Garden is just going to be absolutely nuts. And, before we dive too deeply, it's just, you got to solve one of the most difficult problems to solve, if there is one right now in the NBA, in Victor Wembanyama. So it's exciting. It's a fun part of where this all is, and we'll be talking about the finals. Certainly getting you ready for Game 1 tonight. But we should talk about the Utah Jazz. Again, I wrote an article today, and I know you're a little bit new to the area, so maybe the historical aspect of the Utah Jazz, as you're new on the beat, is not where you're most developed. But I put out an article today where I look at the Jazz depth, and I'm not sure that this doesn't have a chance to become the most talented roster we've ever seen the Utah Jazz field, in all honesty. I think there's a real chance that this team, if the young pieces come around, has a chance to be something we've never seen in Utah before.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you're right to say it depends on the development of Ace Bailey, the number 2 pick, Keontae George, even Walker Kessler, even though he's coming off of his first contract in the NBA. I think you're absolutely right in saying that, of course, as you wrote in your article, the sort of the tip of the spear, the term that you used, the top 2 and maybe some of the best rosters in Jazz history probably outperforms this, of course, to be seen. Maybe Ace Bailey turns into a top 10, 15 player in the NBA. Yeah. I think that's absolutely in the cards for him. But as of right now, it sort of looks like you're just having a lot of quality from 1 to maybe like 6, 7, or 8 on your roster. And I think, without a doubt, 3 to 8 is maybe the best you've seen on any Jazz roster ever.
I'm curious what Jazz fans would say is the most talented team, in all honesty, because that's kind of how I walked back through this. And in all honesty, I think there's an argument that, there was one year, and again, they were just too young, where the Jazz had John Stockton and Karl Malone and Adrian Dantley and Thurl Bailey and Mark Eaton and, Bobby Hansen and Ricky Green and some of these other guys. And you think, truthfully, just like raw talent, that's 3 Hall of Famers. That's Mark Eaton, who was a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, multi-time All-Star. That's probably the most talented roster the Jazz have ever had. Ricky Green was an All-Star. two top tier, like Carl was and wound up being the second best player or best player in the NBA for a couple of seasons. John was perennially top 10, top 15 player. That's probably the best roster the Jazz have ever had, most talent-wise. But Carl was in his first year.
Yes.
So, he wasn't Karl Malone, MVP Karl Malone. The timeline didn't quite match up there.
Something funny there, though. I think not play style similarities, but I think there's a timeline similarity if you look at that Jazz roster, because you have John and Karl coming in their first, for sort of the start of their career. You could say that's maybe Ace Bailey in the number 2 pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have these older pieces, of course, Adrian Dantley and some others, and maybe that's your Lauri Markkanen, for example. I think there is some similarities there, and maybe how it plays out will dictate if this will be the most talented roster in history.
And then you look at the mid-'90s teams, and John and Karl have arrived. They've come into their own.
Yep.
They're Locke Hall of Famers. They're 2-time gold medalists. They're perennial All-NBA players. Stockton's barreling towards owning records of most assists and most steals. Karl is, consistently the third or fourth best player in the NBA, depending on the season. And they get Jeff Hornacek, and obviously that's kind of the push over the top. But, Jeff is your third best player is really good.
Mm-hmm.
The drop-off from Jeff to your fourth best player is pretty enormous.
Yeah.
Brian Russell was a good player. He was certainly serviceable. Greg Ostertag was a starting center, but barely. They were always trying to find somebody better than that, and it was not exactly the guy they wanted to have, whether it was Sam Perkins or some of these other names that they had looked at in the mid-'90s, or Tom Chambers to even come in and be a running mate for Karl Malone. They just never figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
They never quite got there, and the raw, again, tip-of-the-spear talent with Karl and John was enough to persevere and get through the West. You kind of outlasted Drexler's Blazers. You eclipsed the Houston Rockets finally. Charles Barkley gets there, and they're a little bit old. And the chemistry just kind of wins through. And still, the top of the roster does not compare to Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
Yes.
It's just not, they're not as good, and they don't have the size. The roster was just a little bit too flawed, despite the fact that they got a couple of final series to 6 games. And then they retool in the early 2000s, and they do it very much in the model of what Stockton and Malone did. They get their power forward in Carlos Boozer. They get their point guard in Darren Williams. And then actually, I think if you step back and look at maybe that Western Conference Finals team where the Jazz make the conference finals and lose to the Spurs in 2007, it's a very good team. And the Jazz over that next couple of years mix in third and fourth stars like Mehmet Okur, who makes an all-star team, and Andre Karolinko, who had made an all-star team, and Kyle Korver, who ended up being a very good player. Now, didn't play his best basketball of his career in Utah, but was very serviceable and was probably the best shooter in the NBA during his stretch. And that works out. And yet again, ironically, Chandler, very similar to the 90s teams, as good as Memo is, he and Boozer together are just too small to go up against, whether it's Tim Duncan or most notably probably the Lakers with their length with Andrew Bynum and Pau Gasol in the front court. The Jazz just they have this fatal flaw that they couldn't get over, and the contract of Andre Karolinko just didn't allow them to go out and get the Tyson Chandler or whoever it was that they needed to kind of make that leap.
Funny enough, it almost feels like the current Jazz roster is addressing the two shortcomings of all these previous Jazz rosters, being size and depth.
Yeah, it is funny because then you get into what I would say is has an argument to be, honestly, maybe the most talented, if you want to say everybody reaching their peak at the right time, which is what we just saw with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, which was you did get prime Rudy Gobert. He's still been very good in Minnesota, but I'm not sure he was quite as elite as he was when he was in Utah, as far as he won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards here, was making all NBA teams. Donovan Mitchell, I think, is better now than he ever was in Utah.
True.
And has made 4 consecutive All-NBA teams since jumping to Cleveland. Hasn't missed an All-Star game since his 3rd year or his 2nd year in the NBA. He's made it every year since then. So Donovan's probably a little bit better now, but I'm not sure the gap between who Donovan Mitchell is now and who he was, let's say in 2020, 2021, when the Jazz finished with the best record in the NBA, is bigger than the drop-off between who Rudy was there and who Rudy is now.
True.
So I think that gap makes it up. And then you end up with Mike Conley, who comes in and makes an all-star team. Bojan Bogdanovic was awesome. You had 2 legitimate Sixth Man of the Year. You might have had the 2 best bench players in the NBA, and Joe Ingles and Jordan Clarkson. And you just didn't quite ever have the other piece. You did, and it's certainly the big flaw on that team, maybe a little bit unlike the early 2000s roster, was while you had a great center, probably the best center in Jazz history in Rudy Gobert, you didn't have somebody between Donovan and Rudy to kind of make the star bet, you know, whether that was a big wing that was better than Bojan Bogdanovic. And Bojan was awesome, but was not the defensive player. You know, was a little too flawed on that area. And instead of going smaller with Mike Conley, they probably should have gone bigger with somebody else. You know, either a bigger backcourt running mate or just a wing in general. And again, the fatal flaw is just there of no perimeter defense, and they can't kind of get over the hump against those better guards, those better wings that can really score.
And also on that team, you mentioned Mike Conley, Donovan Mitchell, and some of those bench pieces, Joe Ingles, all great ball handlers, right? And I think right now you look at the Jazz roster, and maybe the weakness is ball handling and perimeter defense once again. So of course the draft is coming up. That's going to be a big thing, but you also, I think you pointed to this in your article or maybe on a tweet, like, these are things the Jazz are looking at in free agency immediately after the draft comes to an end.
Yeah, it's funny. So you get to this team now, and because I did a hit with DJ yesterday on his show, or 2 days ago, and there's a clip going around where he asked me kind of specifically about going out and getting Giannis Antetokounmpo and whether or not the Jazz could do it. And, it's not worth the number 2 overall pick, which is crazy to say because Giannis is a top 3 player in the NBA. You just don't know how long he's going to be healthy or be able to play, whatever. So, no, the Jazz are not going to include a number 2 overall pick for Giannis Antetokounmpo in any conversations there. But you start to walk through the roster a little bit, Chandler, and, Walker's a really good center. He's not fully established yet, but he hasn't signed a second contract in the NBA yet, and he is one of the better rebounders in the league. He's one of the better shot blockers in the NBA. When he's been healthy, he's been the most efficient scorer in the NBA. That's a real plus. That's like a very good starting level center. In fact, clearly on a trajectory to be better than Greg Ostertag, and can probably be a more impactful player than a Mehmet Okur, who Mehmet was really good, but could probably be more impactful. And then you have Keontae George. I'm like, we've got to see what Keontae's going to turn into. We talked on Monday when you were here, like, his third-year numbers are identical to Colin Sexton. So how do you avoid becoming Colin Sexton as like, well, he's just kind of a journeyman scorer who have some up seasons, some down seasons, but doesn't really impact winning. That's going to be the big thing for Keontae, but is trending towards being a good starting guard in the NBA and maybe a borderline all-star.
Yeah.
And that is before we've even talked about the 2 best players right now on the Jazz roster, which is Jaren Jackson Jr., who's a true two-way player, former Defensive Player of the Year, multi-time All-Star, and Lauri Markkanen, who's made an All-Star team, averaged 26 points a game last year, is one of the most dangerous shooting threats in the league as the, again, tip of the spear. Those are the 2 best players on the Jazz right now. That alone is pretty competitive compared to what the Jazz have had, in all honesty, at their best. And we haven't gotten into like what this next generation, this next iteration of players is, which does bring in Ace Bailey.
Yeah, and I almost think a big talking point during this rebuild for the Jazz was flexibility, right? Like, you stacked all these assets. You were really smart about how you move things around. A good thing was like trading 3 of your lower first-round picks to get the Phoenix one. That was more important. I do think getting the number 2 pick, as you talk about the next era of Jazz basketball, it almost, even though this might sound counterintuitive, I think it gives you more flexibility. Because you talk about right now Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. being your best 2 players, which I agree with. Ace Bailey's on the up and up. The number 2 pick is going to come in. He's going to be a development piece no matter who it is. Even if it's Cam Boozer, it's going to be a development piece. Also, the hope or expectation is that in 3 to 5 years, this number 2 pick is going to be your best player. So right now you have all of these assets to contend in the playoffs. Now, you're not going to be contending for an NBA Finals next year. But quickly, the mission goes from building this player up to building your team around them. And I think, like, yes, the talk is maybe Cam Boozer doesn't fit well with what the Jazz have. If Cam Boozer becomes a top 15 player in the NBA, or whoever you're drafting becomes a top 15 player in the NBA, all of a sudden you can move everyone on your roster to fit with who that player is, who he becomes, right? Like, there is talk about Keontae and Darren playing together. That could look really good. That could look really bad. But if Darren's your best player, then I don't want to say he becomes expendable, but you have options now.
Yep.
And I think that that's sort of an underrated factor of the number 2 pick for the Jazz.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous example, obviously, always is Michael Jordan not getting drafted by the Blazers and taking Sam Bowie, where you're like, okay, well, maybe Drexler and Jordan wouldn't have fit together. They probably wouldn't have in that era of the NBA. Maybe they would have and been just fine. But, like, okay, then trade Clyde Drexler. Like, Clyde, now this is 9 years later, 1992. Like, you're probably not even holding on to him that long. But, like, Clyde was the second best player in the NBA at one point.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, who's the best player in the NBA right now? Wemby? Well, if you had the second best player in the NBA and it's Shea, what would you get for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? And that's the very high end of this hypothetical. Obviously, that's not what Keontae George is going to turn into, and you're not expecting whoever you get it to become Michael Jordan, but you back it off to Well, what if the player the Jazz draft is the 10th best player in the NBA and Keontae George is the 30th best player in the NBA, and then you're talking about swapping the 30th best player to another team and you're getting major assets or a major piece back, or the other way around, whoever it is. Yeah, whether it's, Cam Boozer. Well, what did the Jazz, let's say Cam Boozer is the draft pick and he ends up obviously taking the place of Jaren Jackson Jr. Well, the Jazz just gave up 3 firsts and 2 young players for Jaren Jackson Jr. Okay, so you flip him for a similar package or whatever you can get. Lowry falls into that same conversation. If you end up with AJ DeBonta like down the road and you say like, got to clear out room. Well, okay, then you got to clear out room.
Yes.
And it's unromantic, and that's the hard part about it. And it's specifically difficult. I don't want to say just in Utah. Every fan base falls in love with their players, but Jazz fans really fall in love with their players. Like, that's what the Angels won't do and can't do is fall in love with the guys. They've got to fall in love with the idea of a championship.
Yes.
And sometimes that includes making hard decisions that aren't maybe, the most popular with the fan base, but the most popular way to win a fan base is to host a parade. And that's what the Jazz are trying to do. So when you start to think about building out this roster and becoming the most talented, and by the way, most talented doesn't mean the best roster we've ever seen or the most accomplished, but just purely the best talent. Again, maybe your top 2 players don't compare, but there's an argument that Jaren Jackson Jr. is as good or better than Carlos Boozer was on those teams.
Yeah.
And we'll see if somebody can catch Darren Williams. Darren Williams was really, really good. But you start to just get to this point where you're thinking, like, the third best player that the Jazz have, like, is it Keontae? Is it this draft pick? Or does one of those players jump these top 2 guys? And, like, if Lauri Markkanen's your third best player, like, he's better than Jeff Hornacek.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff was a really good player. Jeff was really dynamic and a better ball handler and, kind of did some nice backcourt stuff and allowed you get Stockton off the ball a little bit more if you ever needed to. Like, Lowry is 7 feet tall and one of the best shooters in the NBA, as was Jeff Hornacek. Don't get me wrong, but, like, there's a world where Lowry's a better player than Jeff as your third best player, just because, like, the mismatch problems become a real issue. Or Walker jumps up and continues to improve and becomes this really dynamic, 20 and 10 or 18 and 12 with 2.5 block center who averages 3 rebounds. It's just like, okay, he's not the best player here, but as your third guy or as your starting center, he's just way better than you had in Greg Ostertag. And again, that's not to mention what happens if Ace hits and really reaches his number 1 out of 1 outcome, or this number 2 overall pick hits their 1 out of 1 outcome. And that's rare. It's unique to do, but, Wemby has reached that or is reaching that, and it looks like Steph Castle's going to get there. And in Oklahoma City, Shea clearly has hit his top outcome. This was absolutely the best case scenario for Shea, and it looks like Jalen Williams is getting there. So it's like you get a couple of those guys who are, I don't know if anyone knew Jalen Williams was this type of a star swing, but, hits their highest outcome. Then Chet's your third best guy. Well, that's great. You were hoping Chet might be your second best player or your first best player when you took him number 2 overall. But because these other guys are so good, it allows them to shift down. And if you shift Jaren to your third best player or Lowry to your third best player because a Keontae or an Ace or this number 2 overall pick jumps up, that's when you start building a championship team. Like that's how it actually has to come together. It can't be formulated as a plan. Someone has to exceed expectations or 2 players have to exceed expectations, and then that best player on your team is all of a sudden your third best player and you're really cooking.
Yeah, let's move down the ladder a little bit too. For the sake of argument, in all likelihood, it would either be Ace or the rookie. But let's say it's Walker Kessler is your 6th best player. 6th best player on the Jazz finals team was Shandon Anderson.
Yeah,
right. Like Walker is like a 15-12.
Foster.
Yeah, like Walker's a 15-12 and 2.5 guy. Like Walker's awesome. He's probably a top 15, like I would say undebatably a top 15 center, depending how this next year goes, maybe like into that top 10 argument. So yeah, I see what you're like. Depth is the name of the game in the NBA right now, and the Jazz are seeing that, and they're filling out the roster.
Yeah, that is a big piece of it as well, where again, balance throughout the roster becomes a major issue in today's NBA. And you look at some of the teams that have gotten there, while the Spurs are very heavy at the top. I mean, they might have the best player in the NBA, and that's the reason they're in the finals right now with Victor Wembanyama. Having guys 5, 6, and 7 that can contribute actually was kind of the way that the Warriors were winning their early titles before they went out and got Kevin Durant. But it was having a Sean Livingston and also an Andrew Bogut on these teams, or a JaVale McGee who's like, oh, he's a pretty good starter in this role. He like fits his role very well. And you have Andre Iguodala, and you have like the death lineup, which is 5 actually very good players. And then you have a 6th or a 7th man that can come in. This New York Knicks team, and we'll talk about the finals more, has incredible depth.
Yeah.
Like, Jalen Brunson might be a borderline top 10 player. Cat's probably a top 25 player, top 20 player. But it's the fact that then you bring in waves of OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges and Deuce McBride and Jordan Clarkson. I know Jordan's not going to play a lot in the series, but OG Anunoby, maybe I said him already. Just like you start to get a lot of these guys in there that mix in, and the depth is really impressive. Mitchell Robinson coming off the bench is like maybe the best backup center in the NBA. Those types of things we're seeing translate into championships, or at least real runs. The Indiana Pacers last year, Tyrese Halliburton, like, we've started for some reason to kind of talk about him as a top 10 player. Nobody mentioned him that way really before last season. And he had that great run, and people are like, is this an MVP conversation? He made the jump. But Pascal Siakam, again, Miles Turner, like not superstars, but good players in their role. And then you get down the roster a little bit, and it's like, oh, well, Ben Matherin's a former top 10 pick and is a really talented player that they had. And that's how you start to build out these rosters that make runs. And that's a little bit more, if you kind of blur your eyes, what you see with the Utah Jazz. Which is like a couple of really good, like obvious, like all-star caliber players at the top, some really great role players, and then like this weird, like, oh, well, Kyle Filipowski's very playable depth. You know, you get these guys who step in, you have a couple of good ball handlers, and anyone on any given night can score 20 points, which is going to become the case with the Jazz. It's like, well, Ace is never going to surprise you by scoring 20, and Keontae's not going to surprise you by scoring 20, and certainly Jaren and Lowry aren't going to surprise you, and then it's, well, does Darren Peterson or AJ DiBonsa, well, those guys in 3 years are going to be the leading scorers on the team most likely. So, again, you squint your eyes a little bit and you start to see like, oh, this looks like one of the better basketball teams in the NBA, even if they don't end up with a Victor Wembanyama. You know, even if they don't have the perennial MVP candidate, which maybe you don't have to have anymore.
True. Yeah.
I don't know.
And talking about, and of course I think you're sort of talking about next year and like looking at what the Jazz roster under current construction is. But I think you look at, I think maybe three names, talking about Keontae, Ace, and the rookie coming in. Like, I think it's, I don't want to say expect, but you could look and see a world where they have multiple steps to take up and get a lot better, especially Ace and the rookie. I think it's also fair to say that Keontae could improve from his most improved-esque season last year as well. And I think, like, comparing them to the Pacers, for example, like Tyrese could get better, but I think Tyrese is near around what he is going to be in the NBA. And then maybe like Nembhard and Nesmith, like those are just solid role players. I think Keontae could be like, he could probably reach Halliburton level. Of course, it's a very different play style. And then of course, I don't even want to put a ceiling on Ace and whatever this rookie could end up being. And I think you're looking at like maybe even a super version of all of the things that we just named with the depth, because maybe, of course, I don't want to put any expectations, but I think this Jazz team, depending on development, could get into a situation where you're looking at, like, what was that, the mid-2010s Atlanta Hawks team where they had, like, 4 All-Stars? I think there could be something like that in Utah Bruin.
Yeah, where, you know, Jaren Jackson Jr. is your Al Horford. You know what I mean? And, yes, your Lauri Markkanen is your Paul Millsap. Or down the line. So, it's not the wrong way to build. You would trade all of it to get Victor Wembanyama. You would trade all of it to get the MVP candidates, certainly. But also, like, you're still set up pretty well where if you think one of these guys needs to be moved somewhere else to clear room, like, you're moving them to get real value back. And then that's where my conversation with DJ comes in of, like, if you feel like you're close, like, is there a chance you could go out and still get the best player on your team, which would be, you know, the high swing for a Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it's a rental for a year or two, to give yourself some future, financial flexibility when they come off the books if you don't think they're going to resign, but it really opens your window wide open. So just looking at where the Jazz are right now, and it's funny to think because there's a real argument, you know, 18 months ago we were looking at the worst Jazz basketball team of all time. You know, they finished with 17 wins. They were trying to lose, don't get me wrong, but it was just like, how are they going to get out of this? Like, this could get bad. And then Keontae clicks in, and you trade for Jaren, and Lowry bounces back, and Walker is, you know, elevates in his third season.
Draft Ace Bailey.
You draft Ace Bailey, and all of a sudden it starts to come together quickly, and that's just really kind of what the NBA starts to look like. All right, we will take a break. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Austin Ainge, Utah Jazz, president of basketball operations.
So all of us are fired up about the draft, but everything happens so quickly because then you have the free agency that hits immediately. How about adding talent through trade acquisitions or free agency? How much of that do you anticipate?
Definitely some. It's hard to anticipate exactly how much, but we'll try to be aggressive, appropriately aggressive in adding and making our team better. We could go a few different directions to address some of the weaknesses and some Some of that will be determined by which position we draft. We've got a lot of work to do. Teams in the West are really good, and that the rules will be different next year. So there'll be a lot of changes. It'll be a lot more competitive, and we're very aware that we got to take a big jump here in a lot of different ways.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KZNS contests are open to residents of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada who are 18 years of age or older unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity related to the contest may not be eligible. Persons who have won in the last 90 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslsports.com or in person.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bowls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks to everybody who was sat in. Chandler Holt's been with us for a few hours on Monday and then again today. You can go back and check out any of those interviews. We talked a lot of Jazz basketball. We'll talk some more now with the NBA Finals, plus some updates on what are the Jazz looking at this offseason. You can read our next guest at SpotTrack.com. It is Keith Smith. Keith, thanks for jumping on the show again.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Let's talk quickly about the Finals. I think this is obviously a very... I'm not sure you could have drawn up a more exciting matchup between the Knicks and the Spurs if you're Adam Silver, but we've seen that some of the viewership is through the roof. This is good for the NBA. These are two very exciting teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the Knicks. They're one of the biggest cities in the world, one of the most popular teams in the league. And then you have Wembanyama, who everybody is, constantly, intrigued by. I was just telling my wife, my mom, who doesn't really watch much basketball, is like, she's all about Wemby because she's like, he's just so big and different, and she even watches. So that gives you a sense of how much this is spread. And it should be a really fun, entertaining, competitive series.
And I think you're right that there is just a physical aspect of Wemby that I don't want to say freak show, but like we've just never seen anything like it. Like it is a draw to see a human being who has reached kind of the limits of what humans can do on the basketball court. That's just got to be a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I've been saying for, basically since he came in the league that when I watch him, he leads the league in me pausing the game, rewinding to be like, what just happened? Because it's so hard to process at times. There was a play in the Western Conference Finals where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the Jazz played the Thunder a lot, so they're probably familiar with this type of move. He's on the left-hand side of the floor, dribbles to the baseline, he spins back to the middle, but then turns back left and shoots a fadeaway. And Stephon Castle had it fairly well covered, but SGA got it off because that's what he does. But then Wemby, from the other side of the paint, jumps and gets a fingertip on it and blocks it. And it just doesn't make sense, like, where that is. And SGA even kind of looked around like, where did he come from? I mean, he just is, something else like we've never seen before.
Keith, are you dismissing anything the Knicks have done because of the relative weakness of the Eastern Conference this year?
No, not at all. You play who you play, and I think the fact that the Knicks are on this historic run, regular season, never mind, in the playoffs, for the amount of games they've won in a row and the beatings that they're putting on teams have been absolutely incredible. They are absolutely, just rolling through teams. And when you're beating teams by 30 and 40, it's, that says a lot more about you're absolutely, just playing at a completely different level. I think a lot of people have dismissed the Knicks out of hand here and said, Spurs are going to sweep them, or it's going to be a 5-game series at best. And I think that's kind of dangerous thinking. I think there's a real chance we see the Knicks win this series.
I think we know what a Spurs series victory looks like. It probably looks similar to what we've seen each of the last 3 rounds. What does a Knicks series look like? What emerges, do you think, if they do find a way to finally lift the Larry O'Brien trophy with this group?
Yeah, I think you're going to see them probably defend the Spurs slightly differently than other teams have. I think they have a lot of different looks they can throw at Victor Wembanyama that are different than maybe the Thunder could. Never mind the other team, Minnesota and Portland. I think with OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, Karl Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson, kind of maybe playing 2 bigs together with Robinson in the help position. I think they're going to make Wembanyama have to work. And then I think on offense, they're just a really good, well-rounded team. And the change they made to run more of the offense through Karl Anthony Towns has absolutely been huge. So I think if they can kind of keep him in the games and he's not picking up silly fouls and the like, I think they have a really good chance at upsetting the Spurs here. And I don't even think it's all that big of an upset, but I know most people are picking the Spurs. But I think the Knicks are going to win this series, and I think they're going to really show a lot of people this is what we're made of.
There is no obvious answer for Wemby. There's just nobody else that's that size and moves that well. But honestly, if you're thinking of like 1-to-1, maybe the best way to combat what Wemby does, especially defensively, is there a better player than what Karl Anthony Towns has done in this playoff series? Or in this playoff run?
Yeah, maybe not. And I think for that reason, I don't know how much you're going to see the two of them even guarding each other, especially to open actions. Because I think what you're going to see is you're going to see the Knicks put other guys on him to try to keep Cat out of, if nothing else, out of foul trouble. And then I think on the other end of the floor, I think you're going to see them put Wemby probably on Josh Hart, and they'll live with, Julian Champagnie guarding Towns and the like. And if that gets to be too much, they've got other guys that they can call upon. But I think they love Wemby in that kind of help position. But if they do match each other straight up, you're absolutely right. Cat gives him just a different look with the way he can play outside. He can put the ball on the floor for a couple dribbles and get downhill. He's a big body. He's very strong. So it's going to be interesting to watch kind of how that all comes together.
All right. Well, let's look at an article that you've got up right now, looking at players from the 2023 draft and the type of extensions they could be looking at. First of all, it's weird to look already that there's not that many players outside of the top 10 and even several in the top 10 that probably aren't getting extensions already. Is that because you think more teams are willing to get to restricted free agency, maybe the same way the Jazz did this year with Walker Kessler?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that certainly factors in there. If they, get into it and they're like, hey, we can always, we don't need to go do this right now. We can kind of play this out a little bit more and take care of it in restricted free agency. There are teams that I think we're just not afraid of losing this guy, so there's no reason to lock in. And then I think you always have the factor of a handful of those picks didn't really pan out the way that teams wanted them to. And then the last part that I'll say is when you get into now in the NBA with the aprons and all the things that go on with that, you have to really be in a position where you feel really good about how you're going to extend guys, especially if you're going to start handing them $40 or $50 million. You have to feel really solid about, all right, hey, this is the investment we're making and we're really ready to go.
All right, where Jazz fans' eyes are going to go, obviously, is Keontae George, who is one of the very few players outside of the top 10 you have maybe being worth an extension this offseason. You've got it at 4 years and $152 million. I think a lot of Jazz fans are going to see that number and say $38 a year is crazy, but that is kind of the going rate of starting guards, and Keontae George played at a very high level last season.
Yeah, he absolutely did. If he had just kind of maintained what he did in really year two, because year one was, we didn't see a whole lot. Year two, we saw some pretty good improvement. But by year two, it was like, by the end of year two, it was like, all right, this is going to be a nice combo guard. It'll be a good bench player. In year three, he had a huge breakout. I think he showed, hey, everything that was potential, it's now realized. I can run an offense, not only for myself to get buckets, but I can set guys up. And I think when he's playing with better players around him more often, which should be the case this year, he's going to look even better. And my thing would be, yeah, you might think $38 million a year is a lot to give Keontae George, but what I would be worried about is if something doesn't get done and he plays even better, you might be in a spot where, man, now we got to pay this guy even more. Now we got to, maybe go even to a max type of contract there. And I think that's something you want to be very cautious of as you build this out. And for example, when this contract would kick in 27, 28, $38 million, that is the 13th highest paid point guard in the NBA. That's where that would rank. And that puts him, in a kind of a class with guys like Jalen Brunson, we all know took an undervalued extension. But he's right there with Drew Holiday, Derek White, Emmanuel Quickley, DeJounte Murray, just ahead of Dyson Daniels. And I would imagine most people would agree, yeah, he's a better player than a lot of those guys that I just ripped off. And he's got more upside left to fulfill as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's 22 years old. He's young and was a former top 5 recruit. And I know he didn't get drafted that high, but I think this was, in the realm of expectations for Keontae before his weird college season and then going into this third year. If you are investing in a guard like Keontae, who right now is really only a one-side-of-the-floor player, he's not proven himself at all on the defensive end, and the Jazz have never really won. I mean, he scored a lot on a team last year that was actively trying to lose, and he was getting extra opportunities because Lauri Markkanen was rarely in the lineup, or you didn't see Jaren Jackson Jr. hardly at all after the trade. How do you think teams weigh that? That's got to be one of the more difficult decisions.
Yeah, what you have to end up looking at in those situations is, and you have to have really good evaluation when you're actually watching the game film, is how much of this is real and how much of this is just empty stats. Because someone, and as much as even the bad NBA teams are going to score 100 points. So somebody's got to get 25 points. Like, how are you getting there? But when you watch Keontae George, what you see is, wow, this guy really has good command of the game. He is really kind of controlling the offense. Again, not just for himself, but he really improved as a playmaker. I thought he lifted up his assists. His turnovers are up a little bit, but that was more of he had the ball a lot. But what really stands out for me is his efficiency was terrific. 46% from the field, 37% from three, 89% at the free throw line. He got to the free throw line 7 times per game. That's huge because that's just easy offense. And that 37% from three came on 6.7 attempts per game. So Keontae George really put himself in a position where it was, these are not just empty stats. This isn't scoring 24 points per game, which is what he did if you round it up, on, 40% shooting because he's just throwing up 25 shots a night. Like, these were good, tough shots, again, because a lot of those minutes, they weren't with Lauri Markkanen. They weren't with, the other talented Jazz players. So I feel really confident in what he is as a player. And I'll mention, I think he improved defensively, too. I think he was a lot smarter of a defender. I think he was an aggressive on-ball guy. He's got pretty good hands in that sense. I think he's a terrific player, and the Jazz are lucky to have him.
You've also got Bryce Sensabaugh on your list, which I think might surprise some people. That Bryce has turned into he's got an NBA skill. He's an NBA caliber shooter, and it seems to come and go some. And he's got to get out of his own head, I think, sometimes. But I do think he has a future in the NBA. I think he is going to sign a second contract. What is the value of a Bryce Sensabaugh, you think, around the NBA if he were to hit restricted free agency maybe next summer, or if he wasn't in Utah?
Yeah, somewhere in the range of $10 to $12 million a year right now, because we need to see, is there more? His defense it's okay, but there's nothing that really stands out there. His passing ability is starting to come along a little bit. I think he was asked to do a little bit more than just create his own shots, but he can get his own shots. And it's important to note, he's not just like Sam Hauser with the Celtics is a really good shooter, but he's a spot-up guy. Klay Thompson now is just a spot-up guy, still a good shooter, but those guys aren't really getting their own looks. Sensabaugh can put the ball on the floor and get his own shots. He's okay off the dribble, even from behind the three-point line. So those are big. I think the challenge within the Jazz is that wing position's starting to get really crowded, and it's going to get even more crowded at the draft, because they're going to draft a wing or a guard most likely to bring in, and then you have the big lineups that they're going to play with. If we assume Kessler's back, Kessler, Jackson, Markkanen, it just starts to be a little bit like Bryce Sensabaugh. It's kind of a man without a chair when the music stops, and that may mean I don't think the Jazz are going to extend him, because if they re-sign Kessler, we're starting to lock into an awful lot of money, especially if they also extend Keontae George. So for me, I don't think there will be an extension with the Jazz. But if he's traded before the start of the season, like in this offseason, if I was a team that needed wing depth, I'd be all over him for $10, $12 million a year.
Keith, looking at your article from last year, you had Walker Kessler at 4 years, $120 million. It's kind of where we saw Tim Bontemps have a story come out and say Walker's camp and the Jazz are kind of, seems like they're narrowing in on something between 25 and 30 million. Technically, no deal can get done until